Recently, abnormal, natural disasters like volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, thunder, and floods have been popping off all over the world. In some city in China, a freaking volcano just went full send, erupting like crazy, making the whole city hotter than hell. Tens of thousands of peeps, realizing the danger, immediately packed their bags and bounced to other cities looking for safety. Inside a moving bus, it was total chaos. Everyone was yapping about the weird stuff happening lately. One dude couldn't hold back and cursed. "Damn it, a few days ago there was an earthquake under the sea, and Mount Fuji erupted, killing hundreds of thousands of people. Now even we have to evacuate." A hot babe sitting next to him, after checking her stuff, said nervously, "Crap, I'm screwed. I rushed so much I couldn't bring anything. Guess I gotta hit up Jiangnan City to buy some supplies." The dude sitting by the window, who was busy checking out the desolate scenery, suddenly turned around and asked her, "Yo, did you see the news? All the stock in the Coolmart warehouse in Jiangnan City has been wiped clean." Hearing this, the girl was shook and exclaimed, "What? No way! That stuff must be worth hundreds of billions." A dude sitting opposite them jumped in, warning, "That's old news." Today, Lake Dongming in Shenzhen is dried up too, and the Darundong warehouse has been emptied as well. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the back, straight up denying everything. "It's not just hundreds of billions, it's tens of trillions of supplies gone. These disasters are obvious signs. Open your eyes, the freaking apocalypse is coming." The one who spoke was our main man, Su Chen. Hearing Su Chen say such a wild thing, the girl and the two dudes in front couldn't help but laugh, thinking he was just joking around. "No way! The apocalypse! Are you kidding me? If it's really the apocalypse, I'm kinda hyped. Then everyone's equal." Su Chen felt annoyed, thinking to himself, everyone's equal. Even in the apocalypse, there's no such thing as equality, because he's actually been through the apocalypse. Memories of his past life slowly flooded Su Chen's mind, bringing back horrific scenes that were hard to believe could happen now. "In my past life, I was just a regular food delivery guy until the apocalypse hit. Due to weird solar energy bursts, the Earth's core was affected and quickly destabilized. Global temperatures skyrocketed, and the Earth's crust began to move violently. Monsters hiding deep underground also came to the surface one by one. The whole world changed, and a new order was established. In that new world, supplies were scarce as hell. Even a pack of noodles or a sausage was so valuable that you had to risk your life to get it." Su Chen continued in a deep voice, "Have you bros ever eaten a sausage that tasted kinda gritty?" Then he confirmed, "Well, I'm the dude who came back from the apocalypse. I went back to 1 month before it happened." The busty girl next to him, after hearing those terrifying words, couldn't hide her panic, and immediately grabbed Su Chen's hand. "Bro." Then she used her hot body to press against him, voice shaking, "I was a little scared when I heard you talk, can you?" But the current Su Chen, who had just returned from the hell of the future, was no longer the softie he once was. He immediately pushed her away, stunning her. "Sorry, I have more important things to do." After getting off the bus at the next stop, Su Chen quickly went to his old workplace, Mr. Hima's warehouse. Standing in front of the huge warehouse, Su Chen looked up, eyes firm, and repeated in a low voice, "The apocalypse is coming, so what's the most important thing?" He answered himself, "Gotta get those supplies. In my past life, I wasted so much time just scavenging for resources, and still ended up dying a miserable death. Not gonna let that happen again this time." Su Chen walked into the warehouse where he worked as a loader every day. As soon as he reached the door, the tall manager was already waiting, snarling, 21 seconds late, half a day's pay deducted. He pretended to scratch his head, gave a sheepish smile of apology, and quickly stepped inside the warehouse. As he walked, Su Chen's eyes swept across the space filled with supplies, his heart overflowing with memories of his previous life. When the apocalypse hit, the boss was the first one to bail. "My salary for a whole year went down the drain. Consider these supplies as compensation." Su Chen hurried into the warehouse, checking the quantities, while preparing to activate the special ability he gained after his rebirth. He stood up straight, raised his hand forward, and slowly commanded, "Space. Open." Instantly, a bizarre spatial gate opened in front of him. A system notification popped up. Detected rice, cooking oil, meat, automatically absorbing. Su Chen's spatial system is seriously OP. As soon as it's activated, it immediately starts sucking up all the surrounding supplies, leaving nothing behind. Su Chen stepped into his personal space, a cuboid dimension 10,000 square meters long, wide, and high. He looked around, his eyes shining, his face as excited as if he had just regained his life. "This is my ability, the pocket dimension. Just open it up, and everything around me gets sucked into this space," he whispered, introducing himself to himself. "With this power, I can collect all the resources in a city about to be destroyed. Relying on this space, I've sucked dry 2 lakes and looted everything in supermarkets, wholesale markets, and warehouses. In the apocalypse, even a pack of instant noodles is a luxury, let alone fresh food. What's special is that time in this space is completely frozen. meaning any food put in will stay fresh forever. Su Chen couldn't contain his excitement, bursting into tears of joy, thinking to himself, "Finally, I don't have to eat dirt like I did in my last life." He dusted off his hands and opened the system list to check the collected supplies. A list appeared before his eyes. Rice, 258 bags, cooking oil, 152 bottles, vegetables, 155 kilograms, mineral water, 220 bottles, instant food, 375 boxes, condiments, 95 boxes, wine, 186 bottles. Looking at the list, Su Chen sighed inwardly. Great. I can finally rest easy for now. Just then, the sound of the iron gate being pushed open violently rang out from outside. The manager and two burly workers walked in, shouting as they came, "You guys, come and move the goods with me." But after only one step, all three of them froze, staring blankly at the empty space in front of them. The entire warehouse, which had been piled high with goods just a moment ago, was now completely empty. The manager gaped, stammering, Am I seeing things? Where's the stuff?" Then he switched to anger, pointing directly at Su Chen, yelling furiously, "Where did all the stuff go, I'm asking you?" Su Chen remained calm, slowly raising his hand. Another small spatial gate appeared behind him. He smiled and said, "The stuff, I took it all." The casual answer stunned the three people in front of him, turning them to stone. "What?" Realizing something was wrong, the manager immediately shouted, "He's trying to run! Grab him!" The two burly workers rushed forward to restrain Su Chen, but at that moment, he opened another spatial gate, quickly jumped back, and disappeared inside. Before leaving, he turned his head, smiled, and waved. "Oh, and I won't be late for work anymore." The worker lunged forward, but just missed. Before he could even touch Su Chen, the spatial gate slammed shut. All three of them, the manager and the two workers, stood staring into space, their eyes filled with confusion and panic. Where did he go? Did he really disappear? Outside the warehouse, another teleportation gate suddenly appeared. Su Chen somersaulted out from inside, landing on the ground lightly and gracefully, like in an action movie. He immediately closed the spatial gate, his eyes filled with determination. "This is my second ability, Space Leap. I can teleport within a 3-meter radius at any time." Su Chen turned back to look at the warehouse one last time. In the apocalypse, this ability will become his trump card. With it, he can break into ruined areas to search for supplies, and retreat safely even when facing the most dangerous mutated creatures. Su Chen took off his uniform and threw the jacket up in the air, then whispered, "That's it. Operation Free Shopping is complete." As he was about to leave, his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. A message from the government. Currently, the Earth's atmospheric movement is intensifying, and localized natural disasters will occur. However, the overall situation is under control and will not affect the daily lives of the citizens. Please do not panic excessively. Su Chen read the message and clicked his tongue. The government is afraid of causing panic, knowing the apocalypse is coming but still trying to reassure the people. Just as he was about to turn off his phone to continue on his way, a call suddenly appeared on the screen. The caller's name instantly changed Su Chen's expression, from calm to furious. Su Chen stared at the name displayed on his phone screen, Jiang Xiaoqian, the girl he once wholeheartedly loved, cared for, and protected, providing her with food and sleep during the apocalypse. Now, she only made him feel bone-chilling coldness. After a moment of contemplation, he took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. "Hello." On the other end of the line, Jiang Xiaoqian's voice immediately rang out, full of annoyance and without the slightest courtesy. "Su Chen, how dare you play disappearing games with me? And you even put the house up for sale. You're so untrustworthy. Do you think selling the house will make any girl want to be with you?" While talking, she was applying lipstick and complaining as if she were scolding a familiar man. She continued in a resentful tone, "Even though I don't care if your house is big or small, I'm still a girl. If you don't give me the house, how can I feel secure being with you?" Hearing this, Su Chen's voice turned icy cold. "Did you call just to say that?" Jiang Xiaoqian immediately showed her displeasure, clearly sensing the indifference from the other end. "What's with your attitude? I'm giving you one more chance. Come back and transfer the house to me immediately, or don't even think about marrying me." Without letting her say more, Su Chen coldly hung up the phone. He muttered, "I'm on my way back to Chengdu. We'll talk when I get there." After hanging up, Su Chen's expression gradually turned serious, then slowly shifted to anger. He recalled what had happened in the past, a past life full of blood and betrayal. "Jiang Xiaoqian, in our previous life we lived together for 5 years during the apocalypse. I went everywhere searching for supplies to feed you. I brought you into the safe zone. If it weren't for me, you would have starved to death out there." Su Chen clenched his phone tightly, his eyes filled with hatred. In his mind, cruel memories resurfaced once more. That Wang Haoyu, Jiang Xiaoqian's accomplice, strangled Su Chen without hesitation. In that moment of suffocation, he could still clearly see the fearful and panicked expression on his face as he was betrayed. A question stuck in his throat. "Why? Just as he took his last breath, Jiang Xiaoqian approached Wang Haoyu, her eyes full of invitation. Since Brother Chen is dead, he's useless. Now it's our turn. She pretended to be a weak and innocent girl, seducing Wang Haoyu, who was full of desire. I don't know what you're thinking. He's dead, so you have to show it tonight. No fear, no pity, only coldness, hypocrisy, and cruelty. Immediately afterward, the girl who was once everything to him opened her legs herself, calling Wang Haoyu to work as if nothing had happened. In my past life, I was really a fool to have given my trust to those two scumbags. Su Chen clenched his fists until they trembled, then relaxed them, sighing softly. This time, Jiang Xiaoqian, Wang Haoyu, you will pay the price, not just death, but a painful death. The pain I suffered, I want you to taste 100 times over. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his contacts and immediately called Director Liu, the real estate agent in charge of his house. When the other end of the line picked up, Su Chen said urgently, "Hello, Director Liu. I can sell that house for half price. I just need cash, and I need it now." After ending the call, Su Chen immediately took a taxi to Director Liu's real estate office. As the car stopped in front of the door, he saw Jiang Xiaoqian and Wang Haoyu waiting there. As soon as she saw him, Jiang Xiaoqian pouted, her voice full of sarcasm. "Do you know how long I've been waiting?" Su Chen got out of the car, coldly walking past her, brushing aside all the emotions of the past, and uttering a concise sentence, "Get out of the way." Both Jiang Xiaoqian and Wang Haoyu were stunned by Su Chen's unusual behavior. Wang Haoyu immediately blocked his path, his face menacing. "Who said you could sell the house? You dare to sell my uncle's house? Let me tell you, do you believe I'll make sure you never see the sun tomorrow?" Faced with his fierce expression and threatening words, Su Chen didn't respond, only silently reaching out to grab Wang Haoyu's neck, then lifting him up, as if he were lifting a sandbag. The sudden action panicked Wang Haoyu. Before he could react, Su Chen slammed him hard onto the ground, his mouth filled with blood. His eyes rolled back as he screamed in agony. Su Chen coldly looked down and gritted out each word. "My head, I decide how it's dealt with." Jiang Xiaoqian was horrified by Su Chen's violent actions, immediately rushed over to tug at his shirt, and wailed like a drama queen. "Let go! What are you doing? Anybody there? Help! Murder!" But unlike the weak image she was used to projecting to manipulate people, this time Su Chen showed no mercy. He gave her a slap that felt like a thunderbolt, sending her sprawling to the ground. Dazed and not understanding what was happening, she touched her cheek, her eyes bewildered as she looked at Su Chen, filled with shock. "You dare!" Meanwhile, Wang Haoyu, who had been choked by Su Chen for too long, was now hovering between life and death. He tried to endure the pain and wheezed out, "Let go." Su Chen looked at him with disdain. "Relax. You won't die that fast." As soon as he let go, Wang Haoyu felt like he had just escaped the Grim Reaper's scythe. He coughed violently and quickly crawled backwards, his eyes filled with panic as he looked at Su Chen as if he were facing a real demon. Su Chen ignored the two conniving bastards squirming there and walked straight into the real estate office to continue his plan. Behind him, Jiang Xiaoqian hurried over to help Wang Haoyu up, her voice full of concern. Xiaoyu, are you okay?" Sleeping together, chirping like chickens, and still pretending to care, what a cheapskate. She didn't seem to understand what was happening yet, and immediately turned to look at Su Chen, shouting, "You stop right there, I'll give you one last favor, quickly kneel down and apologize, otherwise you can forget about marrying me for the rest of your life." Su Chen didn't say anything more, just coldly turned around, sweeping his sharp but well-meaning eyes over the two treacherous people. Wang Haoyu and Jiang Xiaoqian sensed that the murderous aura from Su Chen had not yet dissipated, and they couldn't help but shudder. Immediately, both of those cowardly wimps panicked and ran for their lives. Wang Haoyu shouted as he ran, his voice full of anger. "Just you wait!" Su Chen watched the backs of the two petty people, just clicked his tongue softly, muttering, "Trash." A moment later, at the real estate office, Director Liu warmly poured water for Su Chen, but, in his heart, he harbored insidious calculations. With a fake smile, he said, "Mr. Su, I'll buy your house, what do you think?" This Director Liu appeared outwardly respectful and polite, but inside he harbored sinister schemes. He secretly calculated that the house was worth more than 1 million, and if he bought it for 700,000 from this fool, he could earn tens of thousands of yuan in profit with a simple flip of the hand. Su Chen took a sip of water and smiled in response. "Possible. But payment must be made in full. Can you pay today?" Su Chen's words made Director Liu overjoyed. He hurriedly and warmly confirmed. Possible. We'll sign the contract, pay next week, and then transfer the ownership." Su Chen took the contract in his hand and quickly nodded in agreement to the deal. In his heart, he thought, "By then, choose whatever house you want, just as long as you dare to live in it." Immediately after, Director Liu, with a dignified appearance, immediately transferred the money to Su Chen. Su Chen opened his phone to check the message from the bank. "Shangdu Bank, 700,000 RMB, has been transferred to your current bank account." After the agreement was completed, Su Chen politely said goodbye to Director Liu. As he left the office, he pondered. Although natural disasters are frequent these days, Chengdu is located in the middle of the Central Plains, far from earthquake zones, tsunamis, or volcanic eruptions. Moreover, the government has dismissed all rumors, so life here is still orderly and peaceful. Suddenly, Su Chen walked past a utility pole plastered with flyers advertising quick loans. He smirked slightly, thinking, "What your bro needs most right now is money. Whoever dares to lend it, your bro dares to borrow it all. As for how to collect it later, you guys can choose the package to help me with. Haha." Noticing the flyer for loan services, Su Chen stopped, wondering, usury loans? In a flash, he realized that an opportunity to make money had arrived. Su Chen immediately took out his phone and dialed the number. Hello, is this the loan company? I have a real estate certificate, can I mortgage it? After contacting them, Su Chen quickly arrived at the agreed location in the Hanhai International Building. At the office of Dai Hai Loan Limited Liability Company, the fat Wang Dahai explained smoothly to Su Chen, "Handsome, this house of yours isn't worth much." Hearing this, Su Chen raised his eyebrows and asked, "Then how much can we borrow?" He glanced at the fat man in front of him and felt a sense of disappointment in his heart. So this is Wang Haoyu's big bro. This fatty Wang Dahai had died tragically in the mouth of a monster in his past life. Puffing on a cigarette, Wang Dahai held Su Chen's property ownership certificate and replied, "At most you can only borrow 500,000, but the property ownership certificate must be placed with me." Su Chen did not want to dawdle with this man any longer, immediately stood up, placed his hand on the property ownership certificate, and decisively finalized the deal with an additional 100,000. "I'm closing the deal now." Su Chen reassured the person across from him, confidently promising that if he was given 1 week, the lost money would be fully returned to Wang Haoyu. Hearing this affirmative statement, Wang Haoyu was secretly overjoyed, realizing that the other party was just a gambling addict. Once addicted to this, he would even sell his own parents to get back the money he had lost. "Stupid. See if I don't play you to death today." Wang Dahai puffed on a cigarette and reminded, "As long as you bring the property ownership certificate to mortgage at his company, everything else will be easy to solve." After finalizing the deal with Wang Dahai, Su Chen immediately received 600,000 yuan transferred directly into his account. Meanwhile, where Jiang Xiaoqian and Wang Haoyu stood, Jiang Xiaoqian touched her cheek, where the bruise still lingered, muttering angrily, "I was just taking back what belonged to me. What's wrong with that? That guy actually dared to lay hands on me. He's definitely gonna pay." Wang Haoyu had just gotten out of the taxi, clutching his aching neck, gritting his teeth and swearing, "I'll make that dog pay! Damn it, big bro's gotta kill him!" Suddenly, Su Chen appeared, passing by the area. Jiang Xiaoqian froze, startled and confused, then turned to Wang Haoyu and asked, Xiaoyu, look, isn't that Su Chen?" Wang Haoyu, clutching his neck, his face a mix of pain and anger, nodded to confirm. "Damn it! It really is that brat. What's he doing here?" Jiang Xiaoqian's anger flared. She clenched her fists, determined to get to the bottom of things. "Let's follow him and see what that guy's been up to these past few days." The place Su Chen was heading to was Lucheng Hotel. In his memory, many commercial buildings had crumbled quickly, destroyed by the flooding seawater and severe freezing cold. However, Lucheng Hotel had resiliently stood firm through all kinds of natural disasters. Su Chen leisurely walked inside, pondering as he went. "I heard the presidential suite here is fully equipped, even has a swimming pool. If I pick this place as a long-term base, it's really not bad." Even though many warehouses had been abandoned before, they lacked hot food and fresh vegetables, essential for an ideal shelter. Seeing a guest enter, the beautiful and professional receptionist, Liu Xinjie, immediately greeted him. "Hello, I'm the hotel's catering manager, Liu Xinjie. How may I help you?" Su Chen immediately stunned her with his request. "Hello, I want to book 1,000 banquet tables. Can you do that?" Liu Xinjie couldn't believe her ears, asking in astonishment, 1,000? 1,000 tables? After a brief moment of confusion, she quickly regained her composure, smiling as she replied, "Yes, we can. We have packages for 5,000 yuan per table, 10,000 yuan per table, and higher-end options at 30,000 or 50,000 yuan per table." As she introduced the options, Liu Xinjie secretly observed Su Chen, secretly exclaiming, "Oh my god. This guy with such an impressive aura turns out to be an undercover rich second general." Su Chen smiled and calmly chose. "Then 10,000 yuan per table, for a total of 10 million yuan, I'll make a deposit of 500,000 yuan, and pay the rest in a week." After confirming with the hotel, Su Chen secretly assessed, Lucheng Hotel's standards are indeed as high class as rumored. Liu Xinjie, her face beaming, cordially invited, "A 500,000 yuan deposit? Yes sir, please follow me this way for payment." Su Chen nodded with a smile. The estimated cost of ingredients had already reached 500,000 yuan, but to build connections with the wealthy, this amount was absolutely worth it. In business, the most important thing is knowing how to play your cards right. As she led Su Chen, Liu Xinjie curiously asked, "By the way, how should I address you, sir?" Su Chen replied coolly, "Su Chen." Liu Xingguer still couldn't curb her curiosity, continuing, Mr. Su, are you booking this banquet for a wedding? Su Chen, as if struck by an idea, immediately nodded, yes, a wedding, and while you're at it, help me book a presidential suite. After completing the payment and deposit, Su Chen left Luchang Hotel in high spirits, thinking to himself, what a blast. Booking a 10 million yuan banquet, a 500,000 yuan deposit, all done, and the final payment, ha! In this scorching apocalypse, a block of ice is worth hundreds of millions. Liu Xingguer, seeing the presidential suite for the first time, couldn't hide her excitement, secretly exclaiming, oh my god, this is a honeymoon presidential suite, whoever marries him will definitely be overflowing with happiness. I was born alright, but I swear too much, hey 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 hey. At the same time, Jiang Shaoqian and Wang Haoyu were secretly observing from outside. After witnessing Su Chen's transaction and conversation with the hotel staff, Jiang Shaoqian approached, asking Liu Xingguer, hello, I wanted to ask what the person who was just here was doing. Liu Xingguer looked at her, probing. The gentleman who was just here, may I ask who you are? Jiang Shaoqian immediately replied, he's Su Chen, my boyfriend. Hearing this, Liu Xingguer felt a momentary pang of sadness but still replied, your boyfriend just booked a 1,000-table banquet at our hotel, with a deposit of 500,000 yuan. You're really lucky to have such a boyfriend, Liu Xingguer observed Jiang Shaoqian, clicking her tongue as she secretly thought. This girl is only a 7 out of 10, and her aura isn't even as good as mine. Do rich people like this type? Hearing the receptionist confirm the matter, both Jiang Shaoqian and Wang Haoyu were stunned, shouting in unison, no way, how could he afford to book 1,000 banquet tables? As Liu Xingguer reopened Su Chen's transaction information on her computer, she explained, wealthy people often like to play the hidden identity game. Fearing their girlfriends might eye their assets, they only reveal everything on their wedding day. Hearing this, Jiang Shaoqian began fantasizing about grand scenarios in her head. So, what if he suddenly disappears before the wedding or plays mind games? Wang Haoyu asked, bewildered. Is that damn Su Chen really rich? Liu Xingguer showed them both her phone screen, confirming, of course, here's the 500,000 yuan that was just transferred. After gathering information about Su Chen, Jiang Shaoqian and Wang Haoyu left the hotel. Wang Haoyu puffed on a cigarette as he asked, sis, so 1,000 banquet tables at a 5-star hotel? Who's he planning to invite? Jiang Shaoqian, her face beaming and chest swelling with pride, replied, you don't get it, of course. It's to introduce me to high society and reveal my true identity. Wang Haoyu immediately perked up, clearly plotting something, his face revealing a sly expression, and asked, hey, so what should we do? Jiang Shaoqian waved her hand, resolutely stating, I'll take the initiative, giving this suck-up a chance to expose himself. In her mind, luxurious and splendid visions began to appear, making her revel in the fantasy. She had never dreamed of such a scene in her entire life, never expecting to realize it through that suck-up Su Chen. Meanwhile, Su Chen sat seriously at his desk, carefully recalculating his expenses. Sold the house for 700,000 yuan, high-interest loan for 600,000 yuan, ordering takeout cost 550,000 yuan. But that no-money shopping spree earlier didn't cover all the essentials. Even with just the deposit, the remaining 800,000 yuan wasn't exactly abundant. Out of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best. Su Chen suddenly had an idea, his eyes shining like he'd seen the light of the future. He grinned wickedly. Heh, it'd be a waste not to take out some online loans at a time like this. Su Chen quickly downloaded over 80 online lending apps all at once. Each app allows you to borrow from 30,000 to 30 yuan. He started posing for selfies, carefully following the instructions that the apps required to complete the loan procedures. After persistently throwing bait on the loan platforms, Su Chen threw his phone down and breathed a sigh of relief. A notification from the bank rang out. Your current account has accumulated 770,000 yuan today. Su Chen leaned back, relaxing his muscles and feeling the ease. Finally got the 97 million yuan online loan, but he immediately jumped up, his eyes filled with determination. No time to waste, still so much to buy. With the money he just got, Su Chen started browsing e-commerce sites from Shopee to Lazada and even Tiki to order the necessities. He was operating and calculating carefully. In-wall heater, ice maker, ice cubes, lean coal. These things aren't easy to find in the city, luckily you can buy them online, and the shipping is fast. Su Chen recalled the two extreme polarities of the earth after the apocalypse, extremely hot, and then extremely cold. Surviving that period depends on preparing enough of these things. Finding the phone number of the coal supplier, Su Chen immediately called. Hello, how much is lean coal currently? 2,500 a ton. Give me 2,000 tons, price isn't an issue, I'll transfer 500,000 yuan first, and I'll settle the rest when I receive the goods. Next, Su Chen contacted the ice factory. Hello, is this the ice factory? I want to order ice cubes. I'll come in person to discuss it. Just as he stepped out the door, Su Chen unexpectedly ran into Jiang Xiaoqian and Li Na walking together. After hearing Xiaoqian's story, Li Na secretly changed her mind about Su Chen. Seeing him walk past, Li Na said sweetly, "Oh my gosh, isn't this Su Chen? Long time no see. Jiang Qian has been thinking about you these past few days." Su Chen glanced at Li Na, thinking to himself, "Li Na, that bestie who always talks smack behind my back, Jiang Xiaoqian, is the one who took my house." Hearing Li Na say that, Su Chen coldly replied, Thinking? Thinking about what? Thinking about my house." Seeing Su Chen's unusually cold attitude, Li Na awkwardly stammered to explain, "Oh come on, Chen. Xiaoqian was just testing you at the time. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? Don't you know how heartbroken Xiaoqian was?" Jiang Xiaoqian pretended to be gentle and approached, trying to pull Su Chen back. "Su Chen, can you hang out with me? I'm not in a good mood. I made you angry yesterday. Don't be mad at me." But Su Chen, knowing what he knows about Xiaoqian's true nature in the apocalypse, coldly walked away. "I have things to do today. You take a walk yourself." Jiang Xiaoqian and Li Na were stunned, confused by Su Chen's attitude, and remarked in unison, "What's up with him? This guy's acting way too real." Li Na watched Su Chen's figure and announced, "Su Chen drove away," she thought to herself, and reminded Xiaoqian, "Hurry up and chase him. This is definitely his test for you." A while later, at the Ronghua Ice Factory, Boss Wu was already waiting in front of the gate. As soon as he saw Su Chen get out of the car, Boss Wu ran up with a beaming smile and shook hands. "You're Boss Su? Truly young and talented?" Su Chen smiled and replied, "Boss Wu, I already made it clear on the phone earlier. When will the 2,000 tons of ice for consumption be ready?" Hearing Su Chen ask, Boss Wu patted his chest proudly. "Our ice factory. I can't say anything about other things, but our work efficiency is definitely number one. 3 days, 2,000 tons of ice for consumption. Only takes 3 days. 400 yuan a ton, total 800,000 yuan. Sealing the price, Su Chen didn't haggle and immediately opened his phone to transfer the money. "Okay, I'll put down a deposit of 100,000 yuan first. Deliver to the address I give you in 3 days. Boss Wu happily held up his QR code, laughing loudly. Okay, no problem." After Su Chen finished the transfer, Boss Wu was radiant, his eyes sparkling with money, and he said with a smile, Hee, Boss Susu, what do you need so much ice for? Are you having some large-scale activity? We can still cooperate in the future, and the prices will be even better." Xu Feng stepped out of the car, smiling. "I'm heading to the Ansa League to do some charity work." Xu Feng's answer stunned Boss Wu, who was ecstatic just moments before. After Xu Feng left, Boss Wu watched the car disappear, and thought to himself, he just closed an $800,000 deal. Young people these days are really efficient. A moment later, Li Na and Jiang Xiaoqian's car also stopped in front of the stone yard. Boss Wu turned back blankly, a look of surprise on his face. Another customer coming to do business without an appointment. Jiang Xiaoqian opened the car door and asked Boss Wu shyly, "Boss, Xu Feng is my fiancé. What were you guys talking about?" Boss Wu looked at Xiaoqian, slightly confused. "Fiancé? What's this all about? Playing secret agent?" Even so, he still replied, "Oh, that Boss Xu just placed an order for 800,000 yuan worth of stones from us." Hearing Boss Wu's confirmation, Li Na and Jiang Xiaoqian were shocked and panicked. 800,000 yuan to buy stones. It's confirmed, Xu Feng is a big shot. A super big shot. Li Na asked anxiously, "Boss, what is Xu Feng planning to do?" Boss Wu put his hand on his chin, recalling, he said he was going to the Ansa League to do charity. Boss Wu's answer surprised the two girls, one after another. Xu Feng drove to a luxurious restaurant in the city, sat down and reviewed everything he had ordered. All done. I can now enjoy the sunshine before the apocalypse arrives. In his previous life, he was busy with business and didn't even have time to visit a coffee shop, let alone a high-end restaurant. While Xu Feng was lost in thought, a waiter approached, greeted him warmly, and handed him a menu. Xu Feng flipped through the menu, thinking to himself, delicious fried foie gras, braised frog, golden duck tongue. No wonder it's a high-end restaurant. The average cost is 4 figures. Suddenly, Xu Feng flipped to a page with a question mark priced at 17,000 yuan. He asked curiously, "What is this? A question mark for 17,000 yuan?" The waiter smiled and explained, "This is a dish personally prepared by Chef Ya Lin of our restaurant. The specifics depend on chef's creativity." Xu Feng found the restaurant quite interesting, and nodded. "This is unique. I'll order this one," the waiter immediately replied. "Yes, sir." After the waiter left, Xu Feng looked around the restaurant. He noticed the delicately arranged bookshelves and walked over to take out a copy of the Classic of Mountains and Seas to read. While flipping through the pages, Xu Feng sank into thought. In his previous life, when the cataclysmic event occurred, a strange power caused many creatures to become abnormal. The strange beasts described in the Classic of Mountains and Seas were exactly like the monsters he had witnessed. These abnormal changes, if explained as species resurgence, were the reappearance of ancestral traits through generations, such as growing tails, hair covering the body, and many other strange things. While Xu Feng was immersed in thought, a beautiful girl with pink hair, wearing a gorgeous dress, came out carrying a dish. She introduced herself. "Hello, sir. I am Ya Lin, the chef of this restaurant. This is a dish I created, inspired by your demeanor." Xu Feng looked up at Ya Lin, and suddenly a memory flashed in his mind. He realized in astonishment that she was the Hell's Kitchen Devil from his previous life. During the apocalypse, Ya Lin was known as the Hell's Kitchen Devil, with the ability to turn rotten meat from strange beasts into delicious dishes, but whoever ate them would not escape death. Ya Lin noticed Xu Feng's dazed expression and thought to herself, "What's with that look? Is he afraid that a great beauty like me will put poison in the food?" She smiled and tried to explain. "This dish has 5 layers of flavor, like the 2 sides of life. One side pan-fried with oil, one side crispy fried with puff pastry, one piece of steak. 2 kinds of flavors that make people can't help but want to taste it." Xu Feng immediately picked up a fork and tasted the dish, then smiled and praised, I have to say, this is delicious. 17,000 yuan is indeed worth it." While tasting, he thought to himself, "If she cooked for me during the apocalypse, who knows if she'd put poison in it." Meanwhile, outside, Li Na and Jiang Xiaoqian were secretly observing. Li Na kept slapping her thighs, trying to shoo away the buzzing mosquitoes. Her face wrinkled. "I heard a single dish in this restaurant costs more than 10,000 yuan. Your husband is definitely a rich second generation. Don't forget your sisters when you become a rich lady. I'm about to be bitten to death by mosquitoes." Jiang Xiaoqian kept her eyes on the scene inside, nodding in agreement. "Yeah, I will definitely become a rich lady." After enjoying his meal at Ya Lin's restaurant, Xu Feng continued his journey to Century Bar. Standing in front of the bar, he thought to himself, "Century Bar, the most extravagant place to spend money in Chengdu. Some rich second generations have spent millions here. I don't even know what abalone looks like." But when the apocalypse comes, these decadent and luxurious places will be gone. His biggest regret in his previous life was never setting foot in here. As Su Chen held his drink, lost in thought, a group of excited girls surrounded him, their voices bubbling. "Hey, handsome, why aren't you drinking? I'll chug this with you." Su Chen replied a bit awkwardly, All right. While the other girls were going wild, the girl sitting next to Su Chen was quite quiet, with a hint of shyness. Seeing Su Chen look at her, she leaned closer, filled his glass, and explained, "This is Yunyun's first time here. Her boyfriend cheated on her, so we brought her here to cheer her up." Yunyun, looking upset and sad, complained, "That scumbag, I wouldn't sleep with him, so he went and found an old hag. Seriously, no class? Are you guys all so fixated on sleeping with women?" Su Chen calmly raised his glass and explained, "It's ingrained in men's nature to be lustful." Su Chen's words made Yunyun even more dispirited. She immediately grabbed her glass and chugged it in one go. Watching this, Su Chen, dumbfounded, reminded her, that's not water." After chugging the high-proof drink, Yunyun slammed the glass on the table and yelled, "Handsome, are you single?" Su Chen, a bit surprised by her bold move, confirmed, Yeah, I'm single." The moment Su Chen admitted he was single, Yunyun immediately leaned in, her face flushed, and said, "So, do you want to see my bold move?" Her 2 friends beside them immediately cheered. "That's right, that scumbag doesn't deserve you, Yunyun, be brave." At the same time, Li Na and Jiang Xiaoqian also walked into the bar, looking around for Su Chen. Hearing Yunyun's group yell, Jiang Xiaoqian immediately turned and recognized Su Chen. She looked at him and shouted, "Su Chen, what are you doing?" Li Na chimed in, "Are you cheating?" Su Chen recognized the 2 girls, immediately wrapped an arm around Yunyun next to him, and urged, "Come on, let's go outside." Yunyun was swept away by Su Chen's powerful aura, thinking to herself, "This man is the real deal." Su Chen pulled Yunyun to her feet and quickly ran upstairs. "Let's go up!" Downstairs, Li Na and Jiang Xiaoqian chased after them, yelling, "Su Chen, stop right there!" Su Chen pulled Yunyun into a room upstairs and gently locked the door. He turned and said, "Sorry, I didn't get to explain about those 2 earlier." Yunyun, her face flushed, shyly said, This is my first time." Seeing her shy demeanor, Su Chen thought to himself, "This girl." He gently flicked Yunyun's forehead, making her yelp. "Ow," Su Chen reminded her. "Still wasted. Sober up. Don't go out for the next few days. Stay home and stock up on food." Yunyun, wincing in pain, stammered, Okay. Su Chen opened the door and stepped out, not forgetting to add, "Also, if you're looking for love, don't find anyone here. And anyway, there won't be a civet." He closed the door, thinking to himself, "What a rare chance. It's a real pity to just leave like this." But as soon as he stepped out, Su Chen was immediately faced with a dreadful sight. Li Na was pounding on the door, yelling, "Su Chen, don't you dare do that to Jiang Xiaoqian." Beside her, Jiang Xiaoqian was kicking the door, threatening, "I know you're in there." Looking at the scene before him, Su Chen sighed. With these two here, there's no way I can have any fun tonight. At the suburban warehouse Su Chen had chosen, orders placed that morning began to arrive. As the truck pulled to a stop, the driver and delivery personnel simultaneously called out, "Boss Su, where should these 2 containers go?" "Boss Su? A cold storage warehouse? Aren't you worried about the ice melting? I'm delivering coal." Su Chen walked around the warehouse, motioning for everyone to move the heaters and ice makers inside, while also instructing them to block the entrance with large ice blocks. He clearly instructed, "Just place the ice blocks here." At this moment, Wang Haoyu, Li Na, and Jiang Xiaoqian also arrived in the suburban area. Wang Haoyu pushed through the crowd and whispered to Jiang Xiaoqian. Jiang Xiaoqian, Su Chen rented a large warehouse out here in the suburbs. He bought a lot of bulky machinery, I don't know what they are, and he's moving it all into the warehouse. Jiang Xiaoqian's face showed curiosity as she mumbled in thought. What exactly is Su Chen planning? Liang Na noticed a group of people from Lucheng Hotel carrying things, and quickly pulled Jiang Xiaoqian's arm. "Moving stuff? Are you kidding me? I'm about to be a rich lady. Why would I do this?" Seeing her friend hesitate, Li Na immediately rushed over, nudging her shoulder as a reminder. "He's probably testing you, seeing if you're qualified to be a rich lady." Listening to Li Na's analysis, Xiaoqian nodded, feeling it made sense. Even though her face was still wrinkled, she immediately rolled up her sleeves and ran over to help lift the boxes. "Fine, I'm not some stuck-up woman anyway." With an affected and gaudy appearance, Jiang Xiaoqian tried her best to lift the box onto her shoulder. Her face twisted, panting, but still telling herself to mentally masturbate. To become a wealthy woman, you must have a noble character and profound knowledge. If I pass this test today, Su Chen will definitely marry me. Beside her, Li Na wasn't about to be outdone, putting on a sexy act, deliberately trying to attract Su Chen's attention. "Su Chen garage, let me help too." While striking a seductive pose, Li Na thought to herself, "What second-generation rich kid isn't horny? If I just show a little effort, even if I don't become a rich lady, at least I can get some benefits." Su Chen looked at the 2 girls willingly offering themselves at his door, smirking to himself, "Free labor, might as well use it. 1,000 banquet tables, 2,000 tons of stone. Even if the hotel and factory send more people, it will still take a long time to finish." After all the goods from various places were transported and delivered to the warehouse, dusk had fallen. Looking at the completed work, Su Chen stretched and shouted, "Finally done!" At the warehouse door, Jiang Xiaoqian, after a long day of community service, was soaked in sweat, wet from the inside out. She trembled, her face twisted as she complained to Su Chen, "Su Chen, that's too much, moving stuff from morning till night and not even offering a meal. When I become a rich lady, I'll definitely take all his money." Beside her, Li Na was also in a miserable state, her whole body trembling, panting, trying to complain. "That bastard! Making us move such heavy stuff. That iceberg must be over 100 pounds. Even though angry, Jiang Xiaoqian was still daydreaming. "The test is over. Su Chen is probably about to announce that I'm his bride, right? The rich guests are probably about to arrive too." Li Na, her face pale with fatigue, also agreed. "That's right, the food is all cold. Aren't the guests bothered? You rich people are really weird." On the other side, Su Chen generously handed out thick red envelopes to the drivers and delivery staff, announcing, "Everyone worked hard today. I will pay the remaining amount according to the contract within a week." The delivery drivers, after receiving the red envelopes, all had radiant faces, their eyes sparkling with surprise. One person, holding a thick envelope, shouted, "This envelope is thick, probably 10,000 yuan." The whole group cheered in unison, their faces beaming. "Boss is the best." Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoqian, trembling all over from fatigue, dragged herself over to Su Chen and asked, "Su Chen, is there anything else important you want to say to me?" Su Chen coldly walked into the warehouse, replying casually, "Oh yeah, thanks for your help, but there's no reward, so you can leave." Jiang Xiaoqian was stunned, blurting out what was on her mind. You must be kidding. You definitely have a surprise for me. Call out the guests. Let's get married quickly." Su Chen turned around, half joking, half serious. "Get married, I'd like to, but right now I've not only sold my house, but I'm also deeply in debt. You still want to follow me?" Li Na couldn't believe her ears, shouting back, "No way! The banquet hasn't cost over 10 million. Restaurant expenses are tens of thousands. How could you not have any money?" Su Chen placed his hand on the boxes, calmly replying, "Oh, these things? It's that a big shot wants to do charity. They want to eliminate poverty in Alashan, so I'm just helping out." Jiang Xiaoqian gritted her teeth, her face full of murderous intent, rushing over to fight Su Chen. "You mean that bastard dared to trick me?" Seeing Xiaoqian freaking out and rushing over, Su Chen quickly dodged to the side, asking back, "What did I trick you out of?" Failing to grab Su Chen, Jiang Xiaoqian fell to the ground, swallowing her anger, constantly cursing, "Su Chen, you bastard, you're not a second-generation rich kid at all. I don't want to marry you." Su Chen gave her a contemptuous look. "Who wants a money-grubbing woman like you?" Su Chen's words touched Xiaoqian's pride, causing her to be so angry that her eyes were bloodshot, giving him a hateful look. Afterwards, Xiaoqian and Li Na angrily turned and left the warehouse. Xiaoqian yelled, Bastard, just wait, I'll make you regret it. Lina pointed a finger, warning. You're done for, you're definitely done for. Su Chen ignored the two girls, thinking to himself, stupid. Wait until the apocalypse to see how you guys survive. He turned back into the warehouse to complete the final work. To avoid being discovered, Su Chen carefully bolted the warehouse door, approaching the supplies and goods that had been neatly arranged. The supplies are finally enough, next, just need to wait for the apocalypse. Su Chen raised his hand, activating his superpower, opening a different dimension. Wave after wave of supplies were sucked into his secret space. Evening, at a swanky joint in Chengdu, in a VIP room, Wang Dahai's all smiles, chattin', up Jiang Xiaoqian, babe, stick with Xiao Yu, and you'll be livin' the high life. In Chengdu, my name, Wang Dahai, carries some weight. Wang Haoyu's got his arm around Xiaoqian, whisperin', sis Xiaoqian, that Su Chen treated you like dirt. You should have dumped him ages ago. You belong with me, Xiaoqian blushes, replying, well, I'm waitin' to be impressed. Wang Haoyu's pumped, sis Xiaoqian, chill, my big bro's gonna avenge you, Xiaoqian scheming. In her head, eyes flashin', Wang Haoyu ain't bad, and his big bro's loaded in Chengdu. Way better than that deadbeat Su Chen. Just as she's lost in her thoughts, a voice cuts in from the table behind. This chick's got zero standards, huh? Xiaoqian jumps, whirls around, and freezes at the sight of Su Chen. What's he doing here? Wang Haoyu loses it, veins poppin', out, pointin', at Su Chen, yellin', bro, that's the punk who laid hands on me. Wang Dahai glares at Su Chen, face like stone. You little shit, I was just about to come find you, Wang Dahai yells. You got balls messin' with my bro. Wang Haoyu, standin' behind him, asks, bro, you know him? Wang Dahai explains, this punk owes me 600 yuan. The house he pawned is gonna be mine soon. Wang Haoyu's face lights up. Oh, I get it. Time to settle some old scores. Jiang Xiaoqian crosses her arms, lookin' down her nose at Su Chen, darin, to owe brother high money, he'll never pay it back, good thing I dumped his ass. Li Na chimes in, borrowin', money all over the place, that's just askin' for trouble. Su Chen, after enjoying his meal, wipes his mouth and says calmly, can a guy even finish his food in peace? Wang Dahai steps up, threatenin', punk, you better have the cash tomorrow. You think you can drink in this hotel and disrespect me? Don't tell me you're gonna make 600,000 yuan tonight. Wang Haoyu and his crew start getting rowdy. No freaking way. Bro, don't waste words. This loser touched me, let's beat him to a pulp. Liu Xinhe sees the tension rising, steps forward, trying to smooth things over. Hey, what's going on here? Let's talk this out. Wang Dahai points at his bro, smirking. Alright, tell this punk to get on his knees, bow down, and apologize to me and my bro, then we'll let it slide. Liu Xinye, looking hesitant, turns to Su Chen. Mr. Su, what's going on? Su Chen reassures her. It's nothing, just some thugs. Su Chen's words set Wang Dahai off. He slams the table, shouting, punk, now you've done it. You're screwed today. Even Miss Liu can't save you. Suddenly, a dude bursts in, yelling, what the hell are you guys doing? The guy, face red with anger, strides over with his own crew, as, Skeen, Wang Dahai, who gave you permission to cause trouble here? Wang Dahai spins around, face turning white. Sun Chen looks up, recognizing the new arrival, Cao Chiang. As soon as Cao Chiang shows up, Wang Dahai does a complete 180 puttin' on a fake smile. Haha, brother Chiang, what brings you here? Cao Chiang doesn't even glance at Wang Dahai, just throws out a cold warning. I'm here on important business today. Anyone causing trouble will wish they hadn't. Wang Dahai's face is like a kicked puppy. He's thinking, this Cao Chiang's a big shot businessman in Chengdu, got connections everywhere and a ton of guys working for him, can't afford to piss him off. He quickly tries to smooth things over. Yes, brother Chiang, you go ahead with your business, I'll come by later to pour you a drink. Su Chen remembers in his past life, after the apocalypse hit, Cao Chiang was a major power in Chengdu. He even had a guy known as Hell's Chef working for him. Right. I heard that the Six Seasons Hotel was ground zero for the mutations after the apocalypse. Looks like Cao Chiang became a real badass because of the pre-apocalyptic changes here. Sorry, not sorry. Cao Chiang turns and notices Su Chen watching him. Su Chen thinks to himself, this opportunity is mine now. Cao Chiang stares at Su Chen, noticing his confident aura and total lack of fear. He finds it kind of funny. Kid, you're something else. Later, Cao Chiang and Ya Lin enter a fancy room. Stand in before the powerful CEO sitting. Inside, to get what he wants, Cao Chiang pushes Ya Lin forward and introduces offered made Ya Lin a little scared. She thought to herself, there's definitely something in this drink. She started worrying about how to refuse politely. Downstairs, in Su Chen's room, he was holding a glass of wine, gently swirling it, and slowly savoring it, gazing at the cityscape outside. In my past life, Zhang Shaoqian and I hid in the underground basement to escape the apocalypse and the extreme heat. Who knew that after leaving her behind this time, she would come here herself? Su Chen glanced down at the swimming pool, where Wang Haoyu and his gang were gathered, his voice as cold as ice. Perfect timing, new grudges and old scores. Let's settle them all at once. At this moment, the Wang Haoyu brothers were playing happily in the pool. Wang Dahai, with his bulky body, clearly felt the sweltering heat of the evening. He kept wiping his sweat, frowning as he turned to ask his younger brother, "Bro, don't you think tonight's even hotter than this morning?" Wang Haoyu, wearing a duck-shaped float around his waist, nodded in agreement. "Yeah, that's why I suggested coming to the pool to cool off. Plus, the girls are changing into their swimsuits too." He smirked, turning to whisper to his big bro. Just thinking about it, doesn't it get you hyped, bro?" Hearing this, Wang Dahai's face immediately narrowed, grinning from ear to ear, as he affectionately put his arm around his younger brother's shoulder. "Ha, this kid knows how to seize the moment." Inside, Lina and Shaoqian had also just changed into sexy swimsuits that showed off their curves. Lina raised her hand to shield the light from above, feeling a little uncomfortable, and said, "Shaoqian, look. Why does the moon look like the sun today?" Shaoqian, also covered in sweat, nodded in response, "Yeah, it's way too bright." Just as the two girls walked out to the pool area, Wang Haoyu suddenly ran over, grabbed Shaoqian's hand, and shouted, "Jiangqian, do you see? The love I have for you is as beautiful as tonight's moonlight. This is proof of our love." Jiang Shaoqian, stunned by Wang Haoyu's overly affectionate behavior, felt extremely uncomfortable, and reminded him, "Geez, it's so freaking hot. Hurry up and take me to the pool." Above, Su Chen took a sip of his wine and smirked. "Ha, your love is about to go up in smoke." He raised his glass, gently touching the glass in front of him, as if making a toast. "Welcome to the apocalypse." Round 2. Outside, the moon suddenly moved closer to Earth. The temperature rose sharply, and the heat became more and more obvious. Wang Dahai's group by the pool stood there dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. When the heat became unbearable, the whole group panicked and ran inside, screaming non-stop. Why is the moonlight suddenly so hot? It hurts so much, my skin is burning." Wang Haoyu hurriedly pulled Shaoqian inside, shouting as he ran, "Ain't no time for swimming. Haul ass back to the hotel." Meanwhile, Wang Dahai, with his hefty frame, was struggling to waddle, panting heavily as he yelled, "Wait for me." Inside, his crew was gathered, playing cards. One of them glanced outside, surprised. "Why is it suddenly so bright out there? Wonder what's up with Haigi and the guys." Another lackey smirked, waving his hand dismissively. "Just chasing tail, man, the boss's happy time. You wouldn't get it." As soon as he finished speaking, the door burst open. Wang Haoyu and the two girls frantically barged in, fleeing like they were escaping death itself. Their skin was all red and burning. The goons stared at the trio, dumbfounded. "Yo, what's with the mad dash? Why are you all turning red?" Behind them, one guy couldn't care less about the situation, urging his buddy, "Keep playing, it's your turn." Wang Haoyu and the two girls rolled around without hesitation. Wang Haoyu, Shaoqian, and Lina charged towards the pool for their dear lives. Finally cooled down, Wang Haoyu gasped for breath. "I'm alive! The two girls were fighting each other. Get out! This water's mine! Move it!" The henchmen looked at each other, puzzled, and asked, "Yo, what's wrong with you guys? Where's Haigi?" As soon as he heard his brother's name, Wang Haoyu panicked and yelled, "Right, where's Big Bro?" Just as he finished, the door swung open. Wang Dahai staggered in, his whole body covered in blisters and burns, his skin steaming. He tried to croak out a cry for help. "Save me!" Seeing his older brother, Wang Haoyu and the lackeys immediately rushed over in a flurry. "Big Bro, are you okay? Get the burn cream. Where's the ointment? Hurry!" "Xiao you left me behind and ran?" "Big Bro, I was wrong. I'll never abandon you again." Upstairs, in Gao Qiang and Yalin's room, President Sun, seeing Yalin stalling, spoke up. Miss Duan, aren't you going to drink?" Seeing the awkward situation, Gao Qiang interjected, "President Sun, I've already prepared the banquet." But President Sun cut him off with a glance. "In Shangdu, no one dares not drink wine poured by me, President Sun. Little Gao, this ain't your business." Being reprimanded directly, Gao Qiang could only turn away and pretend not to notice. Yaling glanced at Gao Qiang, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, he's pushing me to the edge just to please Sun Debiao." Sun Debiao, with his massive influence in Shangdu, had ruined countless women. Yalin knew that she was his target today. She looked at the glass of wine in front of her, frowning slightly. "There's definitely something wrong with this. I absolutely can't drink it, but how do I refuse?" Suddenly, a bright light burst outside, so intense that it was unbearable to the naked eye. Both Gao Qiang and President Sun screamed in shock. What's going on?" "My eyes," Gao Qiang immediately ordered. "Close the curtains." A burning sensation spread throughout the room. Gao Qiang was stunned, his face full of tension. "President Sun, something seems wrong here." President Sun also paled and signaled, "Let's go downstairs and see what's happening." This unexpected event saved Yalin from a dangerous situation. She breathed a sigh of relief. Down in the lobby, Liu Xinkare stood in front of the exit, signaling everyone to stop. Don't go outside, everyone stay calm. We've contacted the rescue team, please wait here. However, as soon as she finished speaking, many people began to yell, wait my ass, I make $1 million every minute. How can I waste time waiting here? That's right. Gao Qiang came down from upstairs and asked his subordinate, Lao Miao, what's going on? Lao Miao, standing beside him, hurriedly explained while taking off his jacket. Just now, the moon suddenly shone intensely and the outside temperature skyrocketed. According to preliminary information, the outdoor temperature may have exceeded 70 degrees Celsius, and nearly 100 people have been injured. President Sun next to him was also busy making phone calls. Minister Zhao, we are at the Lucheng Hotel. Is it possible to send someone to pick us up? Yes, I understand. Gao Cheng turned to ask. How is it? President Sun frowned and replied worriedly. Currently, the higher-ups are focusing on ensuring the power supply and can't spare anyone. There's also a shortage of personnel. This situation is really troublesome. In Wang Haoyu's group's room, the underlings were applying medicine to Wang Dahai, who kept groaning. It hurts too much, be gentle. One of the underlings said worriedly. Hai Ge, you have to go to the hospital. Wang Haoyu panicked. How can we go out in this heat? How can we get to the hospital now? Wang Dahai winced, trying to reassure them. Don't worry, I'll call Zhao Zhao to bring the car to pick us up. Immediately afterward, he signaled to his underlings to contact Zhao Zhao. In the underground garage, Zhao Zhao answered the phone and replied, Hi Ge, I'm in the underground garage. It's hot, it seems like something's up. Zhao Zhao hurriedly drove out. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Just as he drove for a while, he looked up at the brightly lit sky and muttered, Why is the sky so bright? As if he hadn't finished speaking, pop, pop, pop sounds rang out, and all 4 tires burst, because they couldn't withstand the heat. The car jerked to a halt, and Zhao Zhao angrily stepped out and kicked the tire hard. Are you kidding me? It's so hot that the tires exploded? What kind of frickin' weather is this? Without hesitation, the underling Zhao Zhao immediately turned around and ran back to the hotel. While running, he called Wang Dahai. Allo, Hai Ge, all 4 tires exploded. I can't get there. I have to go back. Everyone, figure out another way. But just as he stepped out, in the area directly illuminated by the moonlight, the thick sole of Xiao Zhao's shoe immediately melted, sticking firmly to the ground. Without time to react, this young man staggered and fell face first forward. Xiao Zhao landed with a thud, and before he could even utter a curse, he saw countless corpses scattered beside him, all burned to a crisp, in a state of horror. Scared to the extreme, Xiao Zhao blurted out, Holy SHT! He tried to get up and run away, but half of his face was stuck to the scorching ground, causing Zhao Zhao to scream in agonizing pain. His tragic screams echoed to where Wang Dahai's group was sheltering inside, causing everyone to panic. One of the group members dropped his phone to the floor with trembling hands. Zhao Zhao's screams grew fainter and fainter until they stopped completely. Eventually, only a faint, crackling sound came from the phone before the connection was lost. Meanwhile, in Su Chen's room, remembering he had prepared everything in advance, the air conditioner was still maintaining a temperature of 16 degrees Celsius. The temperature in the room was currently stable at 255 degrees, completely unaffected by the terrible heat outside. The cool, quiet space allowed Su Chen to relax and lean back, slowly closing his eyes and drifting off to sleep. Fanny's giving you guys a little spoiler for the next chapter, because Su Chen's room was the perfect place to escape the heat. Many people came knocking on the door, their faces full of anticipation. Comrade, we want. Contrary to their expectations of help, Su Chen coldly drew his gun, pointed it directly at them, and replied succinctly, Want to replace them? You guys don't want to. The government then immediately issued an emergency announcement about the abnormal event. The moon suddenly emitted a huge amount of heat, causing the outdoor temperature to skyrocket to 75 degrees Celsius, and the ground in some areas even reached 100 degrees. This phenomenon has caused casualties to hundreds of people. The authorities advise everyone not to go outside under any circumstances. Stay indoors to avoid the risk of skin burns and respiratory burns. At the city's power center, due to the ambient temperature exceeding safe limits, some ultra-high voltage substations overheated. The wiring system could not withstand the large current load, causing short circuits. Immediately afterward, an ultra-high voltage substation exploded, creating a chain reaction, causing widespread power outages across the city. Wang Dahai's phone suddenly buzzed with a notification about a call to Zhao Zhao. Beep, beep, beep. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Wang Dahai frowned at the screen, muttering anxiously. Looks like Zhao Zhao's gone MIA. His close disciple, after checking the situation outside, rushed back to report, Boss, the other rooms in the hotel are all booked. This is the last one, we're gonna have to squeeze in. Hearing this, the 2 ladies, Jiang Xiaoqian and Li Napa, immediately protested vehemently. Are you kidding me? How can I share a room with a bunch of guys. No way, I want my own room. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered and died, plunging the entire room into darkness, making the already sweltering atmosphere even more suffocating, causing Wang Dahai to curse under his breath. Damn it, what the hell is going on in this godforsaken place? Why is the power out? The underlings in the room were also feeling the heat. They started taking off their shirts, trying to alleviate the burning sensation. Bro, hi. It's gotta be over 40 degrees in here now. If we keep cramming in like this, we're gonna die from heat stroke sooner or later. Wang Dahai gritted his teeth and ordered, turning his head, "Gotta figure something out." Jiang Xiaoqian suddenly spoke up with a bold idea. "I remember Su Chen's presidential suite has a pool. We could just yoink it." Meanwhile, inside Su Chen's room, he was leisurely swimming and reminiscing about his past life. He remembered very clearly that Chengdu's electrical grid had hidden dangers due to improper maintenance. Despite increased manpower, the city's power grid eventually exploded. All residents using electricity managed by the power company were plunged into darkness. That's why, in this life, Sun Chen had specifically chosen a room with a private pool and prepared a standing air conditioner and a large capacity battery to ensure a continuous power supply. He even prepared a large ice chest to keep the room temperature stable. Su Chen enjoyed a glass of fine wine, reclining on the sofa, reveling in the cool, relaxing space. It seemed that after a few laps, he had burned a lot of calories, and his stomach immediately rumbled, causing him to chuckle in surprise. Ah, hungry. Without hesitation, Su Chen opened his interdimensional space, taking out countless tempting dishes: asparagus, pudding, crabs, steak, fried chicken, steamed buns, mantou. Su Chen happily split the chopsticks, grinning with glee. "All right, big guy. The first day of the apocalypse just needs a simple breakfast like this." He ate and chuckled to himself. Has anyone ever had such a light breakfast before? Haha. Su Chen chewed each bite, thinking to himself, I wonder when Gao Qiang's lucky encounter will appear. Guess even a thunderstorm won't stop people from eating. But before he could settle down, there was a loud knock on the door. Su Chen sighed. That's the second time. A familiar voice shouted from outside. Open the door! Open the door! Su Chen, I know you're in there. Without hesitation, Su Chen stepped out and opened the door. A wave of cold air rushed out from the room, stunning the group of people outside. Wang Dahai's eyes widened, and he stammered, Seriously? It's cold air. Su Chen stood at the door, asking coldly, What do you people want? Wang Haoyu glanced inside the room, seeing the high-end food, cool air conditioning, and clean swimming pool. He immediately lost his composure and shouted, Ice, bro, it's real ice! This room not only has a swimming pool, but also electricity, air conditioning, and top-notch food. On the outside, the group including Lina, Jiang Xiaoqian, and Wang Haoyu angrily yelled and screamed, Su Chen, we're about to die. Why are you enjoying yourself alone in there? That's right, you're too selfish. Get out of this room now. Come out yourself. Don't force us to take action. Without further hesitation, Wang Dahai immediately pushed the door open and rushed in, growling, You brat. You have to pay back my money. But Feng, let me come. Consider it the interest on your money for the past few days. Otherwise, I will directly throw you out. But as soon as he stepped inside, Su Chen didn't hesitate. His face turned cold as he immediately drew his gun and fired a shot, gifting Wang Dahai a lead candy straight into his side. Wang Dahai looked down at the bloodstain on his hip, his face pale, his eyes trembling. Su Chen kept the gun pointed at the rest of the group, warning coldly, One more step, death. The unexpected shooting made the whole group scatter, like their souls had left their bodies. Everyone was stunned and could not believe their eyes. He really had a gun. Wang Dahai tried to suppress the pain, holding his stomach, his voice stuttering. Su Chen, you could actually get a gun. Okay, you're good, I admit defeat. Just as he finished speaking, he intended to take another step forward, when, bang! Su Chen continued to fire, this time shooting Wang Dahai directly in the leg. The echoing gunshot made the crowd behind even more terrified. As for Wang Dahai, he screamed in pain. Ah, my leg. Su Chen casually raised the gun again, his voice full of murderous intent. Get lost, stop talking nonsense, do you want to die? I'm counting to 3. Get out of my sight immediately. 1, 2. At the same time, downstairs in the lobby, Gao Qiang's angry voice rang out, What? Your hotel doesn't have any food? The girl, Liu Xing'er, bowed her head apologetically, explaining on behalf of the hotel, Sorry. The other day someone booked more than 100 tables of banquets, and the food was almost completely used up. According to the plan, there will be more deliveries today. That Zong douchebag, who was irritated, poured a whole bottle of water over himself to cool down, gritting his teeth and ordering, Then bring all the remaining food and water up here for me. The words had barely left his mouth when the surrounding crowd erupted in angry protest. You've hogged all the spring water, and now you want the food too. Damn it, this is basically cutting off our lifeline. Just because you have money, you think you're all that? Why don't you just get lost? Water and food should be shared equally. Why should we hand it all over to you? Gao Qiang's lackeys, hearing these disgruntled words, flew into a rage, their eyes blazing, veins popping. What was that? Anyone got a problem? This daddy will gladly escort him outside. A bunch of good-for-nothings think they can compete with me. Suddenly, the elevator doors opened, and Wang Dahai's group staggered into the lobby, screaming in panic. Help! Su Chen's killing people! Gao Qiang frowned and immediately stepped forward to check. Seeing the bloody wound on Wang Dahai's side, his eyes darkened. A gunshot wound. Not many people can get their hands on guns. Looks like the guy upstairs is dangerous. Wang Haoyu frantically supported his boss. Boss, are you alright? Jiang Xiaoqian couldn't keep her cool either and immediately yelled, Everyone! Su Chen's room has electricity, air conditioning, and even a swimming pool. Her words instantly caused a stir among the crowd. They surrounded Jiang Xiaoqian, bombarding her with questions. Are you serious, girl? Don't lie to us. Xiaoqian angrily spat out each word. I saw it with my own eyes. There's even ice, tons of food, even fried chicken and wine. It's practically paradise. The crowd, hearing this, was like a firecracker that had been lit, and they rushed towards Su Chen's room. Why does he get to enjoy himself while we're burning up? Damn it, how did that kid get ice and air conditioning? We can't let him enjoy it all by himself. The crowd outside began to shout angrily. Drag that kid out! Hand over the ice and air conditioning! Mom, I want fried chicken! Behind them, Gao Qiang ordered his men. You guys go monitor the situation. You know what to do. The lackey immediately nodded. Relax, Brother Qiang. As soon as the crowd stepped forward to knock on Su Chen's door, it quickly opened. Su Chen coldly asked, What is it? Feeling the cold air wafting from the room, the people outside immediately sighed in admiration. So cool, it feels like every pore is being released. A young man glanced inside and spoke up. Su Chen, buddy, we've come to negotiate. Don't you see that these are desperate times? Your place is the only one in this whole hotel with air conditioning. Could you let us in to escape the heat for a bit? Young people should learn to respect the old and love the young. Looking at you, I bet you're definitely the kind of person who likes to help others. Just then, a kid standing nearby squeezed his head in and asked, Where's the fried chicken? As soon as he spotted the fried chicken basket on the table, he shouted excitedly. Fried chicken, grinning from ear to ear like someone who hadn't eaten in days. He immediately charged inside like an arrow. Mom, fried chicken, I want fried chicken. Not surprisingly, as soon as he stepped into the room, the kid was instantly sent flying backward by a strong force, a red welt swelling up on his stomach. The boy's mother, seeing her son unconscious, screamed. Son, Su Chen stood right in front of the door, his voice chilling. Keep your kids in check, or I don't mind helping you. Witnessing Su Chen's decisive action, the crowd outside flew into a rage, their eyes filled with resentment. He's just a kid. Why did you have to do that, murderer? You're a murderer. A few angry people charged straight towards Su Chen, shouting for justice. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be here. Get out. He's all alone. Everyone charge. Su Chen didn't say another word and immediately fired. The bullet pierced straight into the forehead of one of the screaming guys, causing him to collapse on the spot before the stunned eyes of the two beside him. He fell, motionless. The other two were so scared they pissed their pants, their faces pale as they stared at Su Chen, who was pointing the gun at them. I only have one life. But each of you only has one life too. Inside the Lucheng Hotel, when Wang Haoyu saw Wang Dahai's corpse left out in the open, he screamed in agony. Big bro, why did you guys leave my big bro out there? The lackeys had to do their best to hold Wang Haoyu back from rushing out. Chill out, man. Hai Gi is already dead. His wound festered a long time ago. In this heat, without medicine, he couldn't have lasted. Wang Haoyu's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared hatefully. Su Chen, it's all because of that bastard Su Chen. Upstairs, in front of Su Chen's presidential suite, Jiang Xiaoqian and Li Nao kept standing in front of the camera, begging desperately. Chen Ji, we know you can't bring yourself to shoot us. You were just scaring Wang Dahai. Right, Su Chen? Have you forgotten how much we love you? Just let us in. You can do whatever you want. Let people in to cool off. People are willing to stay with you tonight. Su Chen stepped out and opened the door, smiling slightly. What deep, sisterly love. Then come on in. The two girls, eyes lit up like they'd struck gold. Really, I knew it. Su Chen wouldn't abandon us. Bro is such a good guy. But before they could finish rejoicing, Wang Haoyu suddenly rushed over from behind, his face full of murderous intent. Get the hell out of the way, I'm gonna kill him. Just as Wang Haoyu's arm was about to touch him, Su Chen calmly closed his eyes and said coldly, Anyone who steps through this door will die. With that, Su Chen raised the baseball bat, swinging a fatal blow straight at Wang Haoyu's face, sending him flying backwards. Wang Haoyu, in a panic, rolled around like a ball, knocking Jiang Xiaoqian and Li Na behind him, causing all three to scream in pain. Su Chen, holding the baseball bat, slammed it hard on the ground, his cold eyes radiating murderous intent. Invite your mistresses in, come on in. Su Chen's deathly expression and murderous appearance frightened the two girls. Their faces crumpled, and they immediately turned a complete 180 degrees, shouting in unison, No more entering, okay? Right, it's also very good outside. Su Chen turned his icy gaze towards the two girls lying flat on the ground, coldly reminding, then scram. Without Su Chen having to say it a second time, Jiang Xiaoqian and Li Na immediately ran away as if being chased by ghosts, leaving Wang Haoyu to drag himself along behind, crying miserably, "Sister Qian, wait for me." Su Chen raised his face and looked up at the ceiling, where a machine gun with facial recognition camera was installed, thinking to himself, "If you don't scram, you'll really die." A moment later, in front of the Luchang Hotel, a large vehicle appeared. All the tires had been replaced with tracks to withstand the high temperatures outside. The people in the hotel saw the rescue team, and everyone was overjoyed, cheering, Look, is that the rescue team's vehicle? The wheels have been replaced with tracks, and the windows are insulated. It must be the rescue team." Great, we're saved. The vehicle stopped in front of the hotel, and the rescue team, wearing insulated suits and carrying weapons, got out. A soldier stepped forward and shouted, "Everyone, step back and clear the way. Is Academician Liu Zhengguo here?" Immediately, Academician Liu stepped forward to confirm, "That's me." The young soldier quickly brought an insulated suit to Academician's face, explaining, "Academician Liu, we are the rescue team. Put on the insulated clothing and leave here with us immediately." Noticing that the rescue team had only come to take one person, the crowd immediately became agitated. One person shouted, "Wait a minute, aren't you guys here to save us?" Another person chimed in, "That's right, you can't just save him alone." A rescuer stepped forward, reassuring, "Everyone, calm down. The government is launching a rescue operation. 12:00 a.m. is the lowest temperature of the day. Tonight, you can go to Silicon Valley Plaza yourself, the nearest relief point." Hearing the news from the rescue worker, everyone cheered. "Really? Official reinforcements are coming tomorrow morning. That's awesome. The government isn't completely useless after all." However, Old Sun, the CEO, who was standing in the back, looked annoyed. He rushed forward, trying to take advantage. "I'm Sun, from the Sun Dibiao Group. I'll give you guys 100 million. Hand over the insulated suits. I need to go right now." But CEO Sun was clearly no match for the well-trained soldiers. A rescue worker immediately suppressed him, pinning him down. Reminder: Academician Liu Zhengguo is a geology expert, crucial in this disaster. Please don't obstruct our actions. CEO Sun painfully cursed loudly at Cao Qiang. "Cao Qiang, you useless piece of trash, what do I pay you for? Get up there, get me the insulated suits." But in front of a gun, everyone is equal. Cao Qiang's group was dumbfounded, not daring to resist, and had no choice but to ignore CEO Sun's words. After receiving Academician Liu, the rescue team quickly retreated, shouting, "Everyone ready to retreat." As the rescue team left, Jiang Xiaoqian suddenly approached, grabbing a soldier's hand, her face full of fear. "Soldier, wait, upstairs. There's a crazy murderer upstairs." Li Na also rushed over, shouting in unison, That's right, that crazy killer has a gun. He almost took us with him just now. You absolutely can't let that murderer go." A soldier named Xiao Feng took off his hat, deciding to stay. "I'll stay. I know what I'm doing. You take the insulated suits and go first. I'll contact you all after I'm done," Xiao Feng's teammate reminded. "Xiao Feng is in a special period. Don't be impulsive." But Xiao Feng had already taken off the insulated suit, grabbed his gun, and headed upstairs, muttering, "Let me see what kind of god or devil you are." Jiang Xiaoqian stood behind with a sinister smile. "When Su Chen gets shot, I'll be waiting comfortably in the room for rescue." In the hallway leading to Su Chen's presidential suite, the space was deathly silent. Xiao Feng hid behind a corner, cautiously observing the surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes stopped on the potted plant opposite him. A camera. The camera Su Chen placed in the potted plant to monitor all movements outside had captured Xiao Feng lurking. Suddenly, the door to Su Chen's room slowly opened. A hand reached out, throwing a bomb at Xiao Feng. Witnessing the unexpected action, Xiao Feng was startled, muttering a curse under his breath. SHT. The bomb rolled closer and detonated instantly. But unexpectedly, it wasn't an explosive bomb, but a tear gas grenade. Dense smoke billowed up under Xiao Feng's feet, causing him to cough violently. Grimacing, "Damn, it's tear gas." Cough, cough. With stinging eyes, Xiao Feng shut them tightly, thinking, "This situation is bad, I need to retreat." While struggling to find a way to escape, a figure appeared behind him. Su Chen, holding a baseball bat, swung a hard blow. Xiao Feng fell asleep. A moment later, in Su Chen's room, Xiao Feng gradually woke up. He struggled to open his eyes, thinking, "My eyes hurt so much. Where am I? It feels so cool." Su Chen stood in front of him, holding Xiao Feng's military ID card, reading aloud, "Xiao Feng, Deputy Captain of the Special Forces, now that you're awake, let's talk." Xiao Feng felt the cold air radiating around him, looking around and wondering, "Air conditioning? Who the hell are you? How do you have guns and flashbang grenades?" Su Chen put the gun down, replying, "I'm just a recent college graduate. I bought the guns and other stuff when I traveled to the Middle East. Zhao Feng couldn't believe his ears, asking again, "Are you kidding me?" Su Chen slowly said, "If you don't believe me, I can't help it." He turned to ask, "Did the government set up a rescue point, planning for the residents to go there themselves tomorrow morning?" Zhao Feng was startled, panicking. "How do you know?" Su Chen recalled. "Looks like it's the same as in my past life," he continued. "Even though the temperature will drop a lot in the early morning." Feng, reminding him coldly, "I respect what you're doing, so I won't kill you this time. But if you dare provoke me again, I won't forgive you." Zhao Feng still asked in confusion. "Aren't you afraid that after I leave, I'll call for reinforcements to deal with you?" Su Chen glanced behind him, feigning fear. He screamed in horror. "A machine gun robot with facial recognition camera. Where did you get that?" Su Chen smiled and repeated, "I told you, I got it from the Middle East. Once this thing is activated, no one in the room will survive except me. But in this situation, you probably don't have time to pay attention to me anyway." Zhao Feng appeared hesitant and nodded in confirmation. "I understand." Then he went downstairs, walking with the rescue team. Zhao Feng's actions confused the people below. One person blurted out, "Did that soldier just leave like that? He only told us about the blanket thing and didn't say what happened upstairs." Another person continued, "Didn't you see? The soldier's gun was confiscated. Is he that powerful? He even has a way to deal with the soldiers." Lao Sunzong watched the rescue team leave without being able to do anything, gritting his teeth in anger. "Damn it!" He turned around and punched Gao Cheng hard in the face. "What the hell do I keep you around for? Why didn't you do anything just now? A bunch of ungrateful bastards. Get out!" While Lao Sunzong was constantly kicking up a fuss, Lao Miao gritted his teeth and turned to ask Gao Qiang, "Bro, how long do we have to put up with him?" Gao Qiang tried to suppress his anger and replied, "The government has started the rescue. After order is restored, we still need his connections upstairs." Just then, Su Chen suddenly appeared from a corner, speaking up. "Gao Liota, the chaotic world has already begun, and you still want to restore order?" Lao Miao saw Su Chen and immediately flew into a rage, rushing over as if he wanted to devour him alive. "Where did this little brat come from? I'll kill your mouth right now." Gao Cheng calmly stopped him. "Wait a moment, Su Chen. Why did you come downstairs?" Su Chen, holding a thermos full of ice, poured it out in front of Gao Jiang and Lao Miao. "I came to find Gao Liota to make a deal." The ice cubes rolled out, emitting a cool mist, making Gao Chang and Lao Miao look like bloodthirsty demons in the scorching heat. Lao Miao, seeing the ice cubes, went crazy and rushed over. "Ice! Ice! Bro, his room definitely has even better stuff. Kill him, and it will all be ours." Su Chen immediately coldly pointed his gun at Lao Miao's throat, causing him to startle, raise his hands, and gulp hard. Gao Qiang looked at the scene and smiled ingratiatingly. "Haha, brother Su Chen, don't take it to heart with him. We should still talk about the deal." After negotiating, Gao Qiang and Lao Miao got the thermos of ice, and both immediately immersed themselves in the refreshment, sucking on the ice and enjoying themselves. Lao Miao is like. Gao Qiang nodded in agreement. "First, let's agree to his demands, then find an opportunity to off him. That way, this room will be all ours." Lao Sun saw Gao Qiang hiding the remaining stones and angrily charged forward, kicking and scattering the pile of stones. "Nice one, Gao Qiang." Still hiding cool stones, he continued to stomp on Gao Qiang, threatening him, "Next time you have good stuff, and don't proactively share it, you're dead meat." Lao Sun's actions ignited the fury in Gao Qiang's heart. Lao Sun fondled the stones while looking towards Yalin. "Damn, this is the life. I've been eating instant noodles for days. Almost time to move to the rescue point. Even Jiang Xiaoqian and Li Na are leaving this hellhole. We've only been getting scraps of snacks these past 2 days. At the rescue point, I'm gonna feast on meat and chug Coca-Cola." But suddenly, Lao Miao appeared, snatching the blanket off Jiang Xiaoqian. She yelped in surprise. "What are you doing?" Lao Miao grinned coldly. "What am I doing? Brother Jiang already gave you water. There's no way you're leaving now." He brutally yanked on Jiang's old woman in despair. One by one, unable to withstand the scorching heat, people collapsed to the ground, rolling and screaming, then stopping, bidding farewell to their unfinished lives. In this situation, you don't even know if you'll survive, let alone have time to care about others, even family. It's the apocalypse. Gotta save your own ass first. In front of the Lucheng Hotel, the bodies of Wang Dahai and Sun Dexiao gradually mutated under the terrifying heat of the sun. Their entire bodies were red hot, as if lava was flowing inside. Suddenly, they both awakened, their eyes bloodshot, exuding horror. From upstairs, Su Chen watched the group leave, muttering, "In my past life, I was just like them, trying to reach the rescue point. Back then, no one reminded me to bring a blanket. Just a short kilometer, but it claimed the lives of so many." Below, Jiang Xiaoqian screamed, trying to stall Lao Miao. "Big bro, wait a sec, just a sec," Lao Miao roared. "What now, you little bitch?" Jiang Xiaoqian and Li Na, faces filled with fear, quickly tried to buy time. "Big bro, how about we go upstairs and play?" "Don't do it here." Yeah, we'll cooperate. Anything you want." Lao Miao looked at the two girls and burst into laughter. "Haha, you two sluts. You know how to be ashamed. What are you afraid of here?" But suddenly, Wang Dahai and Sun Dexiao, now mutated, smashed through the door, their entire bodies red, their bloodshot eyes filled with horror. They growled continuously. The Kaoqiang crew froze, yelling, "It's a zombie in the room!" Su Chen tossed the nucleus into a cup and poured strong liquor in, he mused. In the apocalypse, nuclei occasionally appear in the skulls of drought fiends and mutated beasts. They're super rare, you might not even find 1 in 100. Su Chen rinsed the nucleus in the cup and swallowed it straight down. Kaoqiang's opportunity is officially mine now. He chugged down the nucleus-infused liquor. Su Chen's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, veins bulging. His body began to grow in size. His clothes ripped apart. Fire and lava erupted from within, causing Su Chen to roar in agony. Then he gradually lost consciousness and collapsed onto the ground with a thud, stark naked, sinking into oblivion. Downstairs, after Kaoqiang's group dealt with the drought fiend, Wang Dahai and Wang Haoyu were also passed out nearby. Kaoqiang, pissed off for wasting so much water on that zombie, kicked Wang Dahai's corpse repeatedly, cursing, "Damn it, move! Move one more time, I dare you!" Lao Miao and his underlings looked at the used water, regretting it. This was our last bit of water. Now it's gone. Lina saw an opening to quietly escape. But Lao Miao grabbed her arm. "You little bitch, you wanna run? Think I won't chop off your legs?" Lina grimaced in pain, yelling in explanation, "Brother Miao, if we don't have water, we'll all die of thirst. I have a way to deal with Su Chen. Let me go to the rescue point." Lao Miao shook her violently, enraged. "Spit it out! If you dare to mess with me, you're dead meat." Driven to the brink, Li Na saw this as a chance to survive, and immediately revealed, "Jiang Xiaoqian is Su Chen's fiancée. If you guys humiliate her in front of Su Chen's door, he'll definitely open it, and you can use that chance to ambush him." Lao Miao heard Li Na's scheme, turned to look at Jiang Xiaoqian, and chuckled. "Ha! So there's such a thing. What a great idea." Jiang Xiaoqian was stunned by Li Na's betrayal, unable to believe her ears, speechless. Li Na touched her rumbling stomach, gritting her teeth, and reminded Kaoqiang's group, "I can cooperate with you guys, but I'm hungry. You have to feed me first." "I want to eat meat." Lao Miao turned back, bewildered. HMPH, eat meat. There's no electricity. The meat in the fridge is all rotten. Damn it, I want to eat meat too. Kaoqiang heard Jiang Xiaoqian wanting to eat meat, approached her, his face grims, and asked, "You want to eat meat?" He held the knife in front of Jiang Xiaoqian, glanced at Li Na, and said coldly, "Then go ahead and do it yourself." Jiang Xiaoqian's face paled with fear as she looked at Li Na, asking, "Are you talking about the meat on her body?" Faced with friendship and survival, Jiang Xiaoqian chose to live without hesitation. She turned sharply to Li Na, her sharp gaze causing Li Na to sweat profusely and tremble. Jiang Xiaoqian looked at the knife in Kaoqiang's hand, and without a moment's hesitation, snatched it away. She walked towards Li Na, who was being held down by 2 underlings, with a bloodthirsty expression. Her best friend's cruelty caused Li Na to scream in panic. "What are you guys doing? What do you mean by this, Xiaoqian? We're sisters, you can't do this." Jiang Xiaoqian approached, her face bloodthirsty, coldly reminding her, "Don't fool yourself anymore, we're not sisters. Besides, you just wanted them to humiliate me." Finishing her sentence, Jiang Xiaoqian swung the knife, held Li Na's head with one hand, and stabbed her best friend's stomach more than a dozen times with the other. She growled, "So don't blame me, blame yourself." Kaoqiang's group, even though they were gangsters used to killing, were dumbfounded by the cold-blooded sisterly infight. After dealing with Li Na, Jiang Xiaoqian looked at her best friend's corpse lying on the ground, laughing maniacally. "Ha ha ha!" She raised her head and screamed, "Su Chen, wait. Till I'm full, I'm gonna drink every last drop of your blood." Kaoqiang calmly turned to old Miao and reminded him, "Go deal with that NYA, roast her up good so we brothers have the strength to deal with Su Chen." Old Miao looked worried and hesitant, but brother Qiang Gaoqiang didn't look at him, continuing softly, "Without water, we won't last a day. If you don't want to turn into a zombie, do as I say." Although uncomfortable, old Miao gritted his teeth and ordered his underling, "Where's Duan, NYA? Find her and bring her here." In the presidential suite, Su Chen woke up after absorbing the nucleus, his body overflowing with new power, movement speeds skyrocketing. In the blink of an eye, he zoomed around the room, his whole body surging with a strange feeling. Su Chen stood up, commenting, "So this is a body type. A special ability. Feels like my powers leveled up." He approached with a light wave, shattered the ice block in the room. His muscle strength is way higher too. Suddenly, a knock on the door. Su Chen thought to himself, HMPH, someone's outside again. After ringing the bell, Duan NYA stood awkwardly, thinking, "Gaoqiang and those guys are all crazy. I can't stay downstairs anymore. This place is my only hope. Lucky I still have a trump card." Click. The door opened. Su Chen, without a stitch of clothing on, stepped out and coldly asked, "Duan NYA, what's up?" Duan NYA looked up, met Su Chen's icy gaze, then accidentally glanced down at the dark thing below. She blushed and screamed, aha, pervert." Su Chen startled, realizing he wasn't wearing clothes, quickly covering up, sorry, didn't mean to." A while later, both returned to normal, though still a bit embarrassed. After putting on clothes, Su Chen sat down on the sofa and coughed. Ahem ahem, well, my resources are limited. We've only met once, can't just feed you cause you're pretty, right? In his head, Su Chen thought. According to my past life, Duan Nya is a strong woman. She and Gao Qiang used to work together. Thought about recruiting her, but the vibe's kinda awkward right now. Duan Nya didn't dare look directly at Su Chen, avoiding his gaze and explaining. Besides being a chef, I'm also a top graduate of Tiannan Medical University, certified to practice medicine, and have 3 years of surgical experience. In her head, she thought, that body is so fine. No, this room is even better. Has electricity, has ice. Gotta show my worth to stay. Su Chen regained his cold look. Seeing that Duan Nya was actually a doctor, that was tempting. But resources are scarce now, not sure if we'll even make it to tomorrow. Duan Nya, afraid of being rejected, blurted out, as long as you don't kick me downstairs, I can do anything. As soon as she said that, Su Chen rubbed his chin, a sly smile appearing. Haha, if the beauty has already opened her mouth, then consider this your home. Duan Nya, startled, covered her mouth and thought, crap, got hasty, said everything. Though smiling on the outside, Su Chen immediately returned to a cold demeanor and warned, but I gotta say this first. In front of me, you only have one choice. Be obedient. Don't have any tricks up your sleeve, or else. Duan Nya shyly looked at the floor, hesitantly answering, I understand, I've never doubted your methods and determination. Su Chen smiled, reminding her, very good, now take off your clothes. As soon as he said that, Duan Nya panicked, her eyes wide, stammering. Start now. Immediately after receiving the order from Su Chen, Nya Lin stepped into the bathroom, beginning the process of bathing and drying her cage. In the misty space, she stood under the cool water from the showerhead, thinking, there's water, there's electricity, even food and a bathroom. I really don't have to worry about the heat, don't have to be afraid of being raped, and don't have to worry about being eaten. Nya Lin quietly let the water cascade down, her mood both happy and anxious. To those struggling outside, this place is no different from heaven, an oasis in a chaotic desert. But deep down, she felt that Su Chen seemed to have something not entirely upright, like a perfect painting, but with some shadowy strokes. While bathing, Nya Lin let her mind wander with endless thoughts. Suddenly, her imagination drifted to images for adults only. She imagined herself kneeling at Su Chen's feet. Looking up at him, Su Chen reached out and lifted her chin, smiling meaningfully and saying, next I'll let you taste a special dish. With a flushed face, panting breath, and a body half covered, Nya Lin stared blankly at Su Chen, feeling like she was in a dream. Then, her mind painted even bolder scenes. She imagined Su Chen secretly filming her showering, but his purpose remained a mystery. Nya Lin shook her head, trying to reassure herself. Forget it. Anyway, I already accepted this when I came here, but the imagination still wouldn't let go. Then she pictured Xu Feng standing outside the door, flashing a wicked grin, and explaining, I'm not here to peep while you're bathing, I'm just here to prevent you from doing anything naughty. After finishing her shower and drying off the washstand, Lin tiptoes out to meet brother Xu from the Xu family. When she mentions her experience in the medical field, Xu Feng immediately prepares a nurse outfit for her, cause his little bro is feeling kinda weak and needs some care. Lin puts on the skin-tight outfit, showing off every perfect curve like a sculpture. Looking shy, she tries to cover the revealing parts with her hands and asks, bashfully, Xu Feng, isn't this outfit a little too small? Xu Feng stares intently at her, his eyes glued to her, then strokes his chin and replies smugly, not small, definitely not small at all. Simply put, perfect. Lin turns away blankly, inadvertently highlighting her round butt. She looks down at the outfit, muttering, really? Just as things are heating up, an unexpected event crashes the party like a bolt from the blue. Jiang Xiaoqian, the uninvited guest, bangs on the door and screams, help me, save me, Xu Feng, open the door. As soon as Xu Feng opens the door, Jiang Xiaoqian continues to cry for help, save me. Outside, Cao Qiang, seeing that Xu Feng isn't reacting, immediately grabs Jiang Xiaoqian by the hair, baring his teeth in a threatening manner. Xu Feng, if you don't come out here, I'll break down the door. Xu Feng, wearing a look of regret because the fun had just begun, clicks his tongue. Here we go again. He's about to get up and open the door, but Lin stops him in a panic. Don't open the door. We can't open the door. Those people out there have already killed and eaten Lina. Before Lin can finish, Xu Feng gets the picture. He turns back and asks coldly, you mean they're eating people? In Xu Feng's mind, memories from his past life flash. Without hesitation, he opens the door and steps out, calmly warning the Cao Qiang crew, don't even think about breaking down the door to this room. If you break it, you're gonna have a really bad time. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoqian, Cao Qiang, Lao Miao, and the gang are putting on a show of a young girl being forced upon. Jiang Xiaoqian sticks out her tongue, begging for help. Xu Feng, save me. Finally, Xu Feng appears, and Cao Qiang and his crew, with bloodshot eyes and bulging veins, are in a berserk state, baring their teeth smugly. You finally showed your face, huh? Hey hey hey. Xu Feng stands next to the door, his eyes as cold as ice as he looks out. Cao Chang has arranged for a henchman to hide nearby, holding a knife, and planning to take Xu Feng down by surprise. As planned, when Xu Feng speaks, the henchman swings the knife and shouts, "Die!" But what they didn't expect is that Xu Feng trained in Vietnam, under the guidance of Master Huỳnh Tuong Kiet of the Electric Transmission Sect, and mastered all the essence of martial arts. He was prepared, watching the camera and understanding the situation. With lightning-fast reflexes, Xu Feng grabs the hand holding the knife with a few basic moves, breaking the henchman's wrist, leaving Cao Chang and his subordinates stunned. Jiang Shaoqian continues to play the victim, struggling to get away from the Cao Chang crew, shouting, "Let me go!" She rushes towards Xu Feng, begging for help. "Xu Feng, save me!" But contrary to her expectations, Xu Feng doesn't budge. He coldly grabs Jiang Shaoqian by the neck, stopping her in her tracks, gasping for breath. Looking at her distorted face, Xu Feng comments, "Once you guys officially start eating people, your bodies will gradually change and fangs will grow in your mouths. Now you're no longer human." Cao Chang and the others behind, with fierce faces, baring their teeth and growling. "Now the world has turned into doomsday. As long as we can continue to survive, so what if we can eat people?" Jiang Shaoqian's face becomes increasingly mutated. Fangs grow clearly, her tongue sticks out, and her eyes are bloodshot. She laughs sinisterly. "Haha, your flesh is so delicious. After eating it, I feel my body is full of energy. So Xu Feng, I can't wait to taste your flesh, so die." Jiang Shaoqian swings her hand to attack Xu Feng. But life isn't always a dream. With a precise kick to the center of her face, Xu Feng sends her flying backward like a ball. The kick is so powerful that Jiang Shaoqian flies out of the window, but thanks to her mutated body, she quickly grabs onto the wall, avoiding a sudden death. Gritting her teeth, veins bulging, Jiang Shaoqian roars, "Xu Feng, I will definitely not let you live so easily." But when her suspended body comes into contact with solar radiation, she's startled, struggling in pain. It's so hot. Inside, after dealing with Jiang Shaoqian, Cao Chang rushes up to fight Xu Feng to the death, shouting, "Brothers, charge, don't give him a chance to draw his gun." Xu Feng is calm, scoffing, "HMPH, do I even need to waste bullets to deal with the likes of you?" One of Cao Chang's subordinates flies up, unleashing the eagle sweeping wings attack, threatening, "Boy, don't underestimate us too much." But Xu Feng replies coldly, "But didn't I say that I really like wasting things?" As soon as he finishes speaking, Xu Feng draws his gun, gifting the eagle a bullet between the eyebrows, causing him to collapse instantly. Cao Chang, Lao Miao, and the gang panic, scattering in all directions. Lao Miao crawls on the ceiling, laughing loudly, "Haha, not only our strength but also our reaction and speed are now stronger." He swings his fist down. "If we're well prepared, you'll never be able to defeat us. Go to hell." But before he can touch the ground, Xu Feng uses the flash step skill, suddenly appearing above, grabbing Lao Miao's head coldly. "You guys think this is all there is?" He slams Lao Miao's head into the floor, causing his face to collide with the ground, creating a muffled sound. Xu Feng roars, "Go to hell!" Another subordinate swings a knife at Xu Feng's neck, but he snatches the knife and dispatches the other two with a few neat slashes. Seeing his subordinates fall one by one, Gao Qiang's anger flared up, and he charged forward with his fists like a wild beast. But before he could touch Su Chen, he was grabbed by the collar by Su Chen and slammed against the wall, causing Gao Qiang to gradually lose consciousness. Just then, Jiang Shaoqi, her body completely mutated, reappeared. Her whole body was flowing with magma, and she grew a long tail, bursting into the room like a monster. Su Chen looked at her coldly. "Jiang Shaoqi, you finally transformed into this state so quickly. It seems that my obsession with myself is quite deep, because my eyes and soul still linger." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen snapped Gao Qiang's neck, dropping his body to the floor. His whole body filled with murderous intent, he looked towards Jiang Shaoqi. "Then I will just kill you again." Jiang Shaoqi's hair stood on end, her eyes filled with hatred, and she roared, "My dinner!" Yao Lin peeked her head out from inside the room, her eyes astonished as she looked at Su Chen, inwardly exclaiming, "Su Chen is indeed too strong, taking down Gao Qiang's entire gang all by himself." But when she witnessed Jiang Shaoqi in her gruesome monster form, she couldn't help but worry, thinking to herself, "But the monster in front of Su Chen gives people an extremely dangerous feeling." In her sexy nurse outfit, Yao Lin stood hiding behind the door, her heart filled with worry mixed with desire. She secretly hoped to stay by Su Chen's side for as long as possible, like a little bird seeking shelter from a storm. By now, Su Chen's dinner is much more self-aware, right bros? Yao Lin silently pondered. I really have to think of a way. If I want to stay with Su Chen, I can't become a burden to him. Suddenly, Yao Lin's eyes flashed as she spotted an interesting item in the room, as if it were beckoning her. After entering to grab the weapon and psyching herself up, Yao Lin stepped outside, calling out to Su Chen. At this time, Su Chen was ready to face the monster, Jiang Shaoqi, but the call made him unexpectedly turn around. Ah, there's Yalin, in her tight-fitting nurse outfit, covered where she needs to be covered, and exposed where she needs to be exposed, holding the whip that Su Chen had prepared in advance for a night of emotionally healing fun. She seriously reminded, "Let me remind you bros a bit, make sure that those bros who are witnessing this scene voluntarily take their hands off their little buddies." With her half-covered, half-revealed appearance, holding a whip, Yalin resolutely stepped forward and said to Su Chen, "Let me help you deal with it." Even though Su Chen was trying to suppress the excitement surging in his body, he still coldly turned around. "Help me, huh? Not panicking to the point of running away, not bad. But you're just making me lose focus." Yalin was stunned, looking from head to toe at her body, holding the whip, and asked blankly, How could that be happening?" But besides Yalin not understanding, Su Chen and all the bros watching knew the reason why he was losing focus, like a vivid painting that one couldn't take their eyes off of. On the other side, the monster Jiang Xiaoqi, seemingly still retaining some human memories, watched Su Chen and Yalin exchange glances, and her jealousy erupted into a fit of rage. Jiang Xiaoqi bared her teeth and stuck out her tongue, panting heavily, her eyes bloodshot, and she let out a savage roar. After each shout, she charged straight towards Su Chen, her distorted face as terrifying as a living nightmare. Su Chen was still busy admiring the distracting scene, and unexpectedly heard Jiang Xiaoqi's shout. He turned around but didn't have time to dodge, and a powerful blow from the monster slammed straight into Su Chen's chest. Yalin hid behind the door, witnessing the scene and exclaiming in horror, "Su Chen." But contrary to her worries, Su Chen's body was unharmed, without a single scratch. Thanks to the surprise attack, the murderous aura in Su Chen's body exploded, activating his berserker ability. The monster Jiang Xiaoqi saw that Su Chen was still intact, immediately jumped up, circled behind him, bared her teeth, drooling and aiming for his shoulder to bite. But Su Chen's body was as hard as diamond. The monster's teeth only produced a dry cracking sound as if biting into a block of steel. It tried to bite a few more times, but all in vain. Su Chen coldly looked down, his eyes as sharp as knives. "Oh, you can't bite. I wonder if all these fangs in your mouth are just for decoration." Powerful strength surged throughout Su Chen's body, he concluded. "It's time to stop." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen grabbed Jiang Xiaoqi's hands, his movements so fast that people mistakenly thought he wanted to reminisce about old times. He jumped backwards, landed on the monster's back, twisted its arms behind it, and completely controlled it. With her body burning hot, in the literal sense, Jiang Xiaoqi was dumbfounded, her eyes wide open. Su Chen, like a war god, stepped on its head and coldly asked, "Are you ready?" Not giving the monster time to react, Su Chen unleashed the tendon-severing grand skill, ripped off its arms, and then stomped hard, causing Jiang Xiaoqi to fly into the ceiling, suffering a fatal blow. Blood spurted from its nose as its body trembled, the monster howling in pain. Meanwhile, Su Chen landed gracefully, still clutching its arms tightly, tossing it towards the monster like a discarded toy. He said calmly, "Honestly, I really wanted you to suffer the ultimate torment during the apocalypse and savor the feeling of being tortured to death. But given the situation, I have to kill you now." Just when it seemed the monster was down, Jiang Xiaoqi awkwardly crawled towards the corpses of the powerful individuals, wrapping them tightly with her tail, preparing to devour them to upgrade her body. It tilted its head back, opening its mouth to reveal terrifying teeth, swallowing each corpse whole. After digesting, its two arms grew back. Jiang Xiaoqi screamed with delight, her body evolving into an even more gruesome form, veins popping all over her face. It roared, glaring at Su Chen with hateful eyes. Su Chen was slightly surprised, thinking to himself, "Your severed arms have grown back already." Yalin witnessed the horrifying scene, stuttering in fear. "No way, how is that possible?" But contrary to her worries, Su Chen smirked, appearing excited. "Excellent! The ability to regenerate means you won't be able to die so easily." He raised his head, his eyes filled with surging killing intent. "Which also means I can tear you into 1,000 pieces." While the monster was still posing, Su Chen dashed forward at supersonic speed, placing his hand on its shoulder, controlling its body. Jiang Xiaoqi panicked. Su Chen stood beside it, holding its hand, gently saying, "Let me see how many times you can regenerate your body." He pressed down on the monster's shoulder, coldly saying, "Let's start with your left arm." With a sharp yank, the left arm was torn off, causing the monster to howl in pain. Su Chen switched to the right shoulder, affectionately saying, "Next, we have the right arm." Without hesitation, Su Chen ripped off the right arm, continuing the brutal torture. "Next will be your tail and legs." Each part of the monster flew into the air after each swing of Su Chen's hand. He stepped on its head, calmly saying, "This is just your first time." Each time the monster's body regenerated, it became more visibly exhausted. As the arms, legs, and tail grew back, Jiang Xiaoqi lay gasping for breath. Su Chen smiled. "Honey, You ready for round 2? Let's get started. Su Chen continued the joint dismemberment, the murderous smile leaving Yalin in a daze. After round 2, the monster couldn't take it anymore, crawling and trying to escape, its eyes filled with fear as it looked at Su Chen. But each time its legs and tail regrew, Su Chen announced, Round 3, then round 4, round 5, round 6, round 7, 8. Su Chen tortured and emphasized, revealing that not only limbs, but also eyes, nose, and tongue. Next, the 16th time. Oh, internal organs can also regrow. It seems that except for your head, other parts can be regenerated as before. Isn't 21 times enough for you? Su Chen paused, his cold eyes looking down at Jiang Xiaoqi, who had lost all ferocity, only with 2 lines of tears streaming down. She blurted out, Brother Chen, I'm begging you to spare me now. Su Chen coldly replied, I originally intended to gouge out your eyes, but I suddenly forgot one thing. I am not a devil. Jiang Xiaoqi sobbed. Why are you doing this to me? What have I done wrong? Why are you treating me like this? But Su Chen remembered what Jiang Xiaoqi and her lackey Wang Haoyu had done to him in his past life, raising his foot and aiming straight at the monster's face. Of course, this was for revenge. With a strong kick, Jiang Xiaoqi's face was flattened. Yalin stood behind, her eyes filled with fear, anxiously asking, Su Chen, are you okay? Su Chen didn't answer, only turned around, his eyes glowing red. Are you ready? Yalin was startled, blankly asking. Ready for what? Su Chen approached, one hand caressing her cheek, the other hand slipping downwards, with an intimate gesture. I just showed my bravery. Aren't you going to reward me? Yalin tried to resist, but it was only a weak resistance. Her face flushed. She shyly mentioned the reward. But here the scene shifted to the rescue team area. One member observed the surroundings, feeling the cooler air, thinking to himself, is this a sign that the apocalypse is about to end? Lu Xiaofeng appeared behind him, hesitating. Cap. Got a whole lot of folks heading our way. Looks like they're moving in on our turf. Cap. This blonde babe with killer eyes and a smokin', bod's got her gun up, squintin' at the crowd approaching, spottin' something. Ain't right, she hesitates. Those guys, that mob, that's the freakin' mutated drought demons. Headin'. From the 6 City Hotel to the rescue point, stumblin', howlin', the whole shebang. Creepy AF. One of M. Looks like Jiang Xiaoqian. And Su Chen just drop-kicked her like 30 yards, dazed and confused. Cap sweatin', bullets, eyes poppin'. Undead. A horde of undead comin' right at us. She barks. Evacuate the civilians at the rescue point. Now! I'm holdin' these zombies back. Lu Xiaofeng, freaking out, stammers. But Captain! She cuts him off with a hail of bullets. That's an order. Lu Xiaofeng mutters. Cap, don't you dare die on us. The captain, still blasting away, yells, Lu Xiaofeng, shut your trap and get out of here, pronto. Back to the main event. After beating down the high-level dudes, and Jiang Xiaoqian, Su Chen, and Yalin waltzing into the bedroom, he's glowing, slicks back his hair all cool, and gives Yalin this icy stare. Next up, I'm about to give you a first-hand taste of the unlimited power of BS. BS as in Berserker. The nickname of a furious warrior that makes enemies shit their pants with a beastly style in the midst of madness. For Yalin, tonight's Su Chen special, which means she's getting the full course of immortal planting radishes, old farmer pushing the cart, and hauling the plow across the mountain. Yalin sees Su Chen in his god of horny powers pose, grabs the blanket for dear life, and screams, What? Again, how many times is this now? Su Chen turns into a freakin' animal, pins Yalin down, eyes burnin' with lust. Su Chen, ice in his veins, warns his prey, Hey, the scorching heat wave is over. Of course I'm gonna head out, but not before I leave you with some unforgettable memories. Yalin, ass towards the enemy style, is on high alert like a stray cat ready to pounce. But in this situation, her guard is pretty much useless. Hearing Su Chen say that, she hesitates and asks, Can't you take me with you? Su Chen ain't diggin'. His dinner askin', repeat questions, immediately crushes Yalin's hopes like a sewing machine at full speed. His eyes flash with savage intensity, like the devil himself's poppin' out, coldly declaring, Those who want to stick with me gotta meet 2 conditions. First, they gotta be valuable to me. Second, they gotta follow my orders to the letter. Yalin, lost in ecstasy, grips the bedframe tight, her eyes twitching with every stitch from Su Chen's sewing machine, panting, I get it now. A few hours later, around midnight, after the god of vigor, Su Chen bombarded his prey Yalin with an unrelenting barrage. He pauses the torture session, checks the weather outside, and sees the air's cooled off. Su Chen gets ready to roll out his plan. As he raises his hand to open his interdimensional space, he mutters, Looks like Yalin's finally surrendered to me. He pulls out an off-road vehicle and hurries on. I gotta grab the time now and get back before the seawater floods the land. Su Chen recalls from his past life that many drought demon monsters carrying an obsession with the rescue point have launched a fierce zombie attack. The incident caused the death of countless civilians and soldiers while scattering weapons, creating armed forces of all sizes. As he passes through an area, Su Chen witnesses gangster societies and fierce gun battles. One guy, blasting away, flashes a sly grin, thinking he'll cruise into the target area. But suddenly, a couple of mosquito soldiers point their guns at Su Chen's car hood, faces scrunched up like they want to see him 6 feet under, screaming, "That right up ahead? Stop right freaking now!" Su Chen, stone-cold face inside the car, retorts, "Am I seeing things? You guys dare to stop a car and rob people at a time like this?" Without another word, he floors it, sending the car barreling forward. The gangsters freeze, faces pale, sweat pouring down. The dude in front is petrified on the spot, and his two homies scatter in terror. Su Chen's car plows through, catching M off guard, and sends M straight to the afterlife. After taking out the ignorant gangsters who didn't know any better, Su Chen lets them sleep soundly on the spot and continues his journey to the target area. As he nears the subway station, he recalls that in his past life, this place collapsed due to cracks and the destructive zombie wave. Standing on high, looking down, Su Chen mutters, "The number of deaths underground probably reached tens of thousands." The zombies below are drawn by the engine's noise and gather instantly. Su Chen observes the fiery red eyes, thinking to himself, "Those zombies must have been drawn here by the sound of the engine." He clicks his tongue regretfully. It's a pity that not all drought demons have a core in their heads. If I had to crack each head open, it would really be a waste of time. Su Chen drives to the old university area, where the air is as silent as a cemetery, he mutters. "Maybe I should check out the situation here first. I just remembered. This is my first time back at the University of Technology since graduation." Arriving in front of the building, Su Chen stops the car, stores it in his interdimensional space, and quickly heads inside. Just as he stops at the door, he confronts a drought demon chained by the neck, with bloodshot eyes, growling heavily. Just as he's about to take another step, a voice shouts, "Stop!" Behind the drought demon is a long-haired dude, looking like a gangster, with two muscular henchmen. This guy sits cross-legged, arrogantly warning, "Boy, you gotta show some respect when you step into our territory, and the first thing is, you gotta hand over that backpack to me." Su Chen acts like a weakling, reaching into the backpack, pretending to tremble, but actually pulling out a soy-glazed chicken thigh from his interdimensional space, stammering, "Can you guys help me? Please spare me. I have soy-glazed fried chicken here." In the apocalyptic era, when food and water are scarce, all three gangsters look at the chicken thigh, their eyes shining, in shock. The leader gapes, "Chicken thigh? What kind of time is it that you actually still have a chicken thigh? Hurry, throw it over here. Throw that chicken thigh over here now." Noticing the gangsters, craving, Su Chen grins and throws the chicken thigh down in front of them and the two drought demons. The whole group scrambles like wild animals, forgetting who's the boss and who's the henchman, throwing elbows, neck-grabbing out of pure emotion. "This is mine. Get out of the way." When the long-haired dude is about to grab it, Su Chen jerks the string tied on the chicken thigh, pulling it back, the gangsters looking dumbfounded like clowns who've been pranked. Su Chen waves the chicken thigh, mockingly. "Really sorry, but you guys really don't deserve to eat this chicken thigh." Offended, the goons went ballistic, yelling, "You're courting death! How dare you trick us! Let's beat him to a pulp." One swung his stick like Sun Wukong, another roared like a gorilla, and the last one wielded an axe like he was chopping firewood. But before they could even make a move, Zhu Feng pulled out a gun from his interdimensional space, leaving them stunned, feeling as equal as standing before the Grim Reaper. 3 gunshots rang out, sending all 3 to meet their ancestors. Zhu Feng continued walking, muttering, "I really don't remember there being so many idiots in my past life. Could it be that my warnings have led to more people surviving? And this is what happened?" He left behind 3 corpses with bullet holes in their foreheads, smoke still lingering, and proceeded to the biological lab about snakes. Standing in front of the door, Zhu Feng picked the broken lock and commented, "Looks like no one's been here for a while." Stepping inside, a pungent stench hit his nose. He observed many dead snakes, and the air really reeked. Suddenly, Zhu Feng's eyes stopped at a glass cage, and he smiled. "Found you." Inside was a snake with 4 horns on its head, devouring another snake, its sharp eyes staring at Zhu Feng. He chuckled. The future leader of the aquatic snake legion, Wang Jinxia, watched the snake digesting its own kind. Zhu Feng said, "Haha, so that's how you survived?" He recalled in his past life how this snake wreaked havoc across the globe, devouring countless people, and even almost swallowed him whole. Zhu Feng paused, continuing, "When the floods arrive in a week, this snake will begin to mutate. I wonder how much it will evolve to resemble its ancestors. If we can't fight it, Earth will be in big trouble." He sensed, "Why do I feel like this snake has evolved a bit intellectually? Looks like I need to be cautious around it." While lost in thought about Wang Jinxia, Shu Feng suddenly heard hurried footsteps outside the door. A group of strangers armed with weapons appeared. Noticing Shu Feng's presence, they became alert. Shu Feng narrowed his eyes, coldly. Some kind of organization. The goons outside, with grim expressions, hid behind the wall, threatening loudly. "Get out here, we know you're hiding inside." Though their mouths were fierce, they were sweating with fear inside. Shu Feng coldly replied from inside. "Now is a crucial stage. I can't be disturbed by you guys." But before he could finish speaking, a figure appeared outside the door, startling him. A silver-haired chick, quick and nimble, charged into the goons. Turns out they weren't after Shu Feng but her. The goons panicked, shouting, "Holy SHT, the dirty BTCH is hiding here," the leader signaled, and they all rushed forward. But the silver-haired chick acted first. With terrifying speed, she snapped one's neck, clamped another with her thighs, then spun in the air, taking them down neatly. The last one, before he could raise his gun, was choked by her and yelled, "You filthy hussy!" A crack of a broken cervical spine. This one collapsed. After dealing with the three, the chick was suddenly had a gun pointed at her head by Shu Feng. He praised. "Nice skills." Before Shu Feng could say more, the chick reacted quickly, knocking away the gun, crouching down to pounce on him. But after failing to twist his neck several times, she realized Shu Feng's neck was as hard as steel. Fear mixed with bewilderment, she muttered. "Why can't I twist it?" Shu Feng stood still like a statue, letting her fumble around. In the process of trying to subdue him, they ended up in an awkward position. The chick panicked and shouted, Wait, what are you doing?" Finally, Shu Feng controlled her, tying her up with artistic red ropes, pointing the gun and asking, "Who are you?" The chick was drenched in sweat, her clothes soaked, still maintaining a staunch look. "I'm the captain of the Shanghu Special Forces, Bai Cheng. I advise you to behave yourself and release me immediately." Shu Feng frowned slightly upon hearing the name Shanghu. "So do you know someone named Lu Xiaofeng?" Bai Cheng asked in surprise. "You know Lu Xiaofeng?" Shu Feng recalled controlling Lu Xiaofeng, replying seriously, I saved his life." After listening to Bai Cheng's story, Shu Feng nodded while taking out ingredients from his backpack to make black pepper steak. "So I understand now." He stuck a fork into a rare piece of steak, continuing. "A group of deserters has taken over the school as their base. They captured the students as hostages to threaten and then steal weapons from your group," Bai Cheng continued, about Lu Xiaofeng. "That's right, after the zombie wave attacked the rescue point, Lu Xiaofeng led everyone away first. But he didn't expect the deserters from the prison to have infiltrated the civilians." Shu Feng glanced at Bai Cheng while chewing on the steak, slowly saying, "Well, so I can't put all the blame on you." Bai Cheng, uncomfortable with Shu Feng's suggestive bondage, immediately defended herself. "As long as I have weapons in my hand, these people are nothing to be afraid of." But the sweat on her forehead was not only because of the artistic bondage, but also because of the scene of Shu Feng leisurely eating steak in front of her. Trying to suppress her feelings, she gritted her teeth. "How long are you planning to tie me up? Untie me." Shu Feng looked at Bai Cheng, giving a mischievous smile like someone in control, asking with hidden meaning, "Then you have to promise me not to clamp my head with your legs like you did just now." Bai Cheng swallowed as she looked at the fragrant steak and replied, "Then I want to eat steak too." Shu Feng looked at her body tied tightly with red ropes, seemingly unable to hold back his laughter. But with just a few quick movements, he quickly untangled the knots, returning freedom to Bai Cheng. From his space, Shu Feng pulled out a sniper rifle with a scope, handing it to Bai Cheng and reminding, "I also have my own business to attend to, so I can't help you much. I can only provide you with some firepower." He then coldly walked away, saying goodbye. "Get lost. Don't bother me." Shu Feng never liked meddling in other people's business. If they didn't provoke him, he wouldn't take the initiative. His main goal right now was to wait a week for the Great Flood, let Wang Jinxing develop, and then kill it for its core. Bai Cheng accepted the gun, sighing inwardly. She realized that Shu Feng wasn't entirely a bad guy, and with his help, her plan would be easier to succeed. She called after him, "I plan to attack upwards their nest. Only this way can we recover the looted items, and then help those trapped survive in the current environment." Looking at Shu Feng's back, Bai Cheng hesitated, a glimmer of hope in her heart, and continued, "So, this might be the only time we meet, so..." Before she could finish, Shu Feng interrupted. Jun knew. Seeming to think of something, he turned back to his backpack, saying as he walked, "Wait a sec." Like a magician, Shu Feng pulled a long, massive sniper rifle from his small backpack, leaving Bai Cheng speechless, eyes wide. He explained while pulling out the gun, "Lu Xiaofeng is like a friend to me. I'll go with you on this mission." The scene shifts to the administrative building of the university, where Shu Feng once graduated. A group of escapees from prison are camped out here. Behind them are male students tied up as hostages. The leader, with a grim face, sat between two girls who were flirting with him, asking his subordinate, who had just scouted outside, how things were going. The subordinate trembled before the boss's might, hesitatingly reporting, "Boss, the brothers are all prepared and waiting outside. We will definitely catch all the people running away in the dormitories." The leader grinned coldly. "Good. Let those who don't listen go forward as cannon fodder. If they don't listen and want to die, then just kill them." While the escapees were busy planning their wishful schemes, Xu Feng suddenly rushed in, kicking the door open. The sudden action left them stunned, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. As he stepped in, Xu Feng said coldly, "Sorry, are you guys having a meeting in here?" The subordinates were stunned and fearful. The one who had just reported, seeing Xu Feng barging in without permission, angrily pointed at his face, yelling, "Who the hell are you? How did you get in here? There are more than 20 guards and protectors outside." Before the blank looks of his henchmen, Xu Feng slowly walked forward, hands in his pockets, calmly replying, "Huh. You're asking how I got in here?" He raised his hand, making a gun gesture, eyes sharp. "It's thanks to this." Before the subordinate could open his mouth to ask further, his head suddenly disappeared, blood spraying everywhere to the horror of everyone. The escapees trembled and screamed, faces blank, looking at the bizarre scene. The leader, eyes wide, stammered, "Holy SHT, what's going on? This guy just pointed at his head a moment ago. Why did his head disappear?" Xu Feng pointed forward, coldly warning, "One more time, don't move, or you'll be joining your ancestors." The leader, veins bulging on his face, sweat pouring down, gritted his teeth and growled, "Young man, don't play games." Back to the moment before, when the subordinate was taken down. Bai Chang squeezed the trigger from the sniper position, confirming through the headset, "Target eliminated." Before that, Xu Feng and Bai Chang had planned carefully. Xu Feng took the lead in breaking into the enemy area, while Bai Chang provided cover from the laboratory building with a sniper rifle. She continued to observe through the scope, anxiously reminding, "Xu Feng, there are many escapees in the room right now. You are in a very dangerous situation." She emphasized that his storming into the enemy's lair alone was too risky. Bai Chang recalled when Xu Feng proposed the plan, only asking her to provide cover from afar. He said, "You just need to take this sniper rifle and go to the opposite building to provide cover for me. I will go directly over there and lure the enemies out. When I signal towards someone, you take care of them." Thinking back, Bai Chang regretted, "I actually agreed with you, like a female panther protecting her companion." Using all her strength, she rushed down the stairs, roaring through the headset, "Xu Feng, find a way to stall. I'll come rescue you right away." While Bai Chang was hurrying, the leader's order rang through the headset, "Kill that brat for me." Bai Chang gritted her teeth, cursing, "Damn it, it's too late." She rushed faster, eyes bloodshot, roaring, "Damn it." Thinking Xu Feng had gone to be with his ancestors, she regretted agreeing to the crazy plan. Just stepping into the area of the escapees, Bai Chang pointed her gun into the room, roaring with anger, "Xu Feng, I'm here to avenge you." But the scene before her was completely the opposite of what she imagined. All the escapees, from the leader to the subordinates, had been taken care of by Xu Feng, lying scattered on the floor, unconscious like broken branches in a storm. Xu Feng, still gripping the neck of the unconscious leader, lifted him high, calmly saying, "Ah, you're late. There wasn't any Junnu here at all." After clearing the administrative building, Xu Feng collected all the supplies into his dimension space while subduing the gangsters, like a monk hoarding spoils of war. He coldly announced to the goons in front of him, "I'll keep all the stuff here for now. If you guys are still alive later and live honestly, maybe I'll be happy and give you some, life isn't always what it seems / life is not always a dream / such is life." The captain of the death row crew was in a half-dead state, his neck being gently caressed by Xu Feng, his body floating in the air. He gasped, trying to use his last breath to threaten, "Xu Feng, you can't kill me, otherwise the person standing behind me won't let you go." Thinking that being a death row inmate meant he could act like a badass. But meeting Xu Feng was a literal death sentence. Xu Feng tightened his grip. The leader's neck made a cracking sound, turning the threat into his last words, as if preparing him to attend the first day of the lunar month in the afterlife. Xu Feng's face was as cold as ice, declaring, "Don't worry, those people will soon be accompanying you." Back to the present. Bai Chang had just rushed from the opposite building to rescue Xu Feng, witnessing the unbelievable scene. The death row inmates were lying in a mess, while Xu Feng was calmly dealing with the last one. She was stunned, stammering, asking, "Did you kill all those people?" Xu Feng quickly covered up, "I just exercise regularly. Plus in this area, all the supplies are gone. These guys must have been so hungry that they ran out of strength." Bai Chang nodded, feeling it made sense in the apocalyptic context, where anything could happen. But with the curiosity and responsibility of a member of the Shanghu team, she still asked, "Could there be someone else here who can rob their supplies? If all the supplies here are gone, what will the remaining students do?" Su Chen didn't reply, only thinking to himself, "If needed, I'll share some supplies from my dimensional space, but I have to see how they perform first." This school, where Su Chen once studied, was too familiar to him, like a map etched in his mind. Thanks to dealing with those death row inmates, he'd squeezed out quite a bit of information. He turned and walked out of the door, saying to Bai Chang, "Let's go. Which girls' dormitory are we heading to?" Bai Chang, still in shock from what had just happened, asked blankly, "Huh? Why go to the girls' dorm now?" As she asked, she hurried to follow Su Chen. He glanced back and explained, "While I was doing my thing just now, I conveniently asked around. Lu Xiaofeng and the other students are all gathered in that area." The scene shifts inside the room where Su Chen had just dealt with the death row flight crew. Corpses hung, suspended from the ceiling. But a woman's body suddenly twitched, making a strange noise. The woman opened her eyes, her gaze eerie, as if she had witnessed everything from beginning to end. Outside the administration building, a death row inmate wearing an iron mask that covered his jaw and with bad boy hair appeared. He was Gang Ye, an escapee, hands in his pockets, sauntering along. Gang Ye clicked his tongue in annoyance. "That kid seems to be running around causing trouble again." Entering the building, he said coldly, "Don't know if he's dead yet." A moment later, Gang Ye's subordinates searched everywhere, finding a girl hanging from the ceiling, shouting, "Report! Found her, boss! The captain is still alive." That girl with the bouffant hair, a sexy figure barely covered, full of scars, was the captain of the group. Gang Ye, knowing her perverted tastes, wasn't worried, just clicking his tongue. "Trisk, what a pity." Unlike Gang Ye's indifferent attitude, the subordinates hurriedly yelled, "Quick! Get the captain down!" One quickly cut the rope, flexing his glutes, slowly lowering her down. As soon as she touched the ground, she propped herself up on a chair, stood up, her body weak, but still maintaining a calm demeanor, saying to Gang Ye, "I only flirted with death for a moment, Gang Ye. Right now, I need some comforting and attention from you." Gang Ye immediately pulled out a barbed whip from behind his back, narrowed his eyes, and flashed an eerie smile. So, the brothers witnessing this scene probably guessed that Captain Li Na liked BDSM, seeking pleasure in pain. Gang Ye, a loyal comrade, whipped Li Na's body continuously. Despite the pain, she moaned with pleasure like a sick melody. Gang Ye asked, enjoying himself, "How do you feel now?" Unlike normal people who would be terrified of the whipping, Li Na moaned with a satisfied expression, "Ah, much better now." Seeing her recover, Gang Ye probed, "So you definitely saw it, right?" He had Li Na sit on him in a dazed state, Gang Ye asked in detail. "Who dared steal my supplies?" Li Na stuck her tongue out, her eyes closed, answering incoherently, "It was someone like a devil." Awakening from her daze, she said coldly, "Su Chen." The scene shifts to the girls' dormitory, where Su Chen and Bai Chang meet Lu Xiaofeng and the other students. Seeing the injured Lu Xiaofeng, Bai Chang worriedly cried out, "Xiaofeng, how did you get hurt?" Lu Xiaofeng smiled, reassuring, "Captain Bai, I'm fine. It's so good to see you back unharmed." He reached out to hold the wound on his abdomen, looking at Su Chen suspiciously. "Su Chen, why are you here too?" Bai Chang explained, "This person said he's your savior." Su Chen, unconcerned with her words, turned to Lu Xiaofeng. "Ah, Xiaofeng, your wound is pretty serious. Let me take a look at it." Lu Xiaofeng removed the bandage, explaining, "Actually, it's just a normal scratch." At first, it didn't feel too serious. But I don't know why this wound is getting more and more serious. Su Chen observed the festering wound, thoughtfully stroking his chin, then affirmed, "It's the Tao tribe, also those man-eating things. Their claws contain harmful bacteria and corrosive viruses. If you don't use medicine in time, it could be life-threatening." Lu Xiaofeng was calm, seemingly not afraid of death but still hesitant. "But medicine is a scarce resource right now, not easy to find. It's just that I feel like I'd be unwilling to die like this." While Lu Xiaofeng was still hesitating, Su Chen pulled several boxes of medicine out of his magic backpack and shoved them in his face. "Take this. It should be enough." Lu Xiaofeng was stunned, surprised. Bai Chang, witnessing Su Chen's generosity, also asked in amazement, "Where did you get so much medicine from?" Su Chen replied casually, "I told you, I'm his savior." In his head, he recalled memories of his previous life, remembering a peerless character, known as the God-slaying man, his battle power comparable to a nuke. Su Chen thought, if Lu Xiaofeng is that guy, this investment will definitely pay off. With Lu Xiaofeng's upright and righteous style, Su Chen believed this was a worthwhile gamble. Receiving help more precious than diamonds from Su Chen, Lu Xiaofeng couldn't help but feel grateful. But his heart was still full of curiosity. He asked, "I owe you a debt now, but I know you definitely didn't come here just to give me medicine. Tell me, what are you here for?" Su Chen's face was as emotionless as an iceberg, coldly warning, "Everyone here, the great flood is coming, you all better evacuate quickly." Like a prophet, he explained, the extremely hot climate has caused the glaciers in the cold regions to melt completely, causing saltwater intrusion. By then, this entire school will definitely be submerged by the Great Flood. Su Chen's words left everyone stunned, half believing, half doubting. As if facing a vague prophecy, Bai Chang's eyes were suspicious, hesitantly asking, "The Great Flood?" At that moment, right then, a villain appeared. Fang Qing, Su Chen's old classmate, recognized him. She thought Su Chen was plotting something, placing her hand on her chest, angrily objecting, "Nonsense, where did the Great Flood come from? It seems like you want to find a way to drive us away from here, to monopolize the school's resources." Su Chen glanced at the speaker, immediately recognizing Fang Qing, a classmate from his year, from a wealthy family, a famous feminist in school. Always trying to create conflict between men and women, he thought to himself, his eyes sharp. Fang Qing didn't care about Su Chen's silence, staring intently at the backpack he held in front of his chest, hunger and curiosity making her uncomfortable. He asked, "HMPH, do you have food in that bag of yours?" Without waiting for Su Chen to answer, Fang Qing, with her wealthy habits, rushed forward to grab the backpack, yelling, "Let me see what's inside." If it were his previous life, Su Chen might have handed over the backpack, but things were different now. To anyone who dared to come looking for trouble, Su Chen would immediately give them a face-slapping blow. Fang Qing was no exception. The slap made her cheeks swell up like she'd been stung by a bee. Holding her broken front tooth, she trembled and asked, You dare hit me." Just when you'd think Su Chen's actions would cause a backlash, Fang Qing was known for being a terrible person. Seeing her get slapped, the surrounding students cheered with excitement. "Serves her right! Who told her to mess with the rhythm?" And another person chimed in, "She dares to occupy a whole dorm room by herself. I've been annoyed with her for a long time." Another voice echoed, "That's right. So what if her family has some money? Get her out, kick her out." Su Chen glanced at the crowd, clicking his tongue as he looked at Fang Qing. "Looks like you're not very well liked, huh?" Fang Qing turned red with anger, her distorted face glaring as she screamed, "You lowly men, how dare you treat me like this? Fine, I'm gonna find my dad right now and tell him to kill all of you." Frustrated, she stormed off, not sure if she was gonna find her real dad or a sugar daddy. Making the guys chuckle, Bai Cheng watched Fang Qing run out, worriedly asking, "Su Chen, won't this cause any problems?" Su Chen, never one to give a direct answer, replied off topic, "She wants to go find her dad. Are you gonna stop her?" Fang Qing cursed as she walked. "All the men in this country are cowards, especially that bastard Su Chen. These guys can never compare to foreign gentlemen." But she didn't know that a large hand was approaching from behind. With malicious intent, Gang Ya heard the name Su Chen, quietly approached, covering her mouth with one hand and tightly controlling her with the other. With a perverted look in his eyes, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Little darling, quickly tell your big brother where that Su Chen is." After talking to Lu Xiaofeng and Bai Cheng, Su Chen left to pursue his plan. As he said goodbye and walked out of the dormitory, he thought to himself, the evacuation of the people can be temporarily left to Bai Cheng's group to handle. Opening his phone and looking at Wang Jinshi's picture, Su Chen told himself, "The most important thing now is to wait for Wang Jinshi to finish mutating, and then eliminate it. I wonder if I can get the water control ability." As he was thinking, a moan from the nearby car startled Su Chen. He looked up and discovered Fang Qing was tied up by Gang Ya, hanging on a crane, constantly moaning for help. "Su Chen, save me." Su Chen was unmoved, sarcastically saying, "Oh, you found your dad so quickly." Gang Ya stood proudly on the top of the car, looking at Su Chen, as if he wanted to devour him alive, laughing loudly. "Ha, I'm Gang Ya, from the evolution base." He glared threateningly. "You're Su Chen? I didn't expect you to dare to steal our resources. I thought you were some kind of three-headed, six-armed terrorist." Su Chen asked back with a sharp look. "You're from the evolution base." Gang Ye patted the car, confirming, "That's right. Since this is our first time meeting, I've deliberately prepared a meeting gift for you." He unlocked the container, pushed open the door. Inside, a group of mutated drought demons, eyes blood red, growled, and rushed out. Gang Ya stood on the roof of the car, pointing at the group of drought demons, and challenged, "So I want to ask you if you're ready to die." The battle between Su Chen and Gang Ya created a loud noise that startled Bai Cheng and Lu Xiaofeng in the women's dormitory. Bai Cheng was worried about the direction Su Chen had just left. She was worried about Su Chen and Lu Xiaofeng's injury. She ordered, "I'll go out there and see what's going on, Xiaofeng. You direct the people here to protect everyone." But Lu Xiaofeng was grateful to Su Chen, decisively said, "No, I'll go with you." Back to the battle. Gang Ya laughed loudly on the roof of the car, watching the horde of zombies swarming towards Su Chen. Fang Qing, hanging in the air on the crane, was teased by Gang Ya. "Su Chen, isn't this chick your classmate? I'll give you a chance to show off as a hero saving the beauty. As long as you kneel down and beg for forgiveness, I'll release this chick." Su Chen put his hand on his chin, thinking, actually, saving her isn't impossible. Just a few minutes ago he had slapped Fang Qing, now he changed his tone, making her hopeful, and she shouted, "Really, Su Chen, you're such a good person. Then, quickly kneel down and save me." But Su Chen looked up, coldly interrupting, "But there's a problem." Fang Qing was stunned. "What do you mean there's a problem? Didn't you just say you would save me? I clearly heard you say you would save me." Realizing that Su Chen was teasing her, she became angry, her eyes bloodshot. "You're the one who said you would save me. Now you want to change your mind. Are you even a man? Su Chen recalled her curses about the men in the country, sarcastically saying, "That's not up for debate. Of course I'm a man, but I don't think I'm worthy to save you. How about I contact those foreign gentlemen and see if they agree to save you?" Su Chen's words made Feng Qing tremble with anger, sweat pouring down, her eyes fierce. "So you're that kind of person? Just because I said you were petty and mean, just because of that one sentence you're willing to take revenge on me like this?" she yelled. "You think I'm going to apologize to you? And then beg you to save me like a coward? The truth proves that you are a mean, despicable, petty, and inferior man. I don't need a lowlife like you to save me." But before she could look down, Su Chen pointed down, smiling. "Oh really? I hope you remember every word in your sentence later." Fang Qing, with her alluring figure decorated with a primitive dress by Gang Ya, became the target of the zombies. They climbed on top of each other, biting into her body. In extreme pain, Feng Qing screamed, "Ah, save me, Su Chen, I was wrong, please save me, please save me." Gang Ya laughed loudly, pointing at Su Chen. "Haha, you really are someone who watches death without saving, but that's okay anyway, you'll have to go with this chick in the end." "Alright, I'm about to show you the amazing tech from our evolution base." He pulled out a jar of what looked like cosmetic powder, slathered it on his face, boasting, "Once I put this stuff on, those zombie freaks down there will totally obey me." Su Chen's face remained deadpan, dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, so you're smearing bone ash on your face? That's actually pretty useful. I guess it'll make those zombies mistake you for one of their own." Su Chen's words hit Gang Yao's low IQ right where it hurt. He stared, bewildered and sweating, at the powder he'd just applied, stammering, "Bone ash." Panicking, he gagged and spat. "Bleach, ugh, gross." Like an innocent kid who'd just been pranked, Gang Ya erupted in a rage, yelling, "Damn it, all of you, get him, tear him to shreds for me." The undead growled and charged at Su Chen. He calmly took a defensive stance, his arms crossed like Wakanda's Black Panther. Using his space ability, two sharp swords materialized from his hands. From a melee assassin, in a flash, Su Chen transformed into a swordsman on par with One Piece's Zoro. He zipped through the zombies, swinging his swords, slicing through heads, necks, chests, and limbs, moving with the fluid grace of a soaring dragon and dancing phoenix. After his display, Su Chen landed softly. Gang Ya, thinking Su Chen was dead meat, scoffed, "This damn kid? You're about to die? And you still dare to play games in front of me?" But seeing the zombies frozen still, and Su Chen suddenly appearing right in front of him, he jumped. "Huh! You! How did you get up here?" Bai Kang and Lu Xiaofeng rushed to the combat zone. Seeing Su Chen surrounded by the undead and the vicious Gang Ya, Bai Kang exclaimed, "Oh no, Su Chen!" She looked at Gang Ya in a panic. "He's surrounded." Gang Ya, enraged by Su Chen's prank, yelled, "What the hell are you still standing there for? Get your ass over here right now." Su Chen casually dusted off his clothes. "Don't bother yelling anymore, it's pointless. Those sword strikes from a moment ago are only just taking effect now." As the zombies slowly crumbled and fell apart, Su Chen explained, "Because you're just wasting your breath." Gang Ya stared blankly at the scene, horrified. "What? How is this possible?" Without wasting another word, Su Chen activated his spatial ability, stepped into it, and then reappeared behind Gang Ya, saying coldly, "Honestly, I never intended to interact with your evolution base." He clamped a hand tightly over Gang Ya's face, holding his head still. As Gang Ya panicked, Su Chen pointed out, "But who told you to be so hell-bent on killing me?" He pulled Gang Ya's head with force, saying, "In that case, I can't let you keep your pathetic life." Gang Ya, in agony, his eyes bloodshot, shrieked, "What are you doing? Stop it!" A horrifying smile spread across Su Chen's face as he pulled hard, snapping Gang Ya's neck and tearing his skin open gruesomely. Squeamish readers, you might want to scroll past this next bit for a few seconds. Bai Kang watched Su Chen dispatch both the zombies and Gang Ya, thinking blankly to herself, "He dealt with that guy in a flash. And it was the same back there too. This definitely isn't something simple you can pull off with just everyday physical training. What kind of monster is this guy really?" Su Chen held Gang Ya's severed head in one hand, the other coolly tucked into his pocket. "Dealing with small fry like this, maybe I should still hold back a little. It'd be even better if I had a capable helper by my side." The scene shifted to Lu Cheng Hotel, where the temperature was mild, and the wind carried a gentle mist. In the presidential suite, Ya Galin still couldn't shake the feeling of what Su Chen had put her through all night. She arched her body, mouth agape, as if still dreaming of Su Chen working her over. Ya Lin panted, one hand instinctively moving down, moaning, "Don't." Suddenly startled awake, her cheeks flushed and sweat pouring down, she called out blankly, "Su Chen!" Ya Lin sprang up, her face flushed, yelling, "Don't leave me!" Ya Lin, in a thin nightgown clinging to her vibrant, full figure, panted as if she'd just escaped a terrifying nightmare. "What kind of nightmare?" "You guys probably already imagined it after all those images, right?" "Ha." Ya Lin, her eyes tired, panted and muttered, "Dreaming of that guy again. Hasn't he come back after so long?" Suddenly, A loud boom echoed from outside, startling Yalin, who turned around blankly. She remembered Su Chen's words before he left, cold words etched into her mind. "If you're useless, what right do you have to stand by my side?" Those words were like a knife, jolting Yalin awake. She gritted her teeth, vowing to herself, "Su Chen, I definitely won't become a burden to you." No longer lost in her dream, Yalin sprang up, gripping the pistol beside her, determined, "I will become your capable right hand." A thump, thump, thump sound echoed from the next room, shattering the silence. In her sexy nightgown, Yalin looked like the heroine from one of those cop and robber games you guys definitely love. She coldly pushed the door open and stepped out, her eyes sharp like a hunting leopard. But when she entered, she was stunned. There was nothing out of place. Yalin scanned the room, muttering strangely. The sound clearly came from this side, though. Suddenly, another loud thump came from behind, making her worriedly turn around, a hint of fear flashing in her heart. She wondered, "Since when did that thing appear behind me?" In front of Yalin, a drought demon bared its fangs and growled, its blood-red eyes causing her to freeze on the spot, sweat pouring down. She stood silently, as if frozen in place, thinking to herself, "It was behind me all along. Ugh, if anyone was here, she would have screamed for help." But now, Yalin only felt her heart pounding, panicking at the sudden appearance of the zombie. Still in her sexy nightgown, Yalin slowly backed away, her eyes fixed on the horrifying figure of the drought demon closing in. She thought, "How long has it been behind me?" Trying to find a way out, she took a step back, but unexpectedly, her butt bumped into the edge of a table. Glancing around, she realized one side was blocked by the drought demon, one side by a chair, and behind her was a table, leaving her no escape. Sweat rolled down as she muttered to herself, "This isn't good. I'm blocked by the table and chairs." While struggling to find an escape plan, Yalin suddenly looked down at her hand and noticed the pistol. Overjoyed, she thought, "That's right, I have a gun." Despite her sexy appearance, her personality was a bit clumsy. Hurriedly raising the gun, she accidentally bumped into the chair, causing the gun to fall onto the table with a loud noise. The drought demon, stimulated by the sound, went berserk, its eyes glowing red, its fangs dripping with disgusting saliva as it lunged towards the noise. Yalin didn't dare to look at the horrifying scene, cowering but still maintaining her sexy S-curve. Realizing the drought demon was attacking, she closed her eyes in despair. "This time, I'm definitely dead." But strangely, the drought demon didn't lunge at her. Seemingly blind, it ignored the delicious treat in front of it and bit into the chair. Realizing what it had just bitten wasn't food, the drought demon retreated in confusion, continuously sniffing the air around Yalin. Yalin slowly opened her eyes, realizing she was still alive. Seeing the drought demon sniffing, she subtly leaned back, supporting herself on the table, but this pose felt a bit awkward. "Bro?" She stared blankly into the drought demon's blood-red eyes, commenting to herself, "Why does this guy keep sniffing with his nose? Can't he see anything?" Gotta admit, this drought demon's eyes looked pretty derpy, like an actor in the movie The Sweet Landlady and the Lucky Blind Worker. It kept getting closer, inhaling Yalin's body odor. She tried to back away, but her S-curves made it difficult to dodge, as if she were stuck in a twisted drama. Yalin frowned, thinking to herself, "I escaped death, but now it's standing way too close to me. Just a small sound, and it'll tear me to shreds. What should I do in this situation?" While the drought demon growled, constantly sniffing the scent of her body, Yalin suddenly remembered the gun she had just dropped. "The gun! That's right, I just need to get the gun." She twisted around, pushing her butt back and stretching her entire body to reach the gun on the table, creating a pose that would make any bro drool. "Only an inch away from touching it," Yalin muttered to encourage herself. "Just a little bit more." But in that tempting pose, the drought demon suddenly noticed the sound she made, went crazy, and roared, turning its ears towards her. Startled, Yalin turned to look into the drought demon's blood-red eyes, sighing inwardly, "I'm screwed." The monster was right behind her butt, roaring horribly, making her panic. But in that moment of life and death, Su Chen's image and words flashed through her mind, like a flame igniting her will. "My resources are limited, and I can't keep you just because you're pretty. Finding the core inside the monster's head means you can get supernatural powers. I will never tolerate useless trash." Those words touched Yalin's pride. She gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with anger, and shouted, "I'm not useless trash." Unleashing a kick with her thick high heel, she aimed straight for the drought demon's eyes, sinking it deep inside, making it confused, even though it was already blind AF. Ha ha. Next, she landed another kick on the top of its head. Her thick heel piercing deep into its brain, Yalin placed one foot on the drought demon's head, sitting on the table, her eyes cold and her teeth gritted. "Let me see if there's a core in your head." But as she pulled her foot out, the drought demon suddenly grabbed her foot. Panicked, Yalin screamed but didn't give in, applying the philosophy of, "When the enemy is at the door, Even women fight. She stomped her thick heel into its remaining eye. The drought demon couldn't bear it and collapsed before her stiletto. Yalin sat up, her butt resting on the table, watching the monster slowly fall. She spotted the axe on the table, walked over to it, slung it over her shoulder, and coolly said, "Su Chen, too bad you're not here to see this. I'm not the useless type either." Putting her foot on the drought demon's face, she affirmed, "Let me see if there's a core in your head." The scene switched to the engineering university, where Bai Cheng and Lu Xiaofeng were. Following Su Chen's instructions to organize the student evacuation, Bai Cheng contacted his older brother Bai Ming to lead the troops supporting the protection of the students. In the snake species biology lab, Wang Jinshi, the snake that Su Chen had paid attention to, began to mutate. Su Chen walked in, his eyes as cold as ice, looking straight at the snake. "Let me see how much you can transform." He placed a bucket of water in front of Wang Jinshi, saying, "I've even prepared a big bucket of water especially for you." Having gained consciousness after the mutation, the snake didn't react. Slowly slithering from the table into the bucket of water, Su Chen smiled. "Huh. You even know that you should swim into the water so your body can completely transform? Well, that's good. Saves me the trouble of doing it myself." As Wang Jinshi touched the water, its body immediately transformed, its entire body developing far beyond its original form, causing the plastic bucket to crack and bulge as if it were about to explode. Su Chen was stunned. It grew this big in just a moment. Wang Jinsha entered the first stage of mutation, standing tall, large wings sprouting from his back, his red eyes staring at Su Chen. He cautiously remarked, "You've gotten this big at the first stage of mutation, good thing. I only brought a small bucket. If a real flood came, it would be hard to deal with." One hand in his pocket, the other revealing a sword, Su Chen looked at Wang Jinsha and warned, "But if you choose to submit to me now, I might consider making you my pet." The snake, having gained intelligence after the mutation, recognized Su Chen's strength and chose to head straight for the window to escape. Su Chen exclaimed in surprise. "You want to run? Looks like this little brat is starting to get some brains and understanding, huh?" With a crash, Wang Jinsha shattered the window and escaped outside. Su Chen didn't hesitate, rushing after it, sword in hand, and stabbed down at its back, gritting his teeth. "Is this how snakes run away? Too bad you're not fast enough to escape." But instead of piercing through, the sword snapped in half upon hitting the scales, which were as hard as steel. Su Chen held the broken sword with a look of distaste. "Its scales can be this hard." Wang Jinsha, realizing Su Chen couldn't penetrate its scales, turned to attack. Su Chen, unfazed, jumped up and declared, "If a sword doesn't work on you, then I'll just punch you to death." He delivered a fistful of love to the top of its head, sending the snake's upper body crashing to the ground. But Wang Jinsha refused to give up, using its long body to coil around Su Chen, tightening its grip as if expressing affection. Restrained, Su Chen grimaced. "I'm being controlled by this kid. Seems like he's getting smarter." Su Chen's eyes turned icy, observing Wang Jinsha's cruel expression, and he asked in a low voice, "Was your previous attack just a feint? Your real goal was to capture me?" Wang Jinsha didn't answer Su Chen's question, because it couldn't talk anyway. Instead, it opened its hideous jaws, aiming straight at Su Chen, preparing to swallow its prey whole. But at this moment, the scene suddenly shifted to Bai Cheng's team, leaving Su Chen's fate hanging in the balance, promising to be revealed soon. Bai Ming turned his head to look back, asking Bai Cheng with a teasing tone, "What are you still staring at? Not gonna stop?" Bai Ming continued to tease his younger sister. "What's with that look? Regretting that handsome guy, Su Chen?" Bai Cheng slightly turned her face away, retorting with a stern voice, "If you don't say anything, no one will think you're mute." Bai Ming paused slightly, his eyes probing his sister, and asked further, "Do you really like that kid? But if he chooses to stay here, isn't he just asking for death?" Bai Cheng immediately shook her head, her voice resolute. "He definitely won't die." Bai Ming looked at his sister curiously, raising an eyebrow as he asked, "Are you sure?" A hint of surprise mixed with fear flashed in Bai Cheng's eyes as she slowly recounted. "The first time I met him, I felt that he was not only strong, but his eyes were deep, cold, and full of mystery, like a hidden monster. I believe we will definitely meet him again." The scene returned to Su Chen and Wang Jinsha. In an instant, the monster bared its fangs, ready to tear Su Chen apart. Suddenly, his strong arm reached out, grabbing its throat as fast as lightning. The snake thrashed violently, but couldn't escape the powerful grip. As tight as iron tongs, Su Chen's whole body transformed at this moment, his eyes as cold as the gaze of death. He stomped hard on the monster's back, his voice deep and powerful. "You thought that you could really capture me?" Looking into Wang Jinsha's terrified eyes, Su Chen continued in a cold tone, "I heard that the nerves of snakes are so developed that even if their heads are chopped off, they can still bite. But so what?" With terrifying strength like a fierce god, Su Chen used just one hand to flip Wang Jinsha over, delivering a powerful blow, slamming the monster straight into the ground. The sound reverberated like thunder, causing the giant beast that had just risen to face the true ruler. Su Chen approached, grabbing its neck with one hand, stepping on the snake's snout with his foot gently but ruthlessly, and tore Wang Jinsha in half. After defeating the monster cleanly, Su Chen looked around and finally found the essence core. He picked it up, his eyes flashing with excitement. Found it! Su Chen stared intently at the essence core, feeling the powerful energy radiating from it, making him even more curious about the power he was about to possess. He muttered, "Let me see what kind of superpower you can give me." Suddenly, the city scene changed dramatically. Just a few hours ago, the scorching heat was making everything writhe, but now, torrential rain poured down as if to drown the entire world. If the extreme heat could suffocate people's will and endurance, then the floods and thunderstorms were like a sharp blade, directly wiping out human civilization. Tsunamis and floods struck, sweeping away everything in the city. People frantically searched for a way to escape, their faces revealing horror and despair in the face of the natural disasters unleashed by the earth. Even powerful inland metropolises like Chengdu couldn't resist the fury of nature. The area of the University of Technology, with its not-so-high terrain, had only a few administrative buildings and some other high-rise buildings that hadn't been swallowed by the flood. Su Chen, the chosen one. After absorbing Wang Jinsha's essence core, he plunged into the flood, gliding effortlessly, feeling his body had become more agile than ever before. His breathing and movements were all different from before. Su Chen slithered on the water, like a silent but powerful wave, he thought to himself. As expected, after absorbing Wang Jinsha's essence core, my body has begun to change to adapt to the new power. Upon contact with water, Su Chen's body underwent mutations, not only growing small, hard scales like snake scales, but also significantly enhancing his strength, physique, and speed. His eyes became more sensitive, easily catching light in dim environments. In particular, a thin membrane formed around his eyes, protecting them when submerged underwater. Su Chen realized that his breathing had also become strange. Bubbles floated around him, but he didn't feel suffocated or short of breath. It seemed that he could absorb oxygen through his skin, like the characteristics of water snakes. He wondered to himself, could this be an advantage of water snakes? Su Chen swam for a while, escaping the administrative building, rising to the surface of the water, and continued to ponder his new power. Although he couldn't directly control water, being able to breathe underwater was already a significant advantage. He suddenly remembered the Lucheng Hotel area, where Duan Yao was still trapped. If floods from the upper reaches came, the area would likely be submerged. But the raging floodwaters carried debris and materials like sharp blades hidden in the darkness, making it dangerous to go upstream. Su Chen looked up at the sky, and he noted that the volcanic eruption seemed to have reached its peak. Chengdu was far from the volcano, so the sky here was still blue, but when volcanic ash flew up, covering everywhere, the doomsday of winter would not be far away. Su Chen's face suddenly turned serious, and he thought to himself, before the end of the world comes, human civilization is just a fragile joke. In order not to become prey in nature, I can only constantly improve my strength. Su Chen began to recall his past life. After the Great Flood, many powerful forces rose in Chengdu. This area, with its low-lying terrain in the south, became the territory of the Water Snake Army and the Iron Queen. South of the city was a cannibalistic tribe, a gathering place for brutal fanatics. The west was controlled by the Rat Army under the rule of the Rat King, and the east was the territory of the mighty Skull Hunter. In his previous life, Gao Qiang and Duan Ya occupied the Lucheng Hotel, and Su Chen nearly lost his life at their hands multiple times. But in this life, he muttered, Duan Ya, Gao Qiang, and that bunch, I've already planned to take care of them first. To become stronger, I must collect all the remaining essence cores as quickly as possible. Sitting on top of a building, Su Chen slowly pondered his plan. The cannibalistic tribe was numerous, with many scattered encampments, while the whereabouts of the Iron Queen were mysterious and hard to track. Regarding the Rat King, he remembered a clue from his previous life, a major epidemic outbreak at the University of Science and Technology. If that's the case, the Rat King is definitely hiding there. As long as he acts quickly, Su Chen can seize its essence core without too much effort. While Su Chen was deep in thought on the ledge, contemplating his plan, the water surface below unexpectedly rippled. He looked down and realized a group of water demons was gathering in increasing numbers. Su Chen frowned slightly and muttered, looks like I'm too free. Seeing the water demons increasingly surrounding the area, Su Chen smiled challengingly. Looks like I've been surrounded by these guys. The scene shifts to a signal pole in the flooded city. The floodwaters from the Great Flood have not completely submerged the pole. At the top of the pole, two young men are clinging tightly, their faces showing obvious fear. Damn it, why did the flood have to happen at this time? The younger brother, while trying to climb higher, suddenly notices movement under the water surface. He turns to signal to his older brother. Bro, look under the water, it looks like someone is swimming towards us. The older brother is a little younger than him, hearing this but showing disbelief. He scolds. "Stop the noise! If there's anyone in the water now, they're definitely dead." Despite speaking firmly, he still turns to observe. When he sees a figure actually swimming towards them, he stutters in surprise. This is... Both recognize Su Chen gliding on the water like a strange fish breaking through the waves. They think in shock. How hasn't this kid been drowned yet? The older brother's eyes reveal anger, and he grinds his teeth. "If the base hadn't ordered us to monitor him, we wouldn't have gotten caught in this damn flood. If he dares to come here, I'll kick him right in the face and send him falling into the water." The younger brother still clings to the pole, looking more closely at Su Chen and says, "But I see that he is swimming fast. Moreover, it seems like there is something following behind him." The older brother blankly looks on, horrified to see the water demons closely following Su Chen. Both of them simultaneously shout, "Ah, where did those things behind this kid come from?" Seeing Su Chen gliding against the swift current, both brothers were stunned and exclaimed, "How can he swim against the current so fast?" Seeing Su Chen and the water demons rushing towards them at terrifying speed, the two brothers frantically shout, He's swimming straight here." The younger brother immediately yells, "Threaten Su Chen! Su Chen, we are from the evolution base. We are warning you not to come near here." Su Chen hears the threat and smiles coldly. "Normal people are one thing, but you guys dare to mention the evolution base, so you've come to the right person." Su Chen is gliding on the floodwaters, hearing the threat from the two brothers from the evolution base. His eyes suddenly turn cold, and his voice is deep and authoritative. "The evolution base? Have your lackeys been alive for too long?" He contemplates inwardly, his eyes flashing with curiosity. "Or should I investigate what they're plotting?" In just an instant, Su Chen makes a decision. With a powerful push from the water surface, he launches into the air, heading straight for the location of the two from the evolution base. This sudden action startles the two brothers. Normally, a jump from the ground with such power would be unimaginable, let alone Su Chen, like a strange fish surfing the waves, performing this action on the turbulent water. The two brothers are continuously shocked, from one surprise to another. Su Chen's foot lands precisely on the face of the younger brother. The face of this guy immediately distorts, like a demon appearing, but with the blank look of a kid being robbed. Su Chen's powerful kick turns the younger brother into an unwilling doormat. Veins bulge from his face down to his neck, and he grinds his teeth, trying to withstand the terrifying force from Su Chen's foot. But with that force, the younger brother immediately loses his balance, slips off the pole, and falls freely into the floodwaters. A scream rings out, accompanied by a face looking towards the older brother, as if saying, "Bro, I'm falling freely here, am I doing this right?" The older brother clings tightly to the pole, frantically watching his brother fall helplessly. Luckily, in the nick of time, he reaches out and grabs his brother's hand, saving him from certain doom. One hand clings to the pole, the other tightly holds his brother who is dangling. The older brother grinds his teeth, his whole body bulging with veins, his muscles straining as if about to burst to resist the weight. He roars, "I've got you! Quickly grab the pole!" The younger brother dangles below, trying his best, but the weight of his body prevents him from pulling himself closer to the pole. He shouts in panic, I can't reach the pole." The older brother feels the weight from his brother's body. Knowing that he can't hold on much longer, he grinds his teeth and tries to reassure, "Don't be afraid, I will definitely pull you up." But the younger brother understands the perilous situation and the strong brotherly bond between them, painfully making a decision. "Bro, my body is too heavy, let go, if this goes on, we'll both die." The older brother immediately looks down, his eyes heavy, and shouts, "No, I will never let go of you, we live and die together." Su Chen stands above, witnessing the brotherly love straight out of a drama, unable to hold back the emotion like he wants to shed tears at this bond. He coldly sits down on the column and looks down at the two brothers and says, "Tell me, what do you know about the evolution base?" The two brothers, even though they are in a precarious situation, still appear tough. The older brother grinds his teeth and retorts, "Give up, I will never reveal anything to you. Even if you kill us, there will be people who avenge us." Su Chen glances down at the water demons surfacing, their hideous arms reaching out waiting for their prey to fall. He coldly praises, "Very good, quite brave, but don't blame me." Before Su Chen can make a move, a water demon with long arms unexpectedly grabs the younger brother's ankle. It yanks him down, sending him falling straight into the floodwaters. Even though he had previously accepted sacrificing himself so that his brother could live, the younger brother still panics and shouts, his face full of horror as he is pulled away from his brother's grasp. Su Chen stands above and calmly explains to the older brother, "He was pulled down by the water demons, you can't blame me." But the older brother doesn't care about the words. Su Chen sees his brother being swept away, immediately lets go of the pole, and plunges into the water, shouting, "No, I'm coming to save you." The brotherly love is truly admirable. Both sink into the cold water. When the older brother opens his eyes, he is horrified to find a water demon with sharp teeth and glowing red eyes right next to him. Before he can save his brother, he doesn't know how to save himself. The younger brother, in a moment of despair, can only mutter, "I'm screwed." Seeing the water demon raise its claws to attack, the older brother closes his eyes and raises his hand, thinking, well, dying with him is better than fighting these demons underwater. But just then, Su Chen suddenly appeared, a flash of cold steel, bisecting the water demon before the older brother. Looking like a devil incarnate, Su Chen glided across the water as if it were solid ground, unleashing a storm of lightning-fast strikes. The water demons fell one after another, much to the siblings' astonishment. The two of them, having just escaped the Grim Reaper's scythe, gasped for breath. The older brother looked at Su Chen, his eyes wide with disbelief, thinking, is he even human? So terrifyingly strong? Moments later, Su Chen pulled them both up to the roof of the transmission tower. Grateful for being saved, the older brother immediately said, "We owe you our lives. Now I will tell you what we know about the evolution base." Still catching his breath, the older brother continued, "We were sent by the evolution base to monitor you. The evolution base is actually located at the University of Science and Technology, headed by Director Liu and the researchers in the laboratory. We're just lackeys doing odd jobs on orders from above." Hearing the name of the University of Science and Technology, Su Chen immediately thought of Wang Chuchu. He mused, "The rat plague before started there too. Seems like Wang Chuchu is directly related to this evolution base." Su Chen asked, "Are there any mutated rats being researched in the lab?" The older brother shook his head, honestly replying, "Only the researchers know the information about the experiments. We really don't know anything about this." Even though he had only gathered a little information, Su Chen immediately decided, "No matter what, I must act first, get a clear understanding of the situation there to prepare before the rat plague breaks out." The scene shifts to the Lucheng Hotel. The flood had almost completely submerged the area. Duan Ya, with a worried look in her eyes, stood before the rising water. She panted, her face as if painted by a talented artist, alive with every detail. After absorbing the essence core as Su Chen instructed, Duan Ya tried to feel the new power in her body, but nothing seemed to happen. She, drenched to the bone, wondered blankly, did I even succeed? The floodwater had reached her heels. Suddenly, tentacles wriggled beneath Duan Ya's feet, foreshadowing a dramatic turn of events in the next chapter. She tried to lift her foot, exclaiming, "The water has risen this high already." The great flood had nearly swallowed all the buildings, large and small, in the city, and the Lucheng Hotel was no exception. The flood had submerged the highest floors, waves surging powerfully as if to wash everything away. Duan Ya, standing in the building, not only heard the violent waves outside, but also noticed strange rustling sounds around her. The sounds made her feel uneasy, as if something was lurking nearby. Before, Duan Ya had defeated a drought demon, who once brought her good business opportunities. But because his past life was the blind fortune-teller's friend, it didn't work out. Fortunately, she obtained an essence core from his brain. According to Su Chen, Duan Ya decided to absorb the essence core because she didn't want to be useless, and only this way could she stay by Su Chen's side. But this action caused her body to fall into a strange state of mutation. Duan Ya's eyes glowed red as if containing a torrent of energy about to erupt. Her whole body was unusually hot, constantly emitting groans of pain as if drugged. Her body, although attractive, was now undergoing strange phenomena. Duan Ya's eyes widened, her tongue lolling out as if in a state of masochism, her hands tightly embracing herself to suppress the pain spreading throughout her body. Especially, on her chest there seemed to be a strange twitching phenomenon as if electrocuted. And Duan Ya's strange state of pain finally came to an end. Leaving her in surprise and unanswered questions, Duan Ya's eyes widened as she looked up at the ceiling, her face tired, her breath panting but steady like a rhythm full of life. However, deep in her eyes still shone an indescribable light as if hiding a secret that could not be spoken. In a posture like a Super Saiyan, beads of sweat rolled down her hot body. Duan Ya wondered, did I succeed? The flood from the great deluge had risen to the floor she was standing on. The cold water touched her heels, causing Duan Ya to realize with a start, the water has risen to this floor. But she didn't know that strange objects had begun to appear under her feet, full of grotesque holes. She looked up, but in an instant, Duan Ya suddenly felt a strange mutation in her body. She was startled, and at that moment, a water snake with a head full of sharp teeth suddenly rushed towards her, wrapping its slippery body tightly around her. Duan Ya exclaimed in panic, "What the hell is this?" This scene was like something out of a Japanese horror movie, making viewers shudder. The water snake tightened its grip, secreting a sticky slime, covering Duan Ya's body. Her compact parts could still endure it, but the curvaceous parts of her body seemed to be struggling. wanting to escape the clutches of the disgusting slime. Duanya trembled with horror, yelling, "So slippery and sticky, so gross," while still confused by the sticky slime on her body. The hideous head of the water snake suddenly appeared in front of her. Inside its mouth, sharp teeth densely packed, like the nightmare of those with a fear of cavities. The snake swayed back and forth, looking at Duanya for a few seconds before suddenly lunging to attack. Everyone thought Duanya would lie still and take it, but no, she is the main character's baggage. How could she fall so easily? Duanya closed her eyes tightly, turned her face to the right, her hands reflexively grabbing the water snake's head with lightning speed. But the monster didn't let her resist easily. It wrapped its tail tightly around her hands, causing Duanya to utter, "I'm done for." A series of slippery tentacles tightened around her body, causing her to fall into a precarious situation, unable to move. The slimy tentacles tightened even more, pushing Duanya to the brink of despair, her whole body completely bound. While struggling to find a way out, more water snake demons suddenly appeared before her. They flaunted their sinewy, menacing bodies, causing Duanya to secretly lament. Why are there so many suddenly? How annoying, there isn't even time to adapt to my superpowers. But in the nick of time, the memory of Su Chen's teachings suddenly flooded back. His voice echoed in her ears. "Just find the essence core and eat it, you'll get superpowers. But they're all normal monsters, so we have no way to get a superpowered essence core." Duanya, in her torn nurse's uniform, her eyes timidly looking at the apple taken from Su Chen's other dimension, she asked blankly, "I don't even know what a superpower is, how can I use it?" Su Chen, with a stern look, conveyed confidence to her. "Try to feel it. Feel yourself, the environment around you, feel the transformation of everything. Then, try to control your palm." Returning to reality, imbued with Su Chen's teachings, Duanya suddenly smiled, realizing, "I can feel it." Successfully using her superpower, she looked at the hideous monsters before her. Suddenly, countless nerves on their bodies appeared clearly in her eyes. Duanya suddenly understood what to do. She roared, "This is your cerebellum." As soon as she finished speaking, Duanya's eyes turned bloodshot, and she roared with power, "Stop right there for me!" The words had barely left her mouth. The disgusting tentacles instantly froze, standing still as if petrified by her command. The tentacles wrapped around her body gradually loosened. No longer daring to tighten, Duanya looked at her body, covered in slimy goo, and sighed. "How disgusting. My whole body is all slippery and gooey." She reached out and grabbed the axe next to her, slinging it over her shoulder, and her clothes covered in slime. Duanya's perfect body became even more prominent, like a female warrior stepping out of legend. Looking at the monsters in front of her, her eyes flashed with a deadly glint. "I'm going to make you guys like leeks! Take this! And this!" Duanya swung her axe, slashing horizontally and vertically, charging left and right. After only a few minutes, the room was filled with fresh blood, and the disgusting tentacles had been completely wiped out by her. After finishing up, Duanya lifted her dress and walked away, muttering, "Ming people are so dirty, I need to go home and soak in a clean bath." But as soon as she turned her back, a foot appeared silently, and a sinister voice rang out, startling, "Duanya, can we bathe together?" Duanya, axe in hand, spun around, her eyes filled with anger, ready to threaten the enemy. But in front of her was Su Chen, naked, emitting an eerie blue light. Seeing how strong she was, Su Chen praised her inwardly. "Not bad, you even know how to use weapons to protect yourself." Su Chen's appearance made Duanya less afraid. Her face relaxed and she was dazed. "Is that really Su Chen?" Looking at the man who once made her vibrate like a sewing machine, Duanya couldn't control her emotions. She jumped straight into Su Chen's arms, pressing his face into her ample bosom, causing Su Chen to exclaim, "This is really too good! It really is Su Chen! You've finally come back to me! I was so worried about you!" But Duanya's alluring curves unintentionally created some straight lines on Su Chen. She blankly felt something hard touching her, and asked, "What are you holding that's poking me so hard?" Realizing Su Chen wasn't wearing anything, Duanya blushed, flailing her hands in embarrassment. "How annoying, why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Su Chen scratched his head, smiling wryly. Hey, the tide came in and everything got so dirty I had to take everything off. Come on, let's go take a bath together." Stepping into the bathroom, the clear water flowing out made Su Chen enjoy the refreshing feeling. This is so comfortable. Only when you leave home do you realize that home is still the best. While Su Chen leaned back in the tub, Duanya, facing him, was blushing as if she was about to have a seizure after seeing him again. Su Chen spoke up. "Oh right, what kind of ability did you awaken?" Duanya walked behind Su Chen, her eyes twinkling, her cheeks flushed, and placed her hands on his shoulders, gently massaging him to relax. She acted while asking back, "You already noticed?" Su Chen, enjoying the massage and daydreaming, smiled teasingly. "Not yet, I only noticed through the temperature on your lips." The answer made Duanya blush in embarrassment. "The temperature on my lips? What's so special about the temperature of my lips?" The artist, perhaps worried that the bros wouldn't be able to handle it, cleverly had Duanya wrap a towel to cover her sensitive areas, Su Chen continued to ask, "What's your superpower?" Duanya didn't hide anything and answered straightforwardly. "It's probably a kind of mind control ability," Su Chen asked curiously. "Does your mind control ability work on food?" Duanya stopped daydreaming, stood up and replied, "I'm not really sure. How about I try this skill on you?" Su Chen was startled, looking up behind him. Try? Try what on me?" The image in front of him made Su Chen's pupils contract. Duanya, in a fiery red devil outfit, with lace trim that both covered and revealed, adorned with wings on her back, looked more seductive than ever. She used a sweet and enchanting voice. "Master, what if we try it like this?" Under the influence of her mind control ability, Su Chen not only stiffened but also revealed a deadly spiritual power. Duanya looked at the spiritual force erupting around him and thought to herself, Is this Su Chen's spiritual force? If he didn't agree, perhaps when I tried to control his mind, I would have been annihilated long ago." Su Chen, eyes bloodshot, laughed loudly. "Ha ha, so that's how it is. That's really not a bad ability," he shouted, his voice full of excitement. "I want to train you until your legs are walking straight, hey hey hey." Meanwhile, outside the Lucheng Hotel, the great flood was still surging. After Su Chen finished training Duanya, it was already the next morning. The floodwaters were almost touching the top of the hotel. Gunshots rang out from the roof of the building, and water snakes were being eliminated one by one. Duanya, in a bunny suit, being supported by Su Chen, who was guiding her on how to use a gun, he said sternly, "Concentrate your mind, then use your will to hold the gun steady and shoot." Duanya turned back and asked softly, "But aren't you going to the University of Science and Technology? Why do you still have time to teach me how to shoot a gun?" Su Chen turned his back and walked inside while explaining, "I want to spend half a day helping you master your shooting skills." "You said before that you studied at medical university, right?" Duanya was stunned. "Yes, that's right. Is there a problem?" Su Chen didn't answer, just gestured. "Next, you should come with me. It's time we need to exploit your abilities." A moment later, Su Chen took Duanya out of the Lucheng Hotel on a yacht he had just jacked. Duanya was a little embarrassed with the bunny suit Su Chen gave her, and said softly, "Su Chen, if I go out wearing this, wouldn't it be a little inappropriate?" Su Chen looked at her, laughing. Hee. "It's okay. Even if you weren't wearing anything, no one would dare to do anything to you." While Su Chen leaned back in his chair, sipping a glass of golden wine, calmly admiring Duanya's perfect body, she drove the boat while turning back to ask, "Do you want to go to the University of Science and Technology now?" Su Chen gazed thoughtfully into his wineglass, replying, I want to go see a sworn brother. Not sure if he's still alive anymore." Duanya, striking a seductive pose, held the steering wheel with one hand and cupped her chest with the other to keep her assets from bouncing out, saying, "Relax, don't worry, good people are always blessed by the heavens." She added with a laugh, Yeah, just look at me. I'm definitely blessed a lot, right bro?" Sometime later, Su Chen and Duanya's yacht finally docked at the University of Science and Technology. Duanya looked up at the scene inside, signaling to Su Chen, "We're here. This is the University of Science and Technology." As she spoke, she observed the desolate landscape, barricaded walls at the entrance, eerie watchtowers, and a faint stench of death permeating everywhere. Thanks to his supernatural abilities instinct, Su Chen sensed danger lurking from the main gate. Suddenly, his eyes blazed red, and he sharply turned to his right, full of vigilance. A figure on the watchtower immediately opened fire towards the yacht. Bang, bang, bang. Luckily, Su Chen, quick as lightning, lunged forward, shielding Duanya with his body. The shooter didn't seem to be a professional, or perhaps they were just firing a warning, as the bullets only grazed by, hitting parts of the yacht and creating harsh, clanging sounds. A disheveled, filthy face appeared from the watchtower, its voice demanding, "Who are you people? What are you doing here?" Su Chen glanced towards the voice, thinking to himself, "This is the very place where the mutant Rat King rose up in my previous life. The University of Science and Technology." He calmly walked to the bow of the yacht and slowly replied, "We've come here to join the evolution base. Could you open the gate for us?" That disheveled guy, or rather the scum-faced dude, looked at Su Chen, who was barely clothed, with contempt. But when his gaze swept over Duanya in her seductive bunny outfit, his attitude immediately changed. He licked his lips hungrily. "Ooh la la, what a hot bunny girl we have here. Little sis, warm my bed tonight, and I'll let you in. As for that little punk, get lost back to wherever you came from." Su Chen and Duanya seemed prepared. Showing no reaction to the provocation, Su Chen maintained a cool expression, letting Duanya step forward, carrying a plate of fragrant, appetizing braised pork. She smiled sweetly. "Handsome bro, please open the gate for us, for the sake of my delicious braised pork." After the apocalypse, just one plate of braised pork was enough to shock the scum-faced guy, making him exclaim, "What, braised pork? It's really braised pork." He pointed down, ordering his subordinate, "Lu Tao, quick, open the gate, hurry up and open it, I haven't seen meat in ages." Though Lu Tao was confused and didn't understand what was going on, he still hurriedly complied and opened the gate. The gate of the University of Science and Technology slowly opened, allowing Su Chen and Duan Ya's yacht to enter. As soon as they were inside, the scum-faced guy climbed down and arrogantly yelled, "Stop the boat over here, then hand over that plate of braised pork to me." Lu Tao looked at the plate in Duan Ya's hand, feeling something was off, and hesitantly blurted, "But it seems like that braised pork." The scum-faced guy immediately roared, cutting him off, "Get lost! That's all mine!" But what he didn't know was that Duan Ya had used her mind control ability. In the scum-faced guy's eyes, the plate of braised pork shimmered and smelled delicious. But in reality, it was just the arm of a water demon. Under Duan Ya's manipulation, his brain had been tricked into believing he was holding a delectable dish. He excitedly yelled, "Oh my god, this is drool-worthy! For this delicious plate of braised pork. I'll let you guys in first. As for that kid, take these two to the lab area." Lu Tao, ignoring his senior who was mesmerized by the plate of Shankri meat, led Su Chen and Duan Ya onward, saying, "Let me go ahead and show you the way. If we're all staying in the base from now on, helping each other out is the right thing to do. The lowest floor is for the elderly, children, and those without much status. I'll take you two upstairs to find a cleaner room." As he finished speaking, Lu Tao suddenly bumped into a dazed child shuffling forward, growing angry at being blocked. He yelled, "Hey kid, what's wrong with you? Are your eyes in the back of your head? Don't you know how to walk properly?" The child fell, trembling, and explained, "I'm sorry, I feel a little dizzy." Duan Ya, with her innate medical instincts from her training and a kind heart, immediately went to hug the child, asking worriedly, "It seems this child is really so hungry they don't have any strength left. Where are your family members?" The little girl clutched her stomach to suppress her hunger, gritting her teeth and trembling as she replied, "They went to find food and haven't come back yet." Duan Ya, like a benevolent fairy descending to earth, pulled out a bag of bread from her person and offered it to the little girl. "I have some bread. Do you want to eat it to curb your hunger?" The little girl hesitated, worried that if she took the bread, Duan Ya would go hungry. She trembled and said, "But if you give me bread, Sister Bunny will also be hungry." "Sister Bunny?" Duan Ya's face flushed when she was called Sister Bunny. Seeing the pitiful little girl, Su Chen couldn't maintain his cold facade either. He stepped forward and explained, "Don't worry, Sister Bunny won't go hungry." The little girl still clutched her stomach, gritting her teeth and enduring, not believing him. "You're lying to me. Who isn't hungry these days?" Su Chen gave a wry smile. Seeing that the little girl didn't believe him, he began to show off his abilities. From his spatial dimension, he pulled out a gigantic, super spicy and sour Thai hot pot with cartilage ribs, making Lu Tao behind him exclaim in shock, "Hot pot? Where did that just come from so easily?" The little girl, trembling from hunger, also widened her eyes in astonishment at Su Chen's magic show, stammering, "Huh, is that really hot pot, big bro? I want to be your woman too." The innocent words from the child's mouth left Duan Ya speechless. Her face darkened, as if turning into a devil, and she quickly shoved the bread into the little girl's mouth. "Kids shouldn't talk nonsense." Now, while Su Chen and Duan Ya were doing good deeds, rapid footsteps echoed from behind them. An arrogant voice rang out, making Su Chen turn back. "HMPH, how outrageous! Someone's actually cooking here?" Three cronies, with arrogant expressions like a bunch of try-hard punks, stomped over, yelling, "Get lost! A bunch of filthy commoners! Don't you know it's against the rules to hide food for yourselves? All supplies must be handed over upstairs and exchanged with contribution points." Their boss, with his menacing buzzcut, gritted his teeth, his eyes glaring menacingly. "But I don't remember anyone exchanging food with contribution points these past few days. So which one of you dares to break the rules?" The little girl beside Duan Ya, seeing these people, trembled and clung to her, calling out in fear, "Sister Bunny!" Duan Ya patted her, reassuring her, "Don't be scared. I'll make them talk nicely to us." She turned to Su Chen, her eyes full of meaning. Su Chen got the hint and nodded in agreement. Duan Ya immediately used her mental manipulation ability, creating an illusion of a magnificent feast in front of the three goons. She smiled and said, "Talking all day must be tiring. All you guys want is good food, right? All this was specially prepared for you, so take your time and enjoy yourselves." A reddish glint flashed in Duan Ya's eyes as her mind control ability started to take effect. Roast chicken, wagyu beef, sauced fish, and premium pork hocks appeared before the three goons' eyes. They all cheered excitedly. "Whoa, it's meat! So much meat, guys! It smells so damn good, it's all mine! Get lost, I want to eat this much good food too! This place is a paradise." The three of them dug in, gobbling down the food without a care in the world. The guy with the slick haircut, drooling as he chewed, looked at Duan Ya and praised her. Hey, you're a smart one, aren't ya? Hot stuff. For that, I'll go easy on you today. No punishment for you, Kay." But when he looked over at Su Chen, his tone instantly turned vicious. As for this new punk here, you broke the rules of this place, so you have to be punished. Hearing this, Su Chen just raised an eyebrow and calmly asked, "Oh, you're gonna punish me?" The leader's voice dropped, full of menace. "Bring them out for me." At his command, his lackeys dragged out 2 people in neck shackles. Their veins were bulging grotesquely, as if they'd been injected with some kind of poison. The leader roared, "Your punishment is a life-and-death duel with these 2. Either you kill them, or you get wasted." Su Chen looked closely and recognized the 2 men as the brothers who had been trapped in the flood. He thought to himself, what happened to these 2 guys? The little girl next to Duan Ya, who was chewing on a piece of bread, looked blankly at the 2 chained men and exclaimed, "Big brother, second brother, what happened to you?" Seeing her 2 brothers in chains, the girl couldn't help but burst into tears and run towards them. "You bad guys. Let my brothers go." Duan Ya quickly held the girl back and warned, "You can't go over there. Their state and expressions are a little strange." The goons, still chewing on their illusionary food, mumbled, "Did they mess up the mission? And they don't have enough contribution points to make up for the loss, so they were sentenced to death. But it'd be a waste to kill them right away, so I kept them for us brothers to have some fun with." The leader's eyes bulged as he chewed and growled, "But I didn't expect you to know them. Things just got a little interesting. All right, I've decided. If you lose this fight, I'll let their little sister and these 2 guys get thrown into the water for the water ghost to feast on." Su Chen glanced at the 2 unfortunate brothers, who were chained up like wild animals. He thought to himself, "It seems these 2 have fallen into a strange state of frenzy. Were they injected with some kind of drug that made them lose control of their minds?" At this moment, the one-eyed thug, who was devouring the food he stole from Su Chen, suddenly yelled out, ordering his men to release the 2 brothers in their crazed state. As soon as he gave the order, the underlings immediately removed the chains. The 2 brothers, now completely out of control, charged straight at Su Chen with vicious, beast-like appearances. If it were an ordinary person, they would have likely been torn to shreds or beaten to death. But unfortunately for them, Su Chen was no ordinary person. He was an ability user with a body that had been modified twice. He calmly held out an arm, facing the incoming danger. Seeing Su Chen's actions, the people around him thought he was so panicked that he went insane, causing him to make such a bizarre move. But at that very moment, something unexpected happened. In a flash, Su Chen, with just one arm, delivered a fatal blow to the older brother's neck, then followed up with a powerful slap to the younger brother's face. In just a split second, the 2 brothers collapsed to the ground, unconscious, completely senseless. At this moment, the little girl, who was said to be their sister, witnessed the entire thing. Seeing her 2 brothers knocked down, she wailed mournfully, "Brothers!" and tried to struggle out of Duan Ya's grasp. Seeing her so worried and desperate, Duan Ya could only hold her tightly, while gently comforting her that her brothers would be fine. They were just temporarily unconscious. The one-eyed thug, who witnessed the entire scene, was a little surprised and angry. He turned to the 2 brothers Su Chen had just knocked out and cursed, "Useless." But in an instant, he shifted his focus to Su Chen. With a sinister, snake-like expression, he looked at Su Chen and said, "Laozi is in a good mood today, so if you guys obediently hand over all your supplies, I'll pretend nothing ever happened." Su Chen, with a cold, icy look, retorted condescendingly to the one-eyed man, "Why should I hand over my supplies to you?" One of the one-eyed man's underlings immediately growled a threat. "Damn it, you new kid. In this science and technology university, everyone has to follow the rules of Liu Lao Da to survive in these chaotic times." The one-eyed man chimed in, his tone full of self-importance. "That's right. We don't raise useless people here. If you want to stay, you have to earn contribution points by finding resources or supplies. Only then can you exchange them for points to survive." Hearing the term contribution points, Su Chen thought to himself, "What are these contribution points? They are nothing more than a new type of currency. Not real money. But they clearly bring great benefits to those who made these rules." After a moment of thought, Su Chen coldly replied, "This rule doesn't sound bad, but unfortunately, our last bit of food was eaten by you guys. We don't have anything left to hand over now." Just then, a strange voice rang out from behind the one-eyed thug's group. "You want contribution points? Why not work for me?" A large, strangely dressed man, like a tribal aboriginal from Africa, stepped out from the crowd. Hearing the voice, the one-eyed thugs flinched and stuttered a greeting. It turned out that this fat man was Captain Guio, the leader of that group of thugs. Su Chen and Duan Ya's expressions when they saw this fat man were clearly surprised. Next to him was another man, his mouth gagged with a tightly bound wooden stick, with only 4 front teeth on top and 3 on the bottom remaining, a sign of brutal violence. This man's actions were even stranger. He was hunched over, carrying a makeshift sedan chair cobbled together from crude materials. On the sedan chair, the fat man sat arrogantly, next to a girl in only her underwear, under the sedan chair. A few other people in the same condition as the gagged man were also hunched over and carrying. This scene evoked the image of ancient slaves, forced into shameful submission. Suddenly, one of the sedan carriers tripped and stumbled forward. The fatty frowned, clearly displeased, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. A sharp spear materialized out of nowhere in his hand. In the blink of an eye, he hurled the spear with all his might, piercing the chest of the tripping man. The unfortunate man howled in agony, his eyes rolled back, blood spurting from his mouth. With one last scream he collapsed, meeting an untimely demise. Su Chen and Duanya couldn't help but shudder witnessing the scene. Usually they only killed in self-defense, but these guys were different, willing to take a life over a minor mistake. After acting, the fatty propped his chin up, gazing at Su Chen's group with a repulsive look, as if sizing up weak prey. He drawled, "You see, I'm short on manpower. You, kid, come over here and take his place." Then, he pointed at Duanya. "And you, Bunny, I'll give you a box of fresh meat or instant noodles every day to serve me. You should know that production has stopped for ages in this apocalypse. I've put in a lot of effort just for you." The captain, surnamed Guio, suddenly grabbed the girl next to him, pulling her tightly into his embrace, a lewd smile plastered on his face, his eyes gleaming with cruelty. He was so tired of the girls like the one in his arms, but Duanya, in his eyes, was truly a gem, a rare treasure in this chaotic world. Seeing the fatty speak up, the one-eyed thug immediately chimed in, turning to bark at Su Chen's group. "Our captain is generously extending an invitation. Don't be stupid and not appreciate this opportunity." One of the one-eyed thug's cronies also joined in, his tone full of excitement. "This time's gonna be sweet. The captain got a new woman. We'll get to share the old ones. That's freaking awesome." Before the thugs could revel in their glee, a cold question from Captain Guio made them jump. "Wait, what's that smell? What did you guys just eat?" Hearing the question, the thugs felt like they'd been struck by lightning, inwardly screaming, "We're done for. We secretly ate the meat without reporting to the captain, a crime punishable by death." They hastily bowed their heads, kowtowing repeatedly, their mouths ceaselessly begging, "I'm sorry, Captain. Captain, we won't do it again. Please give us a chance. From now on, whatever we eat, big or small, we'll definitely offer it to you first." Hearing their pleas, Captain Guio revealed an indescribable expression, as if weighing his options. He clearly guessed what his subordinates had secretly eaten, but didn't want to investigate for the time being. Instead, he roared, "Shut the hell up, you lot! I'm not Motzi to be lenient with a bunch of idiots. What the hell did you eat that you dare to cover up? Get lost, you're an eyesore." Su Chen and Duanya couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could it be that this fatty had recognized Duanya's mental control ability? But that didn't make sense. He shouldn't be immune to her ability. The one-eyed thugs were also dumbfounded at this moment, about to explain what they had eaten, when suddenly their faces changed. Sweat poured down like rain, their eyes frantically looking down at their stomachs. Just then, they suddenly clutched their stomachs, crying out in pain, some even spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. It turned out that the piece of flesh from the aquatic monster's corpse that they had just eaten had caused a violent reaction in their bodies. They clutched their stomachs, screaming, running to find the restroom. Running and wondering why they had a stomachache. Looking at his idiotic subordinates in such a miserable state, Captain Guio couldn't hide his anger. The veins on his forehead twitched, muttering curses. "Damn it, why do I have such a stupid bunch of subordinates? One day I'll have to kill all these vermin to vent my anger." "Yeah," Su Chen observed the fatty, a hint of suspicion rising in his heart. He couldn't sense any abilities from him, but he felt an extraordinary power far exceeding ordinary people, emanating from his body. However, compared to Su Chen, who had undergone physical transformation twice, this fatty was not worth mentioning as an opponent. Moreover, under his influence, the one-eyed thugs seemed to have broken free from Duanya's mental control. Su Chen thought to himself. He didn't know what kind of person the boss Liu behind this Captain Guio was, but, judging by the fatty's appearance, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Killing these thugs right now might cause trouble for his plan, so it was best to find the location of the mutated beasts first. Seeing that Su Chen didn't respond for a long time, Captain Guang spoke up to remind him. "Hey kid, what do you think of my offer?" Su Chen replied indifferently, uninterested. Unexpectedly, despite being rejected outright, Guio didn't get angry. He just laughed loudly, his tone full of meaning. "Rest assured, the day will come when you have to kneel and beg me." Then he ordered Lu Tao, a subordinate, to drag the corpse of the man he had just killed back to their hideout. Lu Tao hurriedly agreed, immediately running off to do the task. As Guizhou's group gradually disappeared from sight, Su Chen pondered, a thoughtful look on his face. Seeing that expression, Duanya sadly spoke up. "I'm sorry, Su Chen. My mental power isn't strong enough to deal with that Captain Guo, so my ability is ineffective against him." Su Chen saw her blaming herself and comforted her. "It's not your fault. These people even survived after eating the aquatic monster's corpse. We need to be more careful with every step. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out from behind. You guys have offended the people of the bodyguards. They won't let you off easily. Su Chen turned around. A young man about Su Chen's age appeared, dressed no differently from the people he had met before. The strange thing was that this young man knew Su Chen's name. He frowned, suspiciously asking, Do I know you? Why do you want to help us? The young man was stunned, pointing at himself and replying, It's me, Yuan Long here. I'm Tian Yue's roommate. We met last time when you came to school. The scene changes to a ruined building not far away. Captain Guo, with a scary expression, turned to Lu Tao and ordered, Lu Tao, you must keep an eye on that girl. Don't let them escape. Lu Tao was startled, hesitantly asking, Captain, you mean? Before he could finish, Guo switched to a sinister look, licking his lips with a sly smile. The image of Duan Ya in a sexy bunny costume flashed in his mind. He thought to himself, such a beautiful woman is truly a rare find in this apocalypse. At the University of Science and Technology, inside a dilapidated apartment building, much higher than the neighboring buildings that had been submerged by floods, the apartment buildings were connected by rickety, makeshift wooden bridges that looked like they were about to collapse. Inside a rundown room of that apartment building, someone was being given water, accompanied by a gentle but worried voice. Although your stock of medicine is not much, luckily it is enough to keep you safe for the time being. Their lives will not be in danger. The one who spoke was none other than Duan Yapekhe. She was diligently taking care of the pair of siblings, who had been injected with stimulants and knocked unconscious by Su Chen before. Although they were still unconscious, her face showed obvious pain, but their condition had improved significantly, bringing a glimmer of hope. The younger sister of the two men, standing nearby, saw the more positive situation and couldn't help but say, Thank you, Bunny Ni-chan, you're amazing. Su Chen was chatting with his oddly named friend, Yuan Yu. He turned and asked, Now that I think about it, all the students are gathered here, right? Yuan Yu nodded. That's right, anyone, male or female, who's still alive has come here for shelter. Brother Tian Yue often helps everyone, so this area is considered the territory of our outer division. Outer division? What's that? Su Chen asked, puzzled. Before Yuan Yu could answer, a figure appeared from behind, speaking for him. That's right, our outer division is very strong. Even if we face the Tao clan, we'll wipe them out one by one. Student, are you interested in joining? Yuan Yu looked towards the person who had spoken and exclaimed, Brother Tian Yu! It turned out the young man who had appeared was Tian Yu, the friend Su Chen was looking for. Tian Yu wore tattered clothes, but with a lot of unique accessories, creating a look that was both rugged and cool. Especially, the swimming goggles worn askew on his head and the hunting rifle slung over his shoulder made him look like a wandering warrior in the apocalypse. Yuan Yu pulled Su Chen forward, showing off, Brother Tian Yu, look who I brought back. Tian Yu took off his swimming goggles, looked closely, and immediately recognized his close friend. He laughed and cursed excitedly. Suzy, you're the man. Damn it, I thought you were dead. Didn't expect you were still alive. Awesome, bro. The two exchanged a tight, emotional hug. Su Chen responded warmly. Tian Ji, long time no see. Tian Yue eagerly continued. Let's go. It's not easy for us brothers to meet again. We have to have a drink. Luckily, I just went scavenging. We can have some fun for a few days. Suddenly, Tian Yu's eyes stopped at one side. His expression stunned. Looking closely, he recognized the girl in front of him. You, I've seen you before. You're the legendary school belle, the Ice Queen Duan Ya, recognized in her bunny cosplay outfit, blushed with embarrassment, shyly replying, Those things are all in the past. Everything's different now. Tian Yue was still excited, turning to ask Yuan Yu Zhao Miao, why is the legendary goddess here, and wearing a bunny outfit like this? Yuan Yu, deafened by Tian Yu's shout, covered his ears and slowly asked back, Bro, isn't she Senior Duan Ya from the medical academy? Duan Ya shyly stepped towards Su Chen, whispering, Su Chen, I want to change clothes. I'm too embarrassed to wear this outfit in front of the younger students. Also, look at them. Su Chen put his arm around Duan Ya's waist, nodded when he heard her, thinking it made sense, she should go change. Wearing such a sexy bunny cosplay, who could stand it? Yuan Yu and Tian Yu witnessed this scene and were filled with jealousy, both unable to stop nosebleeds. Yuan Yu said jealously, Why is he hugging the goddess like that? Tian Yu nodded in agreement. So annoying. Seeing that Duan Ya wanted to change clothes, Tian Yu quickly introduced, Sorry, our place is a bit messy. Make yourselves comfortable. Duan Ya, you can use this room to change. Duan Ya thanked him and went into the room. Su Chen looked at Tian Yu having his own room and teased, Tian Yu, you're doing pretty well. You even have your own room. So fancy. Yuan Yu, standing next to him, explained, I admire it too. But he exchanged it for contribution points. Tian Yu turned to Su Chen, asking suspiciously, But why didn't you guys bring a bag with clothes to change? Su Chen didn't answer directly but asked back, Tian Ji, Is it usually dangerous when you guys take on missions? Tian Yu pulled back his swimming goggles, which were about to slip off, and laughed loudly. Dangerous? What danger? We're smooth sailing. Our luck is great. The zombie bugs are always clean. Look at me, do I look like I'm living in the apocalypse? Since you've come here, don't go. Join my team. I can protect both of you. Moreover, Duan Ya is a good doctor. She only needs to take care of the injured. No need to look for food. But I have to remind you of one thing first. Seeing Tian Yu's serious tone, Su Chen asked back, What thing? Tian Yu continued. From now on, can you not cause any trouble? And even let the goddess wear a bunny cosplay running around out there? This is the end of the world. What do you want to do? Seeing his friend worried, Su Yaotian didn't want to explain much, just smiled. Tianji, don't worry, I'll protect her well. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen was knocked on the head by Tian Yu, who said, You sure about that? Have you forgotten who bullied you in high school, that you didn't dare to fight back? And even didn't let me fight them back? Su Chen, knocked on the head by his friend, was a little embarrassed. And being reminded of the old days, could only laugh awkwardly. Tian Yu continued to remind him to be careful of that captain of the guards. He's not a good person. The girls he has taken a fancy to don't have good endings. Duan Yak is too beautiful. He won't let her go easily. At this time, in the changing room, a dark figure silently appeared behind Duan Ya. The red eyes of the person stared at her as she undressed. Suddenly, she held a cold, sharp knife to her neck, threatening, Stay still, don't move. Duan Ya was startled, but tried to stay calm and asked, Who are you? What do you want? It turned out the attacker was the shaved-head girl who had appeared before, a subordinate of Captain Guao. She whispered close to Duan Ya's ear, Captain Guao told me to take you to find a place to rest. The shaved-head girl continued, her voice full of innuendo. You're a girl. How can you sleep with a bunch of men? Duan Ya coldly replied. I'm fine here. I don't need you people to care. Seeing that Duan Ye refused, the shaved-head girl put her hand on her lower abdomen, as if to tease her, and said, That won't do. The captain specially invited you over there for a visit. Duan Ya realized that arguing with this crazy girl wasn't the way to go. She immediately activated her hypnosis ability, using mental power to enchant her opponent, and at the same time said, I told you, I don't need to. In the blink of an eye, the shaved-head girl was controlled. Her eyes became dull, her body stiff, unable to speak or move. Seeing that the other party had fallen for her trick, Duan Ya coldly asked, Can you let go now? The shaved-head girl immediately backed away, dropped the knife, and stopped her threatening behavior. Looking at the person who had attacked her, Duan Ya showed a tired expression. Using mental power to forcefully control someone was very difficult, but dealing with the shaved-head girl for a short time was still within her ability. For the rest of the work, she decided to let Su Chen handle it. As soon as she finished speaking, Duan Ya walked towards the door, intending to leave the room. Suddenly, a terrifying thing happened. The shaved-head girl, with crazy eyes, stabbed the knife into her own hand. Fresh blood poured out, but she didn't seem to care about the pain. This reckless action was to stimulate her nerves, helping her escape Duan Ya's mental control. Noticing the abnormality, Duan Ya turned back, startled to see the crazy girl using the pain to force herself to regain consciousness. Escaping from the hypnotized state, she ignored the wound, gripped the knife tightly, and lunged straight at Duan Ya Li like an out-of-control beast. With one hand she held the knife, and with the other she slammed Duan Ya's neck against the door, her foot pressing down to restrain any movement. Her eyes filled with murderous intent, she growled, Almost fell for your trap, you tricky little brat. Outside, the crowd began to realize something was wrong. The noise from inside the room made them anxious. Yuan Ying called out loudly, Duan Ya, what's going on in there? Why is changing clothes so noisy? Senior sister, say something. Although the shaved-head girl gagged Duan Ya, preventing her from speaking, the prolonged silence made everyone even more suspicious. Su Chen couldn't wait any longer and shouted, Duan Ya, I'm coming in. In the blink of an eye, he smashed the door open and rushed into the room. Seeing Su Chen, the shaved-head girl immediately screamed threateningly, Looking for death. Before he could react, she lunged forward like a hunting leopard. The sharp knife in her hand aimed straight at Su Chen. Tian Yue, seeing the danger, rushed forward to block him, shouting, Su Yai Chen, be careful. But as soon as the shaved-head girl heard the name Su Chen and saw his face clearly, her pupils contracted. Cold sweat poured down like rain, and her expression became panicked, as if facing her worst nightmare. Su Chen observed the crazy girl intently, with eyes as sharp as knives. In her mind, terrifying memories flooded back like a slow-motion film. Back at the technical university, Su Chen had been a demon in her eyes. The scenes of him massacring her comrades appeared vividly, memories she never wanted to recall in her life. Although she herself had killed many people, her intuition told her that confronting Su Chen meant the most brutal death. In extreme terror, the shaved-head girl did something that stunned everyone. Instead of continuing to attack, she rushed in front of Su Chen, knelt on the ground, looked up with glazed eyes, and said in a trembling voice, "Master, please punish me." Tian Yu was stunned by this scene, muttering, "Master, what the hell is going on?" Su Chen exuded a deathly aura, his eyes as cold as ice, and slowly asked, "Who is your master?" The shaved-head girl replied with mesmerizing eyes, "Master, could it be that you feel my sincerity is still not enough?" Without stopping, she suddenly took off all her clothes, exposing her body in front of Su Chen without any shyness. Tian Yu and Yuan Ying, two guys who were still virgins, stared wide-eyed at this crazy scene. Tian Yu couldn't hold back and muttered, "Damn, she really stripped naked, Su Chen, your tastes are wild." But as soon as Tian Yu finished speaking, the shaved-head girl's eyes suddenly changed. A smoke bomb of unknown origin was thrown by her into the center of the area, creating a thick cloud of smoke that obscured vision. Tian Yue immediately realized, "Shit, it's a smoke bomb, she's trying to escape." It turns out it was all just a trick to divert attention. Using her memory of the terrain, she rushed away like a wild beast, looking for a way to escape. But before she could run a few steps, a strong hand grabbed her chin. Without a warning sign, Su Chen appeared, holding her tightly as if holding a chicken. With cold eyes and a deep voice, he growled, "You didn't think you could escape that easily, did you?" The shaved-head girl, trembling in fear, recalled the scene of Su Chen massacring her comrades. She screamed and begged, "Wait, you can't kill me? Do you remember the little girl you saved? She and her two brothers have been taken to the arena of beasts. If you kill me—" But Su Chen interrupted with a disdainful look. "So what? Get lost." Finishing speaking, he threw her from the highest floor of the building into the water below. Even though there was water below, only the lucky ones had a chance to survive. Tian Yu heard her threat, and asked Yuan Ying suspiciously, "Who is the little girl she was talking about?" Yuan Ying recounted, "That's Xiao Mai and her two brothers. The guards must have taken them away while we were leaving." "Brother Tian, what should we do? If we don't save them, they will be bitten to death by the rats there." Hearing about the old rat, Su Chen couldn't help but ask, "What is the old rat? Is your purpose for coming here to find a mutated rat?" Without waiting for Tian Yue and Yuan Ying to react, Su Chen led the group straight to the arena of beasts that the shaved-head girl mentioned. Tian Yue saw Su Chen was calm as if nothing had happened and hurriedly asked, "Su Chen, you're really calm, aren't you agitated at all?" In a domed building not far away, Captain Guo, along with Xiao Mai's two brothers, were there. He looked at Xiao Mai and declared in a wicked voice, "Your two brothers failed their mission. That is a capital crime. But if you are willing to enter the arena of beasts, I can consider giving them another chance." His smile revealed disgust, showing no mercy, even to a child. The second brother couldn't help but shout, "Xiao Mai, run away, don't believe him." But Guo just sneered, "It's too late to run now." Xiao Mai, with a glimmer of naive hope, asked again, "I won't go anywhere. Will you really release my two brothers?" That Guo guy laughed loudly. "Of course, only if you survive." He pointed behind Xiao Mai. A cage door was lifted, and a mutated rat emerged. Its body was 3 times the size of Xiao Mai, with 2 protruding incisors and blood-red eyes that looked like it wanted to devour her. Xiao Mai sensed the danger. Her face turned pale, and her body shrank in fear. When she turned her head, she was horrified to see the rat's mouth full of sharp teeth lunging at her. In an instant, it bit down hard on her arm. Xiao Mai screamed in pain. Her weak body couldn't resist, and was dragged away by the rat. In her mind, happy memories with her two brothers flooded back. She remembered her second brother holding a bag of mushrooms, excitedly showing off. "Xiao Mai, look, I found so many mushrooms," Xiao Mai asked suspiciously. "Brother, are these mushrooms poisonous?" The eldest brother standing next to him scolded unhappily. "How could I let Xiao Mai eat something unsafe?" Without waiting for the two to react, the eldest brother snatched the bag of mushrooms, chewed them ravenously, and mumbled, "Let me try them first. If I don't die, then Xiao Mai can eat them." The two younger siblings panicked when they saw their eldest brother foaming at the mouth, rambling, "There are so many red circles in the sky." They thought in horror that the mushrooms were poisonous and told him to vomit them out. Then, images of her two brothers leaving home for missions appeared. Xiao Mai will have contribution points when brother completes the mission. The second brother chimed in, "That's right, I won't let you go hungry anymore. Be good, don't run around. Wait for me to bring back delicious food." Back in the present, the two brothers were hanging on the horizontal bar, watching their younger sister being attacked by the rat, extremely worried. Even though they were tied up, they still shouted, "Xiao Mai, run! Don't worry about us, you have to live." Guo Guy, annoyed by the shouting, ordered his subordinates, "So damn noisy, shut those two up." The 2 pieces of wood under the brothers' feet were kicked away, leaving them suspended in the air. The ropes tightened around their necks. If they weren't rescued in time, they would suffocate to death. Seeing her brothers in danger, Xiao Mai no longer cared about the wound on her arm. She screamed, "Da Ge Erge." Realizing that the only way to save her brothers was to defeat the mutated rat, she gritted her teeth, picked up a wooden stick, and stabbed it with all her might into its blood-red eyes. The rat roared in pain, and released Zhao Mai. The little girl quickly ran to her two brothers, sobbing, "Erge, I'm here to save you." Tears streamed down her face. Her two brothers were the only family she had left, and she couldn't lose them. But the rat, even though it had been blinded in one eye, recovered. It rushed forward frantically, catching up with Xiao Mai, and kicked her hard in the back with its front legs. Xiao Mai fell painfully. Seeing this scene, Guo Gai laughed loudly. "That little brat wants to save people. What wishful thinking. You lot don't deserve to live." Xiao Mai's face was covered in dirt, and tears flowed non-stop, as she continuously called out, "Ge, but the rat had already caught her, ready to tear her apart. Looking at her two brothers being strangled by the ropes, suspended near death, Xiao Mai could only scream in despair, Why is it like this? We just want to live. Help, someone save me. Someone please save us." Just when Xiao Mai thought all three siblings would die here, Su Chen suddenly appeared. With a seemingly gentle motion, he waved his hand and delivered a slap. The seemingly simple strike was as powerful as a hammer, causing the mutated rat's head to fly off. Blood spurted from its neck, killing it instantly. Xiao Mai, in the midst of despair, witnessed this scene, her eyes and mouth wide open, speechless in shock. The group of Tianyu standing nearby couldn't help but panic. Tianyu muttered, "This kid is getting too worked up. We just praised him for being calm, and now he's lost it." The Guile captain, who had been grinning from ear to ear just now, was now stunned, cold sweat running down his face. Looking at the rat being killed with one slap, Su Chen frowned slightly, his expression disappointed. Is that all the strength it has? It seems this old rat is just a little bigger? Even so, what Su Chen regretted the most was that this rat didn't have a core, and it seemed different from ordinary mutated creatures. The Guo captain forced out a sinister smile, looked at Su Chen, and growled, "Fourth level of chi refinement, if you want to die so badly." Before he could finish speaking, the sound of another cage door opening rang out. Another group of mutated rats was released, each one bigger than the last, their blood-red eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Even though he recognized this group of rats, Su Chen remained calm, without the slightest hesitation. On the contrary, Guo Gai confidently continued, "Then I'll grant your wish." Just then, Xiao Mai's two older brothers were rescued by Su Chen and his friends. Tianyu and Yuan Yin supported the two weakened men and took them to a safe place. Tianyu reminded them, "You two should rest first, then do whatever you want." The eldest brother, despite his fatigue, smiled at Xiao Mai, with a worried look, asked, "Big brother, second brother, are you guys okay?" The second brother, with a weak but loving voice, replied, "Luckily, it's all thanks to you, Xiao Mai. You were the one who saved us." Xiao Mai hugged Duanya tightly, shaking her head in disagreement. "It was Su Chen who saved everyone, not me." Even at a young age, she was very sensible, knowing who had saved all three of her brothers. At this moment, the sound of wet footsteps echoed, leaving a trail of water on the floor. It was none other than the shaved-head girl whom Su Chen had thrown into the water. Strangely, other than being soaked, she seemed unharmed. Beside her was a young man wearing glasses, looking like an intellectual. He held a glass of wine, his eyes sharply scanning Su Chen and his group. The man asked the shaved-head girl, "Is the man down there the special research material you mentioned?" She slowly replied, "That's right, boss. If we can utilize his genes, we can solve the genetic instability issues in the future." Hearing this, the glasses-wearing man was slightly surprised. Really? These rats were created with the latest technology, much larger and fiercer than before. But if he dies here, he won't be worthy of being my special experimental subject. As soon as he finished speaking, the ferocious mutated rats charged forward, but in the blink of an eye, Su Chen took action. With lightning speed, he wielded the stiletto dagger from his interdimensional space, leaving sharp cuts on the rats' bodies. Tian Yue and Xiao Mai's two brothers stared in shock. In an instant he had wiped out the mutated rats. Is this the same Su Chen that Tian Yue knew? Captain Guio, though a little fearful, only disappointed that these rats didn't have core crystals. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the loudspeaker. "Attention! That man is the experimental material we need. Lao Guo, Tian Yue, capture him for me." Hearing this, Guo laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha! The boss has spoken. You're done for this time." Conversely, Tian Yue cursed. "Damn it!" He turned to Su Chen, his eyes complex. The glasses-wearing man continued to order, "Capture Su Chen. Dead or alive doesn't matter." It seemed the experimental material didn't need to be alive. Su Chen, hearing these words, remained calm and unangered. Yuan Yin, worried, urged Duanya, "Senior, hurry and escape. This situation doesn't look good." But Duanya resolutely said, "I'm not leaving. As long as Su Chen is here, I won't leave." Her absolute trust in Su Chen moved everyone. Guio, with an excited expression, sneered at Tianyu. "Tianyu, I heard you two are brothers, right? But our existence depends on the boss. What will you choose? Su Chen looked at Tian Yu in confusion. Tian Ge, what's going on? Tian Yu sighed, explaining. The guy upstairs is Liu Shanyin. From the start of the apocalypse, he developed a strength-enhancing drug that allows him to control the entire school. But this drug consumes life force, making users dependent. Without the drug, we're weaker than anyone. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded, looking at Tian Yu. If I say I have a way, will you come with me? Tian Yu said sorrowfully. Sorry, Su Chen. I have no choice. Guo laughed like a madman. Haha, how interesting. Brothers killing each other. He swung his meteor hammers towards Su Chen. Qi energy burst from his body, creating a strong gust of wind that blew Su Chen's hair. But at that moment, Tian Yue suddenly shouted, I choose nothing today. He charged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Guomo's face. The fatty was caught off guard, sliding across the floor, stunned as he looked at Tian Yue. Tian Yue, you. After a few seconds he roared, You dare betray the boss? Tian Yu replied disdainfully. Boss my ass, he just wants to use the drug to control me. At worst, I die, so what? But anyone who dares to touch my brothers, I'll risk my life against him. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled, thinking to himself, Tiange, you're still the same as before. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Yu charged towards the fatty Guo like a whirlwind. Guo smiled coldly without fear. He was caught off guard just now, but now he's ready, and won't let Tian Yu have a chance to repeat it. He roared, his voice full of anger. You really want to die today? I'll crush all of you. He mocked Tian Yu. Just you? Dream on. Tian Yu jumped forward, clenching his fists, pouring all his strength into his punches. In an instant he unleashed dozens of rapid punches, fast as lightning, aiming straight for Guio's body. But Guio's thick layer of fat was like a steel wall, causing Tian Yu's powerful punches to vanish like stones sinking into the sea. Guizhou, even after being hit, arrogantly laughed. Haha, the boss knew you would betray him, so he only gave you the level 1 drug, but me, I used the level 2 drug. Hearing about the level 2 drug, Tian Yu's face turned pale. He clearly understood the terrifying difference between the two types of drugs. Fatty Guo smugly continued his psychological warfare. My blubber is the strongest armor. No one can hurt me. As he said that, he swung his meteor hammers at Tian Yu with incredible speed. Tian Yu realized he was distracted by the mind games, and hurriedly raised his hands to block. But the force of the blow was too strong, far exceeding his ability to withstand it. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and Tian Yu staggered, his body almost collapsing. Seeing Tian Yu's miserable defeat, Fatty Guo laughed gleefully, but then, his eyes turned cold. As if looking at a dying man, he growled, You're gonna die! With that, he pressed a button on the flashing beside Tian Yu's ears. His face changed as he recognized the danger from the electric current, but it was too late to escape. Just then, Su Chen appeared beside him, like a phantom. He jumped up and stomped hard on Fatty Guo's meteor hammer. Even though the electric current was still being released, Su Chen didn't flinch. The powerful kick caused Fatty Guo to lose his grip, and the hammer flew out with the momentum. Su Chen repeated Fatty Guo's words with a sarcastic tone. Didn't you say no one could hurt you? Tian Yue, Duan Ya, and the nursery all witnessed this scene, their eyes wide with shock. Even Duan Ya, who was already familiar with Su Chen, couldn't help but be stunned. The nursery's reaction was even more intense, his mouth agape. On the upper floor, Xia Yun observed everything from beginning to end, a hint of worry in his eyes, though he tried to maintain his composure. He had clearly underestimated Su Chen's strength. At this moment, the two meteor hammers spun back and plunged into Fatty Guo. One stabbed into his left eye, and the other pierced his chest. The electric current from the hammer still spread throughout his body, causing him to collapse, with no fighting strength left. Xia Yun wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he smiled faintly, as if everything only made him more interested. To him, Su Chen was an ideal specimen for research, a step forward for his ambition to create the perfect human. He spoke. Su Chen, I'll give you a chance. Join my experiment, and I'll help you evolve into the most perfect human. Su Chen replied with a contemptuous look. The perfect human you speak of is just a lab rat, isn't it? Xia Yun adjusted his glasses, slightly surprised. Oh, you guessed the direction of my research. That's right, the rat's genes are closest to humans. I'll use rat genes to create an army of rats, conquer the world, build a paradise. Exciting, isn't it? Su Chen's ears itched at the delusional words, and he picked his ear, mocking, Yeah, the feeling of being insulted because you are so dumb. Xia Yun was furious, though he tried to suppress it. He ordered the bald girl to shoot. She immediately raised her gun and aimed from the window. But what was fired wasn't a bullet, but a dose of medicine aimed straight at the dying Fatty Guo. As soon as the medicine took effect, Fatty Guo's body underwent a terrifying transformation. His teeth sharpened, the two meteor hammers became part of his body, and the pierced left eye regenerated on his left chest. He was now nothing more than a monster. Tian Yue, the Xiaomei siblings, Duan Ya, and the nursery, stared in horror. Duan Ya muttered, "What are they researching? How can they turn humans into such disgusting things?" Xia Yun explained smugly. Fatty Guo was a wrestler, with a layer of fat as the perfect defensive armor. The tier 3 potion he just injected will help him strengthen and regenerate. Su Chen, you're no match for him. He looked at Su Chen, his voice arrogant. Now do you see the power of great evolution? Su Chen flipped him off. Great evolution, my ass, it's just turning people into monsters. Insulted, Xia Yun was livid and ordered, Guo, kill him, then extract the genes from his body. Fatty Guo, now a monster, roared and charged like a giant meatball, moving at an incredible speed. Tian Yu and Duan Ya were extremely worried. No one knew how strong Su Chen really was. But Su Chen calmly raised his hands to block the spinning meatball. The electric current from the meteor hammer shot into his body. Though it didn't cause any damage, it still felt as uncomfortable as being bitten by ants. Su Chen frowned, his eyes flashing with anger. If you get bitten by ants, you gotta kill the ants, right? He muttered, ready to launch a counterattack. Su Chen looked at Fatty Guo with a mocking tone. You think putting 2 batteries in a weapon can shock someone to death? With that, he stopped the wildly spinning meatball. His hand was as quick as lightning, reaching into the meteor hammer, crushing it, and pulling out a battery. Then let you taste what it's like to be shocked. Su Chen stuffed the battery straight into Fatty Guo's mouth. Fatty Guo couldn't help but grind his teeth, crushing the battery. The cracking sound of the battery case breaking mixed with the sparking electric current. Boom! A few seconds later, his mouth exploded, sparks flying everywhere like fireworks. Su Chen casually turned his back, looking effortlessly cool. Tian Yue and Duan Ya, watching from afar, were stunned. Could it be that they'd taken down the mutated Fatty Guo? Xia Yun, observing from above, was also surprised. Su Chen used the pin explosion to inflict damage, an unexpected move, but Xia Yun quickly sneered. Is that all you've got? The level 3 drug has powerful regenerative abilities. Sure enough, Fatty Guo quickly regenerated, his mouth, eyes, and nose growing back, though not as perfect as before. Xia Yun mockingly taunted. Now you guys must be helpless against the power of evolution, right? Seeing Fatty Guo recover so quickly, Su Chen didn't flinch, but instead became interested. He turned around and rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. Before Fatty Guo could react, he took a punch straight to the face, followed by dozens, hundreds of sharp, continuous punches raining down all over his body. The sound of fists hitting thick fat echoed like war drums, making everyone around shudder. To conceal his power, Su Chen moved so fast that he created a cloud of dust, obscuring vision. Even Tian Yue and Duan Ya couldn't see clearly what he was doing. Xia Yun frowned from above, puzzled. What's he up to? In the smoke, Su Chen thought to himself. This guy keeps regenerating. Xia Yun's research still has value. Unacceptable. He opened his dimensional space, summoning countless concrete fragments, steel bars, and large rocks, and threw them towards Fatty Guo. A rumbling sound rang out like a storm of materials crashing into Fatty Guo's fat. The people outside were confused. What's that sound? Xia Yun was sweating, also not understanding what Su Chen was doing. When the dust cleared, a figure appeared. The group of Tian Yue and Duan Ya strained their eyes to see Su Chen sitting on a small mountain piled high with cement, steel bars, and building debris. Below, Fatty Guo was buried, no longer moving. Xia Yun couldn't help but scream, Damn it! I don't care who you are or how you got all that trash. You dare slap my face, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Look around, you bunch are gonna die. Su Chen glanced around, seeing countless bloodshot eyes of mutated rats surrounding them. He sneered. Not bad. I wasn't planning on letting you guys off either. He made a fist as if to challenge. Bring it on, I'll take care of you all at once. Duan Ya and the others were startled. They were surrounded by mutated rats, and those who had been put into the lab now turned into humanoid monsters. Su Yai-chen looked at Tian Yue and Duan Ya, stating the objective clearly. That Xia Yun up there, if we don't take him down, this will never end. I'm leaving this place to you guys. Duan Ya recalled what Su Chen once said. If you can't prove your worth, you're not qualified to be by my side, and immediately accepted the mission. Rest assured, I'll help everyone hold out here. Su Chen turned and left, looking effortlessly cool, not forgetting to tell them, if you can't hold on, yell loudly and I'll come back. Watching him disappear, Duan Ya seriously ordered the Tian Yu group. Everyone, listen up, we're gonna deal with these guys. Even though the rats were numerous, she still used her powers. Her eyes glowed brightly, ordering, just kill, I'll take care of the control. Xia Yun sneered from the observation room. HMPH, a bunch of traitors jumping around. I'll turn you into food for the rat people. A surveillance staff reported, Su Chen has wiped out the security. He's about to break into Yun Xiao's area. Xia Yun's expression changed, yelling, what? He dares to go there? He ordered, push the Kaishuan gene into test drug number 5. A researcher worried, the gene is unstable, the risk is too high. But Xia Yun insisted, do it now. The researchers had to check his body parameters to prepare to inject him with the latest gene drug. Xia Yun's eyes System Jia Yun's eyes were full of ruthlessness, preparing to inject him with the latest gene drug. Meanwhile, Su Chen, unaware of Jia Yun's plan, entered a room filled with experimental products. They were being cultivated in nutrient-filled glass tanks, taking on bizarre shapes, some multi-eyed, others resembling aquatic monsters. Su Chen stopped before a special glass tank. Inside was Yun Yun, an old acquaintance of his. She was trapped, wearing only a few scraps of cloth, connected to breathing tubes. Su Chen was stunned, remembering the last time he saw her at the bar. Fate is truly miraculous, he thought to himself, then raised his fist and smashed the glass tank, carefully carrying her out like he was holding a princess. Yun Yun woke up, saw Su Chen, and said in a trembling voice, "Are you Su Chen?" He replied, "It's me. Don't worry, I'll get you out of here." She murmured dreamily, "I'm hungry." Before she could say more, a voice rang out from behind. "Let her go." Su Chen turned around and saw two streaks of blue light hurtling towards him. With lightning speed, he released one hand, still holding Yun Yun with the other, and caught the attack in his palm. Xia Yun pointed at Su Chen, gritting his teeth. "Get your filthy hands off Yun Yun. She is the woman I chose." Su Chen recognized the attack as an ice-type ability. He sneered. "The woman you chose? Do you think this is a supermarket?" Xia Yun snorted coldly. "After the apocalypse, ordinary people are just trash. I possess the power of evolution. I will become the lord of the world. Being my woman is her honor." Su Chen shook his head. "You really are as crazy as they say." Yun Yun clung tightly to Su Chen in a daze, whispering, "Don't go, don't leave me, I'm so scared." Su Chen comforted her. "It's going to be okay, I won't leave you." Xia Yun saw this scene, jealousy burning in his head, and roared, "Let her go! She's mine." He rushed forward at maximum speed. Without hesitation, Su Chen kicked a bulky object towards Xia Yun. Xia Yun easily destroyed the attack, but when he looked back, he saw Yun Yun hugging and kissing Su Chen. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with ferocity. At this moment, Su Chen and Xia Yun were sharing a passionate kiss. After that moment, when their lips parted, Xia Yun lowered her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with a hint of shyness, her voice still trembling with emotion. She looked at Su Chen and whispered, "Who told you to leave me last time? You owe me this." After speaking, Xia Yun smiled weakly and seemed to be exhausted. She fell into a deep sleep. No matter how many times Sun Yi-chan called her name, she did not receive a response. Witnessing that dramatic and emotional scene, Xia Yun, the one standing on the sidelines, felt a surge of rage erupting like a wildfire. He gnashed his teeth, his eyes sharp and cold, spitting out each word with resentment. "You dared to do this? If that's the case, then let's all die together." With that, Xia Yun tore off his shirt, revealing a sinewy body, his muscles bulging as if sculpted from stone. But soon after, his appearance began to change in a bizarre way. His teeth grew long, sharp as knives, his body withered, exposing his protruding ribcage. His fingers elongated, his sharp claws gleamed with a cold light. In the blink of an eye, Xia Yun had completely transformed into a ratman. His terrifying appearance would make anyone shudder. He growled at Su Chen, his eyes filled with ferocity, as if to declare, "Now I will show you the power of a god." Faced with that fierce threat, Su Chen was not afraid at all, one hand holding the sleeping beauty, the other in his pocket, looking relaxed. He smirked coldly and replied, "Come at me." His words were short but sharp as a knife, full of challenge. The next scene, after successfully provoking Xia Yun, Su Chen gently placed the exhausted girl in a safe corner. He even thoughtfully gave her a chocolate bar to temporarily fill her hunger. Suddenly, Su Chen's sharp eyes noticed something unusual behind him. The rat man appeared, his whole body covered in thick fur, his long claws and old, ugly face like a nightmare. He growled, his voice full of contempt. "Even at this point, you're still distracted. You really want to die." With that, he pounced like a wild beast, opening his mouth as if to tear Su Chen apart. But Su Chen remained unusually calm. With just a gentle wave of his hand, he had cleaved the ferocious ratman's body in two. Blood splattered, staining the space red. Su Chen frowned slightly, wondering blankly, "What is this thing?" Meanwhile, Xia Yun sat in a corner, slowly munching on the chocolate bar, her face showing exhaustion and helplessness. She chewed and mumbled, asking Su Chen, "Are the people down there all your friends?" Su Chen turned around, his eyes as cold as ice, and replied simply, "That's right." Hearing this, Xia Yun jumped up, grabbing the chair next to her. She said resolutely, "I won't eat your stuff for free." Clearly she wanted to do something to repay the life-saving grace in the chocolate bar. Without hesitation, she swung the chair and threw it straight at the window, shattering the glass. With a confident look, Xia Yun declared, "Leave those guys down there to me." Before jumping out to face the danger, she leaned against the window frame, her body only wrapped in a few pieces of bandage, looking both seductive and determined. She turned back, her eyes coldly reminding Su Chen, "This Xia Yun isn't so easy to kill, so you better be careful." Without hesitation or fear, she jumped straight out of the building. her arms and legs spread wide, her body falling freely like a brave bird. As she got closer to the ground, Xie Yun's body suddenly swelled up, becoming huge, her physical strength increasing dramatically. Finally, she landed with a mighty thud, using her colossal butt to create a terrifying tremor that shook the earth and sky, crushing wooden fences and everything around. A girl with a voluptuous figure, only wrapped in a few bandages, suddenly appeared from the sky with immense size, leaving everyone around dumbfounded, eyes wide at this bizarre scene. Xie Yun cried out softly, "Damn, that's one big booty!" Maybe the fall from such a height made her a little dizzy. Everyone around was still in shock, wondering if they were hallucinating. Yeah? Quote, a witness wondered if they were seeing things. It took a few seconds for Xie Yun to regain her composure after the landing. Although it stung a little, she was completely unharmed, even crushing a few rats and destroying many surrounding objects. With an adorably clumsy look, she introduced herself. I'm Xie Yun, Su Chen's friend. Here to help you all. Ya still couldn't believe her eyes, and asked again, reinforcements? Suddenly, Tian Yu shouted, I saw it. The word startled Xie Yun. Realizing something, she screamed, hugging her lower body tightly, and cursed him. You pervert! The story didn't end there. The bloodthirsty rats began to attack furiously again. Xie Yun jumped up, stepping over Tian Yu's head, and declared clearly, leave this to me. Her appearance was to repay Su Chen's life-saving grace. To her, these rats were no different from ants, easily crushed with a flick of a finger. Tian Yu, standing underneath, yelled, Don't step over my head like that, it's bad luck. A giant foot of Xie Yun gently crushed a rat, not even giving it time to squeak. But when she discovered what was stuck to her foot, she realized that there were thousands of rats, all ferociously climbing over the fence, ready to bite any living thing. They pounced, seeing humans as a lavish feast. Xie Yun exclaimed in panic. Why are there so many rats? Fear caused her to lose control, her feet thrashing wildly, kicking and yelling, Get out of here! Disgusting! Not only were the rats crushed, but the people around also frantically ran away, screaming, Run! She's gone crazy! Be careful not to get trampled! Tian Yu kept complaining because Xie Yun had stepped over his head, muttering, I told you it's bad luck. Above, Su Chen observed the whole scene, his eyes cold but unable to hide his surprise. He sighed inwardly. I didn't expect Xie Yun to have such a powerful ability. While he was observing, he didn't realize the rats had arrived some time ago. Thousands of rats, all hideous and filthy, raced to climb onto Su Chen, covering him from head to toe, so many that they seemed to want to bury him. Yet Su Chen remained calm, coldly saying, So? Getting sliced in half wasn't enough to kill you, huh? Su Chen was submerged in the horde of ferocious rats. Not even the top of his head could be seen. From within that chaos, a hairy hand with sharp claws like razors suddenly reached out. A rat king manifested, his body towering over all the other rats, radiating a terrifying ferocity and cold-bloodedness. He grinned contemptuously as if mocking the whole world. Simply put, his body was immortal, so he couldn't die that easily. It seemed those little rats had miraculously helped the rat person to revive. Down below, the situation wasn't any better. Suddenly, the entire swarm of rats stopped all activity, standing upright on two legs in unison, as if manipulated by an invisible force. The crowd, including Ye, was stunned by this bizarre sight. Why aren't these rats moving all of a sudden? Ye blurted out, her voice full of surprise. The entire swarm of rats raised their heads in unison, their sharp eyes gazing upward, toward the top of the building where the Rat King stood proudly. At this moment, only its massive silhouette remained, while Su Chen seemed to have been swallowed whole into the Rat King, i.e. Xie Yun's body. Xie Yun was smug. Her haughty gaze looked down at the people below, like a king standing on the peak of power. He was now the Rat King, the ruler whom all the rat spirits revered, a monster that made anyone who witnessed him tremble and flee. Even the admin, seeing this scene, had to cover their nose and quickly run away. Tian Yu's group still hadn't realized that the Rat King was the crazed Xie Yun who had transformed. They only vaguely guessed that this monster was the one controlling all the rat spirits. The rats, numbering in the tens of thousands, looked like a mighty army, lined up neatly, kneeling at the feet of the Rat King, creating a scene that made everyone's blood run cold. Suddenly, a giant hand gripped the wooden fence tightly. It was Xie Yun, also known as Yun Yun. At this moment, she had completely lost control. Her face darkened, her eyes blazing red like flames. She swung the fence wildly, smashing it towards the rats. Disgusting, she yelled. Get out of here! With a colossal body as tall as the building where the Rat King stood, Yun Yun was full of murderous intent. She turned to face the Rat King, roaring, Hey, you stinky rat, where's Su Chen? Xie Yun in the Rat King's form calmly replied, Su Chen no longer exists. Then, he declared that he would deal with Yun Yun for daring to speak rudely to him. You're courting death. Yun Yun didn't care about the threat. Her murderous aura intensified, her eyes sharply staring at the rats swarming around her arm, biting and tearing as if wanting to devour her. You damned things, she screamed, while the rats continued to furiously attack Tian Yue and Ya. After meeting the Rat King, They became even more ferocious, biting and tearing more fiercely. The rats were so numerous that even a giant like Yun Yun was gradually exhausted. She fell to the ground, weakly resisting. Rat King Liu Xiaoyun laughed heartily, triumphantly declaring that with this rat army, he would take over humanity and turn the world into his own rat kingdom. Suddenly, a hand unexpectedly pierced Liu Xiaoyun's chest, accompanied by a calm voice. Sorry. Finding the core took a bit longer than expected. Another hand appeared, forcefully tearing open the Rat King's chest to break free. This action terrified Xiaoyun. His eyes filled with horror. He wondered, what the hell is going on? Didn't I completely devour the main character? Turns out Su Chen being swallowed was just a hallucination, Xiaoyun imagined. In just a few seconds, Su Chen casually stepped out from the Rat King's body, tearing it in two. At this moment, he looked like a reborn war god, his aura imposing and unstoppable. Xiaoyun, in the form of the Rat King, trembled, unable to believe his eyes. Su Chen coldly looked at the sparkling purple stone in his hand, declaring, "Now your core is mine." His eyes were as sharp as swords, ready to eliminate any enemies in his path. The rats seemed agitated and began to attack crazily. They tried every means to bite and tear, even sticking their heads through the iron bars, their sharp teeth like the claws of tigers, looking terrifyingly horrific. They not only squeezed through the iron bars but also emerged from the sewers, from the alleys. Any place with a gap became their passageway. Looking at the appearance of the mutated rats, it seemed they were hunting for something. After searching for a while, they converged towards Tianyu's group, their closest prey. Some of the rats were leaders, some with severed human arms in their mouths. The brutal and terrifying scene made Tianyu's face turn pale. His initial confidence had disappeared, replaced by panic. He ran for his life, yelling a warning to his teammates. The rats are squeezing through the cracks. Be careful of the sewers below, they can appear anywhere. Just as Tianyu finished speaking, near where elder brother of baby Mai was standing, a rat suddenly popped its head out of the sewer. Elder brother with his bushy beard spotted the danger and tried to run, but a hairy hand with sharp claws suddenly grabbed his ankle tightly. In an instant, it pulled him down into the sewer. The elder brother only had time to swear before he was swarmed by the rats, who bit and tore at him. In desperation he used all his strength to cling to the ground, but all his efforts were in vain. 10 fingers slid along the ground, unable to hold on to any hope of survival. The second brother and baby Mai witnessed their elder brother being dragged away by the rats, and could only stand there screaming and crying. Baby Mai's face was pale, tears streaming down her face. Both of them were also surrounded by another group of rats, unable to run to save their elder brother. In that moment of life and death, the elder brother still tried to advise, "Remember to take care of each other, just leave me." But before his last words could be completed, he was completely dragged down into the sewer by the mutated rats, disappearing completely. The ground became quiet, as if nothing had ever happened. The second brother hugged baby Mai tightly on his back, constantly calling out, "Elder brother!" Baby Mai cried out, her face covered in tears. But there was nothing she could do in the face of the monsters. Tianyu was now sweating profusely, his face showing fatigue and helplessness. He thought to himself, "There are too many of them, just a few of us. I don't know how long we can hold out." Even so, he still tried his best to resist, gathering his last bit of strength, yelling, "Come at me!" The rats rushed towards him like arrows. Tianyu was exhausted, breathing heavily, his body full of bites and tears, his hands almost unable to move. On Yunyun's side, the situation was no better. The rats clung tightly, biting and tearing all over her body. In her moment of crisis, hunger struck, causing her huge body to gradually shrink. Witnessing this scene, he secretly thought that preventing the monsters was impossible. Tianyu was almost out of strength, panting, his heart full of despair. He thought to himself, "Just a few of us. Sooner or later we'll be devoured by these inhumane rats. Only a god can save us." Suddenly, a huge figure stood tall on the roof. Tianyu's face changed, his pupils contracted, and his whole body broke out in a cold sweat. That figure suddenly jumped up, stomping hard on the ground, creating a surge of dark purple power surrounding it. Its body was distorted, no longer in its original form, looking like a demon king rising from hell. Tianyu stuttered, unable to utter a word, only trembling before the horrifying sight. Su Chen seemed to have recognized the terrifying nature of the creature before him. It was the Rat King, but not the Rat King they had faced before. Now, it had been corrupted, transformed into a terrifying dark entity. Its whole body was like a rolling black cloud, exuding an evil aura that made people's hair stand on end. Its power was so overwhelming that the ferocious rats didn't dare to utter a word, only trembling and bowing their heads. The monster's footsteps were like those rising from hell, each step heavy, as if shaking the earth and sky. No matter how fierce the other rats were, they didn't dare to approach, only daring to stand from afar, their eyes fixed on it with extreme fear. Yai witnessed this scene. Her eyes widened, unable to believe what was happening. She said to herself, Could it be that Sui Chen has been swallowed by this monster? Not fear, but the pain of loss surged in her heart when she thought that Sui Chen had been killed by the monster. The monster slowly moved forward. The monster, or rather Sui Chen, raised his huge hand to look at himself. It seemed that this form was not one he had voluntarily transformed into, but was being manipulated by the remaining consciousness of the star core. The layer of corruption covering his face gradually faded away, revealing part of his normal face. Su Chen did not expect that the star core still had such a strong consciousness, trying to devour him. Gradually, the corruption on Su Chen's face continued to fade, spreading down his neck and shoulders. Half of his body had returned to normal, like light dispelling the darkness. His heart was filled with confidence. Even if the star core wanted to devour him, it could not overcome his iron will. Su Chen, it really is Su Chen, Tian Yu blurted out, his face utterly shocked. He couldn't help but yell, his eyes shining brightly. At this moment, Su Chen's face had completely returned to normal. He turned to Tian Yu with an icy expression and said, "Tian Ji, you've worked hard." As soon as he finished speaking, the rats, as if waiting for their chance, all stood up and charged towards Su Chen like arrows. Tian Yu panicked and screamed with all his might, "Careful." But Su Chen remained calm, his eyes as red as flames. He uttered a single word, "Scram." The rats seemed to be hit by a spell. Their eyes widened, their mouths gaped, and their expressions were terrified. They immediately turned tail and ran away in disarray, as if they would be annihilated if they didn't run fast enough. Hordes of rats trampled over each other, squeezed through iron gaps, slid down sewers, and slipped through vents. The scene was as chaotic as the apocalypse for the rats. Everyone around was stunned, not understanding why they were so terrified. Tian Yu muttered with a bewildered look. Su Chen only said, "Scram, right?" And that scared them away. From a scene filled with crazed, mutated rats, the courtyard was now empty, without a trace of a single rat, big or small. Watching the rats he had driven away, Su Chen thought to himself, even if he wasn't the Rat King, the suppressive power from the core was enough to terrify them. Suddenly, Tian Yu coughed violently, as if his lungs were about to burst out. Su Chen hurried over to ask if he was okay, but Tian Yu was exhausted and had no strength to answer. From behind, a voice rang out. The drug injected into Tian Yue is actually a type of poison. It was Yun Yun speaking. She explained that this drug initially gave people limitless power, but the more they used that power, the deeper the poison would seep, corroding their body. Su Chen looked up at Yun Yun, his voice low. "So what do I need to do to save Tian Yu?" Without hesitation, Yun Yun replied, "In Liu Xiayun's laboratory, there's a corpse. You just need to use its blood to create a serum, and Tian Yu will be saved." Following Yun Yun's words, Su Chen immediately set off to find Liu Xiayun's laboratory. Standing in front of the room, he frowned slightly, sensing a powerful, oppressive aura, like an invisible storm was brewing. He wondered if this was really the place Yun Yun mentioned. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was dark and cold, like a deep, mysterious cave. As he moved forward, a transparent white screen appeared. Su Chen stepped through, a strange feeling rising in his mind. He checked his body, found nothing unusual, and concluded that the screen was created by spiritual power. Looking up ahead, Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim in his thoughts, "Isn't there only supposed to be one corpse in this lab?" But in front of him was the slender figure of a young girl sitting in front of a computer screen. Even though she didn't turn around, she seemed to have sensed his presence. Her calm voice rang out, "You're here." The girl slowly turned around, her delicate face clearly visible in the dim light. Before Su Chen could react, she continued, "You're a classmate of Liu, right?" The question stunned Su Chen, and he thought to himself, Liu's classmate? Which Liu? But when his eyes accidentally glanced at the glass cabinet beside him, he was stunned. In the reflection, Liu Xiayun's face appeared, but it was his own image. Su Chen suddenly realized he had turned into Liu Xiayun at some point. Everything gradually became clear. It wasn't that the girl had mistaken him, but that he had transformed into the person she recognized. He wondered, am I hallucinating? Not wanting to get bogged down in this situation, Su Chen told himself to wake up quickly and find the corpse. But just then, the girl called Zhao Laoshi gently called him closer. Before Su Chen could answer, his body automatically responded, "Okay," and moved towards her. He realized he had been pulled into an illusion, recreating Liu Xiayun's memories, and he was just a character in this story, unable to act according to his own will. Suddenly, Zhao Laoshi took off her coat, revealing a sexy nightgown that hugged her body, with full breasts, causing Su Chen in Liu Xiayun's form to stand blankly, asking, "Laoshi, what is the meaning of this?" Zhao Laoshi smiled and replied, "I just feel hot. I want to be more comfortable." Su Chen nodded. "Ah, I see." He changed the subject, his eyes turned to the crab lying upside down on the tray. "So what is this crab?" Zhao Laoshi looked at him and asked. "Do you know my slaves?" Liu Xiayun pondered and replied, "Isn't it a common parasitic creature that lives on crabs?" Zhao Laoshi nodded with a slight smile. That's right, it's a wonderful creature, knowing how to use its host to protect itself and survive. Her words carried a hidden meaning, making the atmosphere ambiguous. Suddenly, Xiao Laoshi came from behind Liu Xiaoyun, wrapped her soft arms around his neck, gently pressed her chest against his back, her face flushed, her eyes sparkling with intention. She whispered, "Isn't it very interesting like this?" Her voice was soft, yet irresistibly alluring. Liu Xiaoyun replied, dazed. "Yeah, a little." Before he knew how to react, Teacher Zhao's hand slid down his abs, making the atmosphere even more tense. Her chest pressed against him, deliberately teasing, her eyes flirtatious. Turns out, student Liu Xiaoyun doesn't just get top marks, but he's got a well-trained body too. Liu Xiaoyun smirked, a smug smile on his face, and turned back to ask, "Really?" He spun around and pulled Teacher Zhao into his arms, teasing, "If you keep acting like this, the experiment's gonna lose all its fun." Teacher Zhao didn't flinch, replying, "I've always preferred practicals over theoretical experiments." They exchanged a passionate look. Liu Xiaoyun smiled. "Yes, I'll have to study hard today." Lost in the moment, Teacher Zhao leaned against the glass door, breathing heavily as she looked outside, noticing tonight's moon was unusual, larger than normal, radiating a burning red glow like a fiery sun. Even so, they remained engrossed with each other by the glass. Suddenly, Teacher Zhao cried out, "It's so hot! Quick, draw the curtains, hurry!" It was a time of bizarre weather anomalies on Earth, the night becoming strangely scorching. Time passed, and Teacher Zhao and Liu Xiaoyun each occupied a corner of the room, exhausted and no longer in the mood. The searing heat from outside crept in, making the air within the four walls stifling and heavy, like a warning of the terrifying silence that was descending. Liu Xiaoyun spoke up, his eyes turning sharp as he faced Teacher Zhao. "Teacher, we're running low on food. I'll be managing the remaining supplies." His tone was gentle, but his intentions clear, as if to seize control of the meager rations that were left. Teacher Zhao started to protest, but her words trailed off. She realized Liu Xiaoyun was plotting to keep all the food for himself. Time passed. The scorching disaster continued to rage, burning away all life. Today, Liu Xiaoyun finally lost his cool, triggered by Teacher Zhao eating the last of their food. A treasure more precious than gold in this desperate situation. He roared like a maniac, punching and kicking her mercilessly, as if that food was more important than her life. Teacher Zhao collapsed to the floor, covering her face and trembling as she apologized. "I couldn't help it, I was so hungry." But her weak explanation couldn't sway Liu Xiaoyun. He grabbed a sharp knife, his eyes icy, and growled, "That was fast. Which means it's still fresh. The food you just ate probably hasn't been digested yet." Hearing these words, Teacher Zhao panicked, like a lamb awaiting the butcher's blade. A piercing scream rang out, blood splattering everywhere, mixing with the chilling sound of the knife slicing through flesh. Finally, her abdomen was slashed open, and she fell to the floor, her eyes rolled back as if she were dead. Liu Xiaoyun laughed gleefully. "Jackpot, it's still in her stomach, now I have food again." In his hands was a gooey black substance he had just pulled from Teacher Zhao's abdomen. After killing her, Liu Xiaoyun discovered something strange. The rats that were eating Teacher Zhao suddenly mutated, evolving violently and crazily, even though this evolution was incomplete. He used her blood for experiments, and after some time, discovered the serum from Teacher Zhao's blood could detoxify. What shocked him even more was that Teacher Zhao was still alive, even though her body was constantly mutating. From a beautiful girl, she had now turned into a half-human, half-monster, her head covered in sharp thorns, her abdomen gutted, with only her spinal column connecting her upper and lower body. Her whole body was covered in sticky blood, suspended by chains. Looking at the research results from her body, Liu Xiaoyun couldn't help but praise her, calling her the perfect research subject. He clucked his tongue at the data, not exaggerating when he called it the gene of the apocalypse. Thanks to her, he had discovered the perfect gene sequence capable of evolving in this chaotic world. But Liu Xiaoyun's ambition didn't stop there. A bold idea sparked in his mind. He wanted to dissect Teacher Zhao's brain to uncover the hidden secrets within. She remained silent, offering no resistance, but that couldn't soothe his frenzied mood. He looked at her with a sinister smile, calmly saying, "You can't die anyway." With that, he grinned madly, grabbing a chainsaw and preparing to slice off her head. But at that moment, an eerie voice echoed in Su Chen's ear. It turned out Teacher Zhao was using her mental power to hypnotize and influence the character, Liu Xiaoyun, in Su Chen's illusion. "Quick, eat the sparkling purple stone in his hand." Despite her constant bewitchment, Su Chen, in Liu Xiaoyun's form, still didn't comply. She lost patience, snapping, "Why won't you eat it?" Su Chen's cold voice rang out, "Because it's just a rotting piece of meat." Without hesitation, he crushed the purple stone, which Teacher Zhao had created in the illusion. She looked at him, her eyes filled with surprise and doubt. "Oh, how did you figure it out?" Su Chen replied, his voice icy. It's simple. If your core was really in my hand, you would have died a long time ago. At that moment, the illusion shattered. Su Chen's true form gradually appeared, while Liu Xiaoyun's appearance slowly faded away. Teacher Zhao exclaimed in shock. You can actually break my illusion? Damn it, it took so much effort to find a suitable human. She paused, not finishing her sentence. The scenery in the room became clear. Teacher Zhao had now transformed into a monster, suspended in a laboratory machine, with only her upper body remaining. Liu Xiaoyun had removed the lower half. Looking at the creature that was once a beautiful girl, Su Chen remained unmoved. In his eyes, there was only one goal: to crack open her skull with his bare hands. He slowly raised his right hand, his fingers spreading open, directly towards her head. Sensing the imminent threat, the girl-turned monster screamed in panic, her voice trembling. I'm just a pitiful person who was forced into this. Don't you want my power? I'll give it to you. Please spare me, please. But Su Chen's eyes remained cold, unfazed by her desperate pleas. He said slowly. When the crab parasite invades a body, it takes over the host's consciousness. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Chen placed his cold hand on the creature's head. Without hesitation, he prepared to crack open her skull. The monster continued to beg, her tone growing increasingly urgent, as fragile as a thread, searching for a glimmer of hope for survival. I'm just a pitiful person who was forced into this. Don't you want my power? I'll give it to you. Please spare me, please. But Su Chen nonchalantly ignored her, continuing his unfinished words. You think I would give you a chance? As soon as the words left his mouth, blood gushed out like a spring. The monster's skull cracked open by Su Chen's cold hand. After obtaining the core, her body gradually disintegrated, like dust carried away by the wind, disappearing completely into the air. Su Chen looked at the scene, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, and muttered, So without the core, the body will disintegrate on its own. Holding the glittering core in his hand, he said to himself, Looks like there's no problem this time. But suddenly, he remembered something that weighed heavily on his heart. If she turned to dust, where am I supposed to find the antidote for Tianyu now? Without hesitation, Su Chen rushed off, determined to search the lab, telling himself that the antidote must still be somewhere in this room. As for the parasitic crab slaves, after parasitizing a host, root-like tendrils will snake through the host's body, connecting to its organs and manipulating its behavior. This type of parasite turns the host into a complete slave, losing all free will, like a puppet being controlled by a tiny but powerful creature. The floodwaters receded, leaving the city barren, but the air remained heavy, filled with anxiety. A group of people gathered amidst the apocalyptic ruins, whispering about the events after the flood. Did anyone see anything strange? One person asked. After the water receded, the corpses at the bottom suddenly mutated, and then heavy footsteps followed one after another, creating a constant sound on the ground. Suddenly, an urgent voice rang out. Don't look anymore. Let's go. That's Su Chen's group. At this moment, Yunyun appeared worried, gently calling out, Sister Duanya. Duanya turned around, her eyes fixed on Yunyun's blank face. The girl who just joined the team, Yunyun asked, her voice full of curiosity. Where is Su Chen taking this group of medical students? Duanya sighed and replied, Because the rats are trying to escape, they are hiding near the University of Science and Technology, which is no longer suitable for human survival. The surviving medical students are valuable talents for the future, so Su Chen plans to take them to a safer resettlement area. Hearing this, Yunyun felt an indescribable anxiety rising in her heart. She exclaimed, In that case, isn't the road ahead very long? But I'm already starting to get hungry. This is not good at all. Thinking this, she decided to run and find Su Chen immediately. But Duanyai said firmly, You are not allowed to go. At the same time, she reached out and grabbed Yunyun's wrist tightly. Stopping her, Yunyun was surprised, her eyes fixed on the hand gripping her, asking in confusion, why? Duanya blushed slightly, looking at her gently and replying, Because you are with us, you must obey orders. Although her voice seemed strict, deep down, Duanya just wanted to protect Yunyun. Recalling the moment before, Duanya suddenly fell into a state of panic when Su Chen cornered her. She didn't understand why he acted like that. Her eyes were full of confusion and worry at the time. Su Chen appeared with an unprecedentedly wicked look, grabbing her cheeks, his eyes mysterious, his voice soft but with a hint of evil. Don't be afraid, I just feel a little hot. Then suddenly he forcibly kissed her, Duanya's face reflecting surprise and confusion. Although the two had experienced passionate nights countless times, this time Su Chen's actions shocked her. Anyone could imagine a passionate night of love between the two. Thinking about it, Duanya still felt resentful, wondering, Su Chen suddenly became so violent. Is it because of the side effects of the core? Meanwhile, Su Chen was busy calculating. After the flood receded, bacteria, viruses, and even plants underwent major mutations. Many resettlement areas have collapsed due to lack of doctors. The scarcest resource right now, If used well, he can establish his own settlement area. Su Chen carefully planned, every step forward, every step back, confident that no matter how many new forces emerge, he will be able to face them. This harvest was quite successful. He found a way to make serum and recovery medicine for Tian Yu and the others. All the equipment and research materials in the laboratory have been stored in his personal space. Moreover, the Rat King's core not only improved Su Chen's berserker ability, but also enhanced his physical strength, and even granted him ice abilities. Although he had only condensed a little, he believed he could upgrade it in the future. The core of the mutated female corpse in the lab also brought mental power, but unfortunately he didn't receive illusion abilities. Suddenly, Tian Yu spoke, breaking Su Chen's train of thought. What's that sound over there? Su Chen immediately deployed his newly acquired mental ability to sense heat from the blood of living creatures within a 30-meter radius, like a temperature sensor. Thanks to this, he discovered the Tao clan ambushing around. Suddenly, a scream rang out from the nursery. Look up there! The scene before their eyes stunned everyone. A person was hanging strangely. Who is that? They wondered. Long was suspicious. In just a moment, a short-haired girl screamed in panic when she recognized, "That's Rui, my roommate. There's no time left. We have to save her now." Her voice was full of urgency. Another person volunteered to step forward. "I'll go right away." But Su Chen coldly interrupted. "Don't interfere. We should continue our journey." His words were immediately met with a wave of outrage from those around him. They criticized him for being cruel, cold-blooded, and unacceptable for being indifferent to a life, the short-haired girl shouted, her eyes blazing. "God damn it! All you sons of bitches ain't real men. Want me to watch her die without saving her? I can't do it." The short-haired girl glanced at the male students, her voice full of urging, "Hurry up and save her!" Being scolded like water splashed on their faces. Two male students immediately stepped forward, determined to untie Rui's rope. They kept comforting her, their voices gentle but firm. "Don't worry, we will definitely save you." But as the two were rushing to untie the rope, two spears suddenly shot through the air like lightning bolts, tearing through space. Unable to react in time, both were pierced straight through the chest by the spears, a fatal blow beyond saving. The faces of those around turned pale, stunned by the sudden situation. The naive students were shocked to realize they had fallen into a deadly trap, but it was all too late. From the second floor of the building, two Tao clan members with axes and hammers rushed down like predatory beasts, ready to finish off the bewildered crowd. A male and a female student were surrounded by two huge, ferocious Tao clan members. Both were stunned, speechless. One Tao clan member gave a sinister smile, slowly licking his lips, licking the girl's face with a lustful look. "Little girl is so cute. Using her as bait will definitely attract more people." He brazenly groped her all over, without any restraint, as if no one was around. The Tao clan member seemed very pleased with the short-haired girl, glancing at the one called Shun-Ge, and said greedily, "This charming taste, Shun-Ge. Can I play first?" Hearing those evil words, the girl's face turned even paler, her voice trembling, begging, please spare me." But the Tao clan member just smiled faintly. Suddenly, a scream echoed, "Damn it, let her go!" The remaining male student rushed towards the girl without hesitation to save her, but the Tao brute across from him just smirked, swinging his shining axe through the air, chopping straight at him. Fresh blood spurted out like a fountain, staining the ground red. The male student's corpse fell, a tragic end to his bravery. The Tao brute looked at the dead body and sneered, "Food should know it's just food." It continued to cling to the girl, refusing to let go, even making a cruel suggestion. "Maybe I should keep her and have her bear children." The girl's clothes were already torn to shreds after the brutal attacks. Meanwhile, Su Chen's group had long left, but the short-haired girl Xin Rui's tragic scream still echoed in the air. Duan Yao worriedly turned to Su Chen and asked, "What happened to them?" Su Chen replied, his voice as cold as ice, "Those who think they're saints only bring trouble upon themselves." Duan Yao looked at him, her eyes full of concern. "Was that woman hanging on the wire earlier a trap?" Su Chen nodded, his eyes showing seriousness. She continued to ask, "So, are we safe now?" He replied, his voice deep, "The opposite is true. We've been surrounded by the Thao." Su Chen could sense their presence, lurking everywhere like ghosts, waiting for the chance to attack. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but panic, fear spreading like a tsunami. They couldn't believe they'd fallen into such a dangerous situation. Su Chen gently reassured them, his voice calm but firm. "That's right." He took a deep breath, deciding to use the second mental ability he had just obtained, necromancy. This ability allowed him to manipulate and control zombies. This time, he planned to use them to deal with the Thao, to let them taste the feeling of being surrounded and hunted like prey in the Grim Reaper's scythe. The Tao were tightly surrounded by the zombies controlled by Su Chen. Looking at the horrifying scene, they thought in shock, when did these zombies appear? But the fear was quickly replaced by a burst of rage, and they rushed in to slash and kill without hesitation. One Thao brute grabbed a zombie, decisively throwing it towards the zombies in front, causing them to fall to the ground like dominoes. But when one Tao brute looked downstairs, he realized Su Chen's group had disappeared. Discovering their prey had escaped, the Tao jumped from the high-rise windows, but as soon as they hit the ground, they were blocked by Su Chen. He stood there, his eyes as sharp as knives, snarling, "Where do you guys think you're going?" Instead of being afraid, the Tao brutes grinned smugly. One of them shouted, "Look, there's still a Death Seeker. Kill him first. What a fearless idiot." Hearing the Tao were about to attack, Su Chen wasn't worried at all. He remained calm, his hands in his pockets, his voice slow. "Too bad the Tao don't have core essences, so let these zombies have fun with you guys." Immediately, hundreds of zombies rose from the darkness, like ghosts from hell, surrounding the Tao. They opened their wide mouths, eager to bite and tear, filling the air with the breath of death. Meanwhile, Su Chen's group had arrived at the safe zone called Heady City. As soon as they entered, a threatening shout rang out. "Who dares to barge into Hay City?" Duan Yake turned to the person who had asked, and replied, "We're from the University of Science and Technology, here to seek refuge." As soon as the words left her mouth, a dark shadow jumped down from the top of the building. Duan Ya's and Yun Yun's group were startled. The dark shadow revealed a burly man, his muscles bulging, holding a gleaming giant axe, his aura like a mountain, his face fierce as he roared, "We don't accept trash, get the hell out of here." Facing the threat, Duan Ya didn't flinch. She used her hypnotic ability, her eyes flashing a mysterious pink, her voice as bewitching as a mermaid's song. "Isn't this your place of refuge? What gives you the right to stop us from entering?" In an instant, the man's eyes also turned pink, as if caught in Duan Ya's trance. But he quickly regained his senses, patted his head a few times and scoffed. "Oh, just a cheap trick. Just some unorthodox method, as expected of trash." After speaking, he jumped up, swinging the giant axe towards Duan Ya without hesitation. Just then, a voice rang out. "Stop!" Standing in front of Duan Ya was Xiao Feng, a young soldier. He raised his hand to signal a stop, and turned to the man to explain. "Captain Sun, they're not here to ask for protection. There's no need to attack." The man with the giant axe on his shoulder replied disdainfully, "You think you can just waltz through the Tao's territory?" At this moment, Su Chen returned from the direction of the Tao, his eyes as sharp as swords, looking at the man. "If that's the case, maybe we'll have to take these dozens of medical students somewhere else to seek refuge." Hearing this, the man called Captain Sun, and the people behind him couldn't help but be startled. What, dozens of medical students? They were shocked. In this day and age, surviving medical students were rare treasures, yet Su Chen had brought a whole group. Xiao Feng looked at Su Chen, surprise written all over his face. "Su Chen, I didn't expect you were still alive." Then, he turned to Captain Sun, his voice full of persuasion. "Captain Sun, they're my friends. I'll stake my life that they're not spies from the Tao clan. Besides, if Zhu Feng says these are dozens of medical students, then it must be true." The people behind him also stepped forward to intercede. "Captain, if Xiao Feng said so, let them in." "That's right, with medical students, we won't have to worry about burying sick people alive anymore. What if we get sick one day?" Hearing this, Captain Sun had no choice but to accept. He turned and walked inside, not forgetting to turn back and remind, "Whatever, Xiao Feng, if they can't cure the patients, you'll be responsible for the consequences." Immediately afterward, the people following Captain Sun approached, their faces cordial. "Everyone, the captain has agreed. Please come inside quickly." Xiao Feng looked at Su Chen, his voice hesitant. "Sorry, Su Chen, don't take it to heart. The captain is just like that," Su Chen replied, his voice as calm as still lake water. "It's okay, there are always people who make others uncomfortable." Xiao Feng glanced at him, then changed the subject. "Anyway, you guys came at the right time. We have a few people suffering from a strange disease, and we desperately need help from doctors." Xiao Feng led Su Chen's group to a female patient who was in a coma. On her body, strange white mushrooms grew densely like poisonous clouds clinging to her skin. Facing the bizarre scene, Yun Yun couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this a fungus?" Xiao Feng replied with a frustrated expression, "I don't know, but we've tried to clean her up. Sadly, these bizarre creatures grow faster, making her weaker and weaker." Su Chen spoke up, his voice serious. "She's been infected with a mutated bacteria. Now even plants are mutating. We need to warn everyone to be careful of these sprouts, don't get injured." Duan Ya stared intently at the strange mushrooms with curious eyes, asking, "Are these kinds of mushrooms turning people into food?" Su Chen replied concisely, as if chopping nails and cutting iron. "Roughly like that." At the same time, Yun Yun quickly ran off to find a medic, hoping they could concoct the necessary medicine. Looking at the girl before him, Su Chen suddenly remembered the mutated plants he had witnessed in his previous life. "This is just the beginning. If we don't clean them up quickly, they will grow as fast as weeds, attacking humans." At that time, the Thao clan will take the opportunity to invade the refugee camp, turning humans into livestock, sinking into a cycle of animal rebirth. The development of the Tao clan is a major threat to Sujin, unless he turns this refugee camp into a base and prepares in advance. Thinking of this, he decided he needed to understand the situation here. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. The city lord, Zhang He's son, was speeding like a whirlwind, unstoppable. Holding a gun in his hand, he fired wildly at the civilians as he drove. An arrogant voice rang out. "You commoners, don't block this young master's way." Su Chen noticed, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in his eyes. "Someone's shooting in the refugee camp." He turned to Zhao Feng and inquired, "Tiger Mercs, aren't you guys going to do anything about this?" Zhao Feng bit his teeth and replied, "The Tiger Mercs have already been disbanded." Su Chen wasn't too surprised, and continued to ask, "Is this the condition for refugees to enter the city?" Zhao Feng nodded. "That's right, he's the city lord's son, and he thinks the old and the young are worthless, so he often pushes them to their deaths." Zhang. He glanced at the group of newcomers, discomfort clearly visible on his face. More suckers, Suddenly, he ordered the driver to drive straight towards Yun Yun, who was sitting, confidently showing off. "Lil, sis, wanna hop in? I'll take you out for some gourmet food." Yun Yun stood up, languidly walking towards him. "I'm so hungry that I don't have any strength left. Can you carry me?" Hearing the beauty say that, Zhang, he was overjoyed, unable to hide his happiness. Aya, I can't even ask for more." Xiao Feng witnessed this scene, angrily shouting, "Motherfucker, Zhang He, how dare you!" He was about to rush up to give him a few punches, but Su Chen held him back, calmly saying, "It's okay, as long as he can carry her, anything is fine." "Zhang," he urged. "Come here, I've prepared everything." Suddenly, a sinister smile appeared on Yun Yun's beautiful face. "You're so nice." After saying that, she jumped onto the car and then jumped again, her movements as powerful as a sumo wrestler preparing to attack. Zhang. He grinned, but when Yun Yun's body was about to touch him, she suddenly activated her superpower, causing her body to swell up like a small mountain, ready to crush everything. Seeing Yun Yun grow into a giant, rushing towards him, Zhang. He panicked, turning and leaping backward, escaping danger by a hair's breadth. But his car wasn't so lucky. Crushed by her immense weight, turning into a pile of twisted scrap metal, Yun Yun stood up, slowly shrinking back to her normal size, as if nothing had happened. The terrifying noise attracted the attention of Captain Sun. He turned his head back, full of questions. What just happened? Not only Captain Sun, but also Bai Chang's group were stunned, their eyes focused on Yun Yun, wondering what that earth-shattering sound was. Meanwhile, Zhang He, who had just suffered from the impact, trembled with terror, hugging his aching legs, screaming miserably. My legs, Yun Yun heard the cry, stepped forward teasing, "Young city lord, I gave you a chance but you didn't know how to seize it." As she spoke, she deliberately pressed her foot on his wound, making the already intense pain even more torturous. A few people ran over, anxiously asking, "Young city lord, are you all right?" Zhang He, with a panicked face, pointed at Yun Yun, shouting accusations. "She's a monster." He yelled that she had turned into a giant and broken his leg. In a panic, he ordered his subordinates, "Take her away." Two subordinates immediately turned back, their eyes full of doubt, searching for whether a giant monster really appeared as he said. Just then, Duan Ya, from a distance, activated her mental manipulation ability, aiming it directly at the two guys. In an instant they fell into a hypnotic state, their eyes glowing with a strange red light. Then they turned to Zhang He, Bin Yu, etc. "Young city lord, you clearly fell off the car yourself, which led to your broken leg." The other one quickly added, "That's right, we all saw it clearly." Hearing this, Zhang He's face turned red with shame and anger. With no one supporting him, he roared, "Shut up!" In his fury, he accused the whole group of being accomplices who were ganging up on him. He threatened, "I'm going to tell my dad, and he'll deal with all of you." As soon as he finished speaking, he yelled loudly, his voice echoing throughout the safe zone, "Dad, save me!" Captain Sun, who was standing to the side, chuckled. "Looks like we're about to have a good show." Before long, a luxurious black car rolled up and stopped right next to Zhang He. It was followed by a large team of professional-looking, fully armed guards. It seemed the person in the car was his father, the city lord of the safe zone. The guards, wearing bulletproof vests and carrying guns, exuded a sense of authority. Xiao Feng, standing next to Su Chen, whispered nervously, "Damn, that young city lord actually called the city lord here." Yun Yun, with her hands on her hips, scoffed, "Look at that, the city lord is quite a big deal, huh?" From inside the car, a pair of shoed feet stepped out, calm and authoritative. The middle-aged man in a luxurious outfit, showing the demeanor of a noble, was the city lord. Following him were two tall men who looked like street thugs. The city lord stood tall, his sharp eyes scanning the crowd as he spoke. "Will someone tell me what exactly happened here?" Xiao Feng quickly stepped forward, his voice full of worry, trying to explain. "City lord, my brother came here as a refugee along with dozens of doctors, but the young city lord, he—" Before he could finish, Zhang, he interrupted, yelling loudly, "Dad, kill them all!" My leg was... Before he could finish his sentence, he received a painful slap from his father. The city lord's face was full of anger as he yelled, "How many times have I told you to treat everyone who comes to us with kindness? Don't use your title as young city lord to make a mockery of us." Then he immediately transformed into the image of a model father, speaking in a didactic tone. "Remember, our ideal is to make this place a beacon in the apocalypse, so that everyone who comes here feels warm and safe." The citizens who witnessed the city lord scolding his unruly son right in front of them started chattering. Whispers spread. He punishes his own son for doing something wrong? It seems this city lord is a good person. I never thought there would still be such a magnanimous person in the apocalypse. After scolding his son, the city lord turned back, bowed his head low, placed a hand on his chest, and sincerely invited everyone to stay and work together to realize their dream. He promised to give the newcomers the best food and living conditions that Hencheng could provide. His words were like a gust of wind that fanned a flame, causing the crowd to burst into excited cheers. "Really? That's amazing! Let's stay here! Long live the city lord!" In that moment, Xiaofeng finally let out a sigh of relief and turned to Su Chen with the intention of reassuring him. Maybe we can feel at ease staying here now," he said. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Xiaofeng was stunned to realize that no one was beside him. Su Chen and his group had disappeared without him even noticing. Night fell, and the flickering fire from the bonfire cast shimmering lights in the cold darkness, as if to dispel the frightening silence. Suddenly, a question rang out, breaking the quiet space. Why aren't we in the city?" The person asking was none other than Yun Yun. To answer her doubts, Duanya spoke softly, her voice carrying a sense of calm like water flowing over rocks. "Did you forget that you broke that guy's son's leg? Do you really think the city lord's soldiers with their guns are just there for decoration?" After hearing that, Yun Yun lowered her head, her face showing a clear look of disappointment like the moon being covered by clouds. So the three of us will really be sleeping in the forest tonight?" As she spoke, she moved closer to Duanya, her cheeks blushing and her eyes sparkling, as if she were waiting for something. "Okay, but this is my first time. Can you give me some advice?" Duanya was stunned, her expression full of doubt, as if she had just heard a riddle. "Yun Yun, what are you thinking about?" Without waiting for Yun Yun to answer, Duanya continued seriously, her voice dropping as if foretelling a night full of unease. "I don't know if we'll even be able to sleep tonight." As soon as she finished, Yun Yun was still confused, her mind a mess, as if she thought Duanya was alluding to something else. Surprised, she blurted out, "Is your stamina that good?" At that moment, Su Chen, with a face as cold as ice, abruptly interrupted their conversation, his voice sharp as a blade. "Stop talking! Someone's coming!" he shouted loudly into the distance. "Hey, you friends over there, come out!" The lurking group, caught off guard, jumped like wild animals caught in a spotlight. They couldn't believe they had been exposed so easily. Exposed, they no longer held back and brazenly walked out, even revealing their purpose. "You guys broke the young city lord's leg. How can you just run away like this?" Su Chen's face was emotionless, his eyes as cold as ice. He calmly replied, "Running away? I just didn't want to go on a rampage inside the city, in case I accidentally hurt the members of the Tiger Squad." Hearing Su Chen's words, the leader sneered, his tone mocking the arrogance of the weak. "Go on a rampage? A kid with no weapons wants to kill people." The guy next to him, with a gun in his hand, said with a look of disdain, "Don't waste time. I'll just give him a bullet and be done with it." Su Chen didn't bother to argue, he just acted. A punch as powerful as thunder struck, causing the top half of the man's body to fly off in an instant. The leader stood there, sweating profusely, his eyes wide with horror. He couldn't believe the scene that had just happened before his eyes. With just one punch, his underling had vanished, as if he had never existed. Panicked, he quickly ordered his henchmen, "Fire!" Despite their terror, the underlings managed to pull the triggers, spraying bullets at Su Chen. As fast as lightning, Su Chen held two short swords and charged straight into the crowd. Every slash of his sword not only cut through the air, but also claimed the lives of his enemies, sharp as the scythe of death. When he got to the leader, Su Chen suddenly stopped, his sword blade right in front of the guy's face. The man was so scared that he was drenched in sweat and yelled in desperation, "If you spare me, I'll reveal an important secret of the city lords." "Oh, tell me!" Su Chen's voice was full of killing intent, his cold eyes like a sharp blade piercing into the leader. Under Su Chen's pressure and terrifying aura, the man could only tremble and tell him everything. The city lord of the safe zone has a close relationship with the Tao clan. Recently, they have been conducting secret transactions with the Tao clan here every week. Hearing this, Su Chen frowned, his voice dropping. "Secret transactions, what is it?" The leader trembled as he replied. "The city lord uses refugees to exchange for the Tao clan's food." Beside them, Yun Yun and Duanya, upon hearing this, flared up like torches in the night. Yun Yun, enraged, landed a powerful blow on the head of the questioning ringleader. "You really dare to use human lives to trade with the Tao?" The ringleader, wincing in pain, trembled and replied, These are all orders from the city lord. The scene shifts to another location, where a booming voice resounds, like thunder in a clear sky. Hold on a sec, what do you think you're doing? Isn't it just some food? There. A Thao is clutching a human's neck, his face twisted in a ferocious expression, like a wild beast snarling at its prey. This pile of rotten food, he sneers. His smile is sinister as a venomous snake eyeing its prey. I'll toss it in front of Anzi district before dawn. The Thao growls, the human's face turning pale as he's being choked, desperately gasping. What? The Thao doesn't bother replying, simply continuing coldly. As for you, you're going to follow the usual procedure, of course. With that, he opens his mouth wide, revealing teeth as sharp as blades, and bites down hard on the human's neck. Chomp. A dry cracking sound echoes, and in the blink of an eye, the Thao has bitten clean through the victim's neck, pulling out a chunk of spine as if it were a rotten piece of wood. The people responsible for protection, who are temporarily acting as victims, will never be given a chance to survive by the city lord. Yun Yun and Duanya, witnessing this horrific bloody scene, turn as white as sheets. Even though they're used to killing, this savage brutality still makes their hearts tremble like leaves in the wind. The bald guy, after spilling all the secrets, tremblingly asks, his voice cracking with fear, Su Chen and his group, can you let me go? Su Chen, hearing the question, slightly curls the corner of his lips into an icy, cold smile. Don't rush. There's still something I need your help with. After exposing all of the city lord's secrets, the bald guy is tightly bound by Su Chen, hanging suspended from a rope in a dark alley like a puppet caught in a spider's web. He thrashes wildly, trying to escape, but every effort is futile. Just then, a few Thakoeo happen to discover him. One of them, puzzled, says in a deep voice, Why is someone hanging up there? But his companions don't care, coldly saying, Forget it. Just kill Gueo and take him back for food. The Thao leading clenches his fist, his eyes burning with murderous intent like the fires of hell, and rushes towards the hanging man. He growls, his voice savage, You'll be my next meal. The man, his face pale as a corpse, cries out in horror, his voice stammering, Wait! Before he can finish explaining his identity, the Thao punches him hard in the stomach, sending fresh blood gushing from his mouth. The pain spreads throughout his body like a tsunami, causing him to collapse instantly. Suddenly, from behind, a gigantic figure appears, accompanied by a deep, thunderous voice. Huh, did you break my new toy? The Thao, startled, is horrified by the massive shadow. It's none other than Yun Yun, now in her giant transformed state, holding the rope with the bald guy as if holding a toy. The Thao recognizes the person in front of them as an esper. The leader quickly reminds his companions, Careful, it's an esper. Yun Yun gently reaches out her huge hand, pointing directly at the Thao who just knocked the man down, her voice deep and playful. You're going to be my interesting toy. Suddenly, a Thao notices someone hiding on the upper floor of a nearby building, with 5 guns ready for an ambush. It's Duanya, holding a sniper rifle, her eyes sharp. In her head, she recalls Su Chen's reminder. These Thao have mutated. Their skulls are probably so hard that bullets can't penetrate them. Looking through the scope at the Thao below, Duanya says to herself, Well, let me test that out. With that, she pulls the trigger. 3 shots ring out in quick succession, each bullet aiming precisely at the heads of 3 Thao like arrows of fate, giving them no chance to resist. The Thao currently being squeezed by Yun Yun witnesses the scene, his face showing horror as if seeing the Grim Reaper. 3 shots all hit the head. While he's still in shock, another bullet suddenly comes flying. Reacting with lightning speed, he dodges it, his expression turning smug, roaring, trying to escape from Yun Yun's hand. You think you can catch me with just that? But at that moment, Su Chen had silently approached from behind. He reaches out and grabs the Tao's head. The Tao looks back suspiciously, but before he can recognize his opponent, he's struck by a terrifying punch from Su Chen. His head explodes like a watermelon being smashed, blood and brains splattering everywhere. The scene shifts to a cozy house, where dim lights fill the space, and a clear conversation can be heard. Su Chen, how did you find out about the secret trade between the city lord and the Tao? Su Chen calmly replies. I've heard rumors about a lot of temporary bases doing things like this before. Today was just a simple visit, but I didn't expect to find it was true. At this time, the inside of the house gradually becomes clear. A spacious and comfortable bed is taken out by Su Chen from his space, bringing a feeling of comfort like an oasis in the desert. A sumptuous meal is also taken out by him, like a culinary painting under the dim lights. Duanya lies on the bed, wearing a seductive dress, her face flushed. Her suggestive expression makes anyone who looks at her understand what's going on. Duanya says in a calm voice like a gentle stream flowing through rocks. Actually, if we want to build a temporary base, we can totally find another place. No need to get involved in these troubles. Su Chen, hearing this, says softly, his voice as calm as a breeze. Building a base takes time and effort. I'm not knowledgeable in this field, so it's best to find a reliable and experienced person to cooperate with. And that person is in He City. Hearing these words, Duanya doesn't ask any further questions, because at this time they are both caught up in something else, and no longer have the mind to continue the conversation. Suddenly, Yun enters, wearing a seductive dress, her eyes sparkling like flames in the night, making it impossible for anyone to look away. She complains, her tone a bit resentful. Sister Duanya, why are you two sneaking around without me? Duanya immediately laughs, responding quickly, Okay, you join in too. Hearing the conversation between the two girls, Su Chen is momentarily stunned, his eyes revealing disbelief. Do these two really want to do that with me right now? Duanya and Yun approach, their eyes looking at Su Chen, smiling brightly like the full moon. Thanks to you, we can live like humans in this apocalypse, so tonight, let us serve you well. The next morning, City Lord Zhang discovered the bald guy heavily injured by the Thao clan, and his heart was a tangled mess. He mistakenly thought the deal with the Thao clan had gone wrong, so he immediately decided to go to the Thao clan's tribe to get things straight. At the Thao clan's base, inside a desolate warehouse, City Lord Zhang was in a discussion with the Thao clan group. Their leader sat on a chair, his face as grim as the sky before a storm, and questioned, City Lord Zhang, your subordinate was heavily injured, and I lost 3 warriors as punishment. From now on you must send double the number of living people, otherwise don't even talk about the deal. The City Lord's burly bodyguard, upon hearing this, looked astonished and blurted out, What, double? But before he could say more, City Lord Zhang raised his hand to signal silence. He turned his gaze to the Thao clan leader, his voice as calm as a placid lake. No problem. Let's just decide it that way. Before the deal could conclude, Su Chen suddenly appeared from the shadows, stepped forward, his voice as cold as a sharp blade cutting through the air. Truly a city lord, taking other people's lives as a transaction without batting an eye. These words startled City Lord Zhang and the Thao clan. Like being struck by lightning, the city lord angrily roared, his eyes blazing with condemnation. Su Chen, what are you doing here? But Su Chen remained ice cold, his eyes flashing with disdain. I heard City Lord Zhang and the Tao clan have a very close relationship. I just came here to observe. The Tao clan immediately approached, their faces as ferocious as wild beasts, forming a tight encirclement around Su Chen. Their voices mixed with mockery. To come here on your own initiative, you're really gutsy. The Tao clan leader, with a cold and savage face like a hungry wolf, stared at Su Chen, his voice as deep as if echoing from hell. Kid, I don't know how you killed my 3 subordinates, but today you've stepped into my territory, don't expect to leave. Meanwhile, City Lord Zhang and his bodyguard had already left the place. Before leaving, he turned back, gave a contemptuous look, and muttered, This kid is definitely going to die, but those who followed him into the base can't escape. We must quickly clean them up before they cause trouble. The scene shifts to Hecheng temporary shelter. City Lord Zhang returned to the hideout, his face as heavy as dark clouds. He immediately summoned everyone in the hideout, his tone as serious as announcing an incoming storm. Everyone, a traitor has been discovered in our base. This statement caused an uproar like water poured into a hot frying pan. He pointed at the group of people who had gone with Su Chen the day before, and declared, These people are the ones who betrayed us. City Lord Zhang began to weave fabricated stories, his tone as sincere as a deceitful merchant. They impersonated doctors to infiltrate the base, and then secretly kidnapped refugees here to trade for food with the Thao clan. In his heart, a malicious thought flashed like a sharp blade. Since you ruined my good plans, don't blame me for being ruthless. His words were like flames, igniting the anger in everyone's hearts. A fierce emotion spread, causing them to uncontrollably shout with indignation. These beasts! Kill them! Suddenly, amidst the clamor, a loud shout rang out. Wait! From the crowd, a weathered man stepped out, his appearance exuding the experience of years. He spoke up in defense of Su Chen's group. As far as I know, Su Chen is a very trustworthy person. The people he brought here are definitely not a problem. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone's eyes immediately turned to him. The crowd around was stunned, simultaneously exclaiming, Oh, that's General Cabo! Who is Su Chen, that even the general is speaking up for him? At this time, City Lord Zhang couldn't contain his anger, and loudly retorted, Cao Yue, are you planning to protect them? But with just empty words and no evidence, how can you prove that they are not traitors? Just as the words fell, a firm voice rang out from the roof of the building. I can prove it. City Lord Zhang heard this, and immediately looked up, his face flashing with surprise. But then, turning to panic, he muttered, It's him. Why? How is he still alive? General Cao, upon hearing Su Chen mentioned, slightly curled the corner of his mouth into a knowing smile. So that person is Su Chen. He stepped forward, carrying a Thao clan member in his hand, none other than their leader. Su Chen lifted the Tao clan member, smiled at City Lord Zhang, and said, City Lord Zhang, why don't we let him explain what's going on? The Tao clan member was beaten by Su Chen until his face was swollen and several teeth were missing, his mouth constantly begging, "Su Chen, please spare me." Witnessing the scene before their eyes, both City Lord Zhang and General Cao couldn't believe it. Someone as small as Su Chen could subdue the Tao clan leader. This was beyond their imagination. With just a simple command spoken loudly, "I want everyone to hear clearly," Su Chen caused the Tao clan leader to be flustered and tremble with fear. Under Su Chen's authority, the leader had no choice but to roar, "Reveal the truth. City Lord Zhang has betrayed everyone." The Tao clan leader's confession was like pouring oil on fire, igniting the anger of all the residents in the hideout. City Lord Zhang still stubbornly denied the accusations from the Tao clan as baseless fabrications. He even wanted to blame Su Chen, accusing him of being in league with the Tao clan. But General Cao no longer believed him. With a cold gaze, he delivered a powerful punch to City Lord Zhang, causing him to stagger. At this time, City Lord Zhang's true colors were revealed. He gave a sinister smile and calmly declared, Yes, it was all my arrangement, but now it's the end of the world. The places with supplies have been seized by the Tao clan. They're just waiting for us to fall into their trap." He looked directly at General Cao, his voice full of confidence. "Now, just killing a few lowly people can save so many people. I'm clearly doing the right thing. You should be grateful to me." Not stopping, he continued to sneer. "Cao Yiwei, you're so outstanding, you're so noble, but you've also eaten the food that I traded for. What right do you have to talk about me?" One person in the crowd couldn't contain their anger, pointed directly at City Lord Zhang's face, and growled, "Because you're a coward." After speaking, that person threw a punch straight into his face, causing City Lord Zhang to stagger. The one who struck was none other than Su Chen. He looked at City Lord Zhang, his eyes cold and full of contempt. "You sold out humanity just to exchange for a little food, exchanged for life with the sacrifice of others. In an era where the strong rule, perhaps that is a reasonable choice. But alas, that is the choice of cowards, no different from beasts. We are different from you. We do not accept that cowardice." Su Chen turned to General Cao, his eyes burning with determination. "We can no longer continue to live in this depravity. Let's build a new base together, a place that truly belongs to human civilization." He reached out his hand to General Cao Lao, his proposal filled with spirit. Su Chen recalled his past life when he wandered through ruins seeking refuge. It was a base like a utopian society, without the shackles of class, without the cries of hunger. Everyone was well fed, and their souls had a place to belong. It all originated from the founder, Cao Wei. But right now, he's just a deputy city lord here, not yet having established his own base. Su Chen is just making things happen sooner. Bai Chang spoke up. "But establishing a base is too difficult," the man next to him continued. "To do what we want, we can't keep freeloading forever. Establishing a new base is indeed the best way." Suddenly, City Lord Zhang burst out laughing, his tone full of mockery. "Ha, do you think you're saviors? And you want to establish a new base? Wild beasts rampage outside the city, zombies are everywhere, even essential food and safety. Aren't you just telling people to go die?" Zhang He, sitting in his wheelchair, added to his father's words, "Dad, if they want to go, let them go. When they suffer, they'll come back begging us." Old Zhang nodded, sneering. "Oh son, you're right." Some of the people started speaking up, their voices full of worry. "It's too dangerous outside. I don't want to go die. I'd rather be a coward, at least I'll live." Hearing this, old Zhang shouted, his voice echoing, "Ha, listen carefully. If anyone believes their pipe dreams, this great man will generously let you go, but let me be clear, once you leave this place, even if you starve to death, I won't care." Su Chen sat imposingly to the side, speaking in a calm voice. "Isn't it just food? Is this really a difficult problem?" Hearing this, people in the crowd whispered, "What? You make it sound so easy." Another person chimed in. "That's right, he could bring the chief of the Thao tribe here and turn him into a chair. Surely he can bring food." Another voice added, "I heard he's a powerful esper, and extremely strong at that." Zhang He angrily roared, "Su Chen, do you think you're a savior? Stop deceiving people here." "Do you know how many supplies a base needs?" Su Chen calmly replied. "My supplies aren't much, just enough for 2,000 people to last for a month." Old Zhang, hearing this, thought in shock, "Humph, isn't that on par with the supplies in my warehouse? Damn it, where did he get so many supplies?" On the other side, the gate guards were standing when Yun suddenly rushed over, putting one of them in a headlock. She said, "Tell me, why is Su Chen suddenly being so generous?" The soldier was dumbfounded, only staring at Yun's chest, forgetting to answer, causing her to angrily pin him down until he coughed up blood. Before fainting, he weakly said, "Oh, I see." Yun immediately ran to hug Duanya, acting spoiled. "Oh, Sister Duanya, I'm so hungry. Do you have anything for me to eat?" Duanya shook her head. "Who told you to use your powers recklessly?" Then she turned to report, "We've prepared the sniper positions properly." Su Chen spoke, his voice deep and steady. General Cao, it's time to make a decision. Cao Yiwei stepped forward, his voice resounding. Not enough to eat, not enough to wear, bullied by others. I thought these people had to give up enough just to survive, but in the end, they're still treated like livestock by these people. Sold to the Tao tribe, I don't want to stay here any longer. He seriously called out to Su Chen. I've decided to establish a new base with you, he shouted. The hundreds of brothers in the team, those who are willing to leave with Cao Wei, please stand up and establish a base so that everyone can live with dignity, instead of staying here and living like a dog. The two team leaders shouted, Tiger Squad, White Tiger Squad, assemble. Hearing the order, the soldiers from Old Zhang's side immediately ran towards General Kakao. Old Zhang angrily yelled, Bastards, what are you doing? You are the City Lord's army? I am the City Lord. You must be loyal to me. A voice rang out. Reporting to the general, all members are present. Old Zhang roared, Old Cassio, who do you think you are? Without my permission, no one can leave. At this moment, the two sides split into two factions, pointing guns at each other, the atmosphere as tense as a string about to break, just one shot, and both sides would rush into battle. Suddenly, Zhang He, the cripple in the wheelchair, fired a shot, roaring, You son of a bitch, Su Chen, you trash. If it weren't for you bringing people here, my legs wouldn't be crippled. Today I want you to die. The bullet grazed past Su Chen, and he instantly became enraged. You want to die? Su Chen teleported instantly, grabbing Zhang He by the neck with one hand, lifting him high and tightening his grip, his voice cold. Zhang Jianshu, tell the City Lord's army to drop their guns, or I'll break your son's neck. Old Zhang's face was irritated, and he gnashed his teeth and roared, You got me. Everyone, drop your weapons. Su Chen turned around. General Cao, now have your people lead the refugees away. Leave this place to me, he replied. Okay, Su Chen, we'll wait for you at Shangyun University. Old Fox Zhang immediately gave a signal with his eyes and said, Su Chen, they've retreated. So can you release my son now? I'll let you leave. We each take a step back, how about it? From afar, a sniper was ambushing Su Chen, but he coldly signaled, Duan Ya, rooftop at 12 o'clock, honey. Duan Ya replied, Roger that. Yun Yun, stand still, don't hug me. She got into position, and a single shot sent the sniper to meet his ancestors. Old Zhang was horrified. You arranged a sniper, Su Chen calmly replied. It's all the same. Isn't it, City Lord Zhang? I agree with your previous suggestion, returning your son to you. After speaking, he threw Zhang He towards Old Zhang, his face full of compassion. But I still have one question. Is meat jerky delicious? Old Zhang was dumbfounded. What? Why are you asking? But at this moment, he discovered that Zhang He's mouth was tightly biting a durian, making woo-woo sounds like a puppy. A loud explosion rang out in the smoke. City Lord Zhang suddenly mutated, but his son was blown to pieces everywhere. He roared angrily, Su Chen, I must kill you, you dirty mutt. Su Chen stood proudly with his harem, majestic and awe-inspiring, Duan Ya said. Brother Su Chen, we're here. Su Chen's eyes were sharp, and he thought to himself, looks like the rumors from my past life were true. Zhang Jianshu is a Thao infiltrator hiding among humans who knew he was a level 2 Thao. But next time we meet, you won't be so lucky. The scene changes to another place, the captain shouted. All members, attention! Ahead is the supermarket containing the supplies that Su Chen mentioned. Our goal is to eliminate the Tao race inside, and then bring the supplies back to the new base. The soldiers rushed in, full of vigor, but when they entered, everyone was shocked. It seems the Thao race have all been wiped out, there's none left. The captain checked the supplies in the truck. More than half a tank of gas is enough to drive back to the new base. Sure enough, Su Chen didn't lie to us. There's indeed a whole truck of supplies here. Old Sun snorted. I thought we would have to fight a fierce battle. Who knew the mission would be this easy? What a waste of time. A young man next to him said, Captain, I heard the general assigned an important mission to Su Chen. These kinds of missions used to be your responsibility. Old Sun was angry. A sissy dares to compete with me for credit. The scene cuts to the radio station. Yun Yun grumbled. Sister Duan Ya, why hasn't that idiot captain returned yet? Duan Ya replied. What? Old Sun said the Tao race in the supermarket were taken care of by Su Chen long ago. They just need to drive the truck back. Even an idiot can do that. Yun Yun pouted. Who cares about him? Su Chen told us to be in charge of treating the refugees. I'm afraid they'll starve to death first. Duan Ya continued. Here they come. We can go back. But waiting for them to get close, using spiritual power to hide my massive form, is really difficult. Old Sun reported. General, the supplies have been transported. We really found the supplies. Su Chen didn't lie to us. He really can solve the food problem. General Cao nodded. Su Chen is truly our savior. Old Sun mumbled, unconvinced. HMPH. That sissy, he might not know how to do anything else, but he's great at brainwashing. Another person interjected. General, at the male hospital not far from here, there are traces of Thao activity, probably a tribe of about a few dozen of them. General Cao was surprised. A Thao tribe. Old Sun thought to himself, Su Chen, I'll show you who the real protector of everyone is. A gunshot rang out. What? You want to move the armory? There's a military base nearby, but the entrance is flooded. It's gotta be a death trap. Bodies piled up like crazy. Even if the three of us get in, Zhao Feng added, how much stuff can we even carry out? Su Chen replied. You two don't need to worry about that. Just take me to the armory. Bai Chang nodded. Alright, I've been there before, I'll go with you, but we'll need 2 vehicles, the armory is pretty far from here. Su Chen cut him off. Vehicles are easy. He pulled a pickup truck out of his spatial storage. The two were stunned. Is this magic? Is this your superpower? Su Chen got in the truck, voice blunt. Stop yapping. If you ain't too good for it, hop in, I'm driving. And so, the three set off for the military zone, while elsewhere, a bunch of people were cursing up a storm. Damn it, why can't we finish pumping out this water, God? I ain't superstitious. Go pick some useless guys and throw them down as bait for those water ghouls. Supplies in the city are disappearing for no reason. If we don't find them, we're dead. Don't blame me, you unlucky bastards, being thrown down as bait, the old guy shouted. The water ghouls are drawn to the bait. Now, whoever goes down there and breaks the door open, I'll have the city lord reward them with a sweet piece of ass. One guy spoke up. Before the apocalypse, I had no money, no girls. Now that it's the end of the world, I'm gonna risk it all. On Su Chen's side, Xiao Feng recognized them as members of the city lord's army. Looks like they also have their eyes on this place. Bai Chang replied. I know a passage in the back that can avoid the city lord's army, but we'll have to dive to get in. Su Chen nodded. Alright, we'll do it your way. Let's go. The three dived into the water. Bai Chang suddenly spotted dozens of glowing eyes down below. Panicking, she thought. Water ghouls, we're done for. Su Chen appeared, reassuring her. Don't be afraid, Bai Chang thought in surprise. Su Chen can still talk underwater. He hurriedly transferred oxygen to her by pressing his lips against hers. A practiced motion. Bai Chang thought he was giving her oxygen. But we're surrounded by water ghouls. Water ghoul arms reached out, ready to grab Bai Chang. She fearfully hugged Su Chen tightly, thinking, if anything, I'll just sacrifice myself by his side. But after a while, there was no movement, she wondered. Did the water ghouls stop? Looking at Su Chen, she realized his eyes were blood red, as if a secret switch had been flipped. Bai Chang was startled. Could he be controlling these water ghouls? Su Chen smiled, holding her with one arm, and said, right now we're getting ready for the hunt. Suddenly, some of the water ghouls escaped Su Chen's mental control, launching attacks in 7 swarms. But Su Chen didn't bat an eye at these small fry. Su Chen said, everyone go on ahead, I'll take care of these water ghouls. And so, one by one, the water ghouls were neatly eliminated by Su Chen, clearing the path for Zhao Feng and Bai Chang to escape. When they surfaced, both gasped for breath as if they had been rescued after a long time, suffocating underwater. Looking back, the corpses of the water ghouls floated on the surface of the water. Zhao Feng asked in astonishment. Su Chen can control water ghouls. Is he even human anymore? Bai Chang added. Just how many tricks does he have up his sleeve that we don't know about? Su Chen also surfaced at this moment, holding a core in his hand, his voice a bit disappointed. So many water ghouls, and I only managed to get 1 white core, the drop rate is too low. The two looked at each other in surprise upon hearing this. Bai Chang exclaimed. You already got a white core just now, and you're still complaining it's too little, Xiao Feng added. Even though white cores can't give people superpowers, they can still increase the strength of superpowers. In the darkness, a pair of golden eyes shone brightly like headlights, fixed on the core in Su Chen's hand. Suddenly, a cat darted out and snatched the core. Su Chen was stunned, unable to react. Xiao Feng stared blankly. Why? Why is there a kitten here? Bai Chang explained. To prevent rats, bases usually keep cats. It seems this cat was trapped in the base, so it avoided the apocalypse. But this cat is seriously skilled, daring to snatch the core right from Su Chen's hands. Su Chen frowned, annoyed. Never been afraid of a brawl with anyone, but I got robbed by a cat. He took out a bag of treats, trying to coax it. Hey little guy, you can't eat that. How about I trade you this instead? Deal. But the cat darted forward like lightning, snatching the treat bag right out of Su Chen's hand and bolted. Su Chen, pissed, clenched his fist, his voice a bit hyped. I just got robbed by a cat, twice. Seriously, anything that survives in the apocalypse is no joke. A moment later, Su Chen's group reopened the base's circuit breakers, and the power system lit up again. Bai Chang breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the power system is still working. Let's go, the armory is just ahead. Bai Chang led the way, continuing. Before the flood hit, the survivors rushed to leave. But the supplies here definitely weren't taken. We've arrived. This is the place. These weapons and ammo are enough to equip a force of 500 people. Before them was a vast military depot, full of guns and supplies. Xiao Feng exclaimed in shock. If we find a tank, we could probably equip 1,000 people without a problem, Bai Chang reminded. Hey, I'm telling you to be careful. Su Chen replied. Relax, Captain Bai. Bai Chang worried. The problem is, how do we get all this stuff back? People from the City Lord's army could come in here any time, easily sparking a fight. There's no time to go back and get people. Suddenly, a loud noise shook the whole area. The two were startled, not understanding what was happening, when Xiao Feng drove a tank out, yelling, "Su Chen, Captain Bai, I found a tank. But there's a monster chasing." Xiao Feng, pale-faced, screamed, "Quick, save me!" Bai Chang was stunned by the scene. The mutated monster fired wildly, but missed, letting Xiao Feng escape death by a hair's breadth. He shouted, "Come on, think of something. If it blows up the armory, we're all gonna log out." Su Chen commanded, expanding his interdimensional space, taking all the supplies into it. Bai Chang asked in amazement, All of this can be put into your space." Even the cat looked dumbfounded. Xiao Feng shouted, "Su Chen, your ability is totally OP, but can you put the monster behind me into your space?" Su Chen responded, "Living mutated creatures can't be collected." Bai Chang said quickly, "This isn't the time for this. I'll go lure the monster away." Su Chen withdrew first. Xiao Feng looked for a chance, but before she could run, she was picked up by Su Chen. She stammered, What? What are you doing?" Su Chen replied. "The supplies are all in my space. I need to make sure you get back to the base safely." Xiao Feng shouted, "Watch out." The mutated beast took the opportunity to fire, blowing away the tank. Su Chen ordered, "Don't dawdle. I'll deal with the mutated beast. You go see if Xiao Feng is okay." Bai Chang ran over to check but didn't forget to say, "Don't you die." Su Chen stood tall before the beast, exuding a powerful aura, and said, "Strange, I've never heard of a mutated beast like you in this vicinity in my previous life. But no matter. Your core will be mine." At this moment, the entrance to the military base cave shook violently. The city lord's army was surprised, not understanding what was happening. A young man said, "The explosions seem to come from inside the base, boss. The water level seems to be dropping quickly. Maybe the explosion cracked the rock underneath." Fatty Face angrily cursed, "Damn it, looks like someone got in before us, daring to pull a fast one in front of me. My nose is sharp, I'll kill them all later." Seeing his subordinates not reacting, he roared, "Hey, are you guys not listening to me? Disrespectful punks?" But the subordinates were busy looking at something, muttering, "Boss, there's a rabbit here. It's been ages since I had rabbit meat. I'm craving it. Should I eat the rabbit first before heading over there? But this rabbit is kinda sus." Seeing the rabbit's sinister eyes and smile, the city lord's troops panicked. Their legs stiffened, unable to move. Moon dumbfounded. Why does this rabbit's smile look so weird? Not cute at all. Being insulted, the rabbit erupts in rage. A terrifying cry resounds, accompanied by tentacles sprouting from behind. The city lord's troops looked at its evil face, gaping, eyes wide with fear. The tentacles quickly penetrated their bodies. The chubby Moon now has a distorted face, no different from that freakish rabbit. Scene cuts back to Su Chen. He's in a fierce battle with the Peach Blossom Beast. Each of his punches is powerful, but they are all blocked by it. Not only was it defended completely, the monster also used a laser to overwhelm him. A burst of energy shot out. Su Chen struggled to dodge, thinking to himself, "If I get hit, there's little chance of surviving," he said. As expected, the body of a Tier 2 creature can be compared to steel, hard as FCK. His hands were red from punching continuously, but the monster was unharmed, like Zhang Jianshu's Tier 2 Thao clan before, completely immune to explosions. "My physical strength is still far behind them," Su Chen thought to himself. The Peach Blossom Beast takes the opportunity to attack. Su Chen quickly dodges, shouting, "Although it's tough, it's not entirely without a way to deal with it. Just need to take care of the parasitic vine rooted in its brain." The power within him erupts. But the monster reacted extremely quickly, using its tentacles like roots to tightly wrap around him. After locking onto the target, it unleashed its ultimate move, firing a pink energy beam, creating an earth-shattering tremor, wanting to turn Su Chen into ashes. Su Chen used space jump to dodge, lamenting, "Looks like it's not as easy as I thought." Suddenly, meows echoed. Su Chen was surprised. "Oh, is that you?" "Xiao meow meow, hey, that's dangerous, don't come over here." But the cat walks with great momentum, radiating a strong aura, growling menacingly. Su Chen looked and wondered, "Hey, don't tell me you're a mutated beast too." On the side of the rubble from the monster's firework explosion, Bai Chang worriedly called out, Xiao Feng, are you okay? Can you hear me?" From the pile of rocks, Xiao Feng replied, "Captain Bai, I'm fine. Luckily I escaped quickly. Otherwise I would have become a stone sandwich." Bai Chang hurried to the rocks and said, "It's good that you're okay. I'll rescue you right away, just bear with it." Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed from afar. Bai Chang, startled, shouted, "Who's there?" Playing ghost. The city lord's troops came over, looking like they were going to a festival. Bai Chang was shocked. "It's you guys. You opened the big door. But what the hell is wrong with these guys?" These guys. Faces were already nasty enough, but now they're even more sinister, she shouted. "This is not right. These guys have a problem." Their faces smiled eerily, especially the pig-faced guy looking at Bai Chang like he wanted to pounce on her. Back to Su Chen's side, Xiao Miao roared and transformed. Claws appeared. a strike that shook the earth, eyes bursting with powerful energy. "Which little punk just called me Zhao Miao? Step out here." Su Chen flinched slightly and asked, "Oh, Zhao Miao has gotten bigger." But its target wasn't Su Chen, but the peach blossom beast. Su Chen thought, dogs and cats don't get along. Indeed, they are mortal enemies. He stepped forward and asked, "You took the core to lure us here, didn't you, you stinky cat? Seriously, if you think I've shown enough power, want to team up with me?" The kitty heard the voice full of inner strength, sweating and hesitating a bit. While it was stunned, Su Chen jumped on its back and said, "Then as you wish, let's team up." Just like that, he got himself a pet to ride. Zhao Miao was furious, but helpless. Su Chen and Xiao Miao coordinated, the atmosphere as tense as if preparing for a great battle. He shouted, "Then let's go together, fatty black cat." But Su Chen teased it too much, causing Xiao He to bristle with annoyance. The pink peach monster rushed to attack, and Xiao He responded with its sharp fangs. Su Chen observed that the scratches only caused minor abrasions, and muttered, "At this rate, we can't damage it, we need to coordinate." He patted Xiao He's head. "Hurry up and shake things up, circle around to the side, attract those vines, and leave the rest to me." Even though unwilling, Xiao He followed. When Fen Tao attacked, the two jumped to dodge the shockwave, causing a corner of the wall to be riddled with holes, and water poured in. Xiao He used its speed and agility to easily dissolve the vines. Su Chen happily jumped off the cat's back, focused his strength into a punch, and landed it straight on the monster's snout. The punch sent it flying, and seeing its effectiveness, he shouted, "That's the way, let's coordinate, we'll press our advantage, beat it to a pulp." Fen Tao went crazy, firing wildly. But Xiao He's speed was too fast. In just a few seconds, the monster's body was covered in wounds, from small scratches to large holes, and before long, it was torn into hundreds of pieces, and the essence core fell out. Xiao He saw the essence core, grinned happily, and pounced, but Su Chen quickly grabbed it and said, "This essence core belongs to me. Don't even think about it." He swallowed the essence core whole. Xiao He was dissatisfied, meowing loudly as if wanting to scratch Su Chen, but he didn't understand cat language. The water from outside was pouring in more and more, and Su Chen said, "It seems the armory is also flooded. The wall has collapsed, and this area will soon be submerged." He suddenly saw Xiao He crying for help, struggling in the water. The once majestic cat now looked pathetic. Su Chen picked it up and teased, "Aha, so you're afraid of water. How about you roll with me and I'll take you out?" Xiao He struggled, indicating refusal. Su Chen grabbed its neck and threw it back to its original spot. "Then I'll ignore you. Live or die on your own." Xiao He was scared and hurriedly clung to Su Chen, meowing. He laughed. "Oh, you regretted it so quickly." The kitty nodded repeatedly. Su Chen said, "This is your choice, I'm not forcing you." Back at Bai Chang's side, she cursed in panic, "Damn it to hell. These guys are clearly dead, why are they still here?" She kept retreating, surrounded by the evil city lord's soldiers. From the pile of rocks, Zhao Feng called out, "Captain Bai, the tank won't start. Leave me, run." She replied, "Run? Run where? I have to deal with these guys first." Suddenly she was surprised. "Oh, is that a rabbit? But this rabbit even bites people." The rabbit transforms, using tree roots to control and suck dry the essence of the city lord soldiers. Controlling them, Bai Chang wondered. Is it absorbing those corpses? Before she could run, tree roots tied her up from behind, tearing her clothes, leaving only a few pieces covering the necessary parts. The rabbit revealed a terrifying face, opening its mouth to bite. Bai Chang struggled and cursed, "Damn it, I was too careless." Just when she thought she was done for, Zhao Feng's tank suddenly started and rammed into the rabbit, saving her. Xu Feng, pissed, "You freaking monster, go die a miserable death. How dare you touch Captain Bai." The heavy artillery exploded like fireworks, aimed straight into the rabbit's face, blasting like a rain of bombs. In just a moment, the mutated rabbit shattered into pieces. Bai Shang was shocked, unable to believe her eyes. Xu Feng, panting, finally solved that, but he didn't notice the core falling into his mouth. The core slipped right down Xu Feng's throat, he exclaimed in surprise. "This is the core everyone's been looking for." His eyes lit up as he absorbed the energy from the core. Bai Shang asked worriedly, "Xu Feng, are you okay?" Xu Feng clutched his stomach and replied, "I'm fine. I just accidentally swallowed the core, my body feels really weird." From afar, a meow was heard. Su Chen stepped forward and said, "You ate the core?" Bai Shang asked in surprise. Xu Feng asked, "Why can't I feel the power? Is there a secret to it?" Su Chen replied, "If you want to master the power quickly, the best way is to experience a battle. However, let me get you out of here first." He looked Bai Shang up and down, chuckling, "Bai Shang, your clothes." Bai Shang interrupted, "I got them torn by a mutated beast just now." "It's okay, but you, why are you still raising cats in the apocalypse?" Su Chen smiled. "That's right, from now on he'll follow me." The scene shifts to outside. Black crows fill the sky, and a filthy girl hangs suspended from a lamppost, looking pathetic. Not far away, a Thao clan member is about to commit a depraved act against a young woman. The girl pleaded. "Please, let me go." He grinned lewdly. "Yeah, the more you beg, the more excited I get." Haha, not just one. Several others arrive, laughing. "This sound is so soothing, right? Don't rush, let's wait for her to scream louder and more miserably later." They drag the girl into a dark corner. She cries and begs. "Ah, don't kill me, please spare me." The leader leaned in, smiling gleefully. Hee, if you serve this master well, I'll keep you as a slave, but if I'm not satisfied, I'll hang you up there with that other one and dry you into jerky. The girl was terrified, and although unwilling, had to comply, lying face down, gritting her teeth. "I don't want to become jerky. I'll try my best to serve you, masters." The Tao clan member got into position. Ecstatic, haha, good, very good. Screams echoed throughout the city. At this time, Su Chen's car approached the area, and the Tao clan members enjoying themselves were annoyed. "Oh, someone's coming, let's take care of the main event first, and have fun later." Shu Feng got out of the car and walked over. The Tao clan members angrily shouted, "Where the heck did this stinky brat come from? You ruined our mood, let's make him our dinner." Bai Sheng was worried. "Su Chen, bringing Shu Feng here to deal with 3 Tao clan members, is that okay?" Su Chen, playing with the fat cat, replied calmly. "Don't worry, I'm here as insurance, aren't I? If he's the ultimate god, known as the human-shaped nuclear bomb in his past life, there's no reason he can't do it." He continued. "Moreover, mastering abilities, actual combat is the best teacher." Seeing Shu Feng standing still, the Tao clan members felt insulted, rushed up to him, yelling, "You dare to stand in front of us and act tough? You're asking for death. Today is your death anniversary, eat my fist." They unleashed a series of blows on Shu Feng, from top to bottom, leaving no spot untouched. Bai Sheng panicked. "As expected, this won't work. At this rate, Shu Feng will be beaten to death," Su Chen replied. "No, he's already figured out how to use his power." The Tao clan member was angry. The Tao clan's strength is many times stronger than humans, so why isn't this kid even scratched? Shu Feng glowed with radiance and said, "Because most of the energy in your punches has been absorbed by me." They didn't believe it, and continued to hit him. "What the hell is going on? Kill him now." Su Chen rolled his eyes. Instead of saying absorbed, it would be more accurate to say robbed. Xiao Feng roared, activating his ability like a vibrant green energy source, beginning to plunder the surrounding energy. The Thao clan panicked. "Ah, let me go. Why do I feel the power in my body being drained?" Su Chen marveled. "This ability is really strong." Xiao Feng is like a black hole, frantically plundering the surrounding energy. As expected of a top god, he suddenly noticed something and exclaimed. From afar, a flying saucer came speeding over, zipping a few times, neatly slicing off 3 Tao clan heads. Xiao Feng was stunned. Sun Duizhang, leading 500 brothers with soaring spirits, spoke up. "HMPH, lucky I made a move, otherwise you guys would become food for the Tao clan. If you want to repay me, hand over your food." Xiao Feng asked. "Huh, Sun Duizhang, broth." Su Chen interrupted. "Xiao Feng, get in the car first. I'll go get food for Sun Duizhang. But on the surface, I only have this much." "Small gift, big heart, please accept it, heroes." Sun Duizhang received the goods, enraged. "This is improved dog food," he yelled. "Su Chen, you stop right there." But Su Chen had already pedaled away on his bike, shouting back, "You guys can slowly enjoy it, we're leaving first." A minion asked, "Captain Sun, why didn't you take the opportunity to kill Xiao Feng just now, and even helped him escape?" Sun replied, "You think I didn't want to? If my saucer hadn't inexplicably malfunctioned, that Lu surname guy would have met King Yama already." The minion said slyly. "The general now trusts outsiders like him more than old-timers who've been through life and death like us. Xiao Feng has an ability. We're definitely going to be excluded from the core power." Sun snorted coldly. "If Kaowei Air doesn't trust me anymore, don't blame me for being ruthless. It's time to replace the boss of this base." In the car, Su Chen asked, "Does this Sun surname guy have a grudge against you?" Xiao Feng replied, "No. He's always been like this. Don't mind him." Su Chen thought, Xiao Feng can't defend himself against his own people. If I hadn't acted just now, he probably would have died. If it's not a personal grudge, then that guy really has ulterior motives. If he has ulterior motives, he must have built up his power in the new base. If that's the case, just take care of it neatly. The scene shifts to the base wall construction site. Yun Yun is praised by the brothers. "Yun Yun, you're really amazing. With you here, our wall is being built as fast as a toy, doubling the efficiency." Yun Yun replied. "But I have to eat a lot every time. Can you guys handle it?" one person cried. "As long as the wall protects everyone, that's good." Yun Yun paused, exclaiming when she saw Su Chen's car returning from afar. Su Chen's car entered the base area, passing through the streets being repaired by the craftsman. After stopping the car, Hey Xiao Miao jumped down quickly. Su Chen called after her, "Hey, don't make a mess, don't scare people like that." Xiao He obediently meowed, as if understanding his word. Bai Chang commented, It seems happy, it probably hasn't been out for a long time. Zhao Feng asked Su Chen. Aren't you worried about it running away? Su Chen, while putting the car into his spatial dimension, replied. On the way back, I spent so much on cat treats and food. Where would it find such treatment? How could it run away from this emperor and servant life? A moment later, at the large warehouse used to store supplies, Cao Wei spoke up. My brother, this is the empty warehouse you told me to prepare. I don't know if it's big enough, Su Chen nodded. Yeah, it's big enough. A flash of light made Lao Cao exclaim in surprise. You actually have a spatial ability. Moreover, you transferred all the supplies from the military base here. In front of him was a mountain of supplies, Su Chen continued. With these weapons, the security problem of the new base has been basically solved. Lao Cao turned to ask, Brother, why didn't you hide the fact that you have a spatial ability from us? Su Chen laughed. We're all in the same boat now. If I don't trust you guys, who else would I trust? Lao Cao nodded. That's right. Without you, there wouldn't be a new base. We will definitely keep this a secret for you. Bai Cheng suggested. General, the new base hasn't been named yet. To recognize Su Chen's contribution, why not call it Suguang Base? Lao Cao pondered. Suguang Base means the light of dawn, implying hope and rebirth. A great name. Let's name it that then. Su Chen was surprised. Just like that. He thought back. In his previous life, the base established by Cao Wei Yi was the last pure land on the surface world. Now it being named after him was also a great honor. On the other side, Xiao He wandered off while playing and got lost in the operating room. A voice rang out. Sis Duan, you're a god. You took down this mutated tree so easily. Without senior sister Duan Ya, this technique would be impossible. Duan Ya replied. Too bad the environment here is poor. Many seriously ill patients can't be cured. It'd be awesome if we could get rid of the Thao clan at the hospital. That base definitely has a lot of medical supplies. Seeing Duan Ya holding a scalpel, Xiao He suspiciously recalled the horrifying memory of watching his friend get neutered. He startled, meowing pathetically, and shivering like a leaf. Duan Ya turned around, saw the cat, and said gently, Where did this little kitty come from? She petted him, looking for food. You must be hungry, huh? How about you come with me? She led Xiao He back to her room, saying as she walked, Xiao He, let's wait for Su Chen to get back, and ask if he's okay with having a cat. In this day and age, it's hard enough to feed yourself. Little did she know that this was actually Su Chen's cat. As Duan Ya was about to enter her room, a figure suddenly rushed out, hugged her tightly and shouted, Beauty, come have some fun with this daddy. Startled, she yelled, Who the hell are you? That person pinned her down on the bed, his imposing aura scaring Xiao He so much that he didn't dare move. Duan Ya opened her eyes and recognized Su Chen, asking, Oh, Su Chen, when did you get back? Su Chen wanted to tease her but didn't expect to be discovered, and laughed. Oh, how did you know it was me? She replied. Who else is immune to my mental abilities besides you? After a little chat, Duan Ya took Xiao He to bathe, saying, Oh, so Su Chen brought you back, huh? You don't have a name yet, do you? The pattern on your fur looks like golden light, so how about we call you Huang Jin? Huang Jin purred contentedly as he was scrubbed. Meow meow. Su Chen walked in and asked, Huang Jin, nice name. But aren't you supposed to be helping me with my bath? Duan Ya replied, Right, so how was the trip to the armory? Any loot? Su Chen took out a core. Of course. With this, I can evolve into a tier 2. Seeing the core, Huang Jin thought blankly. Didn't Su Chen swallow it back then? Su Chen laughed. Sorry, things were a bit chaotic back then. Actually, I stored the core in my dimensional space. This core brings a strong desire, so I especially brought it back. As he put the core into his mouth, Duan Ya exclaimed in surprise. Are you going to eat it now? But it was too late. Su Chen began to change. His skin turned dark, with blazing red streaks, and a powerful force emanated from him. Being grabbed by Su Chen, Duan Ya blurted out, This is what a tier 2 is like. Loud noises erupted, and she gave in, crying out, Su Chen! Don't be like this, I can't take it anymore. But Su Chen had no intention of stopping. Outside, Yun was building a wall when she heard a strange noise and frowned. Huang Jin didn't care. Standing shoulder to shoulder with her, Yun was annoyed that her sister was reaching the peak and said, Su Chen, you're back. Why didn't you come find me? Are you trying to piss me off? She returned to normal and stepped inside. Seeing her savior, Duan Ya shouted, Yun, hurry up and help me with Su Chen. Haze. Yun blushed in confusion. Su Chen released tier 2 power. Yun continued. She arrived just at that moment. At this moment, Duan Ya and Yun were being taken to the highest peak by Su Chen. Both continuously called his name, Su Chen. A tier 2 human is truly different too. OP, no I can't anymore, I'm about to. After a struggle on the bed, both were exhausted, barely able to move. Duan Ya gasped. I almost feel like I'm about to collapse, Yun added. This side effect is too much. Su Chen, the main culprit, laughed. Sorry, maybe it's because I absorbed too many cores, Yun grumbled. Duan Ya and I have to quickly improve ourselves, Or we'll just keep getting bullied by him later. Already asked Su Chen, now that you're a level 2 human, have your abilities changed much? Su Chen wondered. Let me try it out. First, my physical ability, adamantium physique, the power of Mad Ox and Serpent combined. After turning black, my body is harder than steel, and the surface even radiates energy. Wonder if I can push it outwards. He aimed his hand at the two girls, testing the move. The blankets flew everywhere, and both of them tumbled off the bed. Su Chen laughed loudly. Haha, looks like the attack power is even stronger, he continued. Next is my space ability. Before, the space would only expand where I touched. Now I can create multiple small space portals within a 20-meter radius. Yun Yun was displeased. Su Chen, you jerk, you ambushed us. Su Chen smiled. My ice ability has also improved. Besides ice shards, I can condense a layer of ice on my body. It's a little useless, but it's still progress. Suddenly, he looked at the two of them. An idea popping up. If I focus the energy flow on the ice surface, combined with space portals, I can attack from multiple directions. He created a new move, firing ice shards through the space portals, with the power of bullets, attacking from multiple angles. Not bad for a sneak attack, the two sisters marveled. Yun Yun blurted out. Abilities can do that, Duanya said. If it evolves a few more times, couldn't you make missiles? Su Chen continued. Finally, my mental perception ability. He activated red eye mode, saying, the perception distance hasn't changed much, but I can sense every cell in my body like internal vision in a Xiangxia novel. Suddenly, Su Chen realized something, startled. Wait a minute, this is... He was pulled into another space, dumbfounded. Where is this? A young girl's voice echoed. It's the consciousness space in your brain. Su Chen, long time no see, we meet again. Su Chen was shocked to recognize that the dirty girl was the woman from the mutated rat experiment base. He asked. It's you. Didn't you already disappear into ashes? Why are you here? The girl's hair rushed over, tightly binding him. She replied. Because you swallowed my core, causing me to parasitize in your body. Now my main body has merged with you. Su Chen muttered. I was careless. I fell for her trick. He realized that adamantium physique and his space ability were useless here. The girl seized the opportunity to get close, trying to kiss him. But Su Chen wasn't easy to deal with, summoning a mental chain, choking the girl's neck, shouting, don't even think about binding me. He chained her like a pet, she cried out. He said, you just want to seize my body, right? The girl replied. You're too strong, I can't seize it. Su Chen said coldly, sorry, I don't believe you. He chained her tighter, leaving no gaps from head to toe. The girl frowned. Su Chen, my strength is not as good as yours, but in the consciousness space, I won't lose. Her hair suddenly emerged from the ground, surrounding Su Chen, turning him into an Egyptian mummy. She gloated. Now no one can get out, let's just chat forever here. Outside, seeing Su Chen standing like a statue, Yun Yun and Duanya worriedly called out, Su Chen, what's wrong? In the consciousness space, Su Chen and the girl faced each other, both bound by the other's moves. Immobile, the girl said. Su Chen, now we're both stuck. He frowned, thinking she was right. This cocoon can't be broken. Wasting time like this isn't smart at all. He asked. Oh, so what do you want to talk about? The girl replied. Actually, I just need to absorb a bit of your superpower to survive. It won't affect you much, and I'm not strong enough to take over your body. Su Chen suspiciously asked. How can I trust you? And how would you even leave my body? The girl explained. I need energy to survive. If I go out now, I'll die. Unless you help me find a woman with superpowers, not too weak, with a balanced figure and a decent appearance. Su Chen laughed. Ha ha, you're picky, but how would I know who's suitable? The girl replied. When you meet one, I'll tell you. Don't worry, I won't let you help for nothing. I might give you something good. Su Chen threatened. I don't need anything good, but if you cause me any trouble, I'll find a way to get rid of you. The girl whined. Okay, I'm scared. Hurry up and smile brightly, I can't breathe. They both agreed to smile brightly as the first sign of trust in this partnership. Su Chen returned to the real world, stunned. Duanya and Yun Yun were worried, almost fainting. What happened to you just now? Why didn't you respond no matter how we called you? Yun Yun continued. We even thought your soul had left your body. Wandering soul, Su Chen replied. No way my soul could leave my body. This kind of danger has to be controlled to a minimum to be safe. In the space of consciousness, the girl was shocked as everything around her gradually froze. She yelled, Su Chen, you dare freeze the entire space. You bastard, let me out now. Su Chen was surprised that the ice-type power had such a strong impact on the space of consciousness. He thought it was best to find her a body as soon as possible. Suddenly, he remembered. That's right, aren't there women in the base? He turned to Duanya. Duanya, take me to find other women. Hurry. Both girls were stunned. Ah, find women, Yun Yun questioned. Aren't you satisfied yet? Aren't the two of us enough? Seeing their expressions, Su Chen coughed and smiled awkwardly. Take me to see how the others in the base are doing, not to find any women, ha ha. After a while, Duanya reported. General Cao is doing statistics. Currently, there are over 1,300 people in the base. Over 400 people in security have repelled several harassments from the Tao tribe and mutant beasts. Other men built a temporary wall. With Yun Yun's help, it's basically complete. Women, children, and the elderly are clearing the mutated plants that have sprouted in the base, and are also taking care of logistics and so on. Alright, many people were injured while clearing the mutated plants. Luckily, Sister Duan Ya asked the medical students to set up an operating room, and now the mildly injured have returned to work. Duan Ya said, "Everyone is working hard. We can only breathe a sigh of relief when the wall is completed." Su Chen replied, "Oh really? I'm afraid we don't have much time to indulge in peace." The scene shifts to the base area. General Cao and Bai Chang were discussing official business. "The supplies and safety of the base are temporarily guaranteed, but we urgently need to retake the medical supplies at the hospital and capture the Tao tribe." "Does anyone have any ideas?" a young man suggested. "There are less than 100 Tao tribe members in the hospital. Captain Sun is the strongest warrior and has the best coordination." "I suggest," Lao Sun interrupted, his eyes sharp. "Wait a minute, why isn't Su Chen at the meeting?" He initially encouraged building a new base, but now not even his shadow can be seen. Is he shirking responsibility? General Cao said sternly, "Captain Sun, watch your words. Without Suya Chen, there would be no Suya Guang base, and you wouldn't have the opportunity to sit here." Lao Sun snorted coldly. General Cao recalled the conversation with Su Chen. "You want me to have full control of the base?" "Why," Su Chen replied, "I'm not interested in being a leader. You are someone I trust. I'm comfortable handing that over to you. But in the future, disasters will be continuous. Even with the protection of the base, if we are not prepared, we will be swallowed by the apocalypse sooner or later." Lao Gao said seriously, "I understand. You think a powerhouse like Su Chen would never slow down? He's always pursuing greater power." He said, "Everyone just needs to know that when facing difficulties or strong enemies, Su Chen will take action without hesitation." Lao Sun sneered. "The hospital has dozens of Thao clan members, all of whom are formidable enemies. If there's a big sacrifice, who will take responsibility?" General Cao replied, "Considering the importance, Zhao Feng will assist him. I'm requesting Su Chen to take action to ensure safety." Lao Sun slammed the table and stood up. "If the general has said so, I will take on the mission. If there's nothing else, I'll go prepare." Outside, the junior asked, "Captain, aren't we about to seize power? Why are we attacking the hospital now?" Lao Sun grunted, "I'm worried about Su Chen and Zhao Feng. Both of them have supernatural abilities and aren't easy to deal with. If we secretly kill them in this operation, the base will be in our hands." From above, two people observed Lao Sun. The young man said, "General Cao, just as Su Chen said. He really has ulterior motives," the old man replied. "Let's hope he doesn't choose the wrong path." "Oh yeah, has He Cheng sent people to investigate yet?" the young man replied. "The field team should have arrived. If it's as Su Chen said, there will be big trouble with the raid there." The scene changes to the safe zone of He Cheng. Zhao Mu said dejectedly, "Tian Yuage, you say Su Chen is so strong, why not ask him to retrieve the 2 core crystals?" Tian Yu replied, "You have to rely on yourself to become stronger. If you keep depending on Su Chen, how will you ever develop? He already saved me once, why should I ask him to take action again?" Zhao Mu said, "Even so, I fought against zombies and mutated beasts, but ended up with nothing." "I'm not reconciled," Tian Yue interrupted. "Stop talking, someone's coming." They hid carefully, and saw a group of fierce-looking people carrying harpoons, escorting several beautiful, shapely girls somewhere. From afar, a guard shouted, "Who's there?" A young man replied, "Boss, we're delivering the goods. Take a look. These are all top-grade goods. Examine them carefully from every angle. Indeed, they are all top-quality imported peach with excellent quality. Even that assassin girl, San Mao, is here." A young guard led the group. "Follow me. I'll take you to see the city lord." The group leader's eyes gleamed with ambition as he replied excitedly, "Brother, looks like we've hit the jackpot again this time, huh? Hey." The scene switches inside the city, where praises resounded like waves crashing on the shore. Very good, I'm extremely satisfied with this batch of goods." An Iron Clan member with a fierce face like a beast glared at the group of young women and growled, "Whichever of you can bear me a son will be allowed to live. This is your only chance." The young women were terrified and trembled like leaves in the wind, sobbing and begging, "Please spare us." The Iron Clan member was unmoved, grabbing the girl who spoke the loudest, and roaring like thunder, "You're just a breeding tool. You have no right to flatter or beg here." Got it. He didn't bother saying more. Drawing his shining Excalibur, "I will tolerate the girl tasting the cold blade," the girl screamed in pain. W8. Just then, a young man ran over in a fluster, reporting in a panicked voice, "City Lord, Su Chen and his people have attacked the hospital." The city lord was furious, his eyes bloodshot, and he ordered, "Summon everyone, counterattack immediately." This time, I'll turn that Su Chen into ashes, the young man continued in a trembling voice. But we've been hungry for too long, we basically have no fighting strength left, unless we forcibly turn them into Iron Clan members, but the evolution process takes time. As he was struggling and racking his brains for a solution, the city lord suddenly heard the girl Sanmao speak, her voice full of meaning. Or I can help you a little. The lord turned around abruptly and exclaimed in surprise. What did you say? Help us. The scene changes, where some young men are leading people in, thinking they would make a big profit, but instead, they were turned into seeds for the Iron Clan schemes. They shouted in panic, "Hey, what are you doing? Let us go." One of them pleaded in a trembling voice. City Lord, I'm your business partner, why are you treating us like this? But their eyes widened in extreme horror, as they heard the cold, sharp sounds of weapons approaching. The Iron Clan City Lord declared in a cold, icy voice. That woman wants to help me build an Iron Clan army, except she needs to use you as catalysts. The two young men screamed in extreme fear. It's her revenge plot, she clearly wants revenge. Another chimed in, exactly, City Lord, she's tricking you. The City Lord, his eyes as venomous as a snake, swung his iron mace and growled, I'll only know if she's tricking me after I try. The mace swung decisively, powerful as lightning, sending the two young men flying into the air like hitting a ball. Below, the iron race was brutally throwing people into a blazing red blood pool, as if cooking a hellish hot pot. Desperate screams and cries for help echoed, making the scene no different from a worldly purgatory. Meanwhile, San Mao, like a wicked witch, poured a bottle of green solution into the blood pool, she muttered. Using the second-generation enhancement potion to accelerate our race's evolution has been tested before. Just pouring the potion into the blood pool, even if it's a bit unstable, will speed up the process. Others were grabbed by the neck and thrown straight into the pool. One young man struggled fiercely, screaming, Let me go, Chumina! But in the end, he was also thrown into the pool, in extreme agony. San Mao, her voice as cold as ice, declared, You should be grateful. Only the chosen are qualified to enter the blood pool, and only the strongest warriors can serve the city lord. She gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with hatred. Su Chen, if you hadn't destroyed the evolution base, I wouldn't have been captured as a slave and brutally tortured. This time I'll make you pay. From the blood pool, an arm emerged. Then a young man slowly crawled out of the surface, gradually transforming from a human into a mutated Iron Race member. Not far away, Tian Yue and Xiao Miao were observing the situation, exclaiming in horror, Oh my god, they want to turn everyone into Tao Tai. Xiao Miao continued, her voice full of worry. If this keeps up, all 2,000 people in the city will become minions of that city lord. Without hesitation, the two jumped down from the city wall, but accidentally made a small sound. Tian Yu whispered, We have to bring this news back to the base, otherwise a terrifying disaster will strike. An Iron Race member, his voice growling like a beast, blocked their path. Too bad none of you can escape. The two young people panicked when they saw a group of Iron Race members already armed with firearms, waiting. Zhao Miao cursed, Damn it, we've been discovered. Tian Yu roared, I'll block them, you find a chance to run. The Iron Race member grinned sinisterly. I think you two should stay and become our dinner. The scene shifted to early morning at the Divine Light base. A little girl happily ran over and called out, Brother Su Chen. He smiled and replied, Xiao Mai, how do you like the new base? Is anyone bullying you? The little girl, whose head he patted, obediently replied, Who would dare bully me? I'm Brother Su Chen's girl, after all. From a distance, Lao Cao called out, Brother Su Chen, Captain Sun has gathered the people. But they're still hesitant about confronting dozens of Iron Race members in the hospital. I'd like to ask for your help. Su Chen replied without hesitation, No problem. At this moment, Yun Yun and Duan Ya walked over to join them. Lao Cao added with a serious expression, Also, Su Chen, I have another request. The hospital is too close to the base. Sooner or later it will become a major threat. Furthermore, the medical supplies inside are incredibly valuable assets for the future. Therefore, I hope you can leave those supplies for the people in the Divine Light base. Su Chen nodded, his voice firm. Rest assured, I'll only take what's necessary, and leave the rest for everyone. Lao Cao turned back to introduce the team behind him. By the way, I brought all the ability users from the base this time, a silver-haired young man said with a determined voice. On this mission, we will absolutely obey your orders. Su Chen observed the team, seeing them full of drive, tall, muscular young men, accompanied by a petite girl with sharp eyes. He spoke up. If you're going to follow my orders, everyone focus 100% of your power and prepare the plan to raid the hospital. His voice deepened, full of caution. Everyone stay at the base and be careful, especially monitor movements from Heicheng's side. Hearing that, the entire team's eyes widened, exclaiming in surprise. What? When they learned Su Chen intended to raid the hospital alone, without the support of the ability user team, he pondered silently. Perhaps my actions will cause unpredictable changes at Heicheng. The scene shifted back to the Tao Tai territory, where Tian Yue and Xiao Miao were being surrounded. Xiao Miao cursed, Holy crap, are these Iron Race monsters just toying with us? They're not giving us a moment's rest. Tian Yu continued, his voice tense. This won't do. We'll be exhausted soon. We have to finish this quickly, Xiao Miao, he turned, his eyes sharp. You remember all those close calls we had back in the field team, right? Xiao Miao replied, sounding super confident. Of course, I'm the most experienced member. Duh. One of the touties burst out laughing, a thunderous roar. Ha ha, how long are you two gonna keep reminiscing? I don't care what kind of bullshit you're planning, you're both dead meat today. The touty raised their weapons, ready to tear Tian Yu to shreds. Empty-handed, Tian Yu still used his martial arts stance to create momentum, yelling loud enough to drown out his fear. Go to hell, you damn monsters! Instead of throwing punches, he quickly grabbed a handful of lime powder and tossed it straight into their eyes. The Teoti panicked, covering their faces, one of them roaring angrily, Damn it, you two, I'm gonna kill you! Xiao Miao seized the opportunity, yelling like a fearless warrior, Now's our chance! Run, you bastard! Come and get me, you morons! But as soon as he turned his head, his face went pale, utterly terrified. A sharp spear suddenly pierced through Xiao Miao's body, making him grunt, stunned for a moment. Tian Yu witnessed this, crying out in pain. Xiao Miao, the touty commander, with a triumphant look, raised the spear high like a trophy. Oh look, a snack delivered itself to our doorstep. This one's a bit skinny though, is he on drugs or something? But he was so loud a moment ago, not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. He tossed the spear behind him, ordering his goons, Let's reward you guys, dig in. Xiao Miao, now like a beast surrounded by wolves, was encircled by the touty. He croaked, his voice weak. Tian Yue. Tian Yu's eyes turned bloodshot with anger, rushing forward with the intention of taking on all 500 of them by himself, yelling, Xiao Miao, hang in there, I'm coming to save you. But before he could act, one of the touty played dirty, swinging his sword and slashing Tian Yue in the back, making him scream in pain. Xiao Miao used his last bit of strength, yelling, Run! The touty swarmed Xiao Miao like a disturbed hornet's nest, tearing him apart, and in that tragic moment, his body was ripped into 2 pieces. Tian Yu collapsed, reaching out helplessly, screaming in despair, No, Xiao Miao! He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with determination. Xiao Miao, you wait, I will definitely avenge you. Using every ounce of strength he had, Tian Yu charged forward, running like hell until he was panting, not daring to slow down for even a second. He knew that if he slowed down, his body would be riddled with spears. In the rain of flying spears, he desperately jumped into the raging river, spinning 360 degrees like a free diver. When the touty reached the riverbank, Tian Yu's tracks had vanished. One of them cursed, his voice full of bitterness. Son of a BTCH. That little brat got away. What a pity, I'm so hungry I want to eat meat. The commander roared with a lordly tone. You want to eat meat, huh? Then wipe out all the people at the Divine Light Base. You can eat as much as you want there. The Teoti seemed to have been ignited with a flame of savagery, shouting in unison. Alright, haha, I don't care, I gotta go there, I want to go too. As long as I can get meat, I'll do anything, one of them added, his voice full of longing. I want to taste the women. The commander, his eyes burning with resentment, roared, Su Chen, I am Zhang Jianshu, the father of that perverted crap-for-brains kid Hao. You just wait, I will avenge the death of my son. With an awe-inspiring aura, he led San Mao and 500 of his goons straight towards the Divine Light Base, ready to slaughter everything in their path. The scene shifts to a hospital, where the tragic cries of a young woman echoed, tears mixed with snot, soaking her whole body. The crying sound of a newborn baby came out. The young woman, exhausted after giving birth to a Teoti child, was utterly drained. A Teoti cried out gleefully. My son, this was Feng Pengzi, the leader of the Iron Tribe at the hospital. He was originally a mental patient, always fantasizing that he could impregnate every woman around him. After the apocalypse hit, he became the #1 Iron Tribe member in the hospital. The girl used her last bit of strength, struggling to get up, thinking to herself, I don't want to keep living in this devil's den anymore, I have to escape. But before she could act, the Thalathette grabbed her leg, pinned her down, and growled, You're a breeding machine, how can you rest? I'll get you pregnant right now. The girl panicked, begging, Wait, I just gave birth, how can I? But he disregarded everything, dragging the unfortunate girl into a new nightmare. Scene cuts to the city hospital. The troops, led by Captain Sun, attacked, reclaiming the hospital and supplies. The Thalathette were caught off guard and couldn't react in time. Captain Sun's troops charged in, unleashing a barrage of gunfire like a storm, sweeping away everything. Captain Sun, axe in hand, chopped down each Thalathette, yelling, Next, please clear the way for the troops. Lu Xiaofeng, stunned, replied, Captain Sun, what do you mean by that? You want us to go ahead unarmed? Isn't that pushing us into our graves? Su Chen and Duan Ya, standing behind, looked visibly displeased. Captain Sun sneered, Don't look at the 100 or so brothers with guns behind you, they're just normal people. Su Chen stepped forward, his voice cold. Are you threatening us? Captain Sun chuckled, as if mocking. Isn't it normal for people with superpowers to go ahead? Su Chen didn't want to argue, threatening bluntly. Oh really? But I'm warning you, Anyone who points a gun at us won't have a good ending. With that, Su Chen took the lead, clearing a bloody path for the troops. Duan Ya and Lu Xiaofeng stuck close behind, always on guard, because enemies could appear at any moment. Captain Sun whispered to his men, "Let them deal with the Theothet first, then we'll kill them. Even superpowered freaks can't beat 100 guns." A henchman grinned slyly. "Captain Sun, why not keep that sweet juicy Duan Ya for us brothers?" The guys behind him chimed in with laughter. "That's right, Captain Sun, let the bros get some relief." The soldiers began to eye Duan Ya from head to toe. No one noticed the fiery red glow in her eyes, like smoldering embers. One guy spoke up. "That woman, what a pity, having to kill such a beauty," Captain Sun said with a chuckle. "Then keep her for you guys." But before he could finish, they all gasped in surprise. Captain Sun yelled, "What the hell, where did Su Chen and them go? Why can't I see them, goddammit? Go find them, don't let them escape." On this side, Duan Ya and Lu Xiaofeng were hiding in a corner, Xiaofeng whispered. "They can't see us," Duan Ya replied. "I can use my ability to control normal people's minds, but Captain Sun also has abilities. Maybe he sensed something was wrong." Su Chen, standing behind, added, "Don't worry, he didn't find out." He activated his space ability, and space portals appeared above the soldiers' heads. Hail of ice bullets rained down, causing them to panic and run, screaming in pain. "Damn it, we're under attack from behind," Captain Sun yelled. "Pay attention, take cover now. The slow ones are fucked." Su Chen smiled with amusement, saying, "You guys are better suited to charge the front lines." He used his powers to scatter the soldiers, making them run for their lives like mine detectors in front of the Theothet. Captain Sun cursed bitterly. "God damn it, does anyone see where the enemy is?" The scene changes to the other side. The unfortunate girl's blank white eyes and stiff expression made it seem as if her soul had left her body, departing from this world. Feng Pengzi snorted angrily. "That's it! She kicked the bucket already. Too weak." Suddenly, he gasped in surprise when he saw another girl being tormented by the Theothet. The poor young women were being pinned to the ground by two Theothets, like prey before the beast's fangs. Feng Pengzi roared, his voice full of anger. "What the hell are you guys doing?" The henchman quickly replied. "Boss, we want them to give birth to our children too." Another henchman chimed in. That's right. We want to be like the boss too." The girl panicked, her eyes wide with terror, screaming, "No, please spare me." Feng Pengzi saw that his henchmen dared to act on their own without regarding him, flew into a rage and roared, "How dare you touch my women!" He swung his hand, unleashing a powerful punch that instantly killed two of his henchmen. The force of the impact shattered the wall and sent several others standing behind flying. From the rubble, a massive figure slowly emerged. Feng Pengzi appeared, exclaiming in surprise, "So some cowardly rats snuck in here, huh?" Lao Sun was shocked by the size of the Theothet leader, whispering to his men. A soldier yelled in panic, "Captain Sun, look up there! Weren't there supposed to be just a few dozen from the Iron Clan? This is way too many." From the fourth floor, the Iron Clan warriors poured down like a ferocious pack of beasts, surrounding Captain Sun's group. Old Sun roared, his voice echoing, "Open fire! Fire now! Everyone, light! Aim up for me!" The sound of gunfire roared. But soon, the soldiers realized in horror, what's wrong with these guns? Why aren't they doing any damage? They're all blank, someone must have tampered with them. Feng Pengzi roared in fury, "Chop off these invaders' limbs, turn them into mincemeat." Receiving the order, the Iron Clan warriors charged forward, swinging their weapons. A dark-skinned young man was instantly sliced in two. Old Sun was surrounded by three massive Iron Clan warriors, but he was no pushover. He swung his axe in response, splitting all three of them apart with a single strike. Old Sun, showing his leader's might, yelled, "Everyone, get on your feet! Even without guns, we fight these bastards to the death." He cursed bitterly. "Su Chen, you bastard, you dared to trick us. After I kill all these Tauti, you're next." But the situation was getting worse. Only a few dozen soldiers were left against hundreds of Tauti. Captain Sun's group was surrounded on all sides. There was no escape. Old Sun roared, "Everyone, rally to me, carve a bloody path out." His men, wielding everything from knives to axes, felt a surge of new strength. They shouted in unison, "Kill! Kill! We'll take them down with us! All brothers, charge!" The Teoti horde roared back with equal ferocity. "Kill them all! Spare no one! Charge and tear them to shreds!" The two sides clashed in a bloody battle, neither backing down. Suddenly, one of Captain Sun's men was struck down. Another young man, sweating in fear, threw down his weapon and planned to bolt, thinking to himself, "These Teotis are terrifying. I'd better get out of here. Staying is a death sentence." He abandoned his comrades but stopped abruptly when he heard a baby's cry. Curious, he looked around and was surprised to find a newborn Teoti imp. Seeing him approach, it stopped crying and gave a delighted grin. In the young man's astonished gasp, the Teoti imp used an earth-burrowing technique and sank into the ground. He stood there dazed. Where'd it go? But before he knew it, the imp had already silently emerged from the ground beneath him and viciously tore a chunk of flesh from his calf. In an instant it was frantically gnawing here and biting there. The young man screamed in pain, "Arg, it hurts! Somebody save me!" After eating its fill, the imp looked at its own body with delight and said, "So tasty. Turns out eating flesh makes you grow this fast." Back in the main battle, Old Sun fought fiercely, taking down dozens of Teoti. His squad members watched in awe. Captain Sun is so badass, he's killed over a dozen of them by himself. Just then, Feng Pengzi appeared and spoke. "Killed a few of my grunts. Feeling pretty proud of yourself, huh?" Praised by his men, Old Sun's ego flared, and he swung his axe forward, roaring, "Yeah! Perfect timing! I'll chop you in two!" But before he could get cocky, Feng Pengzi effortlessly blocked the strike with just one hand. Old Sun was terrified, his eyes wide with disbelief. His axe had split two men at once, yet it couldn't even scratch this guy. Before he could think, a savage laugh echoed from behind him. It was the Teoti imp, its hand transforming into a sharp blade, which it swung down, severing both of Old Sun's arms. He screamed in agony. The screams only made the imp more excited, and it began stomping on Old Sun like a cruel game. It shrieked, "Just die already!" But before it could strike, a powerful kick flew in from out of nowhere. It smashed right into the imp's snout, sending it flying a dozen meters, tumbling across the ground. It flew into a rage, yelling, "Son of a bitch! Who the hell dared to kick me in the face?" Su Chen's group, along with Duanya and Lu Xiaofeng, approached with overwhelming momentum. Su Chen spoke up. "He's mine to kill, kid. Not your turn." Lao Sun struggled a step back, trying to escape. Suddenly, Feng Banzi let out a surprised "Whoa!" and turned his head to stare intently at Duanya, his eyes raking her up and down. He exclaimed, "Damn, didn't expect to find such a beauty here." Duanya, facing his disgusting gaze, felt nauseous. He laughed loudly. "Haha, what luck today. Perfect for becoming this old man's wife and popping out a few healthy kids." He turned to Su Chen, his voice full of contempt. "You brat, since you took the initiative to bring a beauty to my door, I'll give you a chance to choose how you die." Hearing the filthy words, Su Chen's face darkened, and murderous intent flared. He suddenly teleported forward, his voice low and cold. "You talk too much." A powerful punch was unleashed, the aftershock shattering rocks and sending Feng Banzi flying. Su Chen's face was cold as he exuded an overwhelming aura. "I choose to send you to hell." Feng Banzi had a hole punched through him, but his cells gradually regenerated. He grinned sinisterly. "So, you're an Esper too? Then your flesh must be incredibly delicious." The little Taoti devil, standing to the side, asked Feng Banzi, "Dad, do you really like this woman? Looks like you really love her, huh?" It turned to Duanya, its face grotesque. "But if Dad likes you, then you can stay and be my mom." Hearing the disgusting words, Duanya was surprised but didn't react. Seeing her silence, the little devil pressed closer, saying, "Don't worry, my body is still growing, so I won't eat you yet. Plus, I just ate someone else." It adjusted its diaper, its tone interested. "So, I taste a little different than milk right now, Mom?" A skilled call came from its mouth. Duanya, ignoring the disgusting Teoti, swung her leg and kicked it hard. Bang! The little devil got hit by the kick, face planting into the ground, eyes crossed, but still laughing gleefully. "Haha, is this what it feels like to have a mom? I like it. Give me milk." Another kick landed, leaving it stunned and unable to react. Duanya didn't hold back, continuously kicking and then spinning to slam a powerful kick into the little devil's snout. Seeing it dazed, she jumped up, spun in the air, and delivered a decisive kick, like a true warrior. The little devil was beaten and bruised, crying out in fear, but its face was still itching for another beating. Even though Duanya was hitting it repeatedly, the little devil wasn't in as much pain as before. It gradually adapted and laughed excitedly. Hey, Mom's pretty awesome too." "Then it's my turn now." Duanya retracted her leg, surprised as its body suddenly disappeared. She thought to herself, "It can use abilities." Suddenly, the little devil popped up from underground, declaring, "I can hide in the shadows and attack you, Mom. You won't know where I'm attacking from." But just as it was about to touch her, something hit it hard in the face, sending it flying. Hey Xiao Miao suddenly rushed over, meowing beside Duanya. She asked in surprise, "Huang Jin, why are you here?" The cat rubbed against her leg, meowing continuously. Duanya pulled out a gun from her thigh, instructing, "It's dangerous here. Quickly hide behind me." She used her mental sense to lock on to the little devil's movements, ready to fire accurately the moment it appeared. The little devil angrily swooped down from above, cursing, "You damn stinky cat, you dared to kick me. I'm gonna turn you into a meow meow potty." But before it could act, Huang Jin delivered a fatal slap, causing it to scream in pain. Duanya, about to open fire, was stunned. Huh? What just happened? Behind her, 3 enormous claw marks from Huang Jin were clearly imprinted on the ground. The little devil hid in a corner, panting. That was scary. Almost died. Gotta run. Back at the center of the fight, the gluttonous beasts swarmed in tight. Old Sun, having lost an arm, screamed in terror, ordering his subordinates to protect him. Lu Xiaofeng spoke up. This place is too dangerous. Everyone stay as close to me as possible. One of the gluttonous beasts sneered. Ha ha, you think you can stop us all by yourself? You're overestimating yourself. Look at your skinny, weak frame. It's hilarious. Old Sun gritted his teeth, thinking, Lu Xiaofeng is a good guy. Now I can only use him to escape. He commanded, Lu Xiaofeng, I'm the captain. I order you to protect me and get me out of this goddamn place. Seeing his pathetic state, Lu Xiaofeng replied, Protect you? Sure, no problem. But first, you gotta help me with something. Old Sun glared, shouting in alarm. Huh! What do you want to do? Lu Xiaofeng grabbed Old Sun by the neck and lifted him up, his devouring ability activated. Sucking away Captain Sun's power, he said coldly. Without your arms, you're just a cripple. Might as well lend me your strength, and I'll kill all these Iron Blood race to avenge you. Old Sun was being drained dry, blood running down his face, whimpering. We're comrades, how could you? Lu Xiaofeng's face darkened. When you guys pointed your guns at us, we were already enemies. An enemy's gotta die. He activated his powerful devouring ability, causing Captain Sun's subordinates to scream in agony, turning into shriveled corpses devoid of strength. Back at the Holy Light base, thanks to Su Chen's warning, everyone discovered a large Iron Blood army was approaching. On the city wall, Bai Cheng called out, First, just follow the plan we prepared. Ma Yunyun, why are you still here? Yunyun replied with a bored expression, Su Chen told me to build a separation wall before he left. I really don't want to see these Iron Blood race destroy this place. Bai Cheng blushed, stammering. Oh, right, I've always had something I wanted to ask you. When you and Duan Ya were with Su Chen, did you feel anything weird? Yunyun said calmly. Actually, it was a little awkward at first, but now it's the apocalypse. Who cares about worldly rules? Besides, how could I handle someone like Su Chen all by myself? She teased with a smile. Speaking of which, Captain Bai, do you like Su Chen? You act so strange whenever his name is mentioned. Bai Cheng turned her face away shyly. Don't talk nonsense, how could I? Yunyun giggled. It's normal to have feelings for a strong, handsome man like Su Chen. Bai Cheng covered her face, muttering. So this is normal. Suddenly, a young man shouted, Captain Bai, look over there, an army of gluttonous beasts is approaching. Even though they were prepared, they couldn't help but shudder at the sight. Bai Cheng ordered, Immediately inform the general and tell everyone to evacuate now. Yunyun took out food from her bag, munching away. Bai Cheng asked in surprise, Captain Yunyun, are we giving up the base? She responded. Of course not, but we have to ensure everyone's safety, Bai Cheng continued. What do you want to do then? Yunyun, holding a chicken leg, took a big bite and said, The separation wall we built will definitely be destroyed. If Su Chen sees the base in ruins, he won't be happy. Remembering all the times he tormented me at night, I can't handle that madman's anger. Determined, she took a vial of enhancement serum from her backpack, injecting the serum without hesitation, announcing, I'm charging in. First, she quickly organized people to fight, absolutely not allowing the base to be abandoned. After speaking, Yunyun jumped from the city wall. Witnessing this courage, Bai Cheng exclaimed in amazement. She doesn't care about her own safety at all. The moment she hit the ground, Yunyun's body grew larger, the impact shaking the earth. She glanced at the trees beside her, uprooted one with her bare hands as a weapon, and shouted, All right, all of you come at me? This girl will absolutely not let you pass. Looking at her own body, Yunyun was astonished as the enhancement drug took effect, her physique growing bigger and bigger. She prepared for battle, thinking to herself that she had to take this opportunity to deal with this trash. Seeing Yunyun alone stepping up to fight, Zhang Jianshu roared in anger, Just relying on a girl to stop us. You're underestimating the Taoti army. Xu Feng, all of you, charge. The Taoti clan immediately rushed to attack the base, swarming like ants, destroying a nest. Yunyun was momentarily stunned by the number of enemies, but quickly regained her composure, raised the large tree in her hand, and shouted, No one shall pass. She swung down with force, rocks and soil shattered, and the Taoti were sent flying in an instant. Another group jumped up, trying to engage in aerial combat, clinging tightly to her arm, but with just a light slap, Yunyun sent them crashing down, scattered like insects being exterminated. Bai Cheng observed the battle from the side, shocked and thinking to himself, Damn it, how come Su Chen's people are all so strong? But there are too many enemies, she can't hold out for long. The base's defenses are already in chaos. I have to do something to stabilize the situation. She immediately left the city wall and began to take action. Meanwhile, Yunyun unleashed a powerful skill, wielding the tree like an indomitable warrior, shouting, Come on, you flies, taste the power of this young lady. Seeing their comrades being wiped out, the Taoti panicked. Holy crap, that woman is too scary, she's a tough bone to chew. Suddenly, the girl San Mao spoke excitedly. Who is willing to live and kill that woman? Are you all just cowards, afraid of death? The Taoti's eyes turned red, and they looked back at her, muttering, Oh, isn't that the woman? She looks pretty tasty, all plump with meat. Hee hee. Then let's eat her first, the group charged, planning to gang up on San Mao. The girl unleashed a barrage of slaps at their snouts, shouting, "If you're so brave, then go deal with that woman." But three Teodes suddenly became dazed, discovering their heads covered in strange plants, like long-term fungal infections. One panicked. What the hell is this? Is it flowering? Where's the new year? I need to remember. Before, when I was brought to Hay City, I accidentally discovered a type of mutated plant. When it gets on your blood, it makes people temporarily stronger, but the price is your life. She once tested it on someone, and the result horrified her. At this moment, a mutated Teode's body became even stranger, roaring miserably. Three other Teodes also mutated, their bodies swelling up, growling like beasts. Losing control, Yunyun witnessed the scene in shock and unease. Zhang Jianshu laughed with delight. "Haha, well done, very good. I like this transformation." He pointed and ordered, "The rest of you attack. The humans in that god-radiant space, devour them all you want." The Teode cheerfully charged forward, eating all the men and keeping the women. But immediately, one was horrified, as a comrade was blown to pieces by a cannon. What happened? A tank unit appeared on the front line, aiming directly at the Teode clan, firing freely. The Teode henchmen frantically took a few steps back, one shouting, "Holy crap, where did they get so many tanks?" "Run!" Yunyun, supported by reinforcements, breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the steel chariot unit under her feet. Finally the reinforcements have arrived. But a mutated Teote, covered in flowers and leaves, suddenly attacked. The flower latched tightly onto her arm, and another lunged forward, trying to take a bite. Yunyun reacted quickly, blocking his snout. But the last one swung his knife from behind. She was horrified. Her eyes widened, her hands were locked, making it difficult to escape the danger. Just then, a drone swooped in, causing a massive explosion, hitting the behemoth in the back. "He was engulfed in flames," Yunyun exclaimed in surprise. A drone." On the rooftop, Bai Cheng, controlling the drone, breathed a sigh of relief. "Good thing Su Chen brought back these things from the military base. Too bad there aren't many." Back at the hospital, sounds of punching and kicking echoed intensely. Su Chen relentlessly threw punches, creating several holes in Feng Banzi's body. But with his super healing ability, he laughed triumphantly, taunting, "This little punk looks weak but has this kind of power. Not as bad as those wastes, I guess." Su Chen's killing intent exploded, as if wanting to tear the enemy apart. Feng Banzi continued, "But sadly, you're too weak to defeat me." He threw a counterpunch. In the spiritual space, Zhao Ming'er was stunned, wondering what on earth was happening outside. Everything around was frozen. She searched for a way out, but everything was covered in ice. Annoyed, she complained, "Humph, serves me right for letting Su Chen lock this place up so I can't sense the outside world. I really want to go out and see." With an intense yearning for freedom, she transformed her hair into a special move. Determined not to be trapped forever, she had to drill through this ice wall. The hair drill began to bore forcefully into the thick layer of ice. Outside, Su Chen was still fighting fiercely with Feng Banzi. Facing a tough opponent, he thought, "This fatty is really hard to deal with. I have to make this a quick win." In the spiritual space, Zhao Minger's drill had pierced through the ice wall. Su Chen was stunned, sensing unease. Feng Banzi gloated as he threw a punch. "Haha, you brat, your doomsday has arrived. Eat my punch, see if you can dodge." Su Chen took a series of punches, his clothes torn to shreds, his body unmoving. His soul was pulled into Zhao Minger's consciousness space. He was surprised. "I've been pulled into the consciousness space." Zhao Minger rushed over from somewhere, beaming. "Su Chen, I've been waiting for you for so long." She jumped to hug him tightly, but noticed something unusual. The surrounding space was sealed off. Su Chen panicked. "Hey, what are you doing?" Her cloud-like hair wrapped tightly around him, forming a cocoon floating in the air. Confused, he asked, "Hey, what do you want?" Zhao Mincher replied, "This way, you can't use your ice powers anymore. If you dare, use them and we'll both be frozen. Serves you right for locking me in this icy cave. This is your punishment." But she suddenly felt something strange. Glanced down, embarrassed. But wait, my body is burning hot, my heart is racing." Looking at Su Chen's Excalibur, she questioned, "Are you a pervert? Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Su Chen kept a straight face and replied, "Can you blame me? You're the one who suddenly pulled me in here." Zhao Minjer blushed, flustered. I didn't do it on purpose. I was just a little curious." Looking down at his sword, she panicked. "Wait a minute, what is that thing?" "No way, this is my first time." Su Chen was surprised and blurted out, "What? Didn't you and Liu Jia before?" Zhao Mingyer hurriedly cut him off, explaining, "Those illusion techniques back then were all fake. I just wanted to lure him into a trap." She looked at him, her voice urgent. "But, you better control your instincts." Su Chen was equally panicked, replying, "Could you please not move around so much? With you going up and down like this, it's hard for me to calm down. We need to get out of here quickly." Outside, Feng Banzi roared, "Brat, you think I'll let you off if you play dead?" "No way." He threw powerful punches, shattering the earth and rocks into pieces. In the spiritual world, the cocoon shook violently. Zhao Min'er screamed, "Ah, what's happening again? I can't move. Ah, is it outside?" Her face contorted like she was getting a beatdown, blurting out, "Ah. Ah." The commotion is so intense. The cocoon got slammed to the ground, then bounced back up. She screamed, "Hurry and think of something. Ah, I can't take it anymore." Her screams grew fiercer and fiercer. Outside, Su Chen's body was getting pummeled like a fish on a chopping board. Zhao Min'er inside the cocoon kept yelling, "What now?" Ah, it's just going up and down, no end in sight. Her eyes became numb, not understanding why everything was in such chaos. Feng Banzi, forehead throbbing, grabbed Su Chen, ready to devour him, laughing loudly, "Ha, in the end you're just food on my plate." Just then, a series of gunshots rang out from behind. He turned back furiously, growling, "You screwing with me, you bitch dare to ruin my fun." Duanya pointed her gun, shouting, "You bastard, release him now." Feng Banzi questioned uncomfortably, "You're the woman I had my eye on, and you dare point a gun at me?" Duanya replied coldly, "Nonsense. Release my man, or don't blame me," Feng Banzi said in a chilling voice. "So you've been tainted too." He recalled that before mutating, he was a devoted simp. He had promised that if he gave her 100 gifts, she would marry him. But when he brought the 100th gift, the girl coldly replied, "That's right, let's not see each other again." He was heartbroken. "But you clearly promised you accepted my final gift," she shouted. "HMPH. You really think a toad can eat swan meat? Why don't you take a look at how ugly you are? I only took your stuff out of pity." His face darkened, unable to believe it. "Didn't you say appearances aren't everything? Marry me, I'm the only one who'll treat you sincerely." She cursed. This old lady finally hooked a foo or die. "Marry you? Are you crazy?" He teared up. "Are you pregnant with someone else's child?" She said sternly. "That's right, now get lost, you goddamn simp." After being dumped, he went from a simp to a murderer. His voice cold, his eyes disgusted. He declared, "So you've been tainted. It's okay, I'll lick you clean." He opened his mouth wide, his long tongue about to lick Duanya. But she quickly yelled, "Huang Jin, we need to pull him away from Su Chen." After using his devouring ability to suck dry Lao Zun's lackeys, Lu Xiaofeng was full of power, facing the gluttonous clan alone. His face flushed, shouting, "Good! The traitors are all dead. Next up, are you trashy Iron Clan?" He was preparing to charge into battle, but an explosion broke through the wall. Before Lu Xiaofeng's eyes, Feng Banzi was about to swallow Duanya and Huang Jin whole, his tongue covered in saliva, looking extremely disgusting. Duanya was sent flying into the air, unable to dodge, her face panicked, thinking, "Am I going to become fresh food?" But at that moment, Huang Jin transformed into a giant cat. Saving her with its soft fur, Duanya blurted out, "Huang Jin, ugh, I should have realized it sooner. The cat Su Chen brought back is definitely not an ordinary cat." Lu Xiaofeng activated his devouring ability from the side, but before he could suck anything, his arm was hit by Feng Banzi's tongue, making him panic and retract his hand. "Damn it, that hurt. The difference in strength is too great. I can't devour him." The two immediately fled. According to their plan, Duanya yelled, "Don't worry about it, let's escape first." Lu Xiaofeng exclaimed in horror from below, "Damn, that tongue is disgusting." Right behind them, Feng Banzi was like a bulldozer, his tongue licking everything in its path. He roared, "You won't escape!" The scene changed to Su Chen, still motionless in a corner, immersed in the spiritual world. Inside that space, Zhao Min'er sighed. It's finally stopped. Su Chen, after dozens of rounds of spiritual battle with her inside the cocoon, said coldly, "I need to go out and take care of some things. You better be honest until I get back. As for what happened between us earlier, let's talk about it when I return." Seeing his cool demeanor, Zhao Min'er's eyes turned hazy as she replied, "Whatever. Just come back soon and I'll lend you a hand. But you darn jerk better take responsibility for me. Don't you dare just ditch me." Back at Divine Radiance Base, cannons roared as human forces, driving tanks, charged into battle. A commanding voice ordered, "All right, everyone, maintain infantry and tank coordination. Hit those Iron Clan trash harder." The awakened ones, leading the charge, lunged forward at a speed that even surprised the Teodi. Over on the other side, Bai Chang was providing drone support, among other things. The drones flew straight into the enemies, exploding and deforming the Tao Ti, making them shriek in agony. Suddenly, Yun Yun uprooted a massive utility pole, using it as a weapon to impale any Tao Ti in her path, turning them into skewers of meat without hesitation. Duanya gave a thumbs up, shouting, "Yun Yun, great job!" And for anyone watching who hasn't liked yet, smash that like button now. But because she was too focused, she didn't realize a tank had been flung towards her. A loud explosion echoed, sending debris and rocks flying everywhere. Bai Cheng was crushed under the rubble, his fate unknown. Witnessing this scene, Yun Yun screamed in horror. "Bai Cheng!" A voice echoed, "It's no good, we can't hold them off anymore. The Iron Clan's offensive is too powerful, countless people have fallen by their hands. Heavy tanks were overturned, the defensive wall crumbled, and everyone panicked. Retreat quickly." Seeing the situation worsen, Yunyun's eyes filled with fierce determination, and she cursed loudly. "These damn Iron Clan beasts," Zhang Jianshu shouted. "Kuai Zhijialing, once we charge in, I gotta find a girl first. Everyone, charge!" The Taoti cheered. Woohoo! They were ready to feast, eyeing the human beauties. But suddenly, a colossal foot descended. Yunyun stomped hard, instantly turning the Taoti into red goo. Zhang Jianshu, utterly shocked, cursed loudly. "You bitch!" He charged like a beast, scrambling quickly up her arm, yelling, "You keep ruining my fun, I'm gonna teach you a lesson." He leaped to a higher position, facing Yunyun's wrath. She swung her hand to grab him. Her sharp nails clenched, causing the ground to crack open. But Zhang Jianshu dodged in time, taking advantage of the moment to quickly crawl up her arm and delivered a powerful punch to Yunyun's face. A deafening boom echoed, and she collapsed onto the ground. Bai Cheng painfully crawled out from the rubble, ignoring the blood on his head, and shouted loudly, "Yunyun!" Zhang Jianshu landed triumphantly, proudly declaring, "Now no one can stop me, I am invincible." But a terrifying surge of power, accompanied by immense killing intent, swept forth. Yunyun's eyes blazed as she stood up, her body transforming, growing so tall it seemed to touch the sky. She roared, "This is the base Su Chen painstakingly built. I must protect this place well before he returns. Anyone who wants to destroy it shall die." Zhang Jianshu flinched, terrified. What the hell is this? From her towering perspective, Yunyun issued a threat. "You damn bugs, all of you will die." Yunyun's eyes filled with killing intent as she looked down at the tiny Zhang Jianshu, who was like an ant. Her body was now colossal, tearing through the clouds. She clenched her fist, preparing to unleash a powerful punch. Zhang Jianshu stood below, his face frantic, barely able to process what was happening, as he screamed, Wait, what are you trying to do?" Yunyun didn't reply, and swung her fist down. The punch carried terrifying power, forcing Zhang Jianshu to brace himself against it. But in mere seconds, the immense pressure crushed him to the ground, and the ground cracked open. He exclaimed in horror, "What? I can't even move just from the pressure of a single fist." He activated his inner power, screaming like a madman, "Ataya!" He thought yelling would build momentum and restore his courage. But reality hit hard. Yunyun's punch landed, squashing him flat, almost making him bite his tongue off. The force of the punch was so strong that nearby buildings collapsed layer by layer. The shockwave created a fierce wind, forcing everyone at the Divine Light Base to shield themselves, preventing them from being blown away hundreds of meters. Everyone was stunned, their faces showing disbelief. One person exclaimed, "General, is that really the Yunyun I know?" Another added, "She's so strong. With her here, the base is saved." Old Gao looked at Yunyun from afar with a serious expression, saying, "I'm afraid things aren't that simple." At this moment, Yunyun was like a wild beast, roaring to the heavens, displaying terrifying power. The roar shook the earth and sky. The generals hurriedly covered their ears, afraid of being deafened by the terrifying sound. One shouted, "Cover your ears, or we'll be playing charades." But looking at Yunyun, they realized something was wrong. A blazing red killing intent radiated from her. Old Gao was shocked. "What's wrong with her? Yunyun seems to have lost control." He ordered, "Ability squad, immediately find Su Chen. Only he can save Yunyun." A beautiful woman spoke up. "Leave it to me. I'm the only speed-type ability user." She immediately darted off like a gust of wind, determined to find Su Chen before everyone, friend and foe, was wiped out. Scene changed to the hospital. Su Chen slowly walked down the road full of ruins, cracking his knuckles. The Iron Clan around here had almost been completely wiped out. Suddenly, he noticed Xiao Minjer had followed him into the real world, and he exclaimed in surprise. He asked, puzzled, "Why did you come out here?" She pressed close and replied immediately, "Maybe because of that freak just now, I discovered that I can freely enter and exit your body." She pointed ahead. "Hey, following these traces, we can catch up with that fatty." "Right," Su Chen said indifferently. "I know what I'm doing. Don't get in my way." Xiao Minjer was ignored, frowning. "Hey, I came to help you, you know. Don't be such a jerk." Su Chen just waved his hand. "It'd be good enough if you didn't cause trouble. Go back and wait for me honestly." But Xiao Minjer wouldn't listen so easily. She cheerfully put her arm around his shoulder, a strand of hair dozens of meters long sticking to the wall. She said, "Then I'll let you know how awesome I can be." He felt uneasy. "What do you want to do?" Xiao Minjer used her strength to pull him flying, laughing loudly. "I'm wrapping my hair around the rooftops and swinging through like Spider-Man." The situation happened so suddenly, Su Chen was startled. "What the heck? Don't mess around." But she flew faster, gleefully. "Ha ha!" Su Chen was helpless, only able to shout, "Arg, you crazy woman!" She was excited. "See? Isn't this much faster?" Now, Su Chen was surprised. "You can really do this. Your imagination is too rich." But Xiao Minjer's expression suddenly froze, pointing. "Hey, what's that? Over there?" Su Chen followed her gaze, his eyes also filled with surprise. A huge figure, it could only be Yun. Xiao Minjer recognized her. So it's her, but what is she doing over there? Su Chen continued. Looks like something's going on over there. Otherwise, Yun's powers wouldn't be out of control like that. If it keeps up, she'll explode soon. The girl worried. Explode? Ugh, that's not good. The situation became tense. Below, Duan Ya and Lu Xiaofeng were facing Feng Pengzi, 2 against 1. Lu Xiaofeng combined the power of Huang Jin, shouting, "This is all the power I've plundered, now I'll finish you off." Zhao Minjer commented. A young man who hasn't fully mastered his abilities, plus a level 1 mutated cat, neither of them are a match for that level 2 Iron Clan member. Even if they do damage, their attacks will only anger Feng Pengzi. He swung his tongue, suppressing both Lu Xiaofeng and Huang Jin. He roared, his eyes terrifying. "Women are my pain, I'm so hungry, I'll make you as pure as you once were." The tongue lashed out, tearing Duan Ya's clothes to shreds. With the power of a level 2 Iron Clan member, even Su Chen would have a hard time winning quickly. Now, Su Chen faced a difficult choice: save Yun, who was at risk of exploding at any moment, or save Duan Ya, who was facing a fatal blow from Feng Pengzi. Just as his tongue was about to touch Duan Ya, Zhao Minjer's hair lashed out, tightly wrapping around the filthy tongue. She was shocked. "What the heck? You can actually control my powers." Su Chen entered combat mode, darting forward, ready to beat Feng Pengzi to a pulp. Su Chen, with a stern and serious face, spoke in a deep but slightly arrogant voice. "Kids make choices, I'll take both." Zhao Minjer, hearing the arrogance in his voice, excitedly replied, "Whatever he wants. However, I only exist in his consciousness. Others won't be able to see me. The rest depends on your skills." Su Chen, with an aura like a raging wildfire, landed on the ground with the swagger of an undefeated war god. Seeing Biu Yao arrive to help, Ya breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes lighting up as she cheered. "Su Chen, that's great, I knew you'd be okay." But Su Chen's face was grim, his gaze as sharp as a blade as he glared at Feng Banzi. The guy was slowly walking forward, looking arrogant like he wanted to swallow everything. Feng Banzi roared, his tone arrogant. "What are you doing, you little punk? You dare to interfere with this master's good time. Get out of here, or I'll blast you away." But Su Chen paid no attention to the provocation. His gaze swept over, focusing on the new power surging within his body. He thought to himself, "Looks like I can really tap into this power." With a dangerous smile like a sharp sword, he declared, "Then I'll use you as the first test subject." Immediately, a sinister power erupted, wrapping around Su Chen like dark snakes. They shot towards Feng Banzi, binding his entire body, from his muscular arms to the filthy tongue that had uttered such arrogant words, now pierced like barbecued skewers. The strands of dark energy wrapped tightly, clinging to his body, stretching out behind him like a dark spiderweb, slowly suspending him in mid-air. Feng Banzi, though his mouth was still stubborn, yelled, "Ha! Even your fists can't hurt me, let alone these childish tricks." But those words didn't last long. As the strands of dark energy began to tighten, like cold steel wires strangling their prey, Feng Banzi panicked, screaming, Wait a minute, you little brat, let me go. What do you want to do?" From afar, he looked no different from a piece of pork belly hanging on a rack, ready to be thrown into a boiling pot. His initial arrogance had vanished, replaced only by miserable screams. Su Chen, with his hands in his pockets, stood tall like a general on the battlefield, coldly replying, "I want to tear you into small pieces. They sell shredded chicken outside, and I'm about to make shredded pig tongue. Let's see if you can still recover." He reached out and clenched his hand, the strands of dark energy immediately squeezing harder, causing Feng Banzi to distort and scream in pain. In just a few seconds, an earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the entire building collapsed. Feng Banzi was now just rotten pieces of meat, officially leaving the stage. Beside him, Ya, with a surprised look, her mouth agape, thought to herself, "Su Chen has gotten stronger again. I need to work harder to keep up with his growth." Su Chen turned around, his voice firm. "I need to quickly return to the Shengwang base. I'll leave Huang Jin and Xiaofeng to you." Ya obediently nodded. "Okay." Looking back, Huang Jin and Xiaofeng were seriously injured. Xiaofeng spoke up, his voice weak but still resilient. "Su Chen, don't worry about us, we're fine." In another corner, the Pu family's little sister was dashing about like the wind, searching every nook and cranny for Su Chen. Tired and panting, she leaned on her knees and muttered, "I'm exhausted. If I keep going like this, I won't make it in time." Suddenly she froze, sensing a powerful aura rushing towards her. Turning around, she saw Su Chen flying like an arrow, heading straight towards her. A collision rang out, and she was sent spinning in the air, yelping, "What's his hurry?" Watching Su Chen get further and further away, she shouted, "Su Chen, wait! Speeding like crazy, are you trying to get to some other girl's house?" Su Chen heard the call but didn't stop, his mind only focused on the Shengwang base. Xiao Minjer anxiously said, "Do you really want to go back there? If you choose wrong, we're both screwed," Su Chen replied, his voice full of determination. "If they're my people, I can't just let them go easily. Especially since I worked so hard to build that base. Zhao Minjer looked at him, her eyes sparkling with admiration for his loyalty, her cheeks slightly flushed. She added, I'm afraid your Yunjer can't hold out for that long. In that case, it's time to use that move, space jump activation. Thanks to her spatial ability, Su Chen's movement speed soared, and he passed through buildings like a phantom. Zhao Minjer was stunned. Huh? What happened? The Pu family's little sister, on the other hand, had her eyes wide open. Su Chen just suddenly teleported. Are we seeing things? Can you even do that? Su Chen calculated inwardly. Before, the space jump was only 3 meters. If I used it 3 times in a row, my body would feel like it was being torn apart, but now that I'm at level 2, the distance just now was 8 meters. With that thought, he strengthened himself, his body as hard as steel, and shot off like a burning mobile lump of coal. Zhao Minjer shouted in panic. Wait a minute, I have a bad feeling about this. What do you want to do? Su Chen, like a rocket, accelerated even more, shortening the time to return to the Shengwang base. He replied, I want to push myself to the limit and use space jumps consecutively. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared, and the Pu family's little sister could only gape. What, Su Chen disappeared? At the Shengwang base, shouts rang out. Run! The giantess has gone crazy. Yunjer's body was expanding more and more, destroying everything in her path. One Teodi, with bright eyes, gazed at her giant figure and laughed. Ha ha, this tall woman looks interesting. I have to climb up and get a better look. Another one shouted in panic, Hey, Mouth, what is that guy doing? Does he want to die? Is he crazy? Why isn't he running? But the first one was even more excited. Ha ha, dying for a woman is a gentle death. Don't you want to go up there and see paradise? Another one looked towards the darkness between Yunger's giant legs, muttering, That place, come to think of it, I've never seen it before. The whole gang scrambled onto her tights, yelling, Ha ha, this is perfect for climbing. I feel like I can reach the summit right now. Another one bellowed, Damn, trying to get first dibs so fast, I want to go up and see what a real-life clam looks like too. The whole bunch cheered and scrambled to climb Yunyun's pristine white peaks, growing more and more excited. Ha ha, I can't wait anymore, let's go. But just as the Taudi were about to reach the summit, Yunyun, with terrifying power, lifted an entire skyscraper, and the Taudi still cheered. Awesome, faster! If we attack from the inside, it'll probably be easier. Lao Gao, from below, ordered support fire to draw out those damned Ferris fiends. In one swift move, she threw the building down, not only blasting away the Teodi but also severely injuring many others. The sight was truly terrifying. Yunyun had lost control, no longer distinguishing friend from foe. If this continued, everyone would be in danger. Bai Kang was stunned. Wait a minute, it looks like something's coming. A streak of green light flashed from the sky. It was Su Chen, who had appeared on the Divine Light battlefield. Yunyun was surprised. So fast, it looks like Su Chen. Lao Gao chimed in. He finally made it back. Zhao Minjer worried. Yunyun is still growing. If this keeps up, I'm afraid Yunyun will explode, Su Chen said with concern. We need to wake her up before things get out of hand. At this moment, 4 pairs of eyes met in the tense air. Yunyun noticed the stranger's presence, immediately turned, her eyes burning with an orange flame of hatred. With a powerful, lightning-fast motion, she toppled a nearby satellite tower. Su Chen, quick as a flash, dodged the attack. But even he couldn't help but be astonished. She's completely lost consciousness. Su Chen immediately leaped onto Yunyun's gigantic arm, swift and agile like a hunting leopard. But Yunyun, with terrifying strength, nearly flattened him like a fly with just one clap. Su Chen tumbled down, accidentally landing on her enchanting, pristine white hills, then was flung away by their horrifying elasticity. He sighed and muttered, Looks like I'll have to deal with these stubborn Ferris fiends first. Su Chen free fell downwards, facing the Ferris fiends, who swarmed like ants to honey. Zhao Minjer exclaimed unconsciously, her voice full of surprise. Where did Yunyun buy these fishnet tights? Is the quality really that good? They can stretch that big? Su Chen replied, his voice calm but sharp. It's probably due to Yunyun's ability's influence. Without hesitation, he activated his new ability. Tendrils of black mist erupted and shot out like dark arrows, directly targeting the Teodi. A Teodi, completely ignorant of his place, laughed gleefully. Ha ha, now no one can stop me from getting into that sacred zone anymore. As he was about to rush towards the clam, a tendril of dark mist tightly wrapped around his neck, constricting like a noose. Su Chen appeared, radiating an astonishing aura, his eyes as cold as ice. There are some places only I get to touch. Who dares to even think about it? You just signed your own death warrant. The Taoti, chained tightly, screamed, You maniac, what are you doing? Let me go. But Su Chen merely smirked, lifted him by the neck, suspending him in midair. He slowly suffocated from lack of oxygen, his eyes bulging. Not just one. Any Taoti that dared to climb onto Yunyun was hung by Su Chen, slowly dying in despair. On the other side, curses roared like crashing waves. One of them roared at San Mao. "Damn it, you're the most vicious woman I've ever met. We were all humans once. You're the one who forced us to become like this." He lunged, ripping off her cloak. San Mao was both surprised and furious. Clutching her staff tightly in both hands, she yelled loudly, "You bastards, how dare you!" With a decisive blow, she plunged her staff straight into the man's eye, blinding him and making him scream miserably, "Ai, go die, all of you! Damn you, stinking woman, how dare you attack us!" San Mao didn't flinch, letting out a cold scoff. "Go ahead and be happy," because very soon, she stepped back, fell downwards, and yelled, "This is my gift to you all." The staff plunged powerfully into the ground, like a giant root. The terrified Teoti wanted to flee, but it was too late. A ferocious new mutated creature, like a beast from hell, appeared, strangling every enemy in sight, waiting for no one. That creature lunged straight for Yunyun, intending to attack her. A lucky surviving Teoti laughed loudly. "Haha, I was the first to get here, but I guess not quite the center." Just then, Yunyun lifted her leg, and screams of "Ai" echoed as the Teoti clinging to her were flung off. Those who were quick managed to hold on, while the slower ones fell, their bodies crushed like squashed insects. One of them yelled, "Watch out, this woman is lifting her leg." With terrifying power, Yunyun stomped straight down, crushing the mutated monster's snout, her face flushed with excitement, stomping harder and harder, as if she were grinding everything beneath her feet. A few gluttonous Teoti still stubbornly clung on, dreaming of touching the prize. One of them laughed loudly. "Ha, lucky I was quick-witted enough to escape death." But he immediately panicked when he saw Su Chen rush over, sweeping through the Teoti like a storm, tearing each one to shreds, decisively and ruthlessly. After dealing with the Teoti, Su Chen jumped high into the air. Yunyun looked at him, her eyes blank as if looking at an alien being. Lao Gao cheered. "Awesome, the Iron Tribe has been completely wiped out, but it's not over yet." Bai Cheng worried. "But Su Chen, how is he going to wake Yunyun up?" At this moment, Su Chen hovered in midair, his eyes locked on Yunyun, hoping to use this confrontation to awaken her consciousness and help her regain control of her body. But Yunyun seemed to be dominated by a wild instinct, clasping her hands together, seemingly wanting to embrace Su Chen in a dangerous caress. But that was just speculation. Suddenly, Su Chen's eyes flashed with alarm as he sensed the surging killing intent emanating from her. Yunyun, her expression frighteningly excited, clasped her hands tightly, raising them to deliver a fatal blow to Su Chen's head. Lao Gao and Bai Cheng panicked, shouting in unison, "Su Chen, watch out! Danger!" Yunyun's blow rushed towards him, just inches away. In that split-second moment of life and death, Su Chen activated Space Jump, successfully dodging. Yunyun didn't recognize her lover, and continued to throw a wind-tearing punch, so powerful that it blew away half the surrounding buildings. After the blow, she looked around blankly, as if she had just punched the air, with no target in sight. Lao Gao's eyes widened. "He dodged that fatal blow," Bai Cheng continued, "but where did Su Chen disappear to?" At this moment, in a soft, pale, and sealed space, Su Chen blushed involuntarily, not expecting to fall into this situation. Xiao Mingjier spoke, her voice a little doubtful. "Oh, head-on collision is indeed not very suitable. But, Su Chen, where are you hiding?" A voice rang out from the crevice on Yunyun's giant body. Su Chen, with a voice as loud as thunder, shouted, "Shut up!" Yunyun heard the sound near her but couldn't see anyone, her eyes frantically searching around. Suddenly, a crack appeared on her body, causing Xiao Mingjier to startle, frantically calling out, "Su Chen, look here!" Yunyun's body seemed to have reached its limit, unable to expand any further. Su Chen felt a surge of unease, and immediately activated Space Jump, escaping in the blink of an eye. The scene before him stunned him. Yunyun had reached her limit, her eyes shining like headlights, roaring to the sky. Countless cracks appeared all over her body like the cracked crust of dry earth, revealing terrifying power that was leaking out. Lao Gao and Bai Cheng exclaimed in unison in shock. "What's going on? Could it be?" Su Chen realized that Yunyun's body couldn't take it anymore. Her eyes were shining brightly, her usual gentle appearance now replaced by a beast-like roar, like a Super Saiyan in Dragon Ball about to explode. But if she transforms in this state, she might vanish. Deep in her soul, Yunyun sank into a cold memory. "It's so cold. Every time I open my eyes, I only see endless darkness. How many times have I woken up in despair? How many times have I lain on that cold operating table, the golden needles piercing deep into my flesh? How painful. In this apocalyptic world, I'm just a lab rat in someone else's lab. If there is a God, please help me. I am willing to give everything in exchange for a chance of liberation." Just as she closed her eyes, preparing to give up on her fate, a familiar voice rang out, "Yunyun," causing her to open her eyes wide, wondering in surprise. "Is there a God? It's Su Chen." After many failed attempts, he decided to use his ultimate move. Jumping down onto her massive butt, he roared, Haven't you forgotten yet? I don't need useless people around me. Su Chen's 5 fingers spread out. Activating his superpower, he roared, "Wake up now!" With a thunderous sound. Su Chen directly tested the power on Yunyun's assets. She screamed in pain, as if calling out, "Mom, help me!" The cry was so real that it woke her up. Bai Cheng, witnessing the somewhat suggestive scene, blushed and muttered. At this moment, Su Chen is still. Yunyun felt both pain and extreme excitement, as familiar memories flooded back. She remembered the first time she met Su Chen when he was like a ray of light, dispelling the darkness in her heart. His care and kindness at Restaurant B, and then the chance reunion on Doomsday, freed her from despair. The moments spent with him, even when being bullied, were deeply etched in her mind. The simple happiness she found with Su Chen, even on Doomsday, was something she could never forget. But the situation became critical. Su Chen realized everything was almost beyond salvation. A dazzling light spread throughout the area, signaling that Yunyun was about to self-destruct. Her roar reached its peak, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. Golden rays of light glittered across the sky, Lao Gao struggled to say. "Is it over?" But when the dust settled, Su Chen and Yunyun had disappeared. Looking up at the brilliant golden sky, everyone was stunned. No one was left at the scene except them. Bai Chang collapsed, tears streaming down her face. Could it be that Su Chen, Yunyun, she just saved me and I didn't even get a chance to say thank you? Suddenly, Lao Gao shouted, "Look! In the sky!" Su Chen was still alive, holding Yunyun tightly. Traces of superpower energy lingered on his body, but Yunyun's body was covered in cracks. Lao Gao worried. "Yunyun is seriously injured. Quickly get her to the hospital." Suddenly, a figure rushed down from the sky. Duanya and Huang Jin appeared. Duanya spoke. "Let me handle this. I'll take her back to the base," Lao Gao exclaimed in surprise. "That kitty is huge." Su Chen shouted. Duanya. Believing that she had a way to save Yunyun, he entrusted her with the task. At the base, Su Chen carried Yunyun into the bathtub according to Duanya's instructions. He felt strange and asked, "Oh, is there something in the water?" Duanya, while changing clothes, explained, "Normal surgery is not effective for this type of injury. I added evolutionary base recovery medicine to the water." Su Chen checked but didn't see the wounds healing and asked, "Healing? I don't see anything." Duanya was shocked. "Impossible. I've improved this formula so many times." Su Chen pondered. "Could it be that this type of injury requires superpower to heal?" Duanya nodded. "That makes sense. But how?" Suddenly she exclaimed. As Su Chen leaned down, he kissed the crack on Yunyun's forehead. In just a few seconds, the crack disappeared. Su Chen was stunned. It worked. Duanya blushed and quickly turned away. "That's great then. I'll leave the remaining wounds to you." Su Chen held Yunyun, staring blankly at her body covered in cracks, thinking to himself, "Kissing all of these is too much." Outside, a voice called out, "Su Chen, come look at what I brought back." Duanya came out and replied, "Pervert, Su Chen is helping Yunyun heal her injuries." Bai Cheng was surprised. "He even knows how to heal," Xiaofeng smiled. "Then I'll have him heal me a little later." Duanya Mai forced a smile. This might not be suitable." She changed the subject. "Let's talk about this stone. What should we do with it?" Xiaofeng explained. "Do you remember the leader of the Iron Clan, that loudmouth? This is the core I found in his wreckage. It emits a strange light. It must be a spirit core." Duanya was shocked. "What? A spirit core?" Xiaofeng nodded. "That's right. A spirit core this big. Only Su Chen can withstand the superpower within it." Duanya looked at the huge spirit core, her heart filled with worry. She clearly understood how wild Su Chen would get under the influence of a spirit core. Before, when Yunyun was around, she could barely handle it, but now it would just be her. Bai Cheng awkwardly asks, "Need any help?" Duanya hesitated slightly, her eyes probing Bai Cheng's bashful expression, thinking to herself, could it be that? Looking at Bai Cheng's shy demeanor and alluring figure, Duanya turned to Xiaofeng. "Xiaofeng, Bai Cheng and I have something to talk about. You go back first." She quickly pushed Xiaofeng out, leaving him dumbfounded, still hoping Su Chen could treat him. The door slammed shut. Duanya leaned against it, thinking, even if I don't want to, Su Chen will keep getting stronger. I can't let him face this power alone. Bai Cheng was still in the room, stunned by Duanya's actions, and asked, "Duanya, is something the matter?" Duanya approached, her eyes sharp as if trying to see through her heart, and whispered, "I need you to confirm something. Are you in love with Su Chen?" The question was like a knife to the heart, causing Bai Cheng to jump. Her face briefly flustered, her eyes widening in surprise. Inside the private room where Yunyun was recovering, Duanya gently massaged her leg while saying to Su Chen, "Luckily we had you. Yunyun's injury is almost completely healed. Just leave the rest to me to take care of her." She paused for a moment, then continued, "Oh right. Xiaofeng brought back a core." Su Chen frowned in surprise. "A core?" Duanya remained focused on her work, nodding in confirmation. "Yeah, it's in the living room. Go check it out." Sun Chen didn't notice the strange expression that flashed across Duan Ya's face, just nodded. Alright, I'll leave Yun Yun to you then. He pushed the door open and stepped out, closing it behind him before suddenly freezing in front of the object before him. Observing it more closely, he muttered, "This is Darkstone. Could it be they mistook it for a core?" The massive Darkstone radiated a strange light, like a twinkling, mysterious black star. Su Chen gently touched it, feeling its unusual hardness, thinking, "It's no wonder they did. Even in my past life, I only heard of Darkstone, never actually saw it with my own eyes. After the apocalypse, countless strange things appeared, and Darkstone was one of them." Su Chen threw a powerful punch at the stone, a loud bang rang out, but the Darkstone didn't budge. He nodded, saying to himself, as expected of the legendary Darkstone, as hard as diamond, a rare material only born during the apocalypse. He recalled that in his past life, Darkstone was associated with Wang Tung, a legendary figure, the one who used a black blade forged from Darkstone to rampage across the land. Su Chen rubbed his chin, smiling. "Looks like my luck in this life isn't bad. Wang Tung's opportunity now belongs to me." He opened his dimensional space, storing the Darkstone inside, thinking, "Once I find a blacksmith, I'll forge a black blade." Back a few minutes ago, in the room were only Duan Ya and Bai Cheng. After the blunt question about her feelings for Su Chen, Bai Cheng shyly asked, "Why are you suddenly telling me this?" Duan Ya didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "After Su Chen absorbs the core, he will suffer a very powerful curse. If it can't be resolved," Bai Cheng anxiously interrupted. "If it can't be resolved, then what?" Duan Ya hesitated, her eyes full of doubt. "I'm not sure. I just know that we absolutely can't let that happen. Moreover, Yun Yun really needs me to take care of her right now." Before she could explain further, Bai Cheng moved closer, her face serious. "Just leave that curse thing to me," Duan Ya quickly reminded. "It's not as simple as you think. Calm down and listen to me first." But Bai Cheng's determination for Su Chen was unwavering. "It's okay, I'll do anything. Just rest assured and leave it to me." Duan Ya sighed and explained everything in detail from beginning to end. Due to the urgency, Bai Cheng was given a strange cosplay outfit. She came out, pulling down the hem of the dress while secretly regretting, "Why did I decide so quickly? Why do I have to wear this weird outfit? And say those strange words too?" Thinking about resolving the curse for Su Chen, she worried if Duan Ya was lying to her. Bai Cheng came out, not seeing the Darkstone anywhere, feeling a bit uneasy, but because Sun Chen was related to the safety of the base, she said to herself, "First I have to verify the curse thing. Has he absorbed the core yet? All I can do is improvise." She carried a tray of wine, hesitatingly approaching Su Chen. "Master?" Su Chen was lost in thought, startled and turned around, his eyes sweeping over Bai Cheng's maid outfit, and suddenly froze. She repeated, "Master," but couldn't utter the words. In the maid dress, Bai Cheng trembled, trying to lower her face. She mumbled, "Master." Su Chen turned to stone, his head filled with questions. "Master," he murmured. "Ya." Duan Ya was in the room taking care of Yun Yun while worrying, "I hope Bai Cheng is okay. The curse is the most reasonable excuse I could think of. I've prepared her well, but how long can she endure?" Thinking of supporting Su Chen and resolving the curse, Duan Ya's legs trembled, thinking, "Once Yun Yun is more stable, I'll go out and help." Outside the base, soldiers began cleaning up the remnants. Some tired young men frowned. They had a hard time chasing away the Iron Tribe, and now they had to clean up these rotting corpses. "Couldn't they get a break?" Team leader Bai Hu scolded. "Stop complaining. If you leave the corpses here, do you know the consequences if an epidemic breaks out?" But a young man panicked. "Big bro, quickly look." The team leader was surprised. "Look at what?" the young man stammered. "The corpses of the Iron Tribe are gone." The whole team was stunned. The team leader didn't believe it. "What? The corpses grew legs and ran away?" Other groups also reported the same. Everyone's faces were filled with fear at the unprecedented phenomenon. Inside Su Chen's mind, the corpse lady suddenly opened her eyes and exclaimed, She turned her head, sensing a familiar aura, and muttered, "This feeling is what I've been waiting for." She happily said, "Great, I've been waiting for it." It finally appeared. But when she tried to sense it more clearly, she clicked her tongue. "It's too far. I can't pinpoint the location. I can only rely on Su Chen." At this moment, Bai Cheng, playing the role of a well-behaved maid, gently poured wine for Su Chen. He thought to himself, "Is this Duan Ya's trick? What is this chick planning?" Looking at Bai Cheng's shy appearance, he nodded. "But this embarrassed look is quite interesting," Bai Cheng shyly said according to Duan Ya's script. "Master, you can do whatever you want with me next." Those words almost made Su Chen choke and spit out his wine. Bai Cheng panicked. What's wrong with you?" Su Chen coughed violently, quickly explaining. "It's nothing, it's the wine." Before he could finish, Bai Cheng picked up the glass and shook it. "Could there be something wrong with the wine? Let me try." She downed the whole glass, leaving Su Chen dumbfounded. Looking at the wine bottle, he saw the words, "Alcohol content 64%. Bai Cheng's cheeks flushed red. She smacked her lips. Too strong. Now that I think about it, this is my first time drinking alcohol. After the glass of wine, Bai Chang suddenly became confident, placed her hand on the table, and overturned everything like a drunken female general. She closed her eyes and shouted loudly. Very excited, Su Chen sighed. She's already drunk so fast. Bai Chang, with bewitching eyes, placed her heel on the chair in front of Su Chen, catching him off guard. She smiled, her voice caressing. How could I be drunk? I still want to help you break the curse. She leaned in close, caressing Su Chen's face. But Su Chen smiled coldly, pushing her hand away. Oh really? Even though there's no reason to refuse free meat, I don't like the feeling of having the roles reversed at all. He looked at her, his eyes sharp. Then I have to make you understand the relationship between us. Bai Chang was startled, dumbfounded. The relationship between us. Su Chen activated his special ability, emitting terrifying pressure, causing her to panic. He growled. That's right, you seem to have forgotten who the master is. The pressure directly attacked Bai Chang's consciousness, almost causing her to fall backward. She quickly understood, and obediently knelt down, her eyes apprehensive. Master, I was wrong, Su Chen grinned in satisfaction. Very good, if you know you were wrong. But just as he was about to continue, a familiar pressure in the space of consciousness made him stop. He muttered, this feeling. Is it spatial awareness? Before he could finish, Su Chen was pulled into his subconscious space. As soon as he landed, he sighed, his face bored. Ugh, I was having fun. What did you drag me in here for? The corpse lady, as always, suddenly jumped out, spread her arms and legs, and rushed to hug Su Chen. Su Chen, it finally appeared. Su Chen was dumbfounded and didn't understand. Before he could react, he was pressed down by the corpse lady like a wave of flesh. She cried and laughed, her eyes pleading. Su Chen, you have to help me this time. Su Chen frowned in confusion. What? Explain clearly. The corpse lady excitedly shouted close to his ear. A body that is compatible with me has appeared. She bounced around as if she wanted to drag Su Chen down with her to strengthen her ability to sense it. He reluctantly bounced along and asked, Is it the body you asked me to find last time? If it appeared, it appeared. Why did you have to drag me in here? The corpse lady's eyes lit up as she yelled, I can't sense its location, so I want to borrow your power. Immediately, she created a cocoon, enveloping both of them in a cramped space. Su Chen sighed, trapped in the cocoon like a fish caught in a net. What do you mean? Are you treating me as a signal amplifier? The corpse lady smiled eerily. Almost. She quickly climbed on top of Su Chen, and strands of the cocoon shot out, fixing him like a puppet in a strange dance. Su Chen screamed, No way! Wait a minute. Is this the method you talked about? The corpse lady's eyes were cunning, and she nodded. That's right. As soon as she finished speaking, the cocoon shot up into the sky, and then suddenly fell down, hitting the ground hard. Su Chen was dizzy, and the female corpse was in a daze, looking satisfied as if she had just completed a masterpiece. I can feel it. Now let's bring our spirits there. Following the female corpse's spiritual power, Su Chen looked towards a strange blue light. There, a mysterious woman, with hair floating like clouds, and her whole body radiating a ghostly blue aura, was controlling the gathering undead. Su Chen muttered, Is that the corpse tide? The female corpse nodded. That's it, she's summoning the corpse tide. Su Chen was surprised. I thought only the corpse king could summon the corpse tide. So is that person the physical body of the corpse queen? Is it safe to be this close? The female corpse smiled. Don't worry. In this spiritual state, as long as there aren't any strong fluctuations. Before they could finish speaking, a mental shock startled them both. The female corpse panicked. What's going on? Su Chen suddenly remembered Bai Chang in the real world. At this moment, Bai Chang was drunk, her body staggering. Seeing Su Chen motionless, she muttered, As expected, the curse has taken effect. Master, let me help you break the curse. Without another word, she jumped on Su Chen, riding him like a drunken knight. This forceful action caused Su Chen's brain to shake, and his and the female corpse's spiritual power erupted outwards. The corpse queen immediately sensed it, glaring and roaring, Who's there? Show yourself! Su Chen and the female corpse were startled. The female corpse panicked. Have we been discovered? What is that woman doing? Bai Chang was acting like she was playing with a doll, continuing her actions, causing the corpse queen to erupt with energy. Rushing towards them at terrifying speed, both of them shouted in unison, She's coming! Run! Damn it! But looking at the situation, they both exclaimed, It's too late now. Just then, the corpse queen rushed forward with a savage smile, her face as haunting as a demon. Su Chen woke up with a start, panting, his heart pounding, his head aching as if it had been hammered. He rubbed his temples. What's going on? Why does my head hurt so much? The female corpse's voice rang out. You just had some spiritual power devoured. With your strength, you'll recover quickly. Su Chen was surprised. You weren't affected. The female corpse turned around, showing off her tattered butt, wiggling it. Who says I wasn't? I almost got a bite taken out of me. Su Chen sighed. You saw it too. The corpse queen isn't easy to deal with. Moreover, she controls tens of thousands of corpse tides. The more corpse tides there are, the stronger she is. I can't provoke such a terrifying existence just to help you, unless you offer something worthwhile for me to risk it. The female corpse gritted her teeth, understanding his meaning, and resigned herself. If you help me, after I succeed, I agree to become your servant, at your disposal to repay you. She knelt on one knee, giving Su Chen a salute. But Su Chen wasn't easily convinced, smiling faintly. Are you kidding me? Empty promises? How can I risk my life? The female corpse worried. Then what must I do to make you believe me? Su Chen extended his hand, his voice cold. Unless you hand over your core crystal to me. The female corpse was startled. What? Hand over my core crystal? Isn't that telling me to give you my life? Su Chen turned his face away. Up to you. The choice is yours. The female corpse gritted her teeth, her eyes full of hesitation, but finally made a decision. She held out her hand. Here's the core crystal. I understand. I hope you keep your word. Su Chen took the core crystal, a glint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Rest assured, from now on, you are my person, and I will help you achieve your wish. The female corpse bowed her head, resentfully giving a salute. I hope so. If there's nothing else, I'll go back here. Su Chen frowned. Hey, is that how a servant acts? Not even calling me master before wanting to leave. The female corpse disappeared instantly, causing Su Chen to be stunned, scratching his head and laughing it off. Forget it, I've got the core crystal. No need to haggle. He recalled in his previous life, the corpse queen led the corpse tides, sweeping through Shangdu, causing everyone to live in darkness. If I don't want a world full of corpses, I have to take care of her. Looks like it's time for me to leave. Su Chen held up the core crystal, baring his teeth in a demonic grin. 2 days later, Su Chen left the Divine Light Base. Bai Chang watched the car disappear into the distance, a hint of reluctance in her heart. Xiao Feng was surprised. Bai Chang, aren't you going with Su Chen? She closed her eyes and shook her head. Why should I go? The base still has so many things for me to take care of. In her heart, she said to herself, I'm too weak now, I can't help him yet, but one day, I will catch up to his footsteps. At the same time, outside the Divine Light Base, rain poured down. Duanya and Yunyun were sheltering temporarily at a gas station. After a mission, they lit a fire to warm themselves. Yunyun watched the rain falling, worriedly asking, Sister Duanya, even at this time, fires are strictly prohibited at gas stations. Is it okay to do this? Duanya replied curtly, her eyes sad. If you're worried, go stand out in the rain. Yunyun forced a smile. Heh, my body's just recovering, I wouldn't dare go out. She hesitated. Sister Duanya, where did Shu Feng go? This weather's kinda scaring me. Duanya, based on what Xue Chen told her, could only share with Yunyun that because he couldn't buy enough fuel, he couldn't stockpile enough supplies. Hearing this, Yunyun was startled and exclaimed, Huh? Then when's he coming back? My stomach's about to die of hunger. While the two girls were chatting away, suddenly, silent footsteps of an uninvited guest echoed from outside. This person's arrival made both Yunyun and Duanya instantly feel alert. Who's there? A small, shivering man, covered in patches of ice, trembling as he walked, muttering, Cold. So cold. I'm so cold. Yunyun asked in astonishment, Uncle, why are you covered in ice? Without hesitation, the man suddenly rushed straight into the raging fire, his face looking crazy. I'm so cold. Duanya and Yunyun were stunned by this strange scene, exclaiming in panic, Is this guy crazy? Why did he just charge into the fire like that? So much smoke? But it seemed that the coldness on his body, when it came into contact with the flames, created a dense cloud of toxic smoke, causing both girls to quickly cover their noses, coughing violently. This smoke's messed up, cover your noses quickly. After a while, several figures appeared, grinning sinisterly, chuckling. Hee hee hee! The boss's trick is always effective, and it turned out to be two cuties. If I'd known, I wouldn't have used this old man to release the poison. A group of strangers suddenly appeared before Duanya and Yunyun. At this time, both of them seemed to have inhaled a large amount of toxic smoke, and their bodies became limp, without any strength. The group approached, looking at the two girls lying powerless on the ground, still looking attractive, licking their lips. Hot babes, what great figures. After this brother is done playing with you, I'll sell you to the New World base. I guarantee you'll have a super fun time there. Duanya, even though her legs had lost all strength to run away, still tried to raise her gun, hastily warning the group in front of her, don't come any closer. The leader seemed to be a superhuman too, seeing the gun but not showing any fear, only sneering. A gun. In the face of superpowers, what good is this toy? Duanya didn't hesitate and pulled the trigger, but was horrified to find that the gun didn't fire a single bullet, exclaiming in panic, The gun's frozen! Yunyun huddled close to Duanya, threatening the group with a vigilant voice. I advise you to leave here now, or when my Su Chen comes back you guys are screwed. The big boss, with a smug look on his face, laughed loudly. That dude who just went out? He's already been targeted by someone else, and he's been targeted by a crazy DCOS chick, so who knows if he'll survive tonight. The one targeting Su Chen is a crazy chick with superpowers, carrying an iron chain and searching for him. Little baby, I'm here. Before that, she had set up a ceiling space with a large area. After Su Chen bid farewell to everyone at the base, he quickly took the initiative to enter this area to face this new wife. The crazy chick didn't know where Su Chen was hiding, but now the one actively hunting was her. While dragging the spike chain, she called out into the space. Aya, so little gang is all alone in my ceiling space? I'm warning you, this is extremely dangerous. But for me, it's a perfect fit. The crazy chick puffed out her cheeks and blew out a hazy cloud of toxic mist, covering the area in front, creating a thick fog that enveloped the room. Then she gently strode in, smiling sinisterly as she walked, calling out to Su Chen in a sweet voice. Little handsome, where are you? Come out now. Now this whole place is filled with toxic gas. Just a little bit in your lungs will cause Gang Yu Fire to burn himself. You won't be able to resist. While walking through a hallway, the crazy chick suddenly spotted a tall, dark figure in a hidden corner, and her eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Oh, so that's where you are. Come over here, let me help you." As she spoke, she struck a provocative pose, with a body that was truly well developed, and slowly approached the dark figure, reaching out her hand. But when she got close, she was suddenly tricked really badly. The dark figure was just a dummy, set up by Su Chen, cleverly decorated in this corner to lure her in. Looking at the strange-looking dummy in front of her, the crazy chick exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell is this?" While she was still confused, Su Chen silently appeared from behind, coldly speaking, causing the crazy chick to widen her eyes in shock. "Who are you, crazy chick?" Someone with the power to summon corpses, who feared neither heaven nor earth, was now being played by someone else, and she was furious, swinging her iron chain and lashing it at Su Chen. "Bastard, you dare tease me!" But that power seemed like nothing before Su Chen. With just one hand, he grabbed the iron chain tightly and leisurely pulled her closer. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free. After carefully observing the chain, Su Chen calmly asked, "Was this weapon made by a blacksmith?" As he spoke, Su Chen yanked the chain, pulling the crazy chick towards him with force, then reached out and squeezed her cheeks, causing her to go from surprise to panic. With just one hand, Su Chen lifted her up, bringing his face close to hers, coldly asking, "Tell me quickly, where is this blacksmith?" The crazy chick was stunned, not understanding what Su Chen was asking, and replied in fear, I don't know what you're talking about." Suddenly, the zombie girl in Su Chen's subconscious appeared, turned to look at him, and asked, "Is that blacksmith so important?" Su Chen clicked his tongue and replied, "The zombie queen's power is too strong. If we can find the blacksmith, our chances of winning will increase significantly." Hearing this, the zombie girl immediately took action. "If that's the case, I'll infiltrate her consciousness and find the answer." The zombie girl's fingers quickly grew long like lightning, stabbing straight into the crazy chick's forehead, causing her to turn pale. What are you doing?" After taking root in the crazy chick's subconscious, the zombie girl said, "I got it. That blacksmith is in a base called New World. Although the specific situation is still unclear, this is what's in her head." Suddenly, Mudian collapsed to the ground, screaming miserably, "Please, bro, don't kill me. I know you messed with my brain already. From now on, as long as you have a thought, my brain will be cut into pieces." Su Chen was confused, and turned to the zombie girl. The zombie girl was equally blank, and replied, I didn't do anything." But Murdian was already kneeling with her butt in the air, begging miserably, "I can feel something binding my brain. As long as Master spares my life, I am willing to be your most loyal dog." Su Chen understood the situation and smiled coldly. "Oh, that's interesting. Then let me see how loyal you can be as a dog." Back to the scene at the old gas station, where Duanya and Yunyun were facing a dangerous situation. Suddenly, both of them seemed to be hit by a bewitching fragrance, and their bodies were strangely hot. Yunyun asked in panic, "Sister Duanya, what's going on? Why do I feel so hot?" Duanya also felt the strange heat, nodding in agreement. "Me too. Could there be something added to the smoke?" The leading youth in the group of three laughed loudly in confirmation. "Ha, of course there's something to make people happy." He turned and smirked at his two lackeys. Hee, brothers, wait until I'm done playing, then it's your turn." The two lackeys' faces lit up like dogs seeing their owner. But at that moment, Duanya and Yunyun suddenly stopped acting. Both stood up, smacking their lips with a bored expression. "Yeah, Sister Duanya guessed right. There really is something there." Duanya waved her hand, replying calmly, "It's not that hard to guess." This action startled the ringleader, who exclaimed in shock, "Aren't you guys poisoned?" Yunyun replied sternly, "Sorry, your poison doesn't work on espers." Hearing Yunyun confirm that they were espers, the group was scared out of their wits, and hurriedly pulled out their tools. "What, espers? Damn espers? Get the stuff out." The two lackeys immediately pulled out two guns that looked like water guns. They quickly separated, forming a triangular encirclement to control the two girls. Number 1, done. Number 2, done. Yun looked at the toys in their hands, feeling familiar, and exclaimed, "Oh, water spray guns." The boss's face lit up, grinning as he confirmed. "These are high-pressure water guns, and with them plus my ability I can attack you in all 3 directions." As he spoke, he raised his hand to summon a cold aura around his body and shouted, spitting everywhere, "Fire, you guys!" True to the order, the 2 lackeys immediately pulled the trigger. With the boss's ability, the water columns quickly turned into sharp ice arrows, rushing forward at lightning speed. But fast as they were, they didn't hit Duanya or Yun, but suddenly pierced the boss's chest, causing him to cry out in alarm. Oof! The boss possessed the ability to turn water into ice, but he couldn't turn ice into water. He could only stare blankly at the 2 ice arrows embedded in his chest, then grimaced and asked his 2 lackeys, What the hell are you doing?" But when he looked ahead, he was horrified to see that the 2 lackeys had been completely controlled by Duanya and were being used as meat shields. Crap! These 2 useless guys have actually been controlled by that bitch. The boss retreated while clutching his chest, bitterly exclaiming. Suddenly, a footstep came from behind. He recognized it as his teammate, and hurriedly called out, "Lord Dumei, great, you're back." He happily pointed at Duanya and Yun, "Haha, looks like your man is dead." But his joy didn't last long. The game was really turning now. Dufree stepped forward, gritting her teeth, and slapped the subordinate so hard that his jaw dislocated. He turned around in a daze. "Agreed, Lord Dumei." Dumei only moved forward coldly, looking at the subordinate with a sharp gaze, and snarled, "Shut your stinky mouth now." He shut his mouth, holding his face full of grievance. Dude turned abruptly, leaving the subordinate sprawled on the ground, and walked up to Su Chen, bowing low. "Master, this person has just offended your people. May I ask how you should deal with him?" The subordinate heard his leader's attitude change 180 degrees, and sweat poured out, each word sinking into his head. He looked towards Su Chen, who was patting Duei's head. Su Chen approached, gently patting Duei's head, and smiled coldly. "What a good dog, this person is yours to deal with." Quick as lightning, the 3 lackeys, following Sim's orders, hurriedly carried several barrels of gasoline outside. Du glanced coldly at the lackeys, warning, "Quickly move all these gasoline barrels out. I want to give them to Master." All 3 were silent, quickly working without daring to complain. But in a hidden corner, the crew-cut head frowned and muttered, "Boss, Du's now a dog for someone else, but we can't be like that." The boss's veins bulged on his face, wiping sweat in agreement. That's right. Gathering all his courage, he stepped forward and shouted at Duche, "This is the gasoline we worked so hard to find. How can you give it to that?" Duche glanced at Su Chen, her eyes fearful. Then she turned around and lashed her whip towards her underling, yelling, "You want to die?" Quick as lightning, all 3 goons got whipped, the pain making them scream, and their eyes rolled back in their heads. Duanya and Yun, witnessing this, were slightly apprehensive. Su Chen slowly walked up behind Duji, reminding her, "Don't kill them just yet." Hearing Su Chen's order, the 3 underlings angrily shouted, "Damn it, you faceless bastard! Whatever you do to Duji, we're members of the New World. If you let us go, we'll pretend today never happened." But his words fell on deaf ears. He raised his hand and used Xiao Laoxi's ability, coldly saying, "Xiao Laoxi is a female corpse manipulator. Sorry bros, I don't make a habit of leaving loose ends." From Su Chen's hand, a power like roots shot forward, splitting into 3 directions, and stabbing straight into the foreheads of all 3. Veins bulged all over their faces, and all 3 stared in horror. Suddenly, the head of the leader exploded before everyone's shocked eyes. The other 2 suffering the same fate. Duji, who used to be the leader of the group, turned pale and stammered, "Brains." Su Chen pondered. Didn't expect them to explode directly like that. He recalled Xiao Laoxi's words. There's a parasitic worm in the head called the brain worm, but it's dead. Thanks to her poison-type ability, Duji is immune to it. I just killed the 3 brainworms in their heads, causing them to die too. Someone wants to use the brainworms to control the entire new world. He thought, I have to find a way to help Yun and Duanya become immune to the brainworms. Turning to the 2 girls, seeing the worried and fearful look on their faces, Su Chen called out, "Duji." The girl immediately knelt down, ass up, and bowed her head. "Please, Master, give your orders." Su Chen opened his interdimensional space and asked, "Do you know how to drive?" Duji paused before replying, "Yes, I do." Su Chen took out a truck, saying, "Great, then you drive it." The magic trick startled. "Whoa, where did this truck come from?" But she quickly obeyed, driving the modified truck straight towards the Suguang base. Dujinji thought to herself, I was a small leader of the new world, now fate has pushed me to become someone else's puppet. But, as long as I live, Even if I have to gnaw on tree bark or eat mutated substances, I'll do it. But resentment surged when she saw Su Chen, Yun Yun, and Duan Yao in the back of the truck, having a hot pot feast full of delicious food, even raising their glasses for a toast. Dunji gritted her teeth, her saliva flowing because of the smell of the hot pot. How the hell? Where did they get the hot pot? The broth should have gone bad long ago. Hoo-hoo, the fragrance is wafting over here. She glanced back, intending to act but shook her head, dismissing the thought. Stay calm, don't trade your life for food. Food is just a trap? Suddenly, a plost sound rang out, the cap of a Coca-Cola bottle popping open. Duji's ears seemed to amplify the sound 100 times, her face turning red. Coke? They even have Coca-Cola. She glanced over secretly, her mouth gaping in disbelief. Yun Yun walked over, offering a can of Coca-Cola. Here, it's been a long time since you've had Coca-Cola, right? Dunji hesitantly asked. For me, really, she thought to herself. Suddenly being nice to me, what does she want? Yun Yun smiled politely. Don't worry, Su Chen likes it best when women call him, Master, you should drink it quickly. Duji was stunned. Huh? Really? Su Chen looked at Yun Yun, slightly embarrassed, not knowing what to say. This Yun Yun is actually talking bad about me. Hearing this, Duan Ya simply covered her mouth with her hand, revealing a secretive smile. Her lips pursed tightly, as if trying to suppress her joy. Yun Yun remained calm, speaking unhurriedly as she introduced herself. Oh right, my name is Yun Yun, from now on we can be considered teammates. Hearing this, Dunji was slightly embarrassed and softly replied, Oh, hello? The word teammates caused her to suddenly be stunned, a hint of doubt surfacing. Teammates? Could she be implying that she's also being forced like me? It makes sense. In this apocalyptic era, isn't it obvious for women to rely on men to survive? Moreover, no woman can resist the allure of a hot and spicy hot pot or sweet words, Dunji thought to herself. Too bad, these sugar-coated bullets won't work on me. Sooner or later I will. While she was busy fiddling with the can of Coca-Cola in her hand, Yun Yun suddenly picked up a fragrant piece of meat, bringing it right in front of Dunji's face, saying with a bright smile, Lamb is here, hurry up and open your mouth. Dunji, in that moment, forgot all the thoughts in her head. The hot pot meat, something she hadn't enjoyed in a long time, made her unable to restrain herself. Her satisfied face lit up, she gently opened her mouth, letting out a soft, ah sound, but unexpectedly a stream of green toxic gas escaped from her mouth. If it weren't for the apocalyptic era, people would probably say it was bad breath, right? Yun Yun frowned slightly, surprised as she exclaimed, You also breathe out toxic gas from your mouth? Is this your ability? Dunji puffed out her cheeks, chewing the meat vaguely, slowly savoring the sweet taste of the hot pot soup, and then happily replied, Yes, my toxic gas can cause men to faint or even die, and women will feel like a fire of desire is burning inside them, but for those with abilities, the effect will be slightly reduced. Hearing this, Su Chen immediately had an idea. There's a way. If we make use of Duji's ability, maybe we can help Duan Ya and Yun Yun become immune to the brainworms. While he was busy calculating, Yun Yun suddenly stepped forward, her eyes hazy as if controlled by the toxic gas. She swayed slightly, looking at Su Chen with a bewitching gaze, whispering, Su Chen, I'm so hot, can you help me? Those words startled Dunji, causing her to exclaim in a panic, Ah, wait a minute, I didn't mean to. Su Chen stepped closer, pulling Yun Yun close to him, his eyes glancing towards Dunji, sternly reminding her, Focus on driving. Dunji was stunned by the scene, stammering in confirmation, not knowing how to react. At that moment, Duan Ya stepped outside, placed her feet on the dashboard, leaned back in the seat, sighing as if giving up. Looks like I have to make room for the two of them. Hearing this, Duanji exclaimed in shock. Huh? Duan Ya turned and smiled, asking, Oh right, can you tell me about the new world? After tasting the delicious hot pot meat, Duanji's face relaxed, her eyes gleaming with a hint of grievance mixed with sadness. She said in a slightly nasal voice, If I tell you, will I get something to eat? I'm starving to death. Duan Ya smiled softly, replying gently, Of course. Dunji gently stepped on the gas pedal, asking while driving, Go ahead, what do you want to know? Duan Yali looked ahead, her eyes distant, slowly asking, How did you join the new world? Dunji smiled faintly, answering immediately, I participated in a beauty contest. Looking up at the dilapidated skyscraper, Dunji nodded slightly in response to the three of them. That's right, although the new world isn't vast, it's a gold mine to the surface world. There are slave auctions, black markets, beauty contests, arenas, and countless other things here, Yun Yun exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she looked up at the towering spire. So tall. But then she tilted her head, asking curiously, Why are there so many people standing in front of the gate? What are they doing? Duji explained in an even tone, Those are the nobodies from the surface world. The new world is like a bright beacon in the apocalyptic storm for them. Everyone yearns to join, but the harsh conditions keep many people outside, regretfully looking in. Su Chen, after hearing the introduction and feeling it was enough, spoke up decisively. Let's go see what it's like. At this moment, a hand raised a shining ID card high. A short, old man shouted in a shrill voice. To be able to join the new world, there's only one way. Owning this card means escaping all dangers and hunger. But to get it, you must participate in the challenge and prove yourselves worthy. The old man pointed to the challenge registration table on the other side, and the crowd buzzed with discussion. A challenge. Sure enough, no resettlement place accepts useless people, not even the new world. The old man shouted loudly, his voice firm. Limited spots, first come, first serve. Hearing this, the crowd immediately became chaotic. What? There's a limit too? I want to register. Don't even think about competing with me. Damn it, I want to participate too. Wait, why can't women participate? Duji spoke up respectfully. Master, the ID card is managed by the City Lord's Guard. This is beyond my capabilities. I'm afraid you have to participate in the challenge first. Yun pouted, looking annoyed. How troublesome. Why not just charge in and find the blacksmith? Duji shook her head, replying seriously. Too dangerous. The City Lord's Guards are all ability users. Duan Ya interjected, her voice thoughtful. According to Dunji, this blacksmith must be a discreet and cautious person. If he knows we're planning to attack, they might kill him immediately. Su Chen nodded, walking forward, his voice calm. So we need to be humble first. I'll go see what this challenge is, Duji. You're responsible for bringing them in from another entrance. Duji immediately replied loudly, full of determination. Understood, Master. Suddenly, a guy pointed at Su Chen, shouting, Hey, newbie! Adding you makes exactly one last team. The challenge is about to start. Recently, mutant spiders have been gathering more and more in the mountain behind us. This challenge requires hunting spiders, but I advise you only to operate in the outer areas, don't be foolish, and go deep into the mountain. Anyone who brings back 5 spider corpses or 1 spider egg before nightfall will pass the challenge. A loudmouth yelled, Hold on, wait a minute, 5 mutant spiders. 1 is already hard, let alone 5. Moreover, spider eggs are in the nest. Do you want us to crawl into our own coffins? The commander smiled faintly. If you can't get the eggs, bring back spider corpses. If you don't want to, just try stepping over that iron fence. But I warn you, anyone who goes alone will become easy prey for mutant spiders. Good luck. The loudmouth shouldered his machete, calling out to Su Chen. Kid, the other teams have already set off. You want to come with us? Su Chen replied coldly. Wanting me to do the heavy lifting for you? No need. I'm safe enough on my own. I heard there's a spider den on the mountain, so I'll go check it out. The others scoffed. Tui on him. What an ungrateful type. The big brother smiled sinisterly. Leave him be. This kind of person will die out there sooner or later. We just need to stand here and wait for the other teams to bring back bait. Then we'll rob them. After a while, venturing deep into the forest, Su Chen softly called out, his voice as gentle as coaxing a child. Little spiders, where are you? Come out here quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, a swarm of mutant spiders appeared from all directions, as numerous as a disturbed beehive. Su Chen muttered. Quite a lot. I wonder if they have mutant cores, but looking at how ugly these guys are, I doubt it. Whatever, I'm looking for Bai Ji Yu Jing anyway. He rotated his wrist, muttering to warm up, let's see how many cores I can get. In an instant, Su Chen disappeared like a phantom. With one blow, he crushed the head of a mutant spider, its head falling neatly into his hand. He darted around like a whirlwind, sweeping everywhere, heading straight for the spider's lair. TCH, not even 1 core, what a disappointment. But from behind, a giant spider demon with 8 eyes glowing like cameras stared menacingly at him. Meanwhile, the sister squad was busy with something else. A voice boomed. Come one, come all, join the Rose Beauty Pageant. Top 3 get a free permanent ID, Yun wondered. A beauty contest. Not far away, a delivery guy. This is the 7th beauty, the runner-up from last week's beauty pageant. For just 3 packs of instant noodles. Tonight she belongs to the highest bidder. The crowd clamored. 4 packs, 5 packs. Du sighed, explaining. If you don't make the top 3, the only way to stay in the new world is to become a tool for men. But with 2 beauties like you, there definitely won't be a problem. The 3 entered the contest area. Yun shook her head in lament. That's really miserable for that girl. Duan Ya asked curiously. There's a weekly beauty pageant here, Dewey replied, her voice even but full of hidden meaning. That's right, weekly winners continue to compete for the monthly champion title. But not everyone chooses this path. Some women choose the arena to survive. In short, the new world opens up narrow paths, where everyone must make the most of their value. For most women, getting food and safety without risking their lives is more precious than gold. She paused, glancing at the 2, then continued. Hurry up and change your clothes. I'll wait for you outside. As soon as the door closed, Duty sighed, her voice lowering. You're only living like you're in heaven because you followed your new master. Suddenly, a rough voice rang out. Duce, you brought 2 pieces of goods this time. I saw those 2 girls outside. Immediately bring them to my room. Hearing that lecherous tone, Du coldly replied, City Lord's guard, you are one-eyed. The old man laughed smugly, his voice full of complacency. I have to taste them a little. If they serve me well, I'll grant them 2 ID cards. Duce hesitated, her voice slightly trembling. But, the old man interrupted, clasping his hands behind his back, posing with an arrogant attitude. There are no buts. What I say goes here, he smirked, grinning lecherously. That's right, poisoning them makes it even more fun. Du cursed inwardly. Damn it, if I offend him, those ID cards will never come. Helpless, she gently opened the door and stepped into the room. From her mouth, a faint poisonous mist emanated, making the air in the room stifling. Yun and Duanya began to feel their bodies burning, as if scorched by an invisible flame. The 2 sisters clung to each other, their voices trembling as they questioned. Why? Why did you poison us? The 2 girls' bodies reacted more and more violently, shaking so much that they couldn't stand, only able to lean on each other, uttering weak cries for help. Sister Duanya, Yun, don't. From outside, the clinking of wine glasses rang out, accompanied by the lecherous laughter of 2 men. The ringleader spoke. As expected, Big Bro acts swiftly. The important thing is that whenever there are beauties, you never share with your little brother. The one-eyed man laughed pervertedly. Who told us we're real brothers? Moreover, this kind of top-quality beauty is as rare as jade in stone in this apocalypse. 1 in a million. The other continued, his voice full of excitement. Just mentioning it gets my little brother riled up. Why haven't those 2 girls arrived yet? Don't rush. Du still has to poison them. The door burst open. 2 seductive figures stepped in like dazzling flowers amidst the wasteland. Seeing the goods he had chosen, the one-eyed man laughed gleefully, his voice vile. Looking at that expression, it seems the poison has taken effect. I'm really looking forward to the wonderful time ahead, the lackey chimed in, his eyes shining. They're both top quality. Looking at those smooth curves, I just want to drool, big bro. You choose first. Respect for the elderly brings blessings. The one-eyed man glanced over, aiming for Duanya. Then this bro will choose this long-haired beauty. The iron hook was brought close to her chin. This is the type of girl your bro likes the most. Seeing Yun seemingly falling into his arms, the lackey was ecstatic. Big bro, this is the first time this bro has gotten to touch such a proactive, top-quality beauty. The one-eyed man laughed loudly. Of course, it's all Dugas merit. We have to reward her when this is over. The 2 guys looked at each other, their eyes as bright as car taillights. They laughed in unison. All right, let's get down to business, brothers. They excitedly hugged and kissed each other, peck, like a spring night is worth 1,000 gold. But something felt off. Suddenly, from behind the 3 people, Duanya, Yun, and Duji appeared. The scene before their eyes was completely opposite to what had just happened. The 2 brothers were happily enjoying themselves, completely engrossed in the illusion. Duanya smiled, her voice cold. These 2 beasts are easier to control than I thought. Duji marveled. Your ability is too brutal, making these 2 young men sharpen their swords with each other. Yun was still affected by the poison. Her voice trembled as she questioned. Did you poison us because of these 2? You made us suffer that feeling until now. Duji, with an aggrieved expression, explained. Of course not. Master said my poison can help resist brainworms. I was afraid that if you 2 came into contact with the City Lord's guards, you would be infected with brainworms. Duanya unconsciously touched her body and nodded. You did the right thing. To prevent brainworms from invading, we must maintain this state throughout our time in the New World. But I can handle it, while Yun is about to off herself. Yun groaned. What? That's too difficult. Then, we must quickly get the ID card, Dunji worriedly asked. What about them? Duanya coldly replied. They will screw each other. If you want, stay and watch. Dunji looked at the 2 men, hearing the disgusting sounds of intimacy. Oh baby, you're so strong. She couldn't stand it, and hurriedly ran out, calling out, Wait for me, screw those 2 brothers and their sword fight. The scene shifted to the forest, and a man muttered, Light Tower. It's just a scam. We're here for the Spider King's core, but where is the spider nest? The subordinates behind him whispered. Is the boss lost? He snapped. North is up, south is down, what's left? Suddenly, the whole group was stunned. Huh. Why are there so many spider corpses? Moreover, every single one of them is headless, one of the subordinates exclaimed, his voice turning green. Boss, it seems someone has beaten us to it. On the other side, the sound of fighting was intense. Su Chen alone charged around, dodging all the attacks of the mutated spiders like a ballet dancer. Suddenly, a strand of spider silk shot out from the darkness, sticking tightly to his hand. Su Chen frowned. I was careless. He pulled hard, tearing the silk apart. From above, a giant spider appeared, as big as a car, its 8 eyes shining like headlights. He sighed. I didn't expect there was such a big spider hiding. It's probably about to reach tier 2, but tier 2 or tier 3 is only enough for this Suvlog to tickle. On the sidelines, several young men hid in the bushes, observing. Who is that guy? Daring to charge into the spider nest alone. Another one whispered, Boss, that guy doesn't look weak. What do we do now? He grinned maliciously. What to do? Of course, watch the show. I just hope to see his corpse hanging on the spiderweb. But Su Chen's face was full of killing intent at this moment. He easily tore off the silk on his hand, his eyes as sharp as knives. A strong pull scared the Spider Queen out of its wits. Su Chen jumped up, throwing a punch like a thunderbolt, smashing the Spider Queen's head off in an instant. Witnessing this terrifying power, the young men turned pale with fear. One of them exclaimed, Is he a successor of Saitama? One punch and he killed the Spider King? The subordinates immediately drew their weapons, their eyes flashing with cunning, preparing to seize the core. But immediately after the order, the situation suddenly reversed. The boss had his sword pressed to his neck by his close subordinates, his eyes full of sinister intent. We're ready, boss, they replied in unison. The boss was not afraid at all, but laughed loudly. Ha ha, very good, very good. The knives are very sharp. You little brothers did not follow me in vain. This skill is already too proficient. Minions smirking. Bro, we've used this move like a million times. We're pros at this. Hit the mark every single time. One dude glares at Su Chen, growling, You just wait, punk. I'm gonna show you what we're made of. Meanwhile, Su Chen's still geeking out over the sparkly core, totally clueless about the dirty plot brewing behind him. Oh, there it is. Found it, he mutters, sounding stoked. Just then, the boss man yells out the incantation for his spatial swap ability. In seconds, Su Chen's jolted as the space around him warps. Two cold blades press against his neck, while iron chains squeeze his midsection tight. The boss, clutching the core, cackles. Heh. Finally got the core? What a steal. Su Chen's chill, eyes sharp. Swapping places, huh? This ability's rare, and you even prepped the chains. Guess you guys have used this trick to trap peeps a bunch of times, right? The boss sneers, voice dripping with mockery. Haha, you trash talk a lot for a piece of trash, huh? You got a death wish or something. Su Chen smirks, voice low and dangerous. Trash, you say, so you see yourself as the hunter. But even the most seasoned hunters can get taken down by their prey. The killing intent in his words sends a shiver down the boss's spine. He yells, Oh yeah, I'll see you try and kill me. Don't get ahead of yourself. Kill him. The goons instantly swing their blades, shouting, You think you can kill us? Die. But the moment the sharp blades strike Su Chen, they snap in half as if hitting a steel wall. The whole crew's eyes pop, scared out care to their minds. All the blades are broken. They stare at the shattered metal in their hands, totally shook, wondering, Who the heck is this guy? The boss, who was all cocky just moments ago, is now sweating buckets, muttering, Skin as hard as steel? Could he be a tier 2 awakened? The minions freak out, yelling, What? A tier 2? The boss nods, voice trembling. No doubt about it, he's got the iron skin like a tier 2 beast. Just then, a crack echoes as the iron chains shatter. The boss screams in horror, Crap, the chains are breaking! Scatter, run! The whole gang panics, scrambling away on all fours, mumbling, Damn it, how can someone level up so fast? Su Chen flashes a wicked grin, snapping the last chains, and starts his hunt. The others' eyes flash with fear, like prey caught in a predator's sights. Wanna run? Not a chance. His killing intent floods the area, like he's about to swallow the whole forest. The boss is sprinting like his life depends on it, still yelling, So what if you're tier 2? Once I get a few more cores, I'll level up too. But his face twists as he feels a wave of killing intent right behind him. Su Chen, like a god of death, roars, Give the core back. His fist flies forward, inches from the boss's face. Knowing he's toast if that hits, the boss shouts, Spatial swap. Instantly, one of the fleeing minions appears in his place, clueless. The boss escapes death, sprawling on the ground, gasping, That was close. Good thing I have life-saving powers. I'll remember today's debt. Sooner or later I'll kill you. On the other side, the unlucky minion's eyes widened, his face in pain. A large hole appeared in his chest, blood flowing freely. Su Chen withdrew his hand and said coldly, Using your comrade as a scapegoat, huh? He smiled evilly. If that's the case, then finding you alone is enough. His eyes shone like headlights, his mental power activated, sweeping the forest like radar. 4 figures running in all directions appeared clearly before his eyes. The boss was panting, running to exhaustion but not daring to stop. Damn it, how did he find me? He panicked, his eyes darting left and right, not knowing which direction to run to escape. Screw it, just pick a direction and run with all my might. But Su Chen was like a hunting beast, darting forward. As long as I chase you, I'll catch the whole bunch. His eyes widened in horror. Seeing Su Chen still chasing after him, he shouted, No way! His eyes bulged as Su Chen's knife-like gaze bore down on him. Crap, how is he so fast? He found me again. He hurriedly chanted a spell. Abracadabra, alakazam, teleportation. Immediately, Another minion was summoned, right into the casket. The boss escaped once again, but sweat poured down. He was out of breath. Damn it, how does he keep finding me? I have to get out of here now. On the other side, Su Chen casually searched the minion. A tragic end for the unlucky guy. The second scapegoat. He snorted lightly. Activating night vision mode, he muttered, it wouldn't be good to let him escape. Suddenly he turned around, his eyes lighting up, when he saw a familiar figure running towards him. Oh, walking right into the trap. The boss was running and cursing. Fucking hell, goddammit. Every time I get ambushed from behind, this time I'll watch my back to see how you sneak attack me. But before he could finish bragging, he felt that something was wrong. Looking forward, his eyes bulged in horror. You, how did you find me? Su Chen just smiled, saying with thick killing intent, afraid you wouldn't believe it. This time you found me yourself. Facing Su Chen, the boss's face was ashen. Trembling, he asked. Walked right into the trap. He was unwilling, roaring, damn your mother, even so, don't think you can kill me, teleportat. But before the spell was finished, Su Chen threw a light punch, sending him to Kingdom Come. Literally, he flicked his hand to wipe away the dust, coldly saying, too slow. The scene shifts elsewhere. Huang Jin crawled out of the backpack, meowing a few times. A voice rang out. This is the backstage of the beauty pageant. This is the backstage of the beauty pageant. Duguay took the lead and lifted the curtain to signal them to go inside. The two of them were caught off guard, and all three stopped, exclaiming in surprise. Before them weren't just those two, but also dozens of other girls, their eyes filled with hostility, as if ready to devour them whole. Duguay blurted out. Compared to this bunch of ugly mugs, you two could win with your eyes closed, Yunyun whispered. Why do I feel like their gazes aren't so friendly? Duanyai instructed, her voice calm. Still, better safe than sorry. Suddenly, a girl stepped forward, her tone arrogant. Stop right there, Dusir glared. What do you guys want? From afar, the sound of high heels echoed, accompanied by a sharp, cold voice. A woman appeared, her face enchanting, her figure as hot as the summer sun in Hanoi, her aura not inferior to any beauty, she said loudly. Just wanted to see who dares to cause trouble here. Yunyun recognized her immediately in surprise. She's the megastar, Lin Mir. Lin Mir didn't bother, continuing arrogantly. No one is qualified to be my opponent in this competition, so scram, all of you. Or else. Duanyai cut her off, her voice full of gunpowder. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's the megastar famous for sleeping with directors. Lin Misser was slightly surprised to hear someone attacking her. Her tone sour. Isn't this my dear friend? Only to see her dart past Dunier and Yunyun with lightning speed. Her slender legs swung up, launching a treacherous kick straight at Duanyai. But Su Chen's wife wasn't an ordinary person, even though she was still in a daze from the poison. Duanyai simply leaned back and dodged the attack neatly. Lin Mir wasn't willing to give up. Spinning around to continue her assault, Duanyai took the opportunity to block a violent collision. The two former besties were now giving no quarter, like two wild beasts in a decisive battle. Lin Mir gritted her teeth. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Duanyai's face darkened, replying coldly, I'm so sorry to disappoint you. Yunyun curiously chimed in. Sister Duanyai, you two know each other. Duver innocently added, aren't you best friends? Duanyai shouted, her voice full of resentment. Have you ever seen a best friend put hair removal cream in shampoo, laxatives in drinks, or stuff dead rats in your closet? Vivid. Lin Mir retorted, her voice bitter. You're the one who always pretends to be so pure but wants to steal all the limelight, clearly knowing my dream is to become an actress, yet you still compete with me for the female lead. Duanyai replied calmly. I only went to the audition with a friend. I never intended to be an actress. Lin Mir screamed angrily. Moreover, didn't you sleep with that director afterwards? Stealing my rice bowl? It's all your fault, you vixen. If not for you, I wouldn't have needed to sleep with that old geezer. Duanyai chuckled, teasing further. Ha ha, I guess being beautiful is my fault too? Yunyun muttered. This is the first time I've seen Sister Duanyai like this. Lin Mixer growled, her eyes as sharp as knives. You still think you're right. Now I'm a famous star, everyone knows my face. Is there any man who isn't charmed by me? Duanyai taunted. But now you're wearing a mask? Who even recognizes you anymore? Seeing as this Lin chick likes to provoke, let's compete to see who's more seductive then. Duanyai wasn't afraid at all, ready to face her head on. Just by looking, you can tell who the champion will be. At this moment, the host's voice rang out excitedly. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting. The new World Beauty Pageant is now about to begin. The crowd cheered, the applause like thunder. Whoa, it's about to start. After wearing a mask, this is the life of my dream. Isn't this the moment we risked our lives for the city lord for? I starved myself for a month, just to bring a beauty home today. The host continued. In addition, today's champion will be personally greeted by the city lord. Hearing this, the crowd looked up at the brightly lit windows, exclaiming in surprise. What? The city lord is coming too. On the other side, Duanyai murmured. So you can meet the city lord, No wonder all the women want to win the championship. Yun nodded. If we ask the city lord to help find a blacksmith, it'll definitely be quick and easy. Duanya nodded, her voice firm. That's why we absolutely can't let her win the championship. Yun was still uncomfortable from the poison, groaning, we also need to quickly ask Su Chen to detoxify me, I feel so bad. On the other side, Lin Mir's eyes were vicious. HMPH, this competition, from the host to the judges. I've already bribed them all. What makes you think you can compete with me? But just in case you guys try to escape, I won't skimp on the rewards from my goons then. Next, the judging panel appeared, and the person sitting in the middle spoke. You two, why aren't you sitting down? The spiky-haired bros said in unison. We don't know why, but our butts hurt so bad after waking up, we can't even sit. That's right, if Mu Xiao hadn't woken us up, we would have missed the competition. Mu Xiao, the one being mentioned, just gave a wry smile. It was the right thing to do. He thought to himself, I only knew these two were horny before. When I found them, they were buck naked having a sword fight. No wonder their butts hurt. Looks like I know some earth-shattering secret now. Am I gonna get silenced? The host yelled, Let's wait and see who will win the championship and enter the upper class of the new world. Come on out, the crowd roared. Su Chen and her sister stepped onto the stage with determination to win. Let's go. Of course we're not here for this ridiculous title. Suddenly, Lin Mir's henchmen pulled out their weapons and charged to attack. Idiots. You think this is a fair competition? Kill these 3 BTs first, Duanya muttered, acting as expected. The henchmen laughed gleefully. Ha ha, this is the real world. Whoever has the bigger fist makes the rules. Yun scoffed. Just leave these small fries to me. Provoked, the henchmen charged at her. You're asking for death, Yun smirked, a dangerous smile on her face. Her eyes turned blood red, and her body grew huge like a giant. One skyward uppercut sent the fat woman and the henchman flying straight up, stuck to the ceiling. The rest of them screamed in horror. What? She can grow bigger? Yun leaned over, her eyes sharp. Now it's your turn to fly to heaven. Outside, cheers erupted. Lin Mikir stepped out, her graceful walk causing the audience to boil over. It's the big star Lin Mikir. With just her catwalk, the judges gave her 3 nines. First time I've seen a female star like that after the apocalypse. Champion. They cheered. Lin Mikir thought to herself arrogantly, Duanya, you think I look down on you guys? This is reality. But an announcement rang out. The next person to appear, Lin Mikir's eyes changed in shock. What? What's going on? From behind, a figure slowly walked out. The sky exploded with fireworks, but with a strange vibe. Oh my god, what's exploding in the sky? Below the stage, Duanyake appeared in a gorgeous outfit, white wings like an angel descending. The audience exclaimed, This person is even more beautiful. Lin Mikir was horrified, her mouth agape as she realized that what was falling from the sky wasn't fireworks but the blood and limbs of the henchmen. They fell right next to her feet, creating a gruesome scene. Her face turned pale, trembling. Those are the limbs of those people. What the hell happened? The judges said. The backstage competition is fierce indeed. Too bad the women seem to have been wiped out, so who will be the winner? Yun muttered. Is it okay to show up now? Du Jiu replied. Those guys have already been punched into the sky. You're too ruthless. On Lin Mikir's side, she roared, Duanya, you forced me to do this. She reached into her cleavage, tore her clothes, exposing her naked body to the public. The men below spurted nosebleeds, yelling, 3 tens, I'm the winner. Duanya laughed scornfully. Forget it. Just leaving an insult. This crazy BTCH is really insane. From the highest floor, the old city lord ordered, his voice deep. Bring the ID cards down. The white rabbit girl respectfully replied, Understood. Then took the 3 ID cards and walked down. Mu Xiao was surprised. Huh? The city lord sent the ID cards down so quickly, the bunny girl explained. These are ID cards issued by the city lord, 3 of them, exactly the number of people left on the platform, Lin Mikir asked, her eyes sparkling. Does this mean I get to meet the city lord? Yun rushed over, shouting, Me too, just enough for 1 each. On the upper floor, the old man pointed in one direction. Mu Xiao understood and announced. The city lord has given instructions. You won against Lin Mikir. Congratulations. Not only can you enter the new world, but you've also been chosen by the city lord to live on the top floor. Lin Mikir cried out in disbelief. I can finally go to the top floor and become one of the elites. The bunny girl led the way but suddenly asked, Does she like fish? Lin Mikir was stunned, not understanding. Yun turned to Duanya in disappointment. Did Sister Duanya lose? We don't get to meet the city lord, Duanya replied coldly. Anyway, the ID cards are in our hands. We'll figure out the rest later. A moment later, entering the inner chamber, the bunny girl respectfully announced, City lord, Miss Lin is ready. The old city lord Shang Ming, looking young despite his age, sighed. Youth is wonderful. It's a pity I'm old. That desire has long faded. I'm just a boring old man. He looked at Lin Mikir, who had now been transformed into a mermaid, or rather, a bizarre sea monster. He smiled sinisterly. No wonder she's a superstar. She's really beautiful. But don't look at me like that. You should be grateful that you get to be a fish. The maid stepped forward. City Lord, the child has arrived. The boy was examined. His body was very healthy. The old man looked over and smiled cruelly. Very good. Turning to the boy, he asked, "Are you scared, kid?" The boy replied, his voice trembling. "I'm not scared. If it weren't for City Lord's family adopting us, we would have starved to death." Shang Ming held wriggling centipedes in his hand, his eyes treacherous. "Don't be so polite. You guys are the future after all." His power activated, gradually consuming the boy's life force. Lin Mi panicked and screamed incessantly. Shang Ming enjoyed it, whispering, "The jealousy of immortality only exists in young children. It's a pity that each absorption doesn't last long." The maid respectfully said, "You have all the women here. You can have them give birth to as many children as you want." The old man nodded. "Still not enough. I must collect enough star cores to upgrade my powers. A rotten person like me can become the eternal master of this place. This will be the starting point for eternal life. Quickly deal with the women below." "Below," Duanya cried out in pain. Dugu's poison is so uncomfortable." The two sisters clung to each other. Yun Yun moaned. "So uncomfortable," Du Jiyu replied in a reassuring tone. "If you want to resist the brainworms, you have to endure it a little. Now that we have the ID cards, I will take you two into the city." Suddenly, two figures rushed over. Duanya questioned, "What do you want?" The two crew-cut brothers grinned. "It's rare to see beauties like you sisters. We've decided to sell our blood again to buy you two." Mu Engxiao, standing beside, exclaimed, "Damn, that's generous." Duanya frowned. "What's his angle?" Duji explained. "Remember when I said women here are just commodities? No different even with ED cards. Each person's worth is one energy core. Everyone knows how precious those are, so no one." The two goons interjected with a lecherous laugh. But us brothers are strong, and more importantly, your flavors are truly addictive." Yun Yun scoffed. "But what if this lust isn't directed at us? Let me help you jog your memories." Duanya unleashed her psychic powers. The two men froze. Painful-ass memories flashed vividly as they recalled their sword fight with each other. On the other side, a young man stood before the corpse of a mutated spider, sighing. Too late, the spider queen is dead, and the energy core is gone. But then, he smirked. "Good thing the core wasn't my target." He swung his sword, lightly chopping off a few spider legs, and hoisted them onto his shoulder. "These legs will do." Suddenly, he became alert as Su Chen appeared, throwing a punch. The young man also threw a punch in return, but was shocked. "Holy crap, this guy's crazy strong." He quickly said, Wait, I'm not here to snatch the core, nor do I want to fight you." Su Chen frowned. "Why should I believe you?" the young man replied. "Believe it or not, it's up to you, but it's the truth. I know you're strong, but if you push me to go all out, you might not come out on top. My only target is the spider legs, so how about we stop and be friends?" He laughed. "I'm Wang Tung, and I'd be eternally grateful." Su Chen was startled. "Wang Tung, the Black Blade powerhouse from my past life. Why is he here? Is he also looking for the blacksmith?" He nodded. "If that's the case, let's be friends. You can have the spider legs." Wang Tung thanked him, asking, "Are you also joining New World? What's your name?" Su Chen replied, "I'm Su Chen. I heard New World isn't bad, so I came to check it out." "What do you need the spider legs for?" Wang Tung laughed. "Just a favor for a friend. I have business to attend to, so I'll take my leave." "Oh yeah, Su Chen, a word of advice. Don't you dare touch the New World ID card." Su Chen was puzzled. "Why not?" Wang Tung simply replied, "Just listen to me. Don't touch it, and you'll be fine." Seeing Wang Tung leave, Su Chen murmured, "What secrets does the ID card hide?" "Whatever, I'll follow him first. Who knows, I might find the blacksmith." On the other side, a young man threatened with a knife. "Hey kid, hand over the mutated spawn you caught." Another chimed in. "Big bro is right, there really is someone carrying a spider, but looking closely, this guy is only carrying the spider legs." Wang Tung only took a few seconds, a few flashes of the blade, and chopped the group into pieces. He scoffed. "How annoying." Su Chen, observing from afar, thought to himself, "No wonder he was a powerhouse from my past life who reached the peak of Tier 2. He is as strong as me. But after absorbing this core, I can level up to rank 3. A moment later, at the city gate, Su Chen presented his ID card. The gate guard was surprised. "First time I've seen someone put an ID card in the box like that." Another whispered, "What a weirdo." Both of them widened their eyes. Whoa. The Spider Queen was taken down that fast. Lucky the captain left behind an ID card before he left. "Congrats, you're now a member of the New World." Su Chen took the card, suspicious. "What's weird about this card? Why did Wang Tung tell me not to touch it?" Suddenly, a puff of black smoke rose from the card. "What is this black smoke?" Pink, fluffy energy started to appear all around. Xiao Minjer, as if having just gone through an emotional storm, rushed forward to question him. "What did you do to suddenly let those brainworms invade here?" Good thing I was quick and killed them all. Su Chen was surprised. Brainworms invading. I just held the ID card, and it started smoking black. Xiao Minyer nodded. So the ID card is a means of spreading brainworms. Are Duan Ya and the others in danger holding these cards? On the main building side, Shang Ming suddenly exclaimed in shock. The maid asked, Lord Citymaster, what happened? He replied, his voice cold. Someone's trying to infiltrate the inner city. Those 3 women must be accomplices. Yun Yun trembled all over, trying to calm herself to face the dangerous situation. She exclaimed, Why does that feeling suddenly feel so intense? I can't take it anymore, Ducey encouraged. Stay strong. It's probably the poison killing the brain bugs. Look how calm Duan Ya is. Remember now. The 2 baldies started screaming like they were having a seizure. Ah, no way. This isn't real, you woman. You won't trick us. But the butt pain is real. Whether it's real or not, you guys know in your hearts. Provoked, agitated, the 2 fierce guys rushed forward like 2 sharp arrows straight towards Yun Yun. She quickly dodged, causing their attacks to miss their target. A thunderous explosion shook the wall behind them, shattering it into pieces. The crowd of spectators cheered excitedly, as if watching a top-notch play, but then quickly panicked and fled when they realized the danger was imminent. They jostled, shouting, Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Ducey was shocked by the chaotic scene, exclaiming, Shaolin Z, is that Ironhead Kung Fu undefeated? The building collapsed. The 2 knuckleheads proudly boasted, their voices full of arrogance. Our skull bones are now sharper and harder than steel. The people who used to mock us were smashed to pieces by our heads. Nothing can withstand our blows now, stronger than iron. They laughed loudly. Yun Yun remained unfazed. She coldly replied, Enough empty words, you just need to charge in with your heads, right? Just then, the 2 attacked again like lightning. Yun Yun shouted, They're coming. Dodge! Mu Yinxiao unexpectedly made a move with a dangerous smile. Duan Ya's hand suddenly emitted an invisible force, tightening around the opponent. Yun Yun was completely suppressed, crying out, someone's holding me tight, but why can't I see them? It's also suppressing my ability. Duan Ya, her eyes flashing with icy sharpness, pinpointed the mastermind. The buzz-cut guy high above sneered, You figured it out, huh? Too little, too late. He charged forward, radiating murderous intent. In that critical moment, Duan Ya activated her full powers, but a colossal, invisible hand suddenly materialized, halting him in his tracks. Yun Yun broke free from her restraints, transformed, and roared, Gotcha now. Where do you think you're going? Mu Yinxiao exclaimed in surprise. What? Duan Ya, her gaze as sharp as knives, retorted, Lucky for me, I'd already snagged some cannon fodder. 3 controlled spectators were forced to hide under the stage, held like puppets in her grip. The senior brother gnashed his teeth in rage. You bitch, release my little bro. He shot forward like a fiery arrow. Yun Yun cackled wickedly. Let's see which one of your heads is harder, the guy shrieked in terror. What the hell are you doing, bitch? Stop it, Nu. In a split second, Yun Yun slammed the older brother's head into the younger brother's crotch, creating a catastrophic collision worthy of the most epic fail compilation. The older brother became a suppository for the younger, contorting his face in agony. Having dealt with the buzz-cut bros, Yun Yun casually tossed them aside like trash, coldly remarking, Yo, next up to get reamed is you, Lung said. Mu Yinxiao retorted with arrogance, You're not worthy of my attention. He was about to unleash a decisive blow, but suddenly, an invisible force gripped Yun Yun's feet, immobilizing her, even in her human form. She gasped in shock. My powers are being suppressed, Dugues swiftly responded. Let me help you. A barrage of invisible strikes descended, locking down the 2 sisters. They cried out, Stop it, you bastard. Bet a lot of bros watching would love to have Mu Yinxiao's powers, huh? That's just how it is, lol. Duan Ya shouted when she saw Yun Yun faltering. Yun. But she immediately became vigilant, sensing a new threat. Using her abilities, she controlled the small fry as meat shields, sending them out of the game in terror. Mu Yinxiao emanated a dangerous aura, chuckling softly. Sensing danger, you unhesitatingly sacrifice your pawns. Truly, a woman's heart is not to be underestimated. At this moment, Yun Yun and Dugues were bound from head to toe. The more they struggled, the tighter the grip became. Yun Yun cried out, Release us, Sis Duan Ya. I let my guard down again. Mu Yinxiao exclaimed in surprise. Don't tell me you plan to use those wings as weapons. Duan Ya detached her wings, wielding them as 2 sharp weapons, and said coldly, This is more than enough to deal with you. Provoked, he grinned. He. Getting interesting, ain't it, big talk? Well then, I'll play along. Scene change to another location. At the entrance of a new world, Wang Tung steps into the desolate area, where the air hangs heavy like a living graveyard. Xiao Min'er asks suspiciously. This is the inner city. Although the environment is bearable, the people here look like walking ghosts. She continues. Hey, so fast, wait for me. On the other side, Wang Tung cautiously enters a ruined area. He speaks up, Fu Su Su. I've brought what you wanted. A beautiful woman with a charming figure, diligently forging weapons, replies, awesome. With this Spider King's leg, I can go save Grandpa. Wang Tung adds, after rescuing Vice Master, we'll leave this place quickly. Looking at the spider legs, she reassures, okay, don't worry. As long as you help rescue Grandpa, I'll definitely help you create the strongest weapon. She glances up at the towering building, her eyes filled with determination. A moment later, the two use climbing gear. Wang Tung asks, this is the gear you made? Susu nods. That's right, the Spider King's claws can provide enough grip, ensuring we can climb onto the roof safely. Grandpa is locked up in the highest place by that city lord. He wonders, then why don't we go up from inside the building? She immediately replies, it's impossible. Absolutely no entering the building. From below, Su Chen observes the two, wondering, that person is the blacksmith. Let's go up too, but instead of going up the wall, he says, but I'll go inside directly. This place seems deserted. Xiao Minzhi doubts. Getting in is actually very easy. Then why are they climbing the walls? But as they pass through the corridor, a bizarre shadow appears. A giant bug suddenly lunges down from behind. Su Chen quickly dodges, both shocked by the scene before them. Xiao Minzhi yells, Su Chen, look ahead. Now I know why they didn't go in from inside. Suddenly, an explosion booms from below. Wang Tung asks blankly, Su Chen, you're here too. Su Chen replies seriously, you're the blacksmith, right? Finally found you. But before they can even greet each other, they pale at the sight of a nest of mutated maggots behind Su Chen. They shout, nay nay, don't come over here. The swarm of maggots rushes over like a storm. Wang Tung bolts, shouting, this is disgusting, I hate bugs the most. Fu Su Su is left behind, panicking, and yells, hey, running so fast! She tries to catch up, but suddenly a pair of strong arms wrap around her waist. Su Chen appears like lightning, pulling her out of danger. With incredible speed, he catches up to Wang Tung, steps on his buddy's shoulders. Su Chen flies up, shouting, brother Wang Tung, please deal with the bugs below. Wang Tung angrily screams, nay nay, based on what? But before he can say more, the creeps closed in. Killer intent flared. He unleashed hundreds of punches like the Pirate King, obliterating the mutated creeps. Fu Su Su, still shocked, questioned, hey, who exactly are you? What do you want from me? Su Chen calmly replied, I'm Su Chen, and I'd like you to help me forge a blade. Su Su was surprised. Forge a blade? What makes you think I'd help you? He smiled. I can grant you one wish. Su Chen took her to the rooftop. Su Su nodded. All right. Just then, an old voice echoed, Su Su. An old man holding a photo said sadly, as long as you're safe, I can endure any hardship. Suddenly, a loud explosion startled the old man, nearly giving him a stroke. Through the dust and smoke, Su Chen, carrying Su Su, burst through the wall. She yelled, Grandpa, I've come to save you. The old man trembled. Is that really you? Su Su replied, okay, now, put me down. The old man hurriedly stopped her. Wait a minute, you brat, didn't I tell you this place is dangerous and to stay away? She brushed off the dust and stubbornly replied, come on, Grandpa, I've already found a helper, haven't I? All my smithing skills were taught by you. So, this old geezer is the blacksmith you're looking for. If you want to create the #1 invincible weapon in the world, you'll have to save him first. Su Chen stepped forward and said, if that's the case, then Grandpa, let me take a look at these shackles first. The old man said politely. Just call me Old Fu. Su Chen tried to break the shackles but failed. Surprised. Oh, can't break them. The old man smiled proudly. Useless, young man. These shackles may look ordinary and harmless, but they're made from mutated materials, he continued. Moreover, I made them myself, so they're extremely sturdy. No one can open them. Su Su smacked him on the head and scolded. What's so great about an old geezer being imprisoned by his own creation? The old man cried out, ah, the city lord threatened me with your life. What could I do? Su Chen pondered. So that's how it is. If we used even harder materials to forge weapons, what would happen? The old man replied. Harder materials. Then of course there wouldn't be any problems. But this is the hardest material that can be found in the New World. Where can I find even more durable materials? Su Chen smiled and took out a supersized star core, radiating a mysterious power. Su Su was shocked. This is a rock. Where did you get this? Old Fu was stunned. This stone contains a power unlike anything I've ever seen. Where did you get it? Su Chen asked. Could a blade made from this cut through the shackles? The old man replied loudly. Of course there wouldn't be any problems. But the quality of this raw stone is quite difficult to refine. And young man, this matter still relies on you. Su Chen was surprised. Oh, is that so? The old man continued. The city lord locked me on the rooftop, forcing me to create mutated materials. The tools I use are also special. Su Su pushed a large wooden pole and exclaimed, could this be a bellows? This thing is impossible to push. The old man explained. This big thing usually requires 10 strong men to push, but they all ran off to watch the beauty pageant, Today we can only rely on you. Su Chen laughed confidently. No problem, just leave it to me. Pushing things is easy peasy. Seeing his bulging muscles, Susu exclaimed, Wow, like this. That's enough, Owiya, already. The old man sized him up. Hopefully it's not just for show. The star core radiated terrifying heat. Susu, despite wearing little clothing, cried out, It's so hot. The old man muttered, Don't dawdle, you brat. Quickly push the stone in. The grandfather and granddaughter worked together to push the stone into the furnace. Susu yelled, It's so hot. It's freaking hot, the old man continued. It's not over yet. Next we need to wait. Suddenly, a figure appeared. The city lord, with his female secretary right beside him. With a commanding voice he thundered, Who dares trespass into my building, not knowing their place? The old steward gasped in fear. Oh no, it's the city lord. Susu swung her blade and charged. Are you the one who imprisoned my grandpa here? She swung hard, but the female secretary parried with lightning speed, sending Susu flying. She braced herself against a barrage of powerful attacks. Her grandpa called out worriedly, Susu. The female secretary held her blade to Susu's neck and snarled, You dare disrespect the city lord. Go die and pay for your crimes. She swung her blade, eyes blazing red, with a decisive cut. Both grandpa and granddaughter were terrified. The old man pleaded, Stop! Sue was utterly terrified, closing her eyes tightly and screaming in panic. In the nick of time, a powerful punch landed squarely on the female secretary's face, distorting her features. Wang Tong appeared like a hero, saving the beauty, beating her so badly she couldn't even lift her head, but she refused to yield. With a furious expression, the female secretary sprang back up, unleashing a graceful 360-degree spinning kick, aimed straight at Wang Tong. However, all her attacks were effortlessly dodged by him. Like wind brushing past leaves, Wang Tong wasn't about to let her cause any more trouble. He quickly wrapped his arms tightly around her waist, gripping her with unyielding force. He let out a growl, veins bulging, his terrifying strength making her tremble in pain. Then, with a sickening crack, Wang Tong, with his monstrous strength, tore her in half like a piece of paper. Witnessing this terrifying power, the old steward and Su Chen were stunned, eyes wide with disbelief. Susu looked at the female secretary's upper body and wondered, Is she gone for good? Wang Tong stood majestically before her and asked in a deep voice, Are you okay? In that moment, Susu's heart fluttered, feeling like it would leap out of her chest as she softly murmured, He's so hot. He turned back, slightly surprised. Huh, what did you say? But suddenly, something wiggled on his shoulder, making his face darken. The hero couldn't even be cool for 3 seconds when he freaked out over a tiny centipede yelling, Ah! A bug! Immediately, a sharp sword slash sent the centipede flying, Susu said awkwardly. I took care of that bug already, and thanks for saving me just now. Wang Tong was startled. It was his first time being thanked by a girl, which made him reply a little awkwardly, Ahem, you were pretty brave yourself. Su was thrilled, beaming, praised by her crush. But before they could chat more, the old city lord roared, his voice full of authority. You punk! You dared to butcher my subordinate! Do you know what the consequences are? Wang Tong showed no fear, stepping forward to look at the old man in the wheelchair and mockingly said, You're the city lord. You look pretty weak to me. The old city lord chuckled faintly, his body suddenly trembling. From his flesh, hundreds of creepy centipede legs burst out, his body contorting into a gigantic centipede. Ferocious like a monster from a nightmare, he roared. How do you like me now? Now that I've revealed my true form, I have no choice but to slaughter everyone here. Get out. Suddenly, tens of thousands of centipedes hidden throughout the building surged forth, swarming the rooftop like a tsunami. Below, Mu Yingxiao chuckled gleefully. Let's do this, bros. Hey, hey, hey. Since the city lord has given the order, there's no time to dance and play with you any longer. Just die already. Duan Ya, his opponent, hearing his arrogant words, clenched her fists, her expression serious, ready for a life-or-death battle with this sinister-faced bastard. Mu Yingxiao was beyond excited, yelling, Get her for me! Duan Ya was suddenly attacked by an invisible force, struck repeatedly from left to right. As powerful as Su Chen's punches, she cried out in pain, her voice breaking. Du Ji and Yun Yun, tied up, could only helplessly curse, Damn it, Sis Duan Ya is surrounded. The audience below, who were initially enjoying the show, now shouted, Hey you bastard, don't mess her up, we're still waiting to have some fun with her. After a brutal beating, Duan Ya was exhausted, a few drops of strawberry jam-like blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Mu Yingxiao sneered. You can't even see your opponent, so there's no way you can dodge the attacks of the invisible. Even a psychic power user can't sense the direction of the attack. Feels pretty helpless, huh? Next, if you're so good, take me down in one hit. Suddenly, a burst of power rushed towards Duan Ya at terrifying speed. Yun Yun shouted worriedly, Sis Duan Ya, watch out! But the invisible attacks all missed. As if guided by a sixth sense, Duanya nimbly dodged, her body as graceful as Lin Min in his dance, breaking free from the encirclement of the three shadows. Mu Yingxiao was stunned, not believing his eyes. "You dodged them," he roared. "How did you do that? You clearly can't sense them." But he was shocked when he looked through the gap in Duanyan's legs and noticed that the three shadows were stained with red marks. He stammered. "You're wearing wings because you wanted to grab a few drops of strawberry jam from the ground and sprinkle it on the invisible guys." It was too late to realize. Duanya delivered a kick straight to his face, shouting, "Shut your stinky mouth." His breath made her wince, and the powerful kick sent Mu Yingxiao reeling, his front teeth wobbling. Duji and Yunyun cheered. "Sis, Duanya is the best, so awesome, hurry up and kick the shit out of him for us." Suddenly, a loud explosion from the building startled all three sisters. Duanya glanced over, wondering what the heck happened. A swarm of giant centipedes poured down like a tsunami, making Yunyun and Du Jiyu pale, giving them goosebumps. Bugs. Bugs, seriously, where did all these bugs come from? The audience who were cheering just now ran for their lives, screaming, "Ah, help, the bugs are biting me, it hurts so much, run away." Mu Yingxiao laughed maniacally. "Haha, the bug wave has been unleashed. Everyone here will become food. You're all gonna kick the bucket." Duanya didn't let him keep blabbing, stomping on him, causing him to cough like he was choking. He tried to call for help, but three dark figures rushed from behind to attack. Duanya coldly asked, "Wanna croaked?" She pulled back her claws, unleashing a powerful kick like Ronaldo's penalty shot, sending Mu Yingxiao flying like a soccer ball. The three dark figures collapsed, with no strength to resist. Dun Jiyu was surprised. Turns out the invisible people are just plushies. A controller fell out of Mu Yingxiao's pocket. Duanya picked it up curiously, fiddling with it like she was remembering playing PES with her buddies back in the day. Is this a game controller? When she infused spiritual energy into it, the mutated plushies stood up, their evil eyes glowing. Duanya immediately understood. Using the controller to control them, instead of letting them attack, she turned them into servants, one acting as a chair, and the others giving a professional massage. She chuckled. Not bad. Not bad. These two puppets are pretty good. The pressure is just right, easier to control than I thought. Suddenly, Yunyun screamed in panic. "Help! A swarm of mutated centipedes is rushing over like a storm." Duanya was startled, realizing her two younger sisters were still in danger. The plushies immediately stood in front of Du Jiyu and Yunyun, while others carried large stones and hurled them at the swarm of centipedes. As a result, a stone wall was erected, protecting the three sisters. They breathed a sigh of relief, temporarily safe. Yunyun still asked in a daze, "It's all bugs outside, what should we do?" Duanya reassured, "Don't move, I'll untie you guys."